The Lord's Empire Chapter 3175 to Chapter 3263. Book 1, Chapter 137. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A few days later, Fengling Hui's body uncontrollably arrived near a large tree. Someone was waiting for her there. It was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled at Fengling Hui, but Fengling Hui stared back at Zhao Fu coldly. Zhao Fu asked, "What has the Feng family been up to these past few days? What are their plans?" Fengling Hui naturally did not want to tell Zhao Fu, but her body still answered uncontrollably. The Feng family has been gathering information on Qin and the Jin family. They realized that Qin is not as easy to deal with, so they are now formulating a new plan. Zhao Fu nodded. "They didn't suspect you, did they?" Fengling Hui replied, "They didn't." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You have to tell me every step of the Feng family's plans from now on. Do you understand?" Fengling Hui replied uncontrollably, "Understood." Zhao Fu hugged Fengling Hui in satisfaction and began to deepen his control over her. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu left. Fengling Hui's face was rosy as she straightened her clothes and left the place as well. Now that Fengling Hui had given up on resisting, she was no longer as angry as before. Back at the Feng family home, Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Fengling Hui and smiled. "Did you go there to meet a man in secret?" Fengling Hui replied, "No." Actually, Fengling Hui was more than willing for Feng Xiaoxiao to discover that something was wrong with her and find out that she was Qin's pawn so that Qin's scheme would be useless. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Fengling Hui suspiciously. "Is that so? You look like you've just done that with a man." Fengling Hui said, "I'm leaving." Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Don't be angry. I won't object to it. I'm just a little curious, who won your heart?" "I admire him a little. I think he must be an intelligent person, right?" Fengling Hui felt bitter in her heart. She had never thought of marrying, but now that she was being bullied by that B***starred Zhao Fu, she had quietly accepted it. Fengling Hui said coldly, "I'm leaving." Feng Xiaoxiao watched as Fengling Hui left and did not say anything else. Wind on Snow gathered the 8 elders for a discussion and said, "According to the information we've gathered, this Qin is not easy to deal with. We've underestimated him." Feng Xiaoyang nodded. "I really didn't expect Qin to be so powerful. He had already destroyed 2 king-level forces and wasn't afraid of the allied forces of the other kingdoms." Feng Yintian said, "Yeah. Fortunately, we didn't attack recklessly last time. This is all thanks to our young master that we avoided a loss." Wind on Snow said calmly, "I have to thank Sister Hui for the reminder." Fengling Hui stood by the side and did not say anything. Wind on Snow frowned slightly. Feng Lingyao said in a low voice, "Young master, Qin is so powerful. Together with the Jin family, it will be difficult for us to destroy them." Wind on Snow nodded. "That is why I have decided to form an alliance with the people of the kingdom of Shenmu. We plan to attack Qin and the Jin family together." Feng Jiao said worriedly, "The Divine Wood Kingdom is from the card world. Would they form an alliance with us?" Wind on Snow said, "I need to send someone to the kingdom of Shenmu to discuss this." Wind on Snow said uncontrollably, "Young master, I'm willing to go." Now that she was out of control, Wind on Snow understood that Zhao Fu wanted to control her to destroy the alliance between the 2 forces. However, Wind on Snow did not agree. Instead, she said to Feng Xiaoxiao, "Sister Hui hasn't been feeling well recently. It's better if you go, Xiaoxiao." Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "No problem. I will definitely bring back a good result." Wind on Snow nodded. "That's all for now. You can all leave. Sister Hui, you stay." Hearing this, the girls glanced at Wind on Snow and left the hall. Seeing the crowd leave, Wind on Snow looked at Wind on Snow. Her expression softened and she said softly, "Sister Hui. Do you have something against me?" Wind on Snow said, "No." Wind on Snow said doubtfully, "Then why are you treating me like this?" Wind on Snow did not want to be like this either. However, she could not control her body at all. She said, "There is no reason." Wind on Snow sighed, "Sister Hui. You've been by my side since I was young. I've always treated you like an older sister. You're the person I trust the most. You can tell me anything." Wind on Snow's heart was filled with bitterness. Wind on Snow looked at Wind on Snow and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wind on Snow shook her head. Wind on Snow did not say anything else. "Sister Hui, you can leave first." After Wind on Snow left, she lost control of her body and spread the news of the alliance between the Feng family and the Shenmu kingdom to Zhao Fu. Feng Xiaoxiao and the group were planning to head towards the Shenmu kingdom. However, halfway there, a man in a cloak appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful aura. This shocked everyone and they immediately retreated. Zhao Fu stood in the sky in disdain. With a point of his finger, numerous black beams shot out and pierced through the chests of those people. They fell to the ground, leaving only Feng Xiaoxiao alive. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was ugly as she said, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and replied, "The king of Qin." Feng Xiaoxiao's heart jumped. She never thought that the mighty king of Qin would personally come to capture her. Feng Xiaoxiao took out a green feather and waved it. Whoosh, a huge green hurricane blew towards Zhao Fu as if it could destroy everything. Some of the trees on the ground were uprooted and many rocks were sent flying. Zhao Fu took out a sword and slashed with all his might. A terrifying black sword light filled with destructive power slashed the green hurricane apart. It turned into a turbulent flow of energy that dispersed in all directions. It was extremely powerful. It was enough to hurt one's ears. Feng Xiaoxiao did not expect Zhao Fu to be so powerful. Zhao Fu smiled confidently as he landed in front of Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao did not try to escape. Instead, she asked, "What do you want? Also, how did Qin get the news that I would take this route to the Shenmu kingdom?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Because there's a traitor in the Feng family." Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, "Who's the traitor?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "You want to know? I'll tell you right away." 2 hours later, Feng Xiaoxiao snuggled into Zhao Fu's arms and asked, "Can you tell me who the traitor is now?" The person who knew about her route was definitely someone from the higher echelons of the Feng family. If this person was not found, the entire Feng family would be in danger. Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Feng Xiaoxiao thought about it carefully but did not find anyone suspicious. She then asked, "I can't think of anyone." "You should tell me." Zhao Fu smiled and replied, "Feng Linghui." Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, "That can't be. She's the last person who would betray the Feng family. How could she be the traitor?" Zhao Fu smiled and replied, "Because she's already under my control. You're next." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed and she said, "You've already obtained my person. How are you going to control me?" Book 1, Chapter 138. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You can go back now. Just say that you were attacked and that you escaped alone." Feng Xiaoxiao asked curiously, "Are you sure?" Zhao Fu nodded. Feng Xiaoxiao then returned to the Feng family home alone and found Wind on Snow. She was about to tell her that Wind Linghui had betrayed her and had become Qin's spy. However, he could not control his body as he said, "Young master. We were attacked on the road, and I was the only one who managed to escape." Feng Xiaoxiao was astonished. How could this be? She quickly understood that it was because of Zhao Fu. At the same time, she also understood why Feng Linghui would betray Wind on Snow. Wind on Snow asked curiously, "How did those people know which path you took?" Feng Xiaoxiao blurted out uncontrollably, "I'm not sure but I heard from the person who attacked us that it's related to Feng Jiao." Feng Jiao's expression changed and she hurriedly said, "Young master. This has absolutely nothing to do with me." Wind on Snow said calmly, "I know, this could be a setup by that person." Feng Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Xiaoyang said, "Young master, what should we do now?" Wind on Snow said, "Now that they know, there is no need for us to hide it. Publicizing this news will depend on the Shenmu kingdom's attitude." The girls nodded. After they left the main hall, Feng Jiao angrily said to Feng Xiaoxiao, "Why did you say that it had something to do with me? Don't you know that this will kill me?" Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Feng Linghui and said, "I wasn't the one who wanted to say those things, it was the person who had attacked me who said those things. I can't do anything about it even if you want to blame me." Feng Jiao snorted coldly, "Don't let me find out about that, or else he'll suffer." Feng Yumin said, "This matter is indeed suspicious. We should be more careful in the future." The women left and only Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Linghui were left. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Linghui and sighed. Feng Linghui understood when she saw Feng Xiaoxiao's expression and said, "That B** did it?" Feng Xiaoxiao grunted in acknowledgement. He asked, "What do we do now?" Feng Linghui said, "I'm not sure either. Unless we can break free from that bastard's control, we can't do anything." Feng Xiaoxiao replied angrily, "That fellow is terrifyingly strong. It's almost impossible to escape his control." Feng Linghui said, "Then we can only take it one step at a time." When the Divine Wood Kingdom heard that the Feng clan wanted to form an alliance with them, they thought about it. They had a common enemy, so they did not refuse and expressed that they were willing to form an alliance with the Feng clan. This was a good thing for the Feng clan. The pressure would not be so great. The two powers met. Wind on Snow wanted to join forces with the Kingdom of Shenmu to attack Qin and the Jin clan as soon as possible. However, the Kingdom of Shenmu did not want to do so because they had yet to digest such a large territory and population. They did not want to attack so soon. Wind on Snow understood that Shenmu Duan would not attack Qin now and did not force the issue. After some discussion, both parties reached a simple consensus. Back at the Feng family, Feng Xiaoyang was somewhat displeased. The Divine Wood Kingdom refuses to attack, and we can't attack alone. All we can do is wait here? Wait for the Divine Wood Kingdom to attack before attacking together? Feng Yintian said, "If that's the case, we might as well return to the alchemy world." Feng Yumin said, "We can eliminate some small forces first. Let's wait and see. Qin probably won't take the initiative to attack now." Feng Linghui said uncontrollably, "Yes. It's better for us to stay. Although Qin is strong, as long as we eliminate him, the rewards will be great." Hearing her own words, Feng Linghui knew that Zhao Fu did not want the Feng clan to leave. She wondered why Zhao Fu did not want them to leave. Zhao Fu really did not want the Feng clan to leave. After the Feng clan left, new forces would spawn. Now that he had control over two elders, it was very beneficial to Qin's side. If the Feng clan left, all their efforts would be wasted. Feng Xiaoxiao also said uncontrollably, "I don't want to go back like this. Our Feng clan is also a respectable person." Hearing this, Wind on Snow said, "Then we want to eliminate some small forces and build up our defenses to prevent a sudden attack from Qin and the Jin clan." Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Linghui walked towards a secluded area. Feng Jiao felt strange. She thought about Feng Xiaoxiao's words and felt suspicious. So, she quietly followed them. The two of them came under a large tree. A man wearing a cloak walked out from the side. Who is this man? Feng Jiao wondered. However, what happened next made Feng Jiao even more confused. What was going on between the three of them? Were they in love with the same man? 3 hours later, Zhao Fu was lying on the ground with the two women in his arms. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Our Feng clan will not attack Qin. Can't we return to the alchemy world?" Hearing this, Feng Jiao was shocked. This man is Qin's man? The two of them are in cahoots with Qin's men. They are the traitors. No, I have to go back and tell the young master. However, Feng Jiao thought again, there's no hurry. Let's listen to what they're up to before we go back. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Since you're here, why don't you stay longer? Why go back so soon?" Feng Linghui looked at Zhao Fu, "You won't let the Feng clan go no matter what?" Zhao Fu nodded, "Also, the two of you should know what's good for you. Submit to me as soon as possible and work for me. I won't have to control you. Even if you don't submit, the Feng clan will still fall into my hands." Feng Jiao understood, so the two of them are being controlled. Feng Linghui did not speak. Feng Xiaoxiao seemed to be hesitating. Zhao Fu suddenly looked at the place where Feng Jiao was hiding and said with a smile, "You've been watching for so long. Isn't it time to come out?" Feng Jiao's heart jumped and she quickly ran backwards. Clang, 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 a few metal chains shot out from the void and easily bound Feng Jiao before dragging her in front of Zhao Fu. Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Linghui were slightly surprised when they saw Feng Jiao. They had not noticed that Feng Jiao was following them. Feng Jiao struggled with a cold expression, "Let me go." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll let you go right now." The metal chains loosened and Feng Jiao disappeared. Feng Jiao immediately leaped up and slammed her palm towards Zhao Fu's chest. Jiao Fu reached out and grabbed her hand. With a tug, he pulled Feng Jiao into his arms. Feng Linghui watched as Jiao Fu began to bully Feng Jiao and sighed, another elder has been controlled. The Feng clan will be in grave danger if this goes on. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Jiao's expression and understood what was going on. Bastard, scum. Feng Jiao glared angrily at Jiao Fu from the ground and cursed. Jiao Fu smiled gently and said, I'm going back now. The two of you should go back as well. Feng Jiao replied angrily, I'll report this to the young master when I get back and make Qin pay the price. Feng Xiaoxiao replied, it's no use, he's not that kind. His power is in our bodies and our bodies are under his control. Otherwise, we would have told the young master long ago. Volume 1, Chapter 139. Jiao Fu chuckled. All right. Don't waste time, go back. Feng Linghui looked at Jiao Fu. Let me ask you one last time. What's your goal? Can't the Feng family leave now? Jiao Fu smiled. It doesn't matter if I tell you. As long as the Feng family remains, there shouldn't be any new forces around Qin City. I want the situation in Qin City to stabilize. I have other important matters to deal with. Feng Linghui asked, what important matters? Jiao Fu smiled as he said, that's the second question. Feng Linghui asked softly, can't you tell me? Jiao Fu chuckled. You can tell me, but I won't tell you now because I'm not satisfied with your performance. Feng Jiao snorted. What else do you want us to do after treating us like this? Jiao Fu said, I'm leaving. Feng Jiao looked at Jiao Fu in dissatisfaction. After Jiao Fu left, only the three women were left on the ground. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Linghui and asked, what should we do now? Feng Linghui thought for a moment. We'll listen to him in the future. Feng Jiao was stunned. No way? You want us to submit to him and listen to his orders? Feng Xiaoxiao also looked at Feng Linghui in surprise. She really did not expect her to say that. Feng Linghui explained, we have no other choice, and I feel that he'll control the Feng family. Feng Xiaoxiao asked, is there no room for redemption? Feng Linghui nodded. Yes. The three thought for a while and left the place without saying anything else. Back at the Feng family, Feng Xiaoyang asked curiously, where did the three of you go after such a long time? Why couldn't you find them? The three women blushed slightly when they thought of the matter with Su Bai. Feng Linghui asked, what's the matter? The latest chapters of this series will be updated first on the app. Download and continue reading without ads. Feng Xiaoyang said, the young master plans to divide a few troops to clear out some Qianxia forces. Feng Linghui nodded. We understand. Feng Xiaoyang continued, now that there's a traitor, you guys should be more careful and not be misunderstood by the young master. Feng Jiao glanced at Feng Linghui and Feng Xiaoxiao and said, I know. Thank you for the reminder. Feng Xiaoyang left. When the three of them heard this news, they did not do anything. This meant that Jiao Fu did not care about this matter. This time, the Feng clan sent out 3 armies to attack towards the east. They destroyed a few small forces and achieved a good result. This made the Feng family somewhat happy. They could not help but shift their focus to this aspect. After all, it was impossible for them to fight Qin now unless Qin took the initiative to attack or the Shenmu kingdom was willing to attack. Feng Linghui and the other two were no longer under control. They focused on wind on snow and planned to attack the smaller factions. This Tian Feng Liliang said with a smile, the army I commanded cleared out a small faction and obtained some precious top-grade wine. Do you want to have a taste? Feng Jiao smiled. Sure. Feng Xiaoxiao asked curiously, what wine? I don't think I've tasted it. Feng Xiaoyang said with a smile, everyone, let's have a taste. With that said, Feng Xiaoyang took out a jar of wine and opened it. The fragrance of rice wafted out, making one feel as though they were in a field. There was a sense of relaxation. Feng Xiaoyang said with a smile, how is it? Isn't it very extraordinary? Feng Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile, hurry up and make some for me to try. Feng Xiaoyang took out wine cups and filled them with wine. He said with a smile, all of you, come over and have a taste. The girls walked over and drank a mouthful of wine. As the wine flowed down their throats, a warm feeling spread out. It made them feel as though they were in a field, lazily basking in the sun. Feng Jiao praised, "This wine is very good." Feng Xiaoyang smiled. As the girls drank, they became a little drunk. Feng Yumin and Feng Yintian returned to settle some matters before leaving. The girls wanted to end this as they did not want to get too drunk. However, Feng Jiao and Feng Xiaoxiao kept urging them to drink. The girls could not reject their good intentions and gradually lost consciousness. Feng Linghui looked at Feng Xiaoyang, Feng Lingyao, and Feng Lingyu and sighed. "Send the three of them over." Feng Jiao said, "They will definitely blame us when they wake up." Feng Linghui said, "They will definitely, but they won't blame them for long. They will end up like us." Feng Xiaoxiao blushed. "If that guy wasn't the master of Qin City, I would actually like to do that with him." Feng Xiaoyang said drunkenly, "What are you guys talking about?" Feng Jiao said with a smile, "Nothing much. I'm bringing you to a good place." Feng Xiaoyang smiled drunkenly. "What good place?" "I've been to many places." Feng Jiao smiled. "You'll find out very soon." Under the tree, Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the three drunk beauties on the ground. He smiled at Feng Jiao and the other two girls. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your performance." Feng Jiao snorted. Feng Linghui said, "Can I put forward some conditions for you now?" Zhao Fu asked, "What conditions?" Feng Linghui said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll let you know in the future." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Sure." Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Jiao smiled. "Now we're not as passive as we were before. We can discuss some conditions with Zhao Fu." Feng Linghui nodded. "Let's go." Feng Xiaoxiao blushed. "Can't we stay together?" Feng Jiao blushed. "I don't mind staying." Feng Linghui said softly, "We'll come back after he's settled this matter. Let's not disturb him." Zhao Fu smiled. "You're very considerate indeed. Whoever has you will be lucky." Feng Linghui rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. This B*********** Zhao Fu had already possessed her. He still had the nerve to say such things. After the three women left, Zhao Fu looked at the three women on Feng Xiaoyang's back. A few hours passed. Feng Xiaoyang was in Zhao Fu's arms. She blushed and said, "Who are you? Why are we here?" Feng Lingyao and Feng Lingyu looked at Zhao Fu. They were not disgusted with Zhao Fu because they sobered up after a while. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I am Great Qin's emperor." Upon hearing this, the three women were astonished. Feng Xiaoyang said, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhao Fu smiled. "Why would I lie to you?" Feng Xiaoyang scolded coldly. "You're AB*****. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You weren't like this just now. You called me husband." Feng Xiaoyang blushed and snorted. Feng Lingyu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I remember the three of us getting drunk at the Feng residence. How did we get here? Where are Feng Linghui and the rest?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "They're the ones who sent you to me." Feng Xiaoyang immediately said, "I don't believe it. It's impossible for them to do that." Feng Lingyao sighed. "No, it's possible. Previously, our Feng family leaked information several times. I suspected that there was a traitor. Now that I think about it, I'm right." And Book 1, Chapter 140 Feng Xiaoyang said, "But why would they do that?" Feng Lingyao said, "I don't know either because they have no reason to betray the Feng clan." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Maybe it's because I'm too charming that they're all infatuated with me and are willing to help me." Feng Xiaoyang spat, "Shameless." Feng Lingyu said worriedly, "What should we do now? If the young lord knew that we were like this with Emperor Qin, he would definitely kill us." Feng Xiaoyang angrily said to Zhao Fu, "It's all your fault." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Right now, your only choice is to submit to me. You can rest assured that I will not harm you." Feng Lingyu said, "Let us think about it." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No problem, you can go back first, I will wait for your news." The three women nodded. Not long after they left, Feng Linghui and the other two girls came back. Their faces were red, and they looked at Zhao Fu in an alluring manner. Zhao Fu smiled and walked towards them. Feng Xiaoyang and the other two went back and thought about it seriously. They were in a dilemma. They didn't want to betray the Feng clan, but they would be executed for what they did. If they didn't betray, they would die. Of course, they didn't want to die. They thought about it for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. In the end, they got Feng Linghui and the other two girls to come back. Feng Xiaoyang said angrily, "What do you have to say for doing such a thing to us?" Feng Xiaoxiao smiled gently and said, "Aren't you very happy as well?" Feng Xiaoyang blushed. Feng Lingyao looked at Feng Linghui and asked, "Why did you betray the Feng family?" Feng Linghui said, "We have no other choice, and it's the same for you." Wen Chime asked, "What do you mean?" Feng Jiao said, "You have that guy's power in your bodies. You are now under his control. If you can't do it, you can try." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyang wanted to report to Wind on Snow. However, he could not control his body, as if it was not their body. Feng Jiao said helplessly, "We have no choice. If you want to blame us, then blame us." Feng Xiaoyang snorted, "I'll deal with that bastard later." The three women understood this reason and naturally did not blame them. Feng Lingyu asked, "That guy must have bullied you long ago, right?" Feng Linghui said calmly, "Yes, when young master sent me to the Jin family, I was taken by that guy." Feng Xiaoyang understood, "So it was you who had been leaking information about the Feng family." Feng Xiaoxiao replied, "I was sent to the Divine Wood Nation by the young master." Feng Jiao said, "I followed the two of them out of curiosity. In the end, I was discovered by that guy and was bullied by him." Wen Qimiao said bitterly, "This fellow is so despicable. He doesn't have any of the morals of an emperor at all. How could he do such a thing?" Feng Lingyu said, "Let's not talk about this. What's your plan now?" "We plan to submit to him and listen to his orders." Feng Xiaoyang said reluctantly, "Do we really have to do this?" Feng Linghui nodded. "This is the best choice. Think about it. Out of the 8 elders, 6 are already under his control. We have no other choice." Feng Xiaoyang said. "All right." Feng Lingyu and Feng Lingyao nodded, planning to do the same as Feng Linghui. Feng Xiaoyang asked, "What should we do next?" Feng Linghui said, "Only Feng Yumin and Feng Yintian are left. We want to deal with the two of them." The next day, Feng Linghui and the other ladies came before Feng Yintian and Feng Yumin and said, "The young master wants us to do something in secret. Let's go quickly." Feng Yintian asked curiously, "What is it?" Feng Linghui said, "It's a secret for now." Upon hearing this, Feng Yintian did not suspect anything. Since the other elders were going as well, what was there for her to suspect? She did not know that Feng Linghui and the other 5 were Zhao Fu's men. Once again, he arrived under that familiar tree. Feng Yumin looked around and asked curiously, "What are we doing here?" Feng Linghui did not answer them. Instead, she said to the side, "What are you doing?" Zhao Fu walked out with a smile. Feng Yintian asked Feng Linghui, "Who is he? What does the young master want us to do?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Your young master wants you to serve me." Feng Yintian's expression turned cold. "Nonsense. Our young master would never give such an order." Feng Linghui said calmly, "Indeed, the young master would not give such an order. However, the two of you still have to serve him." "What?" Feng Yintian looked at Feng Linghui. Feng Jiao glared at Zhao Fu. "Hurry up. Don't waste time." Zhao Fu laughed and walked towards the two ladies. The two ladies wanted to escape with ugly expressions. However, they were stopped by the other ladies. They did not expect things to turn out like this. After the chaos, Feng Yumin asked with a red face, "Can you tell me who he is now?" Feng Xiaoxiao said, "He is the master of Qin." Upon hearing this, Feng Yumin and Feng Yintian's expressions turned ugly. Feng Jiao said with a smile, "Don't worry. We are all his women now." Upon hearing this, the two ladies relaxed a little. Feng Yumin asked, "Why is it like this?" Feng Linghui said, "We are all controlled by him. We have no choice but to submit to him." Feng Yintian and Feng Xiaoxiao did not object when they saw that everyone else was like this. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I won't treat the 8 of you unfairly." Feng Yumin sighed. "It's a pity that our young master is still kept in the dark. We've let her down." Zhao Fu said with a smile, as long as she becomes my woman, there's no need to let her down. Feng Jiao snorted. In your dreams. Feng Xiaoxiao thought for a moment before saying, our young master is the only one left. If we control her, the Feng clan will fall into the hands of Qin. Zhao Fu said with a smile, that's right. There's only your young master left. I hope that you can help me bring her out so that I can control her. Feng Xiaoyang tried to persuade him. Since it's come to this, you have no choice but to agree. Also, you must treat us and the young master better in the future. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Zhao Fu said with a smile. Feng Linghui looked at Zhao Fu and said, my first condition is that you try your best not to hurt our young master. Don't make her sad. You're her first man. Zhao Fu nodded. I understand. Feng Xiaoxiao asked, then when do we make our move? Zhao Fu said, we'll start in a while. I'll wait for you here. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Linghui. They all treated Feng Linghui as their leader. Feng Linghui said, all right, let's go. Hearing this, the ladies left the place. They arrived at the Feng clan. Wind on Snow sat in the main hall, listening to the soldiers report on the elimination of the small organizations. At this moment, Feng Linghui and the others walked into the main hall. Seeing the ladies' rosy faces, Wind on Snow asked curiously, where did you go? Book 1, Chapter 141. Feng Jiao chuckled and said, young master. Can you come with us for a while? Wind on Snow was confused, why? Why do I feel that you're all very strange? Feng Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly and said, young master, don't waste time. Once you're there, you'll get there. Wind on Snow frowned, what if I don't go? Wind on Snow said softly, young master, you should go. Wind on Snow felt that something was wrong and said coldly, what's wrong with you? Why should I go there? The girls looked at each other and understood that Wind on Snow would not go with them. Feng Xiaoyang said, young master. You can't blame us. Wind on Snow was shocked and immediately called out, guards. However, no one responded because the 8 elders had already ordered the soldiers to stay away. The 8 elders were the most respected people besides Wind on Snow. They did not suspect anything. Wind on Snow's expression was ugly, but she said, what do you want? Feng Jiao smiled and said, you'll know when you get there. Wind on Snow was about to run to the side. The 8 elders surrounded Wind on Snow so that Wind on Snow had no way to escape. Feng Lingyu advised, young master, don't force us to attack you. Wind on Snow looked at Feng Linghui, Sister Hui. You're the person I trust the most. Are you going to be like them? Feng Linghui sighed, young master, please come with us. Wind on Snow thought about it and could only agree. On the way, Wind on Snow asked, did someone in your family ask you to do this? Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head and said with a smile, no. Wind on Snow looked puzzled, then who is it? In the beginning, Wind on Snow thought that someone in her family wanted to harm her. Otherwise, the 8 elders would not have betrayed her. It seemed that this was not the case. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, we'll be there soon. You'll understand. In the end, the 8 elders brought Wind on Snow to a large tree. Under the tree lay a man with a perfect face. Zhao Fu looked at them and said with a smile, you're so slow. I'm already dressed. Hearing this, Wind on Snow understood the reason behind the elders' red faces. She was shocked. How could 8 elders do something like this? Who is this person? Feng Linghui said softly, young master, he is Qin's majesty. What? Wind on Snow looked at the women in shock. She did not expect the 8 elders to bring her to the enemy. Feng Xiaoyang blushed and said, you're shameless. Zhao Fu chuckled and walked towards Wind on Snow. Wind on Snow asked angrily, why did you betray me? Feng Xiaoxiao spoke charmingly, young master, don't be angry. You'll be very happy later and you won't blame us. Zhao Fu rushed forward and hugged Wind on Snow. Wind on Snow struggled with all her might and said coldly, if you dare to do anything to me, I will kill you. An hour later, Feng Linghui could not help but say, that's enough. Don't bully our young master anymore. Zhao Fu smiled and said, then you do it. Feng Xiaoxiao said coquettishly, I'll do it. That night, the sky was a deep blue. There was no moon or stars. Zhao Fu hugged Wind on Snow in his arms and said, "How do you feel? Are you still going to kill me?" Wind on Snow blushed and scoffed, "Of course I'm going to kill you." Feng Xiaoxiao laughed softly, "Young master, you weren't like this earlier. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business." Wind on Snow said, "What's there to talk about now?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Of course there is. Aren't you curious about how I will deal with the Feng family?" Wind on Snow said coldly, "How dare you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're my people. Why wouldn't I dare?" Feng Linghui said softly, "Stop bullying our young master. Let's talk about your next move." Zhao Fu smiled at Wind on Snow and said, "Actually, I don't want to do anything. I just want the Feng family to stay here obediently and not cause me any trouble." Wind on Snow said, "It's that simple?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "After I destroy you, there will be another force. I don't want that kind of trouble." Feng Linghui said, "That's not a problem." Wind on Snow said, "If that's the case, then I can promise you that I won't do anything to Qin." Zhao Fu smiled, "Do you have any ideas?" Feng Linghui thought about it and said, "Even though we've attacked some small forces and gained some rewards, if we continue to stay here, we'll have to bear the pressure from our families." Zhao Fu said, "Isn't the Feng family led by you?" Feng Linghui shook her head, "The Feng family is divided into 3 factions. We're only one of them. The other 2 factions have been eyeing the young master's position. If our young master doesn't perform well, then he might be replaced by them." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "All right then. I'll help you get rid of him." Wind on Snow said, "How do you plan to help us?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "If your army and our Qin soldiers attack the Feng family together, you should be able to easily control the entire Feng family. At that time, you'll be the ones with the most power." Wind on Snow immediately said, "No. That will result in countless casualties. I don't want that." Feng Linghui said, "That's not a good idea. Why don't we use the method you used to control us and control them together?" Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "That's not too good, right? I'm not such a casual man." Wind on Snow pinched Zhao Fu hard, "Don't you have any shame?" Zhao Fu said, "All right then, I'll have to trouble you a little." Following that, Zhao Fu followed Wind on Snow and the elders to the Feng family. This Feng family was mainly made up of women. The men's status was not high. The current head of the family, Feng Qingyue, was Wind on Snow's mother. She looked elegant, making one's heart beat faster. Feng Qingyue called Wind on Snow and the rest to her. "Did something happen for you to come back so suddenly?" Wind on Snow replied, "Nothing." The handsome middle-aged man next to her was Wind on Snow's father. His name was Feng Dongming, and he smiled as he said, "I heard that you brought back a man from the heaven-awakened world. Is that the man standing next to you?" Wind on Snow nodded. Feng Dongming reminded her, "You have a noble status, so you can't have any dealings with people from the heaven-awakened world. We will choose a man for you." Wind on Snow was a bit dissatisfied and simply nodded. Feng Qingyue looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Why does he always wear a cloak?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu took the cloak, revealing his flawless face and extraordinary aura. All of the women present were moved and looked at Zhao Fu in fascination. Feng Dongming felt quite jealous. Why was this person so much better looking than him? In comparison, he was nothing. Feng Qingyue suppressed her heartbeat and smiled as she said, "Wind on Snow. Why did you bring him back?" Wind on Snow replied, "He's the prince of a kingdom that I destroyed. I saw that he looked quite good, so I brought him back." Book 1, Chapter 142 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Maudlals 123 Feng Qingyue smiled and nodded, "I've never seen such a perfect man before." Wind on Snow said, "Mother, if there's nothing else, I'll take him away." Feng Qingyue looked at Zhao Fu with a tinge of reluctance and was about to ask Zhao Fu to stay. Feng Dongming felt that his position was being threatened and immediately said, "All right. You can take him away." Feng Qingyue frowned as she looked at Feng Dongming, not knowing what to say. Wind on Snow brought Zhao Fu away. Because he did not bring his cloak, everyone looked at him along the way. They were all captivated by Zhao Fu's looks and aura. Many men could not help but feel envious. When they reached the room, Zhao Fu smiled proudly, "Look, with my looks, don't you think countless women will like me?" Wind on Snow glared at Zhao Fu. Stop being so smug. Although Wind on Snow said that, she had to admit that Zhao Fu was worthy of being called the most handsome man in the world. Even if Zhao Fu did not force himself on her, he only needed to use some tricks and he would be able to get her. Wind on Snow said, "Stay here and don't wander around. I'll prepare some information for you and then we'll discuss how to deal with the two factions." Zhao Fu nodded. However, not too long after, Zhao Fu sensed someone stealthily sneak in. Zhao Fu pretended not to notice anything and sat down at the table to wait. Suddenly, that person appeared and knocked out Zhao Fu. This was actually Zhao Fu pretending to be knocked out to see what this person was up to. A woman in black clothes with a seductive figure and about the same age as Wind on Snow appeared. She looked at Zhao Fu and lightly smiled as she said, "Since Wind on Snow brought back such a perfect man, I won't hold back." The woman carried Zhao Fu to the bed and then made love to Zhao Fu. After a while, the woman looked at Zhao Fu with reluctance. If she was not worried about Wind on Snow's return, she would not have wanted to leave. After some thought, she smiled and said, "Now that this man has been used by me, let's see what that Wind on Snow can do." A second after the man in black left, another man snuck in. It was a woman with a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and a cold temperament. The woman had just arrived and saw what the woman in black had done to Zhao Fu. She looked at Zhao Fu and gave off a trace of killing intent. Her original plan was to kill Zhao Fu and shift the blame to the lady in black. Then, the lady in black would fight Wind on Snow and she would reap the benefits in the end. The black-clothed woman's name was Feng Moluo, and she was the young mistress of another sect. This woman's name was Feng Doxiang, and she was also the young mistress of another sect. However, when Feng Doxiang walked in front of Zhao Fu, she could not help but reveal a stunned expression. Her heart could not help but race. She did not expect Wind on Snow to bring back such a perfect man. Feng Doxiang wanted to use Zhao Fu before killing Zhao Fu. With this thought, Feng Doxiang could not help but walk over. After a while, Feng Doxiang raised her hand to kill Zhao Fu. However, when she saw Zhao Fu's unconscious state, she could not bring herself to do it. In the end, she sighed and left the room. Zhao Fu felt helpless. He did not expect things to turn out like this. He did not even do anything and he did not know the identities of the two women. However, not long after, the door opened and Feng Qingyue walked in. Seeing the mess on the bed, she frowned and walked over to wake Zhao Fu up. Zhao Fu pretended to wake up slowly and asked helplessly, "What happened?" Feng Qingyue said, "Someone must have knocked you out and done such a shameless thing." Zhao Fu said pitifully and helplessly, "Family leader. What should I do now?" Feng Qingyue could not help but pull Zhao Fu into her embrace. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. No one will bully you." Zhao Fu felt helpless and could only pretend to say, "Thank you, family head." Feng Qingyue smiled and gently pushed Zhao Fu to the side. 2 hours later. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Family head. Why isn't young master back yet?" Feng Qingyue smiled, "I told her to go. Let's continue." After some time, Feng Qingyue hugged Zhao Fu and said with a satisfied smile, "You're truly a beauty. I've never been this happy before." Zhao Fu said embarrassedly, "Thank you for your praise, family head. From now on, I'm yours." Feng Qingyue smiled and nodded, "I'll find a chance to divorce my current man and let you be my man." Zhao Fu said happily, "Thank you, family head." Feng Qingyue smiled, "However, you have to keep this a secret for now. You can't leak this out, do you understand?" Zhao Fu nodded obediently. Feng Qingyue kissed Zhao Fu and left the room. Zhao Fu looked at the messy room and laughed lightly. This was completely different from what he had expected. The door was pushed open once again. Zhao Fu thought that Wind on Snow had returned, but unexpectedly, a green-clothed, cold-looking woman with a scar on her face walked in. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Who are you?" That woman did not say anything. With a cold expression, she grabbed Zhao Fu's throat and pressed Zhao Fu onto the bed. She then started to bully Zhao Fu. 1 hour later. The cold-looking woman said, "I know what happened between you and family head. If you dare to leak this out, you'll die a horrible death. Also, from now on, help Feng Qingyue gather information for me. If there's anything, just tell me directly, do you understand?" Jiao Fu said pitifully, I understand. The cold-looking woman put on her clothes. Jiao Fu said, My lord. May I know your identity? The cold-looking woman reached out and hooked Jiao Fu's chin. She said coldly, Don't do things that shouldn't be done, do you understand? Jiao Fu nodded lightly. The cold-looking woman said, If you're obedient, I won't mistreat you. You can also become my man. Jiao Fu said softly, N. The cold-looking woman said unhappily, You're not willing? Jiao Fu hurriedly smiled and said, No, I'm very happy to become a lord's man. The cold-looking woman harumphed, I don't mind you. You should be more obedient in the future, or else you'll suffer. Jiao Fu nodded. The cold-looking woman glanced at Jiao Fu and turned to leave the room. After the cold-looking woman left, Jiao Fu could not help but sigh. This B***TCH was too violent. He would teach her a lesson later. At this moment, Wind on Snow walked in from outside. She asked with a strange expression, What happened? Jiao Fu rolled his eyes at Wind on Snow and told her what had just happened. Not only was Wind on Snow not angry, she was very happy. She said with a smile, You be***starred, you have such a day. Is this retribution? Jiao Fu went forward and hugged Wind on Snow unhappily. After bullying her and venting his anger, Jiao Fu looked at the information Wind on Snow gave him and understood the identity of those women. Book 1, Chapter 143 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 The next day, Jiao Fu had just woken up. Wind on Snow brought Jiao Fu to have breakfast. Everyone's gaze was on Jiao Fu. It could not be helped, Jiao Fu's looks and aura had already transcended the knowledge of mortals, especially after he had awakened the Chaos Emperor star. Suddenly, a sharp blade stabbed towards Jiao Fu from the crowd. With Jiao Fu's reaction speed, he could react quickly, but Jiao Fu had to act weak. Wind on Snow did not expect that someone would dare to attack him in front of such a person. The sharp blade stabbed towards Jiao Fu's body, and fresh blood flowed out. Wind on Snow's expression turned cold, and she sent a palm strike towards the ordinary-looking man. Bang, the man was sent flying, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood before falling dead. It was not Wind on Snow who had killed him, but he had consumed poison beforehand. Wind on Snow supported Jiao Fu and asked, How are you? Jiao Fu had only suffered some minor injuries, and he pretended to be weak, I feel terrible. Wind on Snow immediately went back and called a doctor, and had her help with Jiao Fu's information. This doctor was a voluptuous woman dressed in white. Her face was red, and her heart was beating rapidly. She helped wrap up the wound on Jiao Fu's chest. Feng Qingyue walked in angrily, Who did this? Wind on Snow shook her head, I'm not sure, I didn't manage to find out the man's identity. Feng Qingyue said coldly, Continue searching. If we find that person, I will make them pay. Feng Qingyue now treated Jiao Fu as her most precious treasure. Feng Qingyue looked at the doctor and asked, How are his injuries? Dr. Windscreen replied, It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Feng Qingyue heaved a sigh of relief, and said to a heroic-looking woman beside her, Feng Shou. In the future, you will be in charge of protecting him, and not let him come to any harm. Yes. Feng Shou replied. Feng Dongming frowned, he did not think that the assassin he had carefully chosen would be so useless. That person was sent by Feng Dongming. Because Feng Dongming could sense that Feng Qingyue liked Jiao Fu a lot, his position would not be guaranteed, so he wanted to get rid of Jiao Fu. After this failure, he didn't dare to act recklessly again. If Feng Qingyue were to find out, not only would he lose his position, he would also lose his life. Feng Qingyue allowed Jiao Fu to rest in the room and instructed someone to cook a bowl of porridge. She then sat by the bed and fed Jiao Fu. Wind on Snow witnessed this scene and understood that her mother was completely infatuated with Jiao Fu. He sighed in his heart. After taking care of Jiao Fu, Feng Qingyue smiled and said, Rest well, I'll come and see you later. Jiao Fu said weakly, Thank you, Patriarch. Feng Qingyue smiled and left with his men. Wind on Snow still had things to do in the Heaven Awaken world. She looked at Jiao Fu and did not know what would happen if she left Jiao Fu here by himself. However, she could not do anything about it. After everyone left, only Feng Shroud and Feng Shou were left. Feng Shou looked at Jiao Fu, she had never seen such a perfect man before. However, she did not dare to look at him for too long and said, I'll stand guard outside. If you need anything, just call me. Zhao Fu gave a slight smile and said, thank you. Seeing this moving smile, Feng Shroud's face became red and she hurriedly went outside. Only Feng Shroud was left in the room to take care of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lay on the bed for a while and felt a bit bored. He looked at Feng Shroud, who was standing by the side with a slightly red face, and smiled as he said, thank you for your treatment. Feng Shroud said nervously, no need to thank me, it's my duty. Zhao Fu said, I'll rest for a while. Feng Shroud nodded. Zhao Fu pretended to fall asleep. Seeing this scene, Feng Shroud could not help but lean over and look at Zhao Fu's face with her beautiful eyes. Her face became hot and her heartbeat became faster and faster. In the end, she could not resist Zhao Fu's temptation. Hearing the sounds inside, Feng Shroud looked at the room curiously and found that Feng Shroud was rubbing against Zhao Fu while he was asleep. Did Feng Shroud not want to live anymore? Feng Shroud immediately wanted to rush in and grab hold of Feng Shroud, who was violating Zhao Fu. However, she could not move her body, and her eyes were tightly fixed on the scene in the room, not wanting to leave for even a second. Feng Shroud walked out and looked at Feng Shroud. Thinking that no one had discovered her, she let out a sigh of relief and left. Seeing her leave, Feng Shroud could not wait any longer and immediately rushed into the room. After a while, Feng Shroud returned to normal and stood guard outside the door as if nothing had happened. After dealing with some matters, Feng Qingyue came to Zhao Fu's room and said to Feng Shroud, you can leave first, I have something to talk to him about alone. Yes. Feng Shroud replied. Feng Qingyue walked out of the room and smiled as she woke Zhao Fu up, and the two of them started. An hour later, Feng Qingyue hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, I find that I can't leave you more and more. Zhao Fu said with a look of joy, me too. Feng Qingyue smiled as she said, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible and make you the respected husband of the family head. Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded and said, family head, can I walk around for a bit? Now that he was in the room, Zhao Fu could not do anything, and he did not know how long it would take for him to control the Feng family. Hearing this, Feng Qingyue thought about it and said, sure, but I need to send people to protect you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, N. Feng Qingyue called Feng Shroud over and had her accompany Zhao Fu to walk around. Feng Shroud looked at Feng Qingyue's rosy face and knew what had just happened. She felt quite envious, she did not dare to do that to Zhao Fu when he was awake. After leaving the courtyard, Zhao Fu and Feng Shroud walked on the streets, and they were still surrounded by people. There were both men and women, and some screamed in joy while others were filled with jealousy and hatred. Feng Shroud warned everyone not to get close, or else they would surround them. Zhao Fu purposefully walked in a certain direction. A seductive and beautiful woman stood on a building and looked at Zhao Fu with an enchanting gaze as she said, I must get this man. She was the leader of the other faction, Feng Doxiang's mother, and her name was Feng Baixiang. Feng Doxiang stood by the side and heard her mother's words. She thought about what had happened and her expression became somewhat complicated. If she could become the family head and have such a perfect man, he would be the target of countless women, and she also wanted this. Zhao Fu walked around, and news regarding Zhao Fu caused an even greater sensation. It was as if countless men had seen a peerless beauty. At night, Zhao Fu followed the instructions and came to a tall wall. A cold-looking woman appeared, and Zhao Fu had already heard about her. She was the leader of the other faction, Feng Moluo's mother, and her name was Feng Ren. It was said that Feng Moluo's father, Feng Ren's husband, had been killed by Feng Ren. This woman was incredibly cold and ruthless, and one could tell what kind of person she was from her actions and tone. Book 1, Chapter 144. I heard that you're injured? Windblade asked as he coldly looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu carefully nodded. It's just a small injury. Windblade asked, did you get any useful information? Zhao Fu shook his head. Windblade coldly snorted, grabbed Zhao Fu's throat with one hand and pressed him against the wall, and began to bully Zhao Fu again. Afterwards, Windblade coldly said to Zhao Fu on the ground, quickly put on your clothes and come with me to a place. Zhao Fu asked, where are we going? Windblade waved his hand and slapped Zhao Fu, I told you not to ask what you shouldn't ask. Did you not remember? Zhao Fu felt the burning pain on his face, and said in his heart, "This stinky woman must be taught a good lesson later. No one dares to hit him like this." However, Zhao Fu still pretended to be pitiful and quickly put on his clothes. Windblade brought Zhao Fu to a secret room. There were already more than 30 beautiful women with different looks and temperaments. Many of the beautiful women looked at Zhao Fu's appearance and exclaimed, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a perfect man. I even suspect that there's something wrong with my eyes." And me too. When I heard about this in the morning, I didn't really believe it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I understand. My heart is beating so fast. This man is simply a stunner. I like him so much. If they knew that our Feng clan has obtained such a perfect man, they would probably start a war to snatch him away. No woman can resist his charm. If I can enjoy him for a while, I'll do anything for you. I also want to. I feel like I've already fallen in love with him. I don't want to be apart from him for even a second. How can there be such a man in this world? My face is so hot. I like him too much. Windblade pushed Zhao Fu out and said coldly, "I'll let you guys play with him." Many of the beautiful women rushed forward in surprise. Zhao Fu pretended to be reserved and obedient. In actuality, Zhao Fu was very happy to do this. He could obtain many beautiful women and control them. Looking at them, they were most likely people from the Windblade faction. In the future, he would not need to care about their faction's matters. The next morning, Zhao Fu returned to the courtyard. Feng Shou asked anxiously, "Where did you go last night?" Seeing her worried look, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I went to play for a while." "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Thank you for your concern." Feng Shou's face turned red. "You have to tell me when you go out in the future, understand?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He suddenly moved his face closer to Feng Shou, wanting to tease her. Seeing Zhao Fu come over, Feng Shou immediately became nervous and closed his eyes with a red face, looking forward to this Zhao Fu. But after waiting for a while, she didn't feel Zhao Fu doing anything. She opened her eyes and saw Zhao Fu smiling at her. Feng Shou picked up Zhao Fu angrily and walked into the room. Following this, Feng Shou also came to the courtyard. Feng Shou pretended that nothing had happened. She felt quite strange in her heart. Why did Zhao Fu not report her after what she had done to him? Could it be that he liked her? Feng Shou looked at Zhao Fu on the bed and prepared to help Zhao Fu change his dressing. Zhao Fu's small injuries had long since healed, his recovery ability was very monstrous. Seeing that Zhao Fu's wounds had healed so quickly, Feng Mu looked quite shocked before feeling quite disappointed. This was because she might not be able to see Zhao Fu in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Feng Shou shook her head. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You can't bear to part with me?" Feng Shou nodded. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "You can come whenever you miss me." Feng Shou looked at Zhao Fu in pleasant surprise and could not help but pounce on Zhao Fu. Seeing this scene, Feng Shou felt quite annoyed. How could this man be pushed by women so easily? She had thought that Zhao Fu really liked her, but it seemed that she had been completely wrong. Afterwards, Feng Shou came out with a red face and looked at Feng Shou. She understood that Feng Shou already knew about this and said, "Feng Shou, can I talk to you?" Feng Shou said, "I'll help you keep it a secret. Don't worry." Feng Shou smiled and said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu helplessly lay on the bed. This woman from the Feng family was too crazy. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died of exhaustion. Now that he did not need to consider the Windblade faction, there were only two factions left. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to go and find Feng Baixiong. However, before Zhao Fu could leave, Feng Baixiong walked in with a trace of a smile. Feng Shou bowed and said, "Great Elder." Feng Baixiong nodded and smiled as she said, "You can leave first." Feng Shou said, "I'm someone sent by the family head to protect him and cannot leave his side." Feng Baixiong's expression became cold as she berated, "Could it be that you're not going to listen to my orders?" Hearing this, Feng Shou retreated. Feng Baixiong looked at Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile as she said, "You're that man, right?" Zhao Fu nodded and bowed, "I pay my respects to you, milady." Feng Baixiong went up and held Zhao Fu's hand as she smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." Following this, Feng Baixiang looked at Zhao Fu greedily, while Zhao Fu intentionally acted innocent and shy, causing Feng Baixiang to become even more excited, and she forced Zhao Fu to retreat step by step. A few hours later, Feng Baixiang hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Come with me. In the future, you'll be my man, it's 100 times better than staying here." Zhao Fu said hesitantly, "The family head might not let me leave." Feng Baixiang lightly smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave her to me." Zhao Fu nodded, he also wanted to control Feng Baixiang's people. Feng Baixiang brought Zhao Fu back to her home, and after hearing about this, Feng Qingyue became very angry. Feng Baixiang knew about this, so she took the initiative to meet Feng Baixiang and gave her a condition, which was that she would support Wind on Snow as the family head in the future. This caused Feng Qingyue's anger to subside slightly, but she was still somewhat reluctant. Feng Baixiang lightly smiled and said, "I believe that you'll be able to find that man, right?" Feng Qingyue's face became slightly red as she nodded. Feng Baixiang smiled and said, "If you want him, you can come at any time. Don't avoid that man of yours. After all, you're the family head, and it wouldn't be good if such a thing were to spread." Feng Qingyue thought about it and said, "All right. I'll leave him with you for now, but I'll take him first." Feng Baixiang smiled and nodded. The moment the two of them came to an agreement, Feng Douxiang walked into Zhao Fu's room and looked at Zhao Fu, who was sitting on the table. Zhao Fu knew her identity, but he pretended not to know her and asked, "Do you need something from me?" Feng Douxiang did not say anything, and she went up and hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu started to struggle with all his might. Feng Douxiang said coldly, "You better behave yourself, otherwise, I'll kill you right now." Hearing this, Zhao Fu pretended to be afraid and did not dare to do anything. Feng Douxiang lightly snorted and hugged Zhao Fu as she walked to the side, bullying Zhao Fu like everyone else. Feng Baixiang walked in from outside and smiled slightly when she saw the scene in the room. Feng Douxiang was a little flustered when she saw her mother return. "Mother." Feng Baixiang smiled and said, "Continue." Feng Douxiang blushed. Feng Baixiang watched for a while and also walked over. Over the next few days, they all sank into it. In the end, they all collapsed in their rooms, while Zhao Fu walked out feeling refreshed. This was the first time he had come to Feng Baixiang's place, so Zhao Fu wandered around curiously. Many women came over and excitedly smiled as they started to move about. The men all looked at Zhao Fu with disgust and jealousy because Zhao Fu had attracted all of their women, so they did not dare to say anything. A young and beautiful woman asked nervously, "What's your name?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "My name is Su Bai." The woman said happily, "Oh, your voice is also nice. I want to be friends with you. Is that okay?" "My name is Feng Tian." Zhao Fu nodded. Another woman with a sexy figure said, "I also want to be friends with you. My name is Feng Lu. Is that okay?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The others also introduced themselves, wanting to be friends with Zhao Fu and also wanting to become Zhao Fu's women. They were also excited, and the situation began to get out of control. In the end, Zhao Fu was pushed into a bamboo forest by them. The men were angry when they heard the sounds in the bamboo forest. They gritted their teeth and hated Zhao Fu to death. Some men wanted to rush in to stop him, but they were directly beaten half to death by the women in the bamboo forest and thrown out. The women who came after hearing the news also kept walking into the bamboo forest. When the elders heard that such a big event had happened, they hurriedly ran over and looked at the scene in the bamboo forest with surprised expressions. A tall elder said, "Is that man a monster?" Another woman with a mature temperament said, "No, he's even scarier than a monster. Coupled with his charming appearance, even I'm tempted." The beautiful woman with a hot figure chuckled. "I'm going over. Do you want to go?" The beautiful woman blushed. "I want to go too." A few days later, Zhao Fu walked out of the bamboo forest as if nothing had happened. The bamboo forest was filled with women. Feng Baixiang looked at Zhao Fu walking out and lightly smiled, "Our Feng clan is fortunate enough to obtain a treasure like you. It is our Feng clan's greatest fortune. Look at how many women are crazy about you." Zhao Fu pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Elder, you flatter me." Feng Baixiang smiled and said, "I didn't, from now on you are my man, just call me wife." Zhao Fu smiled. "Wife." Feng Baixiang nodded in satisfaction and leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. Husband. I might need your help in the future. Zhao Fu asked, how can I help you? Feng Baixiang smiled and said, I hope that I can use your beauty to convince those people to support me as the patriarch. I hope that they can also support my daughter to become the next patriarch. It turned out that Feng Baixiang had not given up on the idea of becoming the patriarch and wanted to use Zhao Fu to help her achieve her goal. This was also what Zhao Fu wanted, so he pretended to be unhappy and said, I don't want that. Feng Baixiang said coquettishly, good husband, please help me. I know that it is very hard for you. If I become the patriarch, I will give you anything you want. Only then did Zhao Fu nod. Feng Baixiang then brought Zhao Fu to a secret room. Inside, there were 30 or so women wearing cloaks that did not reveal their appearances. Their positions in the Feng clan were not low, and they did not belong to the 3 sections. Feng Baixiang smiled and said, I have brought him here, take a good look. The women looked at Zhao Fu with greedy gazes, as if they wanted to eat Zhao Fu up. A beautiful woman with purple lips smiled and said, we are very satisfied, but we want to inspect the goods to see if they are as magical as you say. Feng Baixiang lightly smiled and said, no problem. The women did not stand on ceremony and walked towards Zhao Fu. One day later. Feng Baixiang smiled and said, is everyone satisfied? The women nodded. The beautiful woman with purple lips smiled and said, he is truly one of the best in the world. Another beautiful woman smiled and said, Anne, I have never had such a man before. If possible, I would even want to die for him. A tall woman said, with him around, our future life will be very interesting. The beautiful woman smiled and said, whoever gets him will live a life worth it. It is a pity that I cannot monopolize him. Another beautiful woman lightly snorted, aren't you embarrassed? You want to monopolize such a good thing and don't know how to share it with everyone. Feng Baixiang smiled and said, then? The beautiful woman with purple lips smiled and said, we will do our best to support you. I think that with him, it will be hard for you not to become the patriarch. The beautiful woman lightly smiled and said, whoever obtains him will obtain the Feng clan. After the women left, Feng Baixiang hugged Zhao Fu who was lying on the ground and said happily, thank you, husband. Zhao Fu lied in Feng Baixiang's embrace and said weakly, as long as you are happy. Hearing this, Feng Baixiang's face was filled with gratitude and she could not help but push Zhao Fu down. At night, there was a bright moon in the sky that emitted a bright moonlight. Feng Ren snuck into the room and looked at Zhao Fu and said angrily, why didn't you come to my place these few days? Zhao Fu explained, they are watching me too closely, I have no way of leaving. Hearing this, Feng Ren lightly snorted, enough, no need to say any more. Feng Ren walked over and pressed Zhao Fu to the ground, ruthlessly bullying Zhao Fu. After that, Feng Ren hugged Zhao Fu and asked, you have been here for so long, did you get any useful information? Hearing this, Zhao Fu told Feng Ren about Feng Baixiang's plan. Feng Ren revealed a satisfied smile, I understand. In the future, help me secretly convince them not to support Feng Baixiang and support me to become the Feng clan's patriarch. I will also interact with them on my own. Zhao Fu nodded, I understand. Feng Ren looked at Zhao Fu in his embrace and his expression became much gentler. After this is done, I will definitely make you my man and the most respected man in the Feng clan. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Not long after Feng Ren left, another beautiful woman snuck in. It was the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Qingyue. Feng Qingyue looked at Zhao Fu and hugged Zhao Fu tenderly, darling. You have worked hard. Zhao Fu shook his head, it's not hard at all. Feng Qingyue smiled and said, right now, those 2 factions believe in you, but they don't know that you are working for me. As long as the plan succeeds, I will be able to completely control the Feng clan. Zhao Fu said in Feng Qingyue's embrace, I will support the patriarch. Feng Qingyue happily nodded, husband. I will not treat you unfairly. In the future, if you don't want to do that with other women, you can reject them. I will also respect your choice. Book 1, Chapter 146 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 In the following days, Feng Baixiang brought Zhao Fu to approach some women. It was not just women from the Feng family but women from other families as well. She used Zhao Fu to gain their support. This made Zhao Fu feel quite impatient because he had stayed in the Feng family for a long time. He could not stay here forever, even though his days were quite comfortable. Today, Zhao Fu completely stopped pretending and sat on the Feng family's leader's seat as he called the people from the three sects over. Seeing Zhao Fu sitting there, Feng Baisheng felt quite surprised and could not understand where Zhao Fu had gotten his courage to sit there. Feng Qingyue also frowned and had a bad feeling. Feng Qiu angrily looked at Zhao Fu, planning to teach Zhao Fu a lesson later. Zhao Fu no longer looked weak and helpless, and he instead gave off the majesty of an emperor. His voice gave off a formless pressure as he said, "You've all come." Facing Zhao Fu's sudden change, the women could not react in time. Zhao Fu continued to speak, "I'm sure you're all curious about my true identity, so I'll tell you, I'm the ruler of the Qin Empire in the Heaven Awakened world. Your army in the Heaven Awakened world has long since been under my control." Hearing this, the women's expressions fell. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. They had underestimated Zhao Fu too much. Feng Qiu gave off a powerful aura as she rushed towards Zhao Fu and said furiously, "I'll kill you." Zhao Fu looked at her, and a formless and terrifying power pressed Feng Qiu to the ground, making it impossible for her to move at all. Everyone felt quite startled. This was Void Realm cultivation, and his cultivation was actually so high. If he wanted to, he could easily kill all of them. Everyone had been tricked by this man in front of them. The funny thing was that the leaders of the three sects had thought that they had Zhao Fu in their hands, but in actuality, they had been toyed with by Zhao Fu. Feng Qingyue said with a cold expression. "What do you want now?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "The Feng family will take me as its ruler." Feng Qingyue said coldly, "What if we refuse?" Zhao Fu smiled confidently, his voice carrying a trace of an overbearing emperor. "Do you have the right to refuse? Kneel." All of the women present immediately knelt on the ground, unable to resist at all. Only now did the women realize that Zhao Fu had long since left a restriction in their bodies, controlling their bodies. However, the key point was that they did not notice it at all. This man was too terrifying. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now, as long as you obediently submit to me, your status and identity will remain the same as before." Hearing this, Feng Qingyue understood that he was still the family head and said, "All right." Feng Baisheng hesitated for a moment before nodding her head, "I also agree." In the end, Zhao Fu looked at the wind blades on the ground. Windblade angrily glared at Zhao Fu. She could not accept that he had lied to her, nor could she accept that Zhao Fu was above her. She said coldly, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I definitely won't submit to you." Zhao Fu coldly laughed. He had long since wanted to teach this wind blade a lesson. Now that she was seeking death, Zhao Fu would immediately fulfill her wish. In front of everyone, Zhao Fu violently destroyed Wind Blade. In the end, Wind Blade could not hold on anymore and humbly begged Zhao Fu for mercy, willing to submit to Zhao Fu. She no longer looked as cold and domineering as before. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and let her off, and he started to bully the other women. This time, Zhao Fu was the leader. One day later, Zhao Fu hugged the leaders of the three sects as he lay on the ground. Feng Qingyue asked curiously, "Husband, how did you control the Feng family's army in the Heaven Awakened world? We haven't heard anything yet." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's very simple. I used the same method I used to control you all." Feng Baisheng smiled as she said, "With husband's charm, we indeed could not resist your temptation. Lust is like a knife above our heads. It's not wrong for us to lose to you." Windblade's face became slightly red as she said, "Husband, is your identity not ordinary? Otherwise, you wouldn't have such looks and aura." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll tell you my true identity. I'm the Heaven Awakened world's Heaven Awakened son, the person with the Supreme Emperor star." Hearing this, the women looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and their minds went blank. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying, and their hearts almost could not take it. Windblade said softly, "That's right. With such perfect looks, we can accept losing to you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "In the future, the three of you need to be more gentle with each other and not act like before." Feng Qingyue smiled as she said, "I have no objections. You're our man now, and we'll take you as our master in the future." Feng Baisheng said, "I have no objections either." Windblade thought for a moment before saying, "I have no objections either. Everything I have now belongs to husband, no man has ever conquered me." Husband, you're the first person to win my heart, and I'm willing to obey you. Looking at Windblade, Jiaofu felt a sense of accomplishment and said, alright, I'll go back to Qin now. Feng Qingyue smiled as she said, can we go to Qin to have a look? I want to know what kind of faction husband's faction is. Jiaofu smiled as he said, let's go back together. Following this, Jiaofu brought the three women back to the Heaven Awaken world. Seeing Jiaofu bring the three women back, Wind on Snow understood that Jiaofu had successfully taken control of the Feng family. Now, the entire Feng family belonged to Jiaofu. Feng Qingyue smiled as she said, daughter. Wind on Snow said apologetically, I'm sorry, mother. Feng Qingyue smiled as she said, I'm not blaming you, I'm just thanking you for bringing husband back to the Feng family. You've done a great service to the Feng family. Hearing this, Wind on Snow felt quite surprised and looked at Jiaofu. She had never thought that Jiaofu would be able to make her mother do this. Jiaofu smiled as he hugged Wind on Snow and said, you don't have to pretend anymore. Come back to Qin with me. Wind on Snow's face became red as she nodded. Jiaofu brought the women back to Qin. Wind on Snow and the women entered Qin and looked around, gradually understanding Qin's true strength. When the Jin family heard about this, they were incredibly shocked. Qin was simply too terrifying, he had silently taken control of a family that was no weaker than them. Luckily, they had not chosen to resist Qin. The Shenmu Kingdom's ministers all had unsightly expressions, and they started to feel regret. If they had known, they would have destroyed Qin by hook or by crook. Now that the three factions were working together, how could the Shenmu Kingdom fight back? Right now, the Shenmu Kingdom should be afraid of Qin's attack. Shenmu Kingdom Duan immediately ordered people to build defensive structures to defend against Qin's attack. Although Jiaofu controlled the Feng family and his faction became even more powerful, Jiaofu did not have any intention of attacking the Shenmu Kingdom. After all, new factions would appear even if he destroyed them. He did not want to waste his energy and the lives of his soldiers. Now that the Jin family and the Feng family, the two alchemist families, were here, Qin would not be in much danger. Jiaofu could head to the Water Realm and awaken the Water Race Imperial Star. Book 1, Chapter 147 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. After giving some simple instructions, Jiaofu got up and headed towards the water region. After walking for a while, Jiaofu found that there were battles everywhere. It was either the card world attacking the Heaven Awaken world or the alchemy world attacking the Heaven Awaken world. Whether or not they could defend against the invasions, there would be massive casualties, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Some of the smaller factions did not even have any space to survive. Jiaofu did not have time to worry about this and continued to head towards the water region. In actuality, these things were quite beneficial to Jiaofu. Before, the higher beings had been waiting at the water region because they knew that Jiaofu would go there to awaken the water race's Emperor Star. However, now that two worlds had invaded, they did not have time to pay attention to Jiaofu. Comparatively speaking, Jiaofu would be much safer and would not have to worry about being found by higher beings. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as a few arrows containing immense force shot towards Jiaofu. Jiaofu frowned and waved his hand, sending out a wave of energy to knock the arrows away. A group of people from the card world appeared. They did not look like soldiers, and they wore all sorts of defensive equipment and held different weapons, looking like a group of mercenaries. During this period of time, it seemed that the card world had opened up more restrictions. Not only could people from other factions go to the Heaven Awaken world to fight, but the Night Guild had also been given some authority to allow independent people to enter the Heaven Awaken world to fight. Even though they all had different strengths and different preparations, there were many of them, and there were some powerful people among them. Right now, Jiaofu was facing a hunting party made of independent people. They had already set the Heaven Awaken world's people as their targets. Killing Jiaofu would give them points, and if they captured Jiaofu, they could sell him as a slave. Either way, it would be beneficial to them. The insidious-looking man coldly laughed as he said, I found a good prey today and should be able to get a good price for it. Everyone, attacked together. Hearing this, everyone gave off a powerful aura as they charged at Jiaofu. Jiaofu coldly looked at this group of people and grabbed with his hand. The people rushing over felt as if they had been grabbed by a massive, formless hand, and they started to feel terrified and wanted to beg Xiao Fu to spare them. Bang! Bang bang bang, Xiao Fu clenched his fist, causing those people to explode. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, making everyone feel disgusted. Keep moving. Xiao Fu just happened to see a group of mercenaries pressing down 20 or so young men and women. They were tied up with ropes, and some of them were slightly injured. There were no elderly or children, and because there were not many benefits, they killed the elderly and children. A decent-looking man saw Xiao Fu and could not help but beg, "Sir, save us." The group of mercenaries looked at Xiao Fu and frowned. Anyone who dared to stay outside by himself now must have a certain level of strength. The leader, a bearded man, said, "This matter has nothing to do with you, so there's no need for you to interfere. We won't attack either." It was obvious that this man did not want to fight with Xiao Fu. They did not have the confidence to do so. The young men and women pleaded as they looked at Xiao Fu. They all knew what would happen to them, and Xiao Fu was their only hope. Xiao Fu said to the bearded man, "Hurry up and piss off." The bearded man felt furious and immediately slashed at Xiao Fu. The others also attacked Xiao Fu from the sides. Xiao Fu slashed out with a finger and a massive black sword light slashed out, slashing apart the incoming people. Blood flew everywhere as countless howls sounded out. This was a bloody scene. This caused everyone in the Heaven Awakened world to feel a wave of fear. Xiao Fu looked at everyone and said, "You can leave now." The people hurriedly picked up the weapons on the ground and cut the ropes on their bodies. They thanked Xiao Fu before hurriedly leaving. However, before Xiao Fu had even taken a few steps, he heard many cries. That group of people had encountered a group of soldiers from the card world, and those soldiers had shot out arrows and killed those people. Xiao Fu slightly sighed and did not bother with them and continued on his way. This was the situation in the Heaven Awakened world, and Xiao Fu was powerless to change it. After Xiao Fu went back to kill those soldiers, he would soon run into them again. After coming to a city, Xiao Fu planned to use a teleportation channel to go further away. However, because of the war, the teleportation channel could not be used. If he walked by himself, it would take him a few days to reach his next destination. As such, Xiao Fu found the city lord of the city. She was a chubby middle-aged woman who looked quite ordinary. Before, she did not want to see Xiao Fu, but after seeing Xiao Fu display some of his strength, she understood that Xiao Fu was a powerful expert. Her name was Wan Yanli, and she chuckled as she sat on a chair and said to Xiao Fu, "What is your name, sir?" Xiao Fu replied, "I'm called Moyi." Wan Yanli smiled as she said, "Sir, you should know about the current situation. It's not that I don't want to let you use it." Xiao Fu said, "Just tell me what the price is. I'm willing to use some treasures and spirit medicines in exchange for the right to use the teleportation channel." Wan Yanli smiled as she said, "Sir, I'm not interested in such things. I've recently encountered some trouble, and I wonder if sir can help me resolve it." Xiao Fu understood her goal and said, "Go ahead." Wan Yanli said, "To the southwest of us, there's a card world army that has 200,000 or so people, and they've been threatening the safety of our city. I want you to help me assassinate the general of this army, and I'll arrange a group of people to cooperate with you." Xiao Fu nodded, "I'll go." Wan Yanli looked quite startled, "What?" Xiao Fu said, "I'll go kill that general now. Wait a bit, I'll be back soon." Wan Yanli said in shock, "You're going now? Alone?" Xiao Fu nodded. Following this, Xiao Fu left the city and came to the southwest of the Card World Army, and he stood in the sky and looked down at the Card World Army. Seeing Xiao Fu in the sky, the soldiers immediately became alert, preparing to attack Xiao Fu at any time. Xiao Fu said, "Who's your general?" A tall young man wearing armor walked out and looked at Xiao Fu in the sky as he asked, "I am, what do you want?" Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to borrow your life." The young man was furious, "Kill." Swish, 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 countless arrows shot towards Xiao Fu like raindrops, giving off a sharp aura that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Xiao Fu felt quite disdainful and waved his hand, causing a gust of wind to blow away the countless arrows. The powerful wind caused the soldiers to lose their footing, and they looked quite afraid. Book 1, Chapter 148, Battle. Xiao Fu slashed out with his finger, opening up a massive black hole. Countless traces of demonic chi flowed out, and a terrifying aura covered the sky. Arg! Countless roars resounded as demons drilled out of the hole and pounced on the card world below like a tide. The two sides quickly fought fiercely. Some arrows pierced through the demons' bodies, causing them to turn into demonic chi and dissipate. A demon leapt down and pierced a claw through a card soldier's chest, while a card soldier raised his saber and slashed at the demon, splitting it in half. A howl sounded out as a card soldier's arm was torn off by a demon, causing blood to spurt out. A demon leapt onto a card soldier and bit down on that card soldier's body, devouring the card soldier's flesh and blood. A card soldier coldly threw out a card, which turned into a fireball and sent 2 or 3 demons flying back. A demon slashed out with its claw, sending a card soldier flying back. The card army and demon army intensely fought, and Zhao Fu looked at the general. Just as he was about to act, a massive spear light containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu gave off a wave of power, forming a black defensive barrier. The spear light slammed against the barrier, causing a muffled explosion to ring out. A ripple of light spread out, and the spear light turned into many specks of light. Zhao Fu looked to the side and saw a group of cavalry charging towards him. There were roughly 2,000 or so of them. Boom! The cavalry charged and vigorously stabbed out with their spears, causing their power to gather into a massive ray of light that shot towards Zhao Fu with unstoppable momentum. Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed and tapped out with his finger, causing a terrifying power to strike the ray of light. A massive explosion sounded out as shockwaves spread out, turning into a wild gale. The cavalry still wanted to attack. Zhao Fu grabbed out with one hand, causing a massive formless hand to grab the 2,000 cavalry. It vigorously gripped, causing the cavalry to explode and blood to spurt everywhere. When everyone caught sight of this, their hearts were filled with fear. That group of cavalrymen was their trump card. But against this man, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The strength of this man had far exceeded their imaginations. Looking at the chaotic entanglement below, a pale white power condensed in Zhao Fu's palm, forming a seed that fell to the ground. Swish swish swish, countless pale white tendrils rapidly grew out, and the sharp tendrils pierced through the bodies of those people. Blood splattered everywhere, and blood-curdling screams could be heard. Zhao Fu's gaze landed on the general. The general's face was filled with fear, and he wanted to run. Zhao Fu instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the general. He grabbed the general's throat with one hand and twisted, breaking the general's throat. Then, Zhao Fu took the general's corpse and shot into the sky. The demons disappeared and the vines stopped growing. Looking at the blood splattering everywhere and the corpses, the soldiers looked terrified and immediately ran away. Now that their general was dead, there was no one to command them. Zhao Fu threw the corpse in front of Wang Yanli. He said, "It's done." Wang Yanli had long since heard about what Zhao Fu had done, and she respectfully smiled as she said, "Thank you, sir, for your help. I represent the entire city in thanking you." Zhao Fu replied, Can I use the teleportation channel now?" Wang Yanli lightly laughed as she said, "Of course you can. When will sir have time?" "I want to properly receive sir." Zhao Fu said, "There's no need." Hearing this, Wang Yanli did not force him. She brought Zhao Fu to a teleportation channel and personally activated it. Zhao Fu walked in, and a light flashed as Zhao Fu disappeared. A man next to Wang Yanli said, "That sir is so powerful, he can destroy an army by himself. It would have been great if he had stayed in our city." Wang Yanli lightly laughed, "Keep dreaming, how could such a major figure stay in our city? Now that the card army has been destroyed, we can be at ease for a while. However, we can't be careless, the next faction will spawn soon." The man also nodded seriously. After teleporting to a city, Zhao Fu looked around and found that he was the only person here. It was most likely that all other teleportation channels had been closed. Seeing Zhao Fu teleport over, a soldier asked Zhao Fu where he had teleported from and if he had permission. Zhao Fu answered some questions, and the soldier did not make things difficult for Zhao Fu and allowed Zhao Fu to leave. Zhao Fu did not stay in this city for long, and he continued on his way. Because of the battle, Zhao Fu felt that his speed had been greatly reduced, and he did not know when he would be able to reach the water region. This place was not too far away from the ancient stem domain. Zhao Fu flew in the sky. Boom! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as rays of light containing immense power shot towards Xiao Fu, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Countless explosions sounded out as light scattered in all directions, and the terrifying shockwaves caused people's bodies to feel a chill. Xiao Fu released a black defensive barrier and blocked that wave of attacks. This wave of attacks was evidently from the alchemy holy beasts, and Xiao Fu looked into the distance and saw a sparrow-like alchemy holy beast in the sky. After glancing at the alchemy holy beast, Xiao Fu quickly flew away, not wanting to waste time with them. The alchemist people on the alchemy holy beast looked at this scene in shock. Their alchemy holy beasts had focused their attacks on that person, but that person was completely fine. His strength was extraordinary. They felt quite afraid. If Xiao Fu had attacked, they might have died here. Luckily, Xiao Fu only glanced at them before flying away. They did not dare to casually attack, and they quickly flew away from this region on their alchemy holy beasts. After Xiao Fu flew for a while, massive explosions sounded out as rays of light containing immense power shot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu breathed out and a wave of power spread out, forming a black defensive barrier that blocked this wave of attacks. This alchemy holy beast was an enormous tortoise-like holy beast, and it was slightly larger than the previous alchemy holy beast. A terrifying shockwave spread out, but Xiao Fu was still not injured at all. At most, there were some small cracks on the defensive barrier, but he did not take much damage. Seeing this, the alchemy holy beast turned and ran. Xiao Fu could not be bothered to continue chasing. This was the disadvantage of flying in the sky. He was a complete target, and everyone wanted to hit him. This also showed how dangerous it was for a person to travel alone. Xiao Fu was quite powerful and was immune to these attacks. If it was an ordinary person facing such a terrifying attack, their body would have been blasted into smithereens. Book 1, Chapter 149 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Xiao Fu quickly flew away from this region. A convoy of thousands of people was desperately running away because there was a group of Card World soldiers chasing after them. The Teak Tree Kingdom was a spirit kingdom. It was very powerful and had a good reputation. However, in the face of the continuous attacks of the three card kingdoms, it was unable to resist. The kingdom was breached and its king was killed by an expert. The group of people running away was the Teak royal family. The Card World soldiers continuously chased after them and killed the Teak soldiers, while the Teak people continuously retaliated. The Teak elites were defending at the back. They were not weak and had good equipment, and they had a lot of respect, so they could temporarily defend against the Card World soldiers. The carriage in front belonged to the royal family of Teak country. The Card World soldiers continued to chase and their numbers continuously increased, gradually forming an encirclement. A valiant-looking female general with short, shiny hair immediately yelled, "Heed my orders and stop these Card World soldiers to the death. We must let the royal family escape, they are the hope of our Teak kingdom." Yes. The soldiers obeyed and rode their horses towards the pursuing Card World soldiers. The two sides clashed, and the sounds of weapons clashing continuously sounded out. Blood flew everywhere as people continuously died and fell to the ground. Even though the Teak soldiers were incredibly courageous, they could not stop the Card World soldiers in numbers. They were gradually destroyed by the Card World soldiers, and the female general also suffered some injuries. In the end, the Card World soldiers surrounded the Teak royal family. The remaining people of the Teak Tree Nation gathered together, and their faces were very ugly. A handsome and sunny man rode out from within the Card World soldiers and looked at the Teak general as he smiled and said, "You have nowhere to run, it's best if you surrender as soon as possible and our majesty might spare your lives." The general coldly harumphed and said, "We definitely won't surrender." The handsome and sunny man smiled as he said, "I quite admire you, but you have no other choice or else you'll die. I'll say it one last time, put down your weapons and submit to me." A noble-looking woman with long, lustrous hair walked out of a carriage and bowed before calling out, "Queen." "This woman is the Teak queen, Yu Muxin." Yu Muxin said, "You've already destroyed my Teak country. Why won't you let us live?" The sunny man said, "You can't blame us for this. If we let you go, there will be endless troubles in the future." Yu Muxin said, "You're a faction from the Card World, and you can leave the Heaven Awakened world at any time. We can't threaten you at all. I can give you all of my treasures in exchange for letting us leave. The man looked at Mushin and said, I can't do this. You'd better go back and talk to His Majesty. At this moment, a figure flew over from the sky. Both sides looked at Zhao Fu, who was flying in the sky. Seeing the people from the heaven-awakened world flying over, the Sunny Man did not hesitate and said, shoot him down. Arrows flew towards Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu waved his hand and knocked them away. Seeing this, Mushin felt quite delighted and hurriedly called out, Sir, please help us. We'll give you great rewards. The Sunny Man could sense that Zhao Fu was not simple, and he said, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's best for you to scram, or else you'll die here. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and lightly laughed, is that so? I won't be leaving. The bright-looking young man coldly harumphed and raised his spear as he vigorously shot it towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a powerful force. As the spear shot towards Zhao Fu leaned to the side, avoiding the spear. At the same time, he grabbed the spear and threw it back at the Sunny Man. Swish, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the spear pierced through the Sunny Man's chest and landed on the ground behind him. A massive shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crumble and the soldiers around him to be blasted back. The power that Zhao Fu displayed caused everyone present to fall silent, and everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Another Card World general called out, attack together, there's only one of him. Don't be afraid. A group of soldiers gave off powerful auras and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he stretched out his hand and pressed down, causing a massive formless hand to press down on those people's bodies. A massive handprint appeared on the ground, and the people inside were badly mangled and died horrible deaths. The Card World soldiers looked at Zhao Fu in fear. The Teak people felt quite delighted. Even though they did not know who Zhao Fu was, at least Zhao Fu was from the heaven-awakened world and had killed many Card World soldiers. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a powerful aura spread out, causing everyone's expressions to change. This was the aura of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. A beautiful woman with wavy golden hair and wearing a long robe appeared in the sky. She was called Amos, and she was a famous expert in the Card Kingdom. It was said that she could even exchange a few blows with Void Realm experts. Seeing this, the Card World soldiers were delighted and called out, we greet Lady. Amos looked at the corpses on the ground and coldly laughed as she said, you're quite bold to dare to kill our people. The Teak man's face became pale, he had never thought that the Card Kingdom's expert would arrive so quickly. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, it was you who attacked me first, are you blaming me? At most, we don't owe each other anything. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Interlude, the perfect copy of the old version of the book Chasing Artifact app Mimi reading /w/w/w/w /m/i /e/d/c/o/m. Hearing that Zhao Fu was going to leave, Mushin hurriedly said, please save us, sir, we're willing to give everything to sir. There were so many Card World soldiers, and with this expert, if Zhao Fu left, they would have no hope at all. Amos coldly laughed as she said, you killed our people and you want to run? Keep dreaming. Amos waved her hand and 3 cards appeared, turning into a massive fiery flame that rushed towards Zhao Fu, instantly devouring Zhao Fu's body. The Teak man felt quite startled, how had Zhao Fu been dealt with so quickly? A trace of disdain appeared on Amos's face. However, after the fiery flame dissipated, Zhao Fu stood there as if nothing had happened and looked at Amos with a trace of mockery. Amos was infuriated and raised a hand, causing a massive wave of energy to spread out from her palm. A massive flame surged out and turned into a massive flaming bird, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. The flaming bird flapped its wings, bringing with it a heat wave as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand, and a large formless hand grabbed the flaming bird. The flaming bird struggled in Zhao Fu's hand, but Zhao Fu tightened his grip, causing the flaming bird to cry out before turning into flames and dissipating. Amos felt quite startled. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, what other methods do you have? Quickly use them. Book 1, Chapter 150 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Amos's expression turned solemn. Only now did she realize that Zhao Fu was much more powerful than her. It was very likely that he was an emptiness realm expert. Amos spread her hands, and cards appeared before her. There were hundreds of them, and they all had different fire runes drawn on them. Under Amos's control, the many cards were distributed all over her body. The cards emitted countless flames, and the flames continuously fused and formed a huge western fire dragon, emitting a powerful aura. This was Amos's most powerful technique, and it was also the reason why she could fight against an emptiness realm expert for a few moves. Xiaofu smiled, but his tone was still disdainful. That's it? Amos shouted inwardly in anger, watch carefully. Boom, the fire dragon ignited with ferocious flames, bringing with it a scorching aura. It flew towards Xiaofu as if it could burn everything, and the surrounding void turned the color of fire. The people on the ground were sweating profusely, and fear surged in their hearts. It was as if they were in flames. Roar, an extremely domineering dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying dragon's might seemed to shatter the earth. It blasted the body of the fire dragon, and the body of the fire dragon instantly collapsed. Amos spat out a mouthful of blood, and countless sparks drifted down. Amos looked at Xiaofu with a pale face. She now understood how terrifying Xiaofu's power was. Countless soldiers in the card world also looked at Xiaofu in fear. The powerful Amos was so weak in front of this person. They could not accept such a powerful person. Amos immediately said, "Retreat." Amos's body transformed into a beam of light and shot towards the horizon. When the soldiers heard this, they immediately retreated in panic. Xiaofu smiled as he looked at Amos, who was running away, and said, "You offended me, and you still want to run?" A few iron chains shot out from the void and bound the escaping Amos. The iron chains contracted and pulled Amos in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu looked at the escaping card soldiers. A wave of sword energy was released and demonic swords condensed in the air, giving off a massive demonic might. Xiao xiao xiao, countless demon swords descended, piercing through the bodies of the card soldiers. Blood splattered everywhere, and pitiful cries rang out continuously. This was a massacre. In less than a moment, Xiaofu had killed all the card soldiers. The ground was covered with corpses, emitting a pungent smell of blood. The teak people on the ground were also looking at Xiaofu in fear. Amos looked at Xiaofu angrily. Xiaofu held Amos with one arm. Amos struggled with all her might. "You bastard, what are you trying to do?" Xiaofu hugged her and descended from the sky. He landed in front of Yumushin and said, "I'm here to collect the reward." Yumushin smiled and said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I'll give you the reward now." Yumushin took out a spatial ring and gave it to Xiaofu. Xiaofu looked at Yumushin and said, "I'm not interested in these things." Hearing this, Yumushin looked at Xiaofu's gaze and understood Xiaofu's intentions. She felt quite angry, but thinking about how powerful Xiaofu was and how if Xiaofu left, they would not be able to live for long. They needed Xiaofu's help. Yumushin flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Don't you want me to make some preparations?" Hearing this, Xiaofu smiled and nodded. The group continued to travel quickly for a while before finally stopping to rest in a hidden valley. The people on the carriages all got off. Most of them were women, but there were also elderly and children. There were more than 100 of them. Xiaofu hugged Amos as they flew. After landing in the valley, Amos said coldly, "Just what do you want to do to me?" Xiaofu evilly smiled and said, "What do you think?" Amos said coldly, "I'll definitely kill you, you bastard. If you don't believe me, you can try." Xiaofu lightly smiled and said, "I'll try immediately." At that moment, Yumushin walked over and did not care about the scene in front of her. She smiled and said, "It's fine now. I'll give you the reward." Xiaofu said, "Why is it just you?" Yumushin frowned. Xiaofu shamelessly said, "You said before that you'll give everything to me. You're not lying to me, are you?" Hearing this, Yumushin felt quite angry. This fellow was not any worse than those card soldiers. Not only did he want her, but he also wanted to harm other women. However, she could not make him angry because he could kill them all. From how he had massacred the card soldiers, Yumushin knew that Xiaofu killed without batting an eye and was extremely vicious. Yumushin still wanted to try and said, "I'll properly serve you by myself. Please let them go." Xiaofu lightly smiled and said, "You can't do it by yourself. Hurry up, otherwise, don't blame me." Muxin tightly clenched her fists and stared at Zhao Fu. She felt quite angry and humiliated, but in the end, she still made a decision. Muxin turned and returned with 50 or so women. Most of them were princes and princesses, and there were also some wives and daughters of ministers. Are you satisfied now? Muxin held back her anger and squeezed out a smile as she said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the female general and smiled as he said, "There's another one there." Muxin could not take it anymore and said angrily, "She's our teak general, why are we giving so many people to you? Isn't that just one?" Seeing that she was so angry, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Mem." Muxin angrily glared at Zhao Fu and called the female general over. Her name was Tiki. Tiki did not understand what was going on and bowed as she said, "Queen. What do you need from me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course there's something good." Tiki looked at Zhao Fu in confusion. She had a good impression of this man who had saved them. The group walked towards a rocky area. After some time, a little boy asked, "What did mother go there for? Why isn't she back yet?" An elderly woman sighed as she said, "Your mother is repaying that person, she'll be back soon." The little boy nodded as he said, "That person is so amazing and saved so many of us. Mother should properly repay him." The elderly woman looked at the innocent little boy and shook her head as she sighed. The remaining elderly people naturally knew what had happened, but there was nothing they could do. They were so old, so if they died, they died. However, these children were the future of teak, and they might be needed to restore teak. It was for the future of teak that they had done this. Some of the elderly people could not help but tear up as they felt that they had sacrificed too much for teak. More importantly, they needed Zhao Fu's strength, and with Zhao Fu by their side, they would not be in danger in the future. However, they would also be bullied by that person in the future. Book 1, Chapter 151, Awakening. The night breeze blew lightly, making everyone feel a trace of coolness. Amos coldly harumphed, "Can you let me go now?" Zhao Fu looked at her, "When did I say you could leave?" Amos said angrily, "You've already done this to me, and you still can't let me leave?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, Amos angrily wanted to attack Zhao Fu, but the power within her body immediately sealed her body, causing her to only be able to glare at Zhao Fu. Muxin leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and said softly, "What do you plan to do with us?" Zhao Fu said, "I'm going to leave here tomorrow, and I'm going to the water region." Muxin frowned. Right now, their safety depended on Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu left, what would they do? She said, "Are you just going to abandon us like this?" Zhao Fu said, "The water region is even more dangerous, and there are many of you." Muxin looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I want you to take us to a safe place to play." Zhao Fu said, "No." Muxin felt quite uncomfortable, and tears appeared in her eyes. She had placed all of her hopes on Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu was an irresponsible person, wanting to abandon them after playing with them. Tiki punched Zhao Fu's chest. "How could you do this to us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I know what you're thinking, but I really don't have the time. However, I'll take responsibility for you. This Amos's power is quite good, and she can protect you. I'll give her control to you. Also, there's a fire kingdom in the southeast. You can go there, and you just need to tell the queen there that I told you to go." Muxin gave a trace of a smile, "Thank you." Amos said angrily, "Just kill me. I will never become your puppet and let you control me." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, I'll refine you into a puppet now. That way, it'll be easier to control you. I was thinking that if you perform well, I'll let you go free." An evil power radiated from Amos's body, and Amos felt her consciousness being pulled into darkness. A feeling of fear filled her body, and Amos cried out in fear. "Don't want it? I am willing to listen to you." That evil power immediately disappeared, and Zhao Fu chuckled. He looked at Amos playfully. Amos turned her head away. He said, "Is what you said true? As long as I perform well, you can give me my freedom." Zhao Fu nodded. Amos glanced at Zhao Fu. He didn't say anything either. The next day. Muxin are like a young lady, she tidied up Zhao Fu's clothes and asked, "When will you be back?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm not sure." Muxin said softly, "I hope that you can come back soon." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Yu Muxin said to Tiki, "Let's get ready and go. We're going to the Fire Kingdom." Tiki said, but I wonder what kind of faction that Fire Kingdom is." Yu Muxin said, "What does that faction have to do with him? If he wants us to go, it should be quite safe." Amos lightly harumphed, "There are people from our card world, there is no safe place in the Heaven Awaken world." Yu Muxin regained her noble look and glanced at Amos, "Is that so? Why are you here?" Amos angrily looked at Yu Muxin. Yu Muxin ignored Amos and returned to the group. He brought his men back to the team. Did Amy follow him? She was now in Yu Muxin's hands. Zhao Fu flew to another faction's territory. Boom, boom. Boom, a series of loud explosions rang out in the distance. Was this the body of a god refiner beast? This faction was currently being attacked by a god refiner faction. However, this faction was not bad and had the strength to defend against this god refiner faction. After coming here, Zhao Fu decided to use the teleportation channel. Even though the teleportation channel was not closed, the spots were limited. Zhao Fu found the official in charge of the teleportation channel and said that the spots for this week had already been sold for an astronomical price, so he could not give Zhao Fu another spot. Zhao Fu offered to buy it at the same price, but the official in charge of the teleportation channel said that if Zhao Fu wanted to use it, he could go to the Spirit Illusion Financial Group. Hearing this, Zhao Fu went to the Spirit Illusion Financial Group. The person who received Zhao Fu was a tall and big old man with white hair. He smiled and said, "Guest, you also want to use the teleportation channel?" Zhao Fu nodded, "I'm willing to pay 4 times the official price to buy a spot." The old man chuckled and said, "Our Spirit Illusion Financial Group does not need these things. If Guest wants to obtain a spot, you'll need to help our Spirit Illusion Financial Group." Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" The old man smiled and said, "Come with me." Zhao Fu followed the old man to an empty space, where there were 10 or so people. The old man smiled and said, "These are all people who want to obtain a spot. However, there's only one spot, and whoever is the strongest will obtain the spot." Zhao Fu walked towards the 10 or so people and said, "I want the spot, you can leave now." Hearing this arrogant tone, the 10 or so people were displeased. A valiant-looking big man shouted, "Brat, are you seeking death?" Boom, Zhao Fu did not even look at him and punched out with his palm. A terrifying force sent the big man flying back. The big man crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood before fainting. Everyone felt quite shocked as they looked at Zhao Fu. The old man also gave a trace of a surprised smile. Zhao Fu's tone was calm, but it contained a trace of domineeringness. "Who else wants to snatch it?" A cold-looking young man said, "I want to give it a try." Xing, the cold-looking young man stabbed out with his sword and a massive violet sword light stabbed towards Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful aura. This cold-looking young man was indeed not weak. Zhao Fu stood there and pointed out with his finger. Boom, the violet sword light turned into motes of light and dissipated, and the cold-looking young man was sent flying and crashed to the ground as blood flowed out of his mouth. Seeing this, the others did not say anything and left this place. The old man smiled and said, "Congratulations, guest." Zhao Fu looked at the old man and asked, "What else do you want?" The old man smiled and said, "Guest, we need you to accompany our young master when he leaves as a temporary guard." Zhao Fu said, "No problem." The old man bowed and said, "Thank you." The old man brought Zhao Fu to another young man. This young man had a delicate and handsome face, and he was the young master of the Spirit Fantasy Financial Group, Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked at Zhao Fu and gave a slight smile, "Thank you for your trouble." Zhao Fu replied, "You're welcome." Ling Yu brought another young man and Zhao Fu to the teleportation channel and handed 3 command medallions to the official in charge of the teleportation channel. Following this, the teleportation channel activated and the 3 of them disappeared. Book 1, Chapter 152. After teleporting to a new city, Spiritual Blessing said with a smile, "Let's go." Zhao Fu's mission was not as simple as accompanying Ling Yu to use the teleportation portal. He also had to protect Ling Yu as he headed to the Martial Principle sect. The Martial Principle sect was very famous, and Ling Yu was one of its disciples. Due to the war, he could not return to the Martial Principle sect directly, so he could only use this method. This place was not very far from the martial principal sect. It would only take a day to reach the vicinity of the martial principal sect, which was why the journey was so dangerous. After the deed was done, Zhao Fu would also receive a reward. The three of them walked towards the exit. "Junior brother." A man's voice rang out. Ling Yu turned and saw an elegant-looking man in white clothes, and he called out happily, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang." His name was Zhang Yuzi, a core disciple of the martial principal sect. Zhang Yuzi stepped forward and said with a smile, "Why are you here?" "I can't return to the teleportation formation directly. I can only teleport here before returning to the martial principal sect." Zhang Yuzi said with a smile, "I also want to return to the martial principal sect, let's go together." Ling Yu said happily, "With senior brother Zhang here, I don't have to worry about any danger on the way." Zhang Yuzi smiled, "It has been dangerous recently. Not only the people from the card world and the alchemy world, but also some hostile forces from the martial principal sect. They have taken this opportunity to ambush us and many of our disciples have died." Ling Yu nodded. Zhang Yuzi smiled and said, "Let's go." Ling Yu followed beside Zhang Yuzi. Zhao Fu and the other person also followed behind. Zhao Fu was directly ignored by Zhang Yuzi because he didn't need to care about a bodyguard. Not long after they left the city, they encountered danger. A group of gold refiner tribesmen surrounded them with cold smiles on their faces, and an ugly man among them shouted, "Hurry up and call it out." Zhang Yuzi smiled and said, "You're looking for the wrong one." The ugly man said coldly, "Then don't blame us, let's go." Hearing this, the gold refiner tribesmen held their weapons and gave off an imposing aura. Ferociously charging towards Zhao Fu and the others. Clear sword spell. Zhang Yuzi unsheathed the sword on his waist and swung it a few times. A few sword lights sent the alchemist master flying. He fell to the ground and didn't even have the strength to get up. The ugly man's expression changed. He turned around and fled. Zhang Yuzi thrust his sword forward. A ray of sword light shot out from behind and pierced through the man's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. "Junior brother. Don't go easy on people from the card world and the alchemy world," Zhang Yuzi reminded him like an elder. Ling Yu said with admiration. Senior brother." They continued to move forward. Suddenly, Zhang Yuzi stopped and his expression became serious. The surrounding atmosphere immediately became heavy. Zhang Yuzi said, "Come out. I found you." Hearing that, two men who looked almost the same walked out, and one of them said in praise, "Not bad, you've discovered us so quickly." Zhang Yuzi said, "Why are you following me?" The man smiled and said, "We know you're hard to deal with. But you are no match for us, I'll give you a chance to leave, just leave those three people behind." Ling Yu sensed their powerful auras and looked at Zhang Yuzi worriedly. Zhang Yuzi said coldly, "He's my junior brother. Am I that kind of person to abandon him and escape?" The man laughed savagely and said, "Then there's no other way." Boom. Boom, the two men exploded out with powerful auras and charged at Zhang Yuzi like two ferocious beasts. Zhang Yuzi held his sword and charged forward as well. The two men's fists contained shocking power as they continuously punched at Zhang Yuzi. Zhang Yuzi dodged and attacked at the same time, temporarily not falling into a disadvantage. However, after a few moves, due to the two men's excellent coordination, Zhang Yuzi started to feel strained. Bang, one of the men punched out and Zhang Yuzi blocked with his sword. A wave of energy spread out and Zhang Yuzi was forced to take 2 to 3 steps back. Ling Yu immediately said, "Quickly go and help my senior brother." Hearing that, Ling Yu and the guard took out a long saber and slashed at one of the men, creating a massive saber light. The man dodged to the side and easily dodged the attack. The guard continuously slashed out with his saber, bringing with it rays of saber light that were incredibly ferocious. The man continuously dodged and found an opportunity to kick the guard's abdomen. The guard was sent flying 6 or 7 meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at this man's strength, he was much stronger than the guard, and the guard was not a match for him. However, the guard quickly stood up and continued to fight with the man. With the guard taking some of the pressure, Zhang Yuzi did not feel as much pressure dealing with the other man as before. Zhang Yuzi slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp sword light that slashed open a wound on the man's shoulder. The man gave off a wave of power that turned into a massive beast fang and imprinted itself on Zhang Yuzi's body. Both of them took a few steps back from the impact. Both of them were also injured. Ling Yu said to Zhao Fu anxiously, "Go and help my senior brother as well." Zhao Fu said calmly, "My job is to protect you, so I can't leave your side right now. Also, I'm only here to temporarily protect you and am not your subordinate, so you can't give me orders." Ling Yu looked at Zhao Fu angrily and said, "I understand, Zhao Fu can't be relied on at all. Why did he bring his own guard?" He wanted to rush over, but his strength was even weaker and he would not be able to help much. Zhang Yuzi and the man continued to fight. Sword light and fist images intersected, causing sounds to continuously ring out. Wild gales blew out in all directions, and the two of them were evenly matched. The guard was at a disadvantage against the other man, and the man continuously attacked while the guard could only passively defend. The man grasped an opportunity and punched the guard's chest, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The man wanted to go and help the other man to defeat Zhang Yuzi, but the other man said, "I'll stall him while you deal with the other two. After that, we'll deal with him." Hearing that, the man quickly charged towards Ling Yu. It did not take long for him to arrive before Ling Yu. He threw a punch with enough power to shatter boulders towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu dodged to the side in fear, revealing Zhao Fu behind him. The man looked at Zhao Fu and his fist did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious as he punched towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu stood there, his expression not changing. He stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the man's fist, causing the man to feel quite startled. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Crack, Zhao Fu grabbed the man's fist and twisted, breaking the man's arm. The man cried out and took a few steps back. The guard and Ling Yu looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Book 1, Chapter 153, Battle. Zhang Yuzi and the other man stopped and looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. Zhao Fu stood there and looked at the injured man. He vigorously slammed out with his palm, and a massive palm energy blasted towards the man. The man had nowhere to run and was sent flying. He crashed to the ground and blood flowed out of his mouth, and he did not even have the strength to crawl back up. The other man hurriedly called out, "Little brother." The man quickly rushed over and picked up the injured man, wanting to run. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a large formless hand grabbed the man and gripped. Bang, the man's body exploded, and countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that his big brother had been killed, the injured man lay on the ground and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. Zhao Fu's hand descended and a formless energy landed on the man's body, smashing him into the ground and causing him to die. Seeing this scene, the others looked at Zhao Fu in fear. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he said, "Let's go." Hearing this, the three of them followed. Zhang Yuzi looked at Zhao Fu and could not help but ask, "Junior apprentice brother, why is your bodyguard so powerful?" Ling Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know either. The family's elders invited him to protect us on the way to the Martial Path sect. I'm quite surprised that he's so powerful." Zhang Yuzi asked, "Do you know who he is? He doesn't seem simple at all." Ling Yu replied, "I'm not sure." Zhang Yuzi said, "With him here, there shouldn't be any dangers on the way." The group continued onwards. A massive aura spread out from ahead, causing the ground to violently tremble. Zhang Yuzi's expression immediately became serious because he understood that the Gold Refinement race's Gold Refinement Holy Beast had appeared. However, this Gold Refinement Holy Beast did not seem to be targeting them and was instead attacking in another direction. Rays of light containing immense power tore through the sky as a tall and slim woman flew into the sky and took out a copper mirror. She sent a wave of power into the copper mirror, causing it to immediately become dozens of meters big, and the rays of light that shot out were reflected in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out, and the beams of light that shot into the surroundings blasted large craters in the surroundings. The ground continuously shook violently, and a few trees were knocked down. A several 100-meter-long refinement sacred beast that looked like a wild boar rushed out. This was the first time Spirit Blessing had seen such a huge divine refinement beast, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Zhang Yuzi's expression turned solemn. He understood that such a large alchemy sacred beast was very difficult to deal with. Zhao Fu's expression did not change. Roar! The alchemical divine beast gave a massive roar and shot out a massive beam of light that contained destructive power towards the woman in front of it. The woman used the copper mirror to block in front of her and sent a wave of power into the copper mirror, causing it to give off many rays of light. Boom! The massive beam of light slammed into the copper mirror, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. The beam of light continued to attack, causing a slight crack to appear on the copper mirror, but it was able to absorb the massive power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the copper mirror shot out a massive beam of light. It contained astonishing power as it shot towards the alchemy holy beast, sending it flying. A large crater appeared on its body. The alchemy holy beast got up and furiously looked at the woman, and it gave off a massive aura as it ferociously rushed at the woman. The woman sent the alchemy holy beast over and flew higher into the sky. The copper mirror in her hand shot out another beam of light, which quickly shot towards the alchemy holy beast. The alchemy holy beast dodged, avoiding the beam of light, and its body ferociously leapt up as it bit towards the woman in the sky. The woman flew higher, causing the alchemy holy beast's attack to miss. The alchemy holy beast landed on the ground and its cannons aimed at the woman in the sky, causing beams of light to rapidly shoot towards the woman. The woman immediately moved the copper mirror below her and stretched out her hands, sending a massive wave of power into it. The copper mirror immediately became a few hundred meters bigger and was not any smaller than the alchemy holy beast. It looked like a very large mirror as it floated above the alchemy holy beast. The beams of light that shot up were absorbed by the copper mirror. The copper mirror gave off an even greater aura. Boom, boom. Boom! Countless larger beams of light shot down from the copper mirror and landed on the alchemy holy beast's body. Explosions continuously sounded out as blinding light spread out. After the shockwave subsided, the alchemy holy beast had been destroyed and fell to the ground. Lingyu could not help but say, "She's so powerful." Zhang Yuzi nodded, she's indeed very powerful. Even with my power, I would not be able to deal with the alchemy holy beast so easily. The woman descended from the sky. Zhao Fu and the others went ahead and met the woman. Apart from her, there was also a young girl who looked quite similar to her. Zhang Yuzi smiled as he walked over and said, "We're disciples of the Martial Path sect. I'm called Zhang Yuzi and this is my junior apprentice brother Lingyu." The woman who had defeated the alchemy holy beast smiled as she said, "We're students of the Emperor Path College. I'm called Yu Xian Machine and my little sister is called Yu Lu." Emperor Path College? That was the best college in the human domain. Zhang Yuzi and the others felt quite shocked. Zhang Yuzi smiled as he said, "So you're students of the Emperor Path College, you defeated a alchemy holy beast so easily." Yu Lu proudly smiled as she said, "Of course, my big sister is on the Emperor Path College rankings." Lingyu said in shock, "Those who can be on the Emperor Path College rankings are all geniuses." Yu Lu happily laughed as she said, "My big sister is one." Yu Xian looked at Zhao Fu and felt that he looked quite familiar. He asked, "Who are you, sir? Have we met there before?" Zhao Fu had gone to the Emperor Path College before and had caused a great commotion. She had most likely seen Zhao Fu there, but she could not remember who Zhao Fu was. Hearing this, Zhao Fu said, "Perhaps we've met there before." Yu Xian smiled as he asked, "Can you tell me your name?" Zhao Fu replied, "I can't." Yu Xian slightly smiled and did not force the issue as he asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yuzi said, "We're going to Kanhua City, which is near the Martial Path sect." Yu Xian said, "We're going nearby as well. Let's go together." Zhang Yuzi nodded. Lingyu happily nodded. On the way, Yu Xian looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes, feeling more and more curious about Zhao Fu. At that moment, a group of cavalrymen surrounded Zhao Fu's group. The leader was a handsome-looking young man who looked at Yu Xian and said, "I've heard of you before, you killed the Shui family's young master, right? The alchemy race's people are chasing after you. If you come with me, I can protect you and leave." Yu Xian lightly laughed as he said, "You? You're not even as strong as me, right?" The handsome-looking young man laughed as he said, "I'm called Kamada, a prince of a kingdom. Even though I'm not as strong as you, I have the ability to protect you." Book 1, 154-inch. Also, look at the situation in the Heaven Awaken world, it will be conquered by our two worlds sooner or later. The sooner you become my woman, the sooner I can rely on you. Yu Xian lightly laughed, keep dreaming. It's not too late for you to scram. The handsome young man did not say anything and looked at the people around him. The cavalrymen surrounding Zhao Fu and the others immediately gave off a powerful aura. These were not ordinary cavalrymen but cavalry corps. Yu Xian frowned. With her strength, she could escape, but her little sister and the others might die here. Yu Xian said, this is between you and me, and it has nothing to do with the others. Let the others leave. The handsome young man laughed as he said, on the contrary, I won't let them go. Either you become my woman, or they die. Yu Xian's gaze became slightly cold as he looked at the handsome young man. Zhang Yuzi said, don't worry about us, we'll be fine. Facing these cavalrymen, he was not worried at all. With his strength, he could deal with some of them, and even if he could not, he still had Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's strength, Zhang Yuzi did not believe that he would lose. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Yuzi in surprise before turning and punching out, sending a wave of energy towards the handsome young man. A tall and skinny man immediately blocked in front of the handsome young man and used his shield to block Yu Xian's attack. The handsome young man roared, leave this bitch behind and kill everyone else. The cavalrymen obeyed and gave off a powerful aura as they charged towards Zhao Fu and the others like bolts of lightning. Yu Xian took the opportunity to take out the copper mirror and place it on his abdomen, and a powerful energy spread out, blocking the incoming cavalrymen. The cavalrymen gathered their power together like a spear and attacked that wave of power, causing it to weaken by half. Yu Xian immediately said, you guys go first, I'll stay and stall them. Yula said worriedly, big sis. Be careful. Zhang Yuzi looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was the leader on their side because Zhao Fu was the strongest. Yu Xian asked curiously, why aren't you guys leaving yet? Zhang Yuzi didn't reply and looked at Zhao Fu. What do you plan to do? Zhao Fu calmly said, leave it to me. Bang, the cavalrymen once again attacked, breaking through the power in front of them. Yu Xian was forced back a step, and the cavalrymen continued to charge at them. Zhao Fu stepped forward and threw a punch. Boom, it looked like an ordinary punch, but it contained immense power. The charging cavalrymen, whether they were people or horses, were all shattered, and blood sprayed everywhere, giving off a dense bloody smell. The handsome-looking man's body was also stained with blood, and he was so scared that his face was pale. The man protecting him looked shocked and immediately said, hurry up and leave. Zhang Yuzi and the others looked at this scene in shock. Zhao Fu had used a single punch to deal with so many cavalrymen so easily. Yu Xian came back to her senses and felt that this person was much stronger than her. Seeing that the handsome-looking man and the others wanted to run, Zhao Fu was about to continue when Yu Xian smiled and said, leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not continue to attack and stood his ground. Yu Xian stretched out a hand, and the copper mirror floated in front of her hand. She sent a powerful wave of power into it, and many rays of light containing immense power shot towards the handsome-looking man and the others. Chi, 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 the rays of light were like sharp blades that pierced through the cavalrymen's bodies. Pitiful cries sounded out as blood flew everywhere, and many cavalrymen died. Yu Xian flew forwards and blocked in front of the handsome-looking man as she smiled and said, if you have the ability, say it again. If you have the ability, say it again. The handsome young man did not dare to do so and quickly said, I was wrong. Please let me off this time. I can give you some compensation. Please let me off this time. The man who had been protecting the young man reminded, he's a prince. Killing him won't do you any good. Yu Xian lightly harumphed and said, don't waste words. Since you dared to invade the Heaven Awaken world, prepare to die. If such a person were to be released, he would definitely harm more people. Yu Xian struck out with his palm towards the handsome man, but the tall and skinny man blocked with his shield. Yu Xian controlled the copper mirror to fly into the sky and shot out a beam of light towards the tall and skinny man. The tall and skinny man hurriedly blocked, but at that moment, Yu Xian held a sword in his hand and pierced through the tall and skinny man's throat. Seeing that the tall, thin man was killed, the handsome man scrambled away. Yu Xian chased after him with a smile. The handsome man said in terror, "Don't kill me, or else you'll regret it. My kingdom won't let you off." Yu Xian laughed as he said, "I've already killed a young master of alchemy, I don't need another prince." Following this, Yu Xian stabbed out with his sword and ended the handsome young man's life. Yu Xian returned to the group and looked at Zhao Fu as he lightly laughed and said, "I knew you weren't simple, but I never thought you would be so powerful. I underestimated you. I'm sure you're quite famous in the human domain, right?" Now, everyone was quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. To Spirit Blessing, this was like picking up a treasure. With the help of an expert like Zhao Fu, he did not have to worry at all. Zhao Fu said calmly, He should be quite strong." Yu Xian looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I can't think of anyone who looks like you. Why are you hiding your appearance and not even willing to reveal your name?" Zhao Fu said, "This has nothing to do with you, leave quickly. I still have things to do." Zhao Fu walked forwards. Everyone else followed him in disappointment. Yu Xian lightly harumphed as he looked at Zhao Fu's back, thinking to himself that he had to find out Zhao Fu's identity. She did not know how dangerous her thoughts would be. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the city. Zhao Fu said to Spirit Blessing, "Now that you're here, I've fulfilled my promise. It's time for me to go." Spirit Blessing smiled as he said, "Thank you for your protection, I'll immediately give you your reward." Zhao Fu said, "No need." Zhang Yuzi smiled as he said, "We're about to reach the Martial Path sect, why don't you come to our sect? We'll treat you well and repay your kindness." Zhao Fu said, "No need." After saying this, Zhao Fu left. Spirit Blessing watched as Zhao Fu left and asked curiously, "Seeing your apprentice brother, just what kind of person do you think he is?" Zhang Yuzi shook his head, I don't know if I'll be able to find out in the future." Yu Xian lightly laughed as he said, "We'll be going as well. We'll meet again if fate allows it." Zhang Yuzi nodded. Yu Xian immediately ran in the direction where Zhao Fu had disappeared. Yulu asked curiously, "Big sis, what are we doing?" Yu Xian smiled as he said, "I want to find out that fellow's identity, I feel that this family is quite familiar." Book 1, Chapter 155 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. However, by the time they caught up, Zhao Fu had already disappeared. Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel in this city to teleport towards the water region. After arriving at a new city, he could not use teleportation, so he could only fly. After flying in the sky for a while, Zhao Fu saw a group of escaping soldiers. They had pointy ears and exquisite facial features, and they were all elves. This was a group from the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom had been conquered by 2 alchemist factions, and many of them had escaped. There were around 20,000 of them, and their auras were not weak at all. A beautiful woman with a mature figure and a cold aura wearing a silver robe looked at Zhao Fu in the sky and slightly frowned. She was the most powerful person in the group and was responsible for the group's safety. She was also the Elf Kingdom's queen, and her name was Chris. Zhao Fu noticed Chris and gave a trace of a smile as he flew towards the group. Chris immediately called out, "Stop." Zhao Fu came to the front of the group. Chris said coldly, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Nothing much, I just came to see you." Chris coldly harumphed, "Kill him." The dozens of guards gave off powerful auras as they charged at Zhao Fu, looking quite terrifying. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a powerful energy blasted out, sending the guards flying back. They crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. They were only injured, and Zhao Fu did not kill them. Chris's expression was quite serious. From the moment that Zhao Fu had flown over, she had understood that Zhao Fu was not ordinary, and it seemed that he was indeed quite powerful. Normally, Chris would definitely kill Zhao Fu, but they were a group that could be destroyed at any moment, so they had to avoid any accidents. A bespectacled, voluptuous woman wearing a robe walked over and said, "Queen, this person dares to provoke us despite seeing so many of us. This person dared to provoke us even after seeing so many of us. He should have the ability to deal with us. You have to be careful." Her name was Tree, and she was a minister of the Elf Kingdom. Hearing this, Chris looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What is your purpose? If it's for money, I can give you some, but please leave immediately." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm not interested in money." I'm more interested in you. Crazy felt a wave of humiliation and could not take it anymore. She took out a wooden staff and sent a wave of power into it, causing the top of the wooden staff to give off a green light. A huge tree immediately grew beneath Zhao Fu's feet, wrapping around Zhao Fu's body and preventing him from moving. This was the spirit tree, and it contained the power of absorption and suppression. It was specially used to subdue enemies. Crazy let out a sigh of relief, looked at Zhao Fu, and said, "You dare to be so bold with just this bit of strength?" Zhao Fu smiled and struggled with all his might. The elven tree immediately split apart and flew away. Chris's expression changed. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I don't have any purpose for coming here. I'm interested in you. As my woman, I'll let you go." Chris said furiously, "Don't even think about it." Chris once again waved her wooden staff and 10 or so massive wooden spikes containing immense force shot towards Zhao Fu, creating a gust of wind. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power spread out, easily blocking the wooden spikes. The others understood that with Chris's strength, she was not a match for Zhao Fu. A few princesses walked out and said, "We'll help you." A few princesses took out magic staffs and sent their power into them, causing the top of the magic staffs to give off green light. A slim princess released a green python and shot towards Zhao Fu. A concubine with exquisite facial features unleashed countless green leaves that shot out like flying daggers. A pure-looking concubine unleashed a wooden flying sword, which gave off a powerful aura as it flew towards Zhao Fu. A princess with a cold aura released wooden spikes and quickly flew towards Zhao Fu. Massive sounds rang out as shocking auras spread out. Although the attacks looked powerful, they were unable to break through Zhao Fu's defenses. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "What other powers do you have? Hurry up and use them." Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly. They had attacked with their full strength but were unable to break through this person's defenses. This person was simply too powerful. Boom, Zhao Fu pushed out with his hand and a massive wave of power blasted out, causing the wooden spikes and leaves to shatter, and the women were forced back a few steps. Looking at the women, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Looks like you're unwilling to listen. I'll kill everyone here." Zhao Fu raised a hand and a massive wave of demonic qi rushed into the sky. An enormous black door appeared, giving off waves of demonic qi. The powerful demonic qi caused everyone's bodies to feel cold and felt immense terror. The women did not doubt that this attack could kill them all. Chris stared at Zhao Fu and said furiously as she gritted her teeth, "Wait." Zhao Fu looked at Chris and asked, "What is it?" Chris said coldly, "I promise you that you'll spare them." Hearing that the queen had agreed to such a humiliating condition, everyone was furious and cried out, "Queen, don't agree, we'll fight him to the death." The princesses looked at the queen with pained expressions and cried out, "Big sister." Chris said with a cold expression, "Even if we all work together, we won't be a match for him. Don't waste your strength, our elf kingdom's legacy cannot be broken. Your king sacrificed himself to protect us, so I can sacrifice myself to protect you." Hearing this, everyone felt incredibly touched and some people started to cry. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I've changed my mind, I want all of the women." "What?" Chris cried out angrily. Everyone furiously looked at Zhao Fu. If looks could kill, Zhao Fu would have been killed many times over. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "I want all of the women." Boom, in the sky, a massive demonic gate opened and countless demons flooded out like a flood. The terrifying aura caused people to feel despair. The countless demons coiled in the sky, looking like a massive black cloud that covered the countless people, giving off a massive pressure. The demons savagely looked at the people on the ground, making them feel even more terrified. Chris angrily cried out, "Take back those demons, I promise you." Sensing this power of despair, everyone did not have the will to resist like before. They were all filled with fear and despair, and they silently lowered their heads, with a few angrily glaring at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Sure." The demon gate gave off a massive suction force, sucking all of the demons into it. The demon gate disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Everyone relaxed and did not feel as afraid as before. Book 1, Chapter 156 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Hurry. I'll wait here." Chris coldly harumphed. Following this, Chris picked out 50 or so elf women and came before Zhao Fu as she said coldly, "That's enough." Zhao Fu glanced at them and said unhappily, "I'm talking about all of them." Crazy glared at Zhao Fu and called over all of the women, including Tria, who had not come before, and the concubine, who had not yet appeared. There were 300 or so women in total. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's go." Chris coldly asked, "Go there?" "Also, we've agreed to become your women, but we won't be separated from the team. This is our only condition. If you don't agree, you can kill us." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm not planning on taking all of you away." Chris looked at Zhao Fu and did not feel worried anymore. The women followed Zhao Fu to a beautiful place, and Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Chris. Time quickly passed. Chris bit down on Zhao Fu's shoulder as she cursed, "Damn bastard." Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he said, "I'll be leaving soon." Chris looked at Zhao Fu and said in surprise, "You're not planning on taking our team away?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I was just passing by, and I only had this sudden interest in you." "You've successfully made me interested in you." Chris said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that?" The other fairies, infant, asked softly, "So you're just toying with us? You don't really treat us as your women?" Chris said coldly, "It's best if we act as if nothing has happened and don't interact with each other in the future." Tria leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace as she said softly, "Now that the elf kingdom has nowhere to go, and we can't guarantee our safety, we need your power." Hearing this, the women all looked at Zhao Fu. They all wanted Zhao Fu's protection. With Zhao Fu's power, he would be able to protect them from any danger. Chris also looked at Zhao Fu. Only after this experience did she understand how powerless she was in the face of great power. She also had some expectations for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not an irresponsible man. Since you've all become my women, I'll be responsible for you. However, I need to head to the water region now. Otherwise, I can bring you back to my territory." A smile appeared on the faces of the women. Chris's attitude softened a little. "What are you going to do now?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I'll leave a trace of power in your body so that you can head to the fire country for now. When I return from the water region, I'll bring you back." Tria stretched out a hand, and a powerful power gathered in her palm. Traces of black light shined out as she asked, "Is this the power?" Sensing this power, everyone felt quite shocked. This power was much more powerful than the power they could control. Chris sensed the power within her body and said in surprise, "My power has greatly increased, and my constitution and bloodline have changed." The other princesses also said, "Me too." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "This is some compensation for you. What do you think? I'm not such a bad man, right?" Chris lightly harumphed, "Bastard. If you think that you can win our hearts like this, we won't submit to you so easily." Zhao Fu hugged Chris and smiled as he said, "I know, we'll have feelings for each other in the future." Chris looked at Zhao Fu and leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace as she asked, "Why are you going to the water region? This place is still quite far from the water region, and it'll be quite dangerous." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's something very important to do. Also, with my power, you don't have to worry about me." Chris rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said, "I'm not worried about you." Everyone returned from resting. The countless people looked at the smiling women with rosy cheeks and beautiful airs. This was completely different from what they had expected. They had thought that after being defiled by Zhao Fu, the women would feel quite sad and dejected. Even the queen was in that man's embrace and did not seem unwilling at all. How had that man done this? After Zhao Fu returned to the group, he gave them many good things, such as blood spirit pills that could increase cultivation and philosopher's stones that could deal with the goldsmith race. These things immediately changed everyone's attitude towards Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu had humiliated them, Zhao Fu had given them too much. It was time to part. Zhao Fu said, "I'm going now." Chris said gently, "Be careful on the road." Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded, "You should head to the fire country as soon as possible in case you encounter other dangers." Chris replied, "Understood." Tria smiled as she said, "Sir, you can come back early. You can come back earlier, we will wait for you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "All right." After Zhao Fu left, Chris felt a trace of reluctance in her heart. Tria smiled as she said, Queen, let's leave early as well. Chris suddenly asked, what do you think of him? I smiled as she said, with Sir's looks and demeanor, there's no woman who wouldn't be moved. Adding on his immense power, no one can refuse him. Even though he's a bit domineering, he treats us very well. Hearing this, Chris understood and said, let's go. The group changed directions and headed towards the Fire Country. At that moment, the Fire Country's queen, Huadongmei, heard a guard report that a group of people had come to the Fire Country, saying that a person called Zhao Fu had asked them to come. Hearing Zhao Fu's name, Huadongmei smiled. It had been a while since she had seen him and she missed him. She immediately had that group of people enter. This group of people was Yumu Xian's group. Within the palace, Huadongmei felt quite disappointed and asked curiously, who are you? Yu Muxin replied, we were a group of fugitives who met Zhao Fu, and he told us to come here. Huadongmei looked at Yu Muxin and quickly understood. She smiled as she said, you can stay in the Fire Country and don't worry about danger. Yu Muxin smiled as she said, thank you, Queen. Huadongmei then asked, what is he doing there? Looking at Huadongmei's expression, Yu Muxin understood that Huadongmei and Zhao Fu's relationship was not ordinary, so she simply told her that Zhao Fu was going to the Water Country. Hearing this, Huadongmei felt even more disappointed. Zhao Fu was going to the Water Country, and she did not know when they would meet again. Yu Muxin took her people back first. With the protection of a kingdom, they felt completely at ease, and they felt that the tiredness of the journey had been worth it. Huadongmei missed Zhao Fu. If she had known that Zhao Fu would be away for so long, she would have taken the initiative to go to the Qin kingdom. However, she did not know that the person she missed had sent a group of people to the Fire Country. Book I Chapter 157 Zhao Fu flew to a new place and saw many people gathering there. After asking around, he found out that there was a holy spring called the Spring of Life and Death, and it was rumored that it had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Now, the Card World, Alchemy World, and Heaven Awakened World wanted to monopolize this holy spring. The three sides were preparing to fight over this holy spring. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this and also flew towards that place. Zhao Fu came to a land of death. Why was this place called a land of death? It was because there were no plants or animals here. The ground was black and gave off a dense deathly aura. It seemed that the effects of the life and death spring were pretty good, as it had sucked away the life force of a large area. Continue to fly. More and more people arrived. It was not just people from the Heaven Awakened world but also people from the Card World and Alchemy World. There was a 10 or so meter wide spring at the center, and black spring water continuously flowed out of it. It gave off an extremely dense deathly aura, and if Zhao Fu had not heard of this spring, he would have thought that it was a dead spring. Now, this spring was protected by an array formation. On the Heaven Awakened World side, a tall and well-built big man called out angrily, your Card World and Alchemy World invaded our Heaven Awakened World and want to steal our holy fountain, you're going too far. A tall and thin man from the Gold Refiner clan, whose upper half of his face was made of metal, sneered. You can blame us for this? You are the ones who are useless. A silver-haired, silver-eyed, handsome-looking young man in the Card World smiled as he said, that's right, only those with power deserve such a treasure. It would be a waste for the Heaven Awakened World to have it, so it's better to give it to us. The people from the Heaven Awakened World furiously looked at the people from the two worlds and gave off powerful auras. The big man called out, you two evil thieves, don't even think about escaping today, we're the masters of this world. The Gold Refiner race released many Gold Refiner divine beasts, and a massive wave of metal power spread out. The tall, skinny young man laughed disdainfully and said, you're all just a bunch of trash. Watch how I blast you into pieces. On the Card World side, the cavalrymen gave off powerful auras and their bodies gave off all sorts of lights. The handsome young man smiled and said, you guys better scram. The burly man became furious and yelled, kill them all. The Heaven Awakened World's people gave off a powerful aura as they rushed towards the Alchemy World and the Card World. The alchemy god beasts on the Card World side shot out powerful beams of light and started to aggro the Card World side. Some beams of light shattered the Heaven Awakened World people's bodies, and some cavalrymen's spears pierced through their bodies. The Heaven Awakened World people were not that weak, and some charged over to attack the God Beast and Card World cavalrymen. they also released some large creatures. The three parties engaged in a chaotic battle. Boom, a refinement holy beast gathered all of its barrels and shot out many rays of light, piercing through a large creature's body like a hornet's nest. A large elephant-like creature ferociously rushed over, its long tusks piercing into the sacred beast's body, sending it flying. The card world's cavalrymen were split into many groups, and they were like rays of light as they quickly weaved through the battlefield. They cut apart large creatures and people's bodies incredibly quickly, looking quite evil and bloody. The Heaven Awakened World's people attacked the cavalrymen from the back and sides. The cavalrymen were at the front, and the back and sides were their weak points. Because this was the Heaven Awakened World, there were many Heaven Awakened World people. Even though there were many casualties, they were not at a disadvantage, and the card world and alchemy world also suffered some casualties. Xing, the burly man, took out a massive sword and slashed towards the alchemy race's tall and skinny young man, sending out a massive sword light. The tall and skinny young man took out a large saber and also rushed towards the burly man. The handsome young man from the card world also held a spear and rushed over. The two of them worked together to attack the burly man. Even though the burly man was not weak, facing their continuous attacks, he started to be injured. Boom, a Heaven Awakened World person wearing robes threw a massive fireball at the tail of a cavalryman. A massive explosion sounded out, sending dozens of cavalrymen flying, and countless corpses flew everywhere. A snake-like sacred beast opened its mouth and devoured a Heaven Awakened World person who was not weak before biting towards another Heaven Awakened World person. A Heaven Awakened World person held a bow and shot out an arrow, which quickly pierced through a Gold Awakened World person's body. A card world person threw out a card, which turned into a spear and pierced through a Heaven Awakened World person's body. A Gold Awakened World person slashed out with his sharp claws, sending out 5 arcs of light and slashing apart a Heaven Awakened World person's body. A Heaven Awakened World person vigorously swung his axe, sending a card world person flying. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the burly man was kicked flying by the Gold Awakened World young man, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The Heaven Awakened World people started to lose out, and more people died. At that moment, the people of the card world suddenly launched an attack on the alchemy world. Groups of cavalrymen brought with them a powerful force and sent the alchemy holy beasts flying. Some of the cavalrymen stabbed with their spears of power, and a terrifying spear energy pierced through the alchemy holy beasts. The card world and the Gold Awakened World were not friends but competitors. Because there was only one life and death fountain, the Gold Awakened World was also a target. Of course, the card world people did not let off the Heaven Awakened World people, and a portion of them continued to attack the Heaven Awakened World people. The Gold Awakened World people also started to attack the card world people. Rays of light blasted towards the card world people, causing explosions to sound out as some people were blasted flying. The Heaven Awakened World people vigorously attacked the people from those two worlds. The three sides started to fight even more intensely. The Gold Awakened World young man immediately attacked the handsome young man from the card world. As the two of them fought, the big man also rushed towards the two of them. Massive sounds continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere, and more people died. By now, Zhaofu had stealthily come near the life and death fountain. He was relying on the magic formation to protect the life and death fountain, or else the shockwaves from the battle would easily destroy it. Zhaofu did not destroy the magic formation and instead used the evil celestial's power to fuse into the magic formation. Zhaofu squatted down next to the fountain and scooped up some of the fountain water. He found that the deathly aura contained within the fountain water entered his body, immediately activating a large amount of his life force. This felt quite interesting, and Zhaofu looked towards the center of the fountain. There was most likely a fountain's mouth there, and if he could obtain that mouth, he would be able to take away the life and death fountain. Book 1, Chapter 158 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. The handsome-looking young man from the card world was the first to discover that someone had entered the magic formation, and he hurriedly called out, "Wait, the holy spring is about to be taken away." Hearing this, the other two people stopped and looked towards the life and death spring, and they found that there was indeed a black-cloaked person who had entered. They were risking their lives and did not want the holy spring to be obtained by someone else, so they immediately rushed towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu ignored them and slammed his palm against the ground, causing a pillar of water to shoot up from the center of the spring. It was 5 or 6 meters tall, and the black spring water continuously condensed at the top of the pillar, forming a small black fish. The small fish looked like a carp and was completely black, including its eyes and fins. It was as big as half a palm and looked quite pretty. Xiaofu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that the spring water would already have a spirit. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out as the three terrifying powers slammed into the magic formation, blasting it apart in a single strike. The small black fish was given a big fright and quickly swam to the side, wanting to escape. Xiaofu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the small black fish. He stretched out a hand and a wave of power covered the small black fish, and the small black fish slammed against the power, wanting to escape. However, it could not break through the power at all, and it instead knocked itself unconscious. The three people appeared in front of Xiaofu. The valiant-looking big man said coldly, "Hurry and hand over the holy spring." The tall, skinny man looked quite angry as he cursed, "Trash, if I hadn't been careful, you might have obtained the holy spring. Many of my people died because of this holy spring." The handsome-looking young man laughed as he said, "If you give the holy spring to me, I can guarantee that you'll be able to leave safely." Xiaofu glanced at the three of them before turning and leaving. Seeing that Xiaofu did not place them in his eyes, the three of them felt quite angry and brought with them a massive wave of power as they blasted towards Xiaofu. Bang! 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 Xiaofu turned and waved his hand, and an even more terrifying power blasted towards the three of them, sending them flying back. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and looked at Xiaofu with pale faces. The people on the battlefield stopped and looked at Xiaofu. Boom boom boom, the alchemy divine beast took the initiative to attack. Countless beams of light emitted a destructive aura as they rapidly blasted towards Xiaofu, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Bang bang bang, many explosions sounded out as explosive power spread out, causing the ground to crack and light to shoot out in all directions. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone looked ahead nervously. With so many alchemy divine beasts attacking at the same time, they should be able to finish him off. But when the shockwave subsided and the dust settled, Xiaofu was standing in the same place as if nothing had happened. There was not even a speck of dust on him. Everyone's expressions changed. So many terrifying attacks were actually unable to harm him? How could he? Boom! A group of cavalrymen gave off a powerful aura as they shot towards Xiaofu like an unstoppable ray of light. Xiaofu stretched out his other hand and a powerful force surged out, condensing a demon sword above Xiaofu's palm. Xiaofu then swung his hand. Boom! The demonic sword instantly sliced through the void, and the terrifying sword force also instantly sliced many of the cavalrymen into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. Roar! Roar, roar. The large creatures gave off massive roars and ferociously charged at Xiaofu. Their terrifying auras caused people's hands and feet to feel cold, and they felt terror in their hearts. Clang, 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 the sound of massive chains could be heard as massive black chains shot out from the ground, binding up the large creatures. The large creatures struggled but could not break free from the chains. Because they were from the Heaven Awakened world and could deal with the alchemy world and the card world, Xiaofu did not kill them and only used the chains to bind them. Everyone looked at Xiaofu in shock and did not dare to attack Xiaofu anymore. The power that Xiaofu had unleashed was simply too terrifying, and it made people feel suffocated. Just Xiaofu alone was enough to suppress the entire battlefield. Xiaofu said, "Anyone else who wants the spring can come and take it." The scene was deathly silent. Seeing how terrifying Xiaofu was, who would have the courage to do so? Moreover, even if they went, they would only be seeking death. No one was that stupid. Xiaofu looked at the big man and the other two. The valiant-looking man gave a stiff smile as he said, "You're someone from the Heaven Awakened world, so it's better for the life and death fountain to fall into your hands than into someone else's. I have no objections, you can take the spring." The handsome-looking young man said, "You're the strongest, and I'm not a match for you." There's nothing more to say. The tall and skinny man did not say anything. Facing Xiaofu's immense power, he still felt quite afraid. Xiaofu disdainfully harumphed and left with the little black fish. Seeing Xiaofu leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The valiant-looking man and the others looked at each other. Now that the life and death fountain had been taken by someone else, they were not interested in fighting anymore, so they left. A few people came to the big man's side and asked curiously, "Who was that person? How was he so powerful? It's my first time seeing such a powerful person." The valiant-looking man shook his head and said, "He doesn't know who Xiao Fu is. Even though Xiao Fu's cultivation seems to only be at the void realm, his power seems to far surpass the void realm, making him feel quite powerless." The valiant-looking man looked at the life and death fountain. Now that it had lost the spring, even though there was still some spring water, it would not be very effective. If it was carefully taken care of for a few hundred years, it would be possible to condense another spring. Xiao Fu sat on a patch of grass and looked at the little black fish swimming on his palm. He smiled and said, "Recognize me as your master now." The little black fish looked at Xiao Fu curiously like a newborn baby and did not understand what Xiao Fu meant. This was most likely a spirit that had formed recently, which was why it was like this. The older it was, the more intelligent it would be. Xiao Fu cut his finger with his fingernail and squeezed out a drop of blood. Smelling the scent of blood, the little black fish immediately swallowed the drop of blood, and many blood-colored veins appeared. Now that the little black fish had established a bloodline connection with Xiao Fu, it recognized Xiao Fu as its master. The little black fish became much closer to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not confine it, and the little black fish swam around Xiao Fu. It was extremely rare for the spring to form a spirit. This was the first time Xiao Fu had seen it. If it was nurtured, it would become a spring that could walk around, and the power it contained would be purer than ordinary spring water. Xiao Fu said with a smile, "Let's go." The little black fish intimately rubbed against Xiao Fu's face. It still wanted to eat some of Xiao Fu's blood. Xiao Fu's blood was now undoubtedly the most precious thing in the world. Almost no one could obtain it. This little black fish staying by Xiao Fu's side was its fortune. Xiao Fu smiled and squeezed out a few drops of blood to feed the little black fish. Then, he took the little black fish and flew to the side. Book 1, Chapter 159, End of Book 1. After flying for a while, Xiao Fu saw another group of people being chased. There were 7,000 or 8,000 people in this group, and the people chasing them were from the alchemy world. They did not want to let them live, and the alchemy god beasts continuously shot out beams of light towards the escaping people. Xiao Fu's eyes lit up. Explosions continuously sounded out, and the escaping people were continuously blasted away. Severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and facing such terrifying attacks, they were unable to resist at all. Boom, boom. Boom, another wave of beams of light brought with them terrifying LOL sounds as they shot towards the escaping people. This caused them to fall into despair. Xiao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared at the back of the group. Many beams of light gave off shocking auras as they shot over, and Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out. Bang, bang. Bang, the beams of light slammed into a black wall of light, causing many explosions to sound out. Waves of light spread out, forming a powerful gale that blew out. Those who were fleeing and those who were attacking, both sides revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the scene in front of them. A middle-aged man from the alchemy race said coldly, "Continue attacking. I don't believe that we can withstand more than a few attacks." Massive sounds rang out as the beams of light landed on the massive wall of light, but they were unable to break it. Just as the alchemy race was about to attack, the black wall of light shot out many black beams of light, which quickly landed on the alchemy god beasts. Bang, bang. Bang, some alchemy sacred beasts released defensive shields to block the attack. Some alchemy sacred beasts were blown away, and some alchemy sacred beasts were destroyed. The alchemy race's expressions were quite unsightly. The middle-aged man understood how powerful Xiao Fu was and that they were not a match for him at all. As such, he did not hesitate and gave the order to retreat. After the alchemy race retreated, Xiao Fu stopped attacking. The little black fish beside Xiao Fu swam over to the corpses and opened its mouth and sucked, causing the surrounding corpses to give off waves of deathly aura and enter the little black fish's mouth. This little black fish ate deathly aura as food. After sucking in the deathly aura, the little black fish happily returned to Xiao Fu's side. At this time, the group of people who were fleeing also stopped. One by one, they came down from the carriage and expressed their gratitude to Xiao Fu. These people made Zhao Fu feel quite strange, as they were as handsome as men, but they had the sexy and fiery figures of women. They wore long clothes, and their voices were androgynous, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to tell if they were men or women. Looking at Zhao Fu's expression, a cheerful person smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Fu asked, "Are you a man or a woman?" Everyone looked at each other and smiled. That bright and cheerful person said, "Of course we are women. My name is Yun Yuer. I am the queen of the Yunnan kingdom." The people of the Yunnan kingdom all look like this, Yun Yuer introduced herself. Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I'm leaving." Yun Yuer was taken aback. Yun Yuyen, a green-clothed woman with exquisite features, hurriedly said, "Wait." Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" Everyone understood that they could not let Zhao Fu leave. After all, it was quite dangerous now, and they needed Zhao Fu's protection. If Zhao Fu left, they would not be able to retaliate no matter what danger they faced. Yun Huoling, who was wearing red clothes and had a fiery figure, smiled and said, "Don't leave so quickly, we still haven't thanked you for saving us." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "There's no need for that." Everyone started to feel quite conflicted. Looking at them, Zhao Fu understood what they were thinking. He was also quite against their looks, or else Zhao Fu would have done something to them long ago. Yun Yuer smiled and said, "I won't hide it from you, we want your help, and we're willing to pay you." Zhao Fu said, "I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving." After saying this, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Everyone did not even have time to react. Yun Yuyen sighed and said, "We should use any means necessary to make him stay, he's our only hope." Yun Huoling said angrily, "What's the point of saying that now? He's already gone." A black-clothed, cold-looking person called Yun Xiaoling asked, "What should we do now?" Yun Yuer said helplessly, "Let's leave this place as soon as possible. As for the future, we'll leave it to fate." Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly because they could not see the future and could only see darkness. They did not know where they should go. Suddenly, bandits rushed out and surrounded the Yunnan kingdom's people. They belonged to a nearby kingdom, and they used these bandits to rob and kill to obtain treasures. When they heard that a group from a kingdom had arrived and that there were not many of them, they excitedly ran over, as this meant that they could obtain massive amounts of wealth. Now, there were tens of thousands of them. A muscular man with a beard loudly laughed as he looked at these people and said, "Kill all the men and leave all the women. Brothers, let's have a taste of a princess today." The surrounding bandits all cried out in excitement. Yun Yuer and the others' expressions were quite unsightly. They had never thought that as soon as Zhao Fu left, they would encounter such danger. They were simply too unlucky. At the same time, they regretted not leaving Zhao Fu behind. With him here, they would not have to worry about these bandits. Yun Yuer immediately ordered the group to form a defensive formation. The bearded man hesitated before loudly yelling, "Brothers, charge!" The bandits rushed at the Yunnan kingdom's people, and both sides began to fight intensely. The sounds of weapons colliding continuously sounded out, and the sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. A Yunnan kingdom soldier stabbed his spear through a bandit's chest, while a bandit hacked down on a Yunnan kingdom soldier's head. A Yunnan kingdom soldier vigorously sent a bandit flying, but he was immediately killed. A bandit kicked a Yunnan kingdom soldier's chest and kicked him to the ground. A Yunnan kingdom soldier swung his saber and killed a bandit, while a bandit slashed out with his sword and slit a Yunnan kingdom soldier's throat. A bandit loudly shouted and forcefully hacked down on a Yunnan kingdom soldier's chest with an axe, causing blood to spurt out. A bandit swung his saber and chopped off a Yunnan kingdom soldier's arm. The Yunnan kingdom soldiers were not weak, but after being attacked by the gold refiners, most of them were injured. The group of bandits were not weak either, as they were not ordinary bandits. They had the support of the kingdom, and with their numbers, the Yunnan kingdom was at a disadvantage. The bearded man ferociously rushed over and with a few slashes, he killed a few Yunnan kingdom soldiers. Yun Xiaoling wielded a sword and rushed over, saying, "I'll block her." A woman with a graceful figure and wearing white clothes called Yun Xianxia also rushed over with a sword in her hand, saying, "I'll help you." The two of them attacked from the left and right. Book 1, Chapter 160 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Apart from the women who did not know how to fight, everyone else rushed up to fight the bandits. Even though they attacked the bandits, they were not a match for them, and the Yunnan kingdom's people continuously died. Yun Yuer slashed out with her sword and killed 5 or 6 bandits. One of the bandits jumped to the side and slashed at Yun Yuer, who quickly dodged. A man called Yun Xiao, who was wearing a blue robe and had an elegant temperament, was kicked away by a bandit. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he fell near Yun Yuer. Yun Yuer stabbed her sword through the bandit's chest. Yun Zhao's face was pale as he stood up and said, "Let's run. It's best if we can escape, or else we'll all die here." Yun Yuer understood that they were in a dangerous situation and was about to give the order. Arg! Many screams sounded out as a group of demon creatures came out of nowhere and savagely attacked the bandits, causing them to quickly die. Yun Yuer looked up and saw Zhao Fu appear in the sky. Zhao Fu had already flown away, but he quickly heard the sounds of fighting behind him. Zhao Fu did not want to bother, but after thinking about it, he still came over. When everyone saw Zhao Fu, they immediately smiled in pleasant surprise. The bearded big man looked at Zhao Fu in the sky with an unsightly expression as he shouted, "This is a private matter of the Devil Spear Kingdom. If you dare to interfere, we'll definitely kill your entire family." Zhao Fu's gaze was filled with disdain as he pointed out with his finger, and a wave of energy shot out, instantly piercing through the bearded big man's head. The big man fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, the other bandits ran away in fear. However, they did not run away. The demons ferociously chased after them, biting their throats and drinking their blood. A sharp claw pierced through their chests and cut off their heads, and the bandits were quickly killed. The battle was over. Zhao Fu flew down. Some of the women could not help but throw themselves into Zhao Fu's arms. Zhao Fu had saved them twice in times of danger. They were extremely grateful to Zhao Fu, and they did not want Zhao Fu to leave again. Zhao Fu looked at the girls who were hugging him and smiled helplessly. "What's wrong?" Yun Huoling's eyes flickered with tears as she said, "Don't leave us. Can you stay?" Zhao Fu said, "I really have something to do. I can't stay by your side." Yun Yuer stood at the side and said, "Thank you very much for saving us twice." Zhao Fu said, "You're welcome. I didn't fly far anyway. When I heard the sounds of battle, I immediately returned." Yun Yuer smiled and said, "Do you really not have anything you want? We can help you fulfill all your requirements." Zhao Fu smiled. "I don't have anything else I want." Yun Xiao smiled and said, "There are too few good people like you. I also admire people like you very much." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled faintly. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and a few stars appeared in the light blue sky. Yun Yuer said, "It's getting dark now. You should wait until tomorrow before leaving." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Then, everyone walked for a while and found a hidden place to rest. The tent was quickly set up, and the bonfire was also lit. The girls took out Yunnan country's fine wine to entertain Zhao Fu. They were also very enthusiastic and kept feeding Zhao Fu wine and meat, as if they wanted to get Zhao Fu drunk. Unfortunately, Zhao Fu's physique did not allow him to get drunk. Instead, it was the girls who were a little drunk. Yun Yuer pushed Zhao Fu to the side and looked at Zhao Fu's perfect face. She blushed and said, "Don't go, okay?" Zhao Fu looked at Yun Yuer and was about to speak. However, Yun Yuer stopped him. Late at night, the bonfire's flames illuminated the surroundings. The heat dispelled the cold, and it felt warm. There were about 100 girls beside Zhao Fu. Yun Yuer nestled in Zhao Fu's arms and blushed slightly. "Are you satisfied with this repayment?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Although he was a little resistant to their looks, he had a different feeling. Yun Xiao blushed and said, "I feel like I've fallen in love with you. What should I do?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Then be my woman." Yun Xiao nodded happily. Yun Yuer blushed and said, "I really don't know where you get your charm from. Now, we really want to be your women. We don't just need your protection. We really like you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Yes, I know." Yun Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu. "What do you think we should do in the future? We'll listen to you." Yun Huoling hugged Zhao Fu affectionately and said, "You won't leave us now, right?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I'm heading to the water body for something very important. It's not that I don't want to bring you guys along, but it's too dangerous. Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety. You can head to the Fiery Kingdom. Hearing this, the girls were unwilling. However, after hearing the reason why Zhao Fu wanted to leave, they did not insist. They believed that Zhao Fu would protect them. Yun Yuer hugged Zhao Fu and said with a smile, Thank you so much. Zhao Fu laughed. The next day, Zhao Fu left Yun Yuer and the others and continued flying towards the water body. Yun Yuer followed the information given by Zhao Fu and headed towards the Fiery Kingdom. However, not long after they left, they were surrounded by a group of mountain bandits. There were more than 200,000 of them, and the leader was a woman with a sexy figure. She only covered her important parts with a few pieces of cloth and carried a large axe. She looked very valiant. She was called Fierce 7. Fierce 7 said with a ferocious expression, You're the group of people who escaped from the kingdom? So my men were also killed by you guys, right? Yun Yuer and the others were surrounded by such a large number of mountain bandits. Their expressions were quite unsightly and they started to worry. They were too unlucky. At first, they had been chased by the gold refiner race, then surrounded by mountain bandits, and now they were surrounded by mountain bandits again. Last time, there had only been tens of thousands of mountain bandits, and it had been very difficult for them to resist. Now that there were 200,000 of them, they had no hope at all. Yun Yuer said coldly, We can give you the treasures, but please let us off this time. There were a few ferocious-looking women beside Fierce 7. They were called Fierce 1, Fierce 2, Fierce 3, Fierce 4, Fierce 5, and Fierce 6. Fierce 1 said viciously, Do you think you can just leave after killing our people? Fierce 3 evilly laughed and said, If we sell them to a brothel, they should be worth a lot of money. Fierce 5 coldly laughed and said, Isn't this too easy on them? I think we should just let us brothers have some fun. Just kill them, or else we won't be able to vent our anger. The mountain bandits happily shouted, Thank you, fifth leader. They looked at Yun Yuer and the other women with lustful eyes. Book 1, Chapter 161, Killing Fierce 7 called out, Kill all the men and leave those stinky women. After receiving this order, the bandits looked incredibly excited and roared as they rushed at Yun Yuer and the others, giving off massive auras. Seeing so many people rush over, Yun Yuer and the others' expressions were quite grim. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as waves of black aura flowed out of the women's bodies and floated into the sky, and a powerful sovereign's might spread out. Yun Yuer and the others looked at their bodies in shock. Large amounts of black aura gathered in the sky, and heaven and earth power flooded in like a flood, causing massive ripples to shake the surroundings. A massive black dragon appeared in the sky. It was covered with jet black dragon scales, and its eyes were like stars and its horns were like black iron. Its body was incredibly powerful, and it gave off a domineering, noble, and supreme emperor's aura. Sensing this terrifying aura, the countless bandits felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and they could not help but tremble. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a black flame that swept across the ground, igniting the bandits on the ground. Countless bandits howled and struggled within the black flames, causing the bandits to retreat in terror. Yun Yuer and the others gave delighted smiles. They realized that this was the power that Zhao Fu had left in their bodies, and they had never thought that it would be so powerful. Fierce 7 and the others looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Yun Yuer and the others would have such abilities. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as the black dragon once again spat out an enormous wave of flames that burned towards the bandits. Countless bandits were set ablaze by the black flames, and the immense pain caused them to run around wildly. Some lay on the ground and struggled, trying to extinguish the flames. However, these were not ordinary flames, and even water would find it difficult to extinguish them. With their strength, they were completely helpless against these flames, and they could only be burned to death. These two bursts of flames were enough to burn 20,000 bandits to death. Moreover, they were directly burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, Fierce 7 hesitated and yelled, Get into formation. The bandits immediately gathered together, forming 7 groups. Fierce 7 and the others gave off powerful auras as they rushed at the black dragon in the sky, and the 7 groups' power flowed into their bodies. Countless rays of light shone out as the 7 women turned into 7 massive jackals and savagely bit at the black dragon in the sky. Seeing the 7 jackals coming, the black dragon savagely smiled. Boom, the black dragon was extremely domineering. He slapped out with his claw, slapping a jackal that was biting over to the ground, creating a huge crater. Following this, the black dragon swiped out with its claws and sent another jackal flying. The black dragon quickly bit forward, biting down on a jackal's body. The jackal let out a scream of pain, and a huge sound wave reverberated through the sky. The jackal in its jaws flew out and ferociously looked at the jackal 7, and its terrifying aura caused the jackal to tremble, but it was still bitten. They didn't dare to attack, but that didn't mean the black dragon would let them go. The dragon quickly rushed towards the wolves and opened its huge mouth to bite one of the wolves. The wolf was afraid and wanted to dodge, but it was still bitten by the black dragon. 7. 7 7 7 and 10 7 7. The black dragon turned and grabbed 2 jackals with its claws, then swung its tail with immense power, sending the remaining jackals flying. The black dragon turned and grabbed 2 jackals with its claws, then swung its tail with immense power, sending the remaining jackals flying. Following this, the black dragon smashed the 2 jackals to the ground and threw the jackals that it had bitten into. Now, the 7 wolves were all quite injured. Looking at the black dragon in the sky, they felt it for themselves and understood how powerful the black dragon was. What should we do now? This black dragon is too powerful. According to the information we received, they shouldn't have this kind of ability. What happened? Let's retreat. They're too difficult to deal with. This black dragon is using those women as its foundation. If we kill those women, the black dragon will disappear. The few of you stall the black dragon, I'll go kill those stinking women. Alright. The few of us will charge over. 5 jackals gave off powerful and ferocious auras as they charged at the black dragon, while the other 2 immediately pounced at Xianxia and the other women. Seeing the 2 jackals pounce at them, Xianxia and the other women's expressions changed. They wanted to dodge but were worried that they would affect the black dragon, so they could only order the soldiers to defend with all their might. Bang! 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 Before the soldiers could attack, the black dragon swung its tail with a terrifying force, sending the 5 jackals flying. It then pounced downwards and grabbed 2 jackals with its claws, smashing them to the ground, creating 2 large craters. The 2 jackals' bodies started to blur before disappearing. Xiong 5 and Xiong 3 fell to the ground, blood leaking from the corners of their mouths. It seemed that their injuries were not light. The 2 brigands also suffered a backlash, and their bodies trembled as they coughed up small mouthfuls of blood. The black dragon's ferocious and domineering dragon eyes looked at the remaining jackals and immediately pounced over, biting another jackal. The jackal held as its body also became blurry, and a woman's body fell to the ground. The remaining jackals gathered all of their strength and spat out a few massive beams of light that seemed to be able to destroy everything towards the black dragon. The black dragon also spat out a massive black flame, and the 2 massive powers clashed together. The flames scattered in all directions, and a terrifying shockwave spread out like a massive gale. Roar! The black dragon roared, and the black flames in its mouth became even more intense, suppressing the beams of light that the jackals had spat out. In the end, their bodies were set ablaze, and the intense pain caused them to howl. In the end, the jackals' bodies disappeared, and the women fell to the ground in pain. The black dragon's evil gaze once again looked at the brigands and it immediately rushed over. It swung its dragon claws, and a terrifying force sent countless brigands flying. The dragon claws vigorously slapped out, and a massive force directly shattered many of the brigands' bodies. Following this, the black dragon spat out another wave of black flames, igniting many of the brigands' bodies, causing them to struggle in pain. Seeing this scene, the other brigands hurriedly ran in fear, and they were like scattered sand. The black dragon continued to wantonly slaughter. The brigands quickly scattered in all directions, leaving behind corpses. Blood dyed the ground red, creating a gory scene. The black dragon turned into countless traces of black aura that flowed into the women's bodies. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others could not help but feel admiration for Zhao Fu. This was just the power that Zhao Fu had left in their bodies, yet it had such shocking destructive power. At that moment, 10 or so soldiers brought Xianxia and the other women to Yunyuer. Yunyuer looked at the wretchedly injured Xianxia and the other women and smiled as she said, "What do you have to say now?" Book 1, Chapter 162, Killing Fear 7 coldly harumphed, "If you want to kill us, then kill us, don't waste words." Yun Xiaoling said coldly, "It's not that easy to die. What did you say you were going to do to us? Now, you can play with us soldiers." Hearing this, Fear 7 and the other women's expressions changed. Yun Huling lightly laughed, "We can also cripple their cultivations and throw them into brothels." Fear 7 said furiously, "You lowly women, I'll definitely make you die even more horribly." Fierce 3 coldly laughed and said, "I curse you to suffer the same fate, don't think that you can escape this region." Yun Yuer looked at Fierce 3 and said, "I know you want to use the kingdom to threaten us, but we'll immediately change directions. I don't believe that the kingdom will dare to chase after us for you." Fierce 3 gloomily looked at Yun Yuer and said, "Just you wait. When the time comes, you'll die just like us." Fierce 1 furiously yelled, "If you have the ability, then kill us now." Yun Yuer lightly laughed and was about to say something to kill these women. A person suddenly appeared in the sky, and the women sensed it and looked up. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, they gave happy smiles. "Why did you come back?" Yun Yuer asked as she smiled. Zhao Fu landed on the ground and smiled as he said, "I sensed that you were in danger, so I came back to take a look." Yun Yuer went up and hugged Zhao Fu, "The power you left in our bodies is very powerful, and you saved us once again." "Thank you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "With our relationship, there's no need to be so courteous with me." Yun Yuer's face became slightly red. The other women also came over. Zhao Fu looked at Fierce 7 and asked in confusion, "Who are they?" Yun Yuer gave a simple explanation of what had happened, and Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Then leave them to me." Yun Yuer smiled and said, "All right, consider it a gift for you." Fierce 7 and the other women looked at Zhao Fu strangely and did not know who Zhao Fu was. However, after hearing that the domineering sovereign power came from him, they understood that he was definitely very terrifying. Yun Huoling's face was red as she said, "Husband. I miss you again." Zhao Fu chuckled and ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield while he and the girls walked towards the forest at the side. 10 hours later, Zhao Fu hugged Yun Yuer and said, "You guys have really encountered a lot of danger." Yun Yuer nodded. "Yes. Perhaps we were too unlucky. If it weren't for you, we would have been dead." Ferocious 7 lay on the other side of Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu as he cried out, "Hey! What do you plan to do with the 7 of us?" Fierce 2 smiled and said, "With a man like you, we won't lose out at all. Instead, we have a great advantage. Right now, I don't have any other requests. I just hope that you can kill us quickly." Zhao Fu thought about it and said with a smile, "We will kill you, but you will become the queen's guards in the future to protect them." Fierce 7 said coldly, "In your dreams. It's impossible." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You don't have the right to refuse." Fierce 7 looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You have a trace of my power within your bodies, and that power will control you and make you listen to the queen's orders." Fierce 7 cursed, "Bastard." Yun Yuer said happily, "Thank you, husband. I'm very satisfied with these guards." Zhao Fu looked at Fierce 7 and asked, "What kind of kingdom is it that made you go around killing and pillaging?" Fierce 7 did not want to tell Zhao Fu, but he could not control his body and said it. "It's a very powerful and barbaric kingdom. They are a type of devil race, and their king is called Devil Spearjo. They also encourage bandits like us." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "A kingdom that does so much evil and harms the heaven-awakened world should not exist. I didn't want to care about these things, but since they offended me, they must pay the price." Fierce 7 looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want them to have a taste of what it's like to perish." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Yun Yuer asked curiously, "What do you plan to do, husband?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I plan to ally with a few card factions and alchemy factions to attack the Devil Spear Kingdom." Yun Yuer asked curiously, "Husband, you're someone from the heaven-awakened world, will they listen to you?" Zhao Fu said, "I'll help them attack, and I don't want anything In front of massive benefits, they'll most likely participate. Fierce 7 said angrily, you're actually helping outsiders attack your own faction? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, it's good for the heaven-awakened world if there are fewer kingdoms like this. Don't you also go around killing and pillaging? Yun Yuer thought for a moment before saying, husband. I think we should forget about it. Aren't you in a hurry to go to the water region? There's no need to waste so much time. Also, even though the Devil Spear Kingdom has done many evil things, it can still defend against the invasion of two worlds. Yun Xiao said, we'll change our route and won't contact the Devil Spear Kingdom. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, all right. I'll let him off this time. Fierce 2 lightly harumphed, I want to see if you have that kind of ability. Perhaps you'll be captured and killed by the alchemy faction. Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh, are you doubting my ability? A pure alchemy bloodline aura spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and his bloodline seemed to be even more terrifying than a sovereign bloodline. Fierce 2's expression fell as he cried out, you're from the alchemy race? Yun Yuer and the other women's expressions also fell. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm from the heaven-awakened world, but I also have a pure bloodline from the alchemy race. With my bloodline, no one from the alchemy race will kill me. Yun Yuer let out a sigh of relief and asked curiously, husband, we've always been curious about your identity. Can you tell us who you are? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you'll know after you go to the Fire Nation. Yun Yuer nodded. Zhao Fu looked at Fierce 7 and the others and said, be good and obedient in the future, and I won't mistreat you. They had just experienced Zhao Fu's alchemy bloodline that surpassed the sovereign bloodline and understood that Zhao Fu's identity was incredibly terrifying. At the very least, he was an imperial prince, and if Zhao Fu said he could destroy a kingdom, it was possible. They did not doubt him at all. The little black fish swam over from the side, where it had been devouring the deathly aura. Zhao Fu stretched out a finger and stroked the little black fish's head a few times, and the little black fish looked quite satisfied. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right, I'm going to go now. I'm leaving. Be careful. Yun Yuer smiled and nodded, you be careful too. Zhao Fu then looked at Fierce 7 and the others and said, you don't need the formation's power to turn into wolves anymore, you can use the power I left in your bodies. Fierce 7 and the others sensed it and smiled in delight. Book 1, Chapter 163 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Zhao Fu once again left. Yun Xiaoling lightly harumphed, I should have killed you guys long ago, but I never thought that I'd give you such an opportunity. Fierce 2 laughed as he said, that's right. I understand that sisters enjoyed themselves and did not suffer at all. Fierce 3 lightly laughed as he said, the thing is that you can't do anything to us right now. The power that Lord gave us is extremely powerful, and it's above King's power. We could never obtain such power in the past. Yun Huoling said angrily, don't go too far. Fierce 7 looked at Yun Yuer and said, all right, that's enough. That lord told us to be their guards so that we can properly protect them in the future. Hearing this, Fierce 2 and Fierce 3 did not say anything else. Yun Yuer said, let's go. They went around the Devil Spear Kingdom and headed towards the Fire Kingdom from another side. They now knew how powerful the power that Zhao Fu had given them was. Together with Fierce 7 and the others, their safety was guaranteed and they did not encounter any danger. Zhao Fu flew in the sky, and the little black fish swam beside him. They were not slow at all. Following this, Zhao Fu came to a city. This was a city under the jurisdiction of a sect, so there was no danger for now and the teleportation channel could be used at any time. Zhao Fu walked towards the teleportation channel. An elderly man dressed in gray robes stopped Zhao Fu. He said coldly, who are you? Zhao Fu looked quite surprised, what is it? The elderly man coldly stared at Zhao Fu and said, recently, our sect's disciples have been assassinated, and I think that you're quite suspicious. Zhao Fu said, I've only just arrived here and am just a passerby. The elderly man said coldly, take off your cloak and your spatial ring. Let me check it. If you're not, I'll let you go. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased, what if I'm not? The elderly man said with a trace of killing intent, then die. Zhao Fu looked at the old man in front of him. Naturally, he would not be willing to hand over the storage ring. There were many important things in it. The elder could tell what Zhao Fu was thinking and immediately clawed at Zhao Fu, bringing with it a ferocious claw mark, wanting to kill Zhao Fu in a single move. This old man's strength was indeed not weak. He had already reached the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm and had the qualifications to be so arrogant. However, he was facing Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood where he was and slapped out with his hand. A powerful energy slammed into the elder's chest, sending him flying back and coughing up a mouthful of blood. The old man's face turned pale. He didn't expect Zhao Fu to be so powerful. Zhao Fu did not want to waste time with this old man, so he walked to the side, planning to use the teleportation formation to leave this place. A few powerful auras descended, and a few elders appeared. It was a tall and thin old man dressed in red. He looked at the old man on the ground and asked, "What happened?" The old man immediately pointed at Zhao Fu and said, "He's the person who assassinated our sect's disciples. He's extremely powerful, so you need to be careful." The red-clothed old man said furiously, "So it's you. Die." Zhao Fu hurriedly said, "Wait." However, the elders ignored Zhao Fu's words and directly attacked towards Zhao Fu. The powerful energies gathered together and seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. A defensive barrier appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Bang! The powerful force slammed into the barrier, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack and rise. However, the barrier was not damaged at all. The elders were quite shocked. The red-clothed old man gathered a powerful energy into his fist, which burned with flames. He punched out, and a massive flaming fist punched towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The flaming fist slammed against the barrier, and massive flames covered Zhao Fu, turning him into a massive orb of flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Another elder put his palms together and a powerful wind spread out. An enormous and sharp whirlwind wrapped around the flames, forming a fire tornado. The surrounding ground was destroyed, and waves of heat spread out. A fat elder spat out a liquid from his mouth. The liquid was like oil, and it entered the flames, causing the flames to become even more intense. The surrounding temperature also rose, and the ground was burned to ashes. The last elder pointed his sword at Zhao Fu, and flying swords condensed in the air and flew towards the orb of flames. Boom! The flying swords flew into the fire tornado and combined with it, forming an enormous sword chi fire tornado. A terrifying aura spread out, and the surrounding area was destroyed by this power, creating a shocking scene. The red-clothed old man smiled confidently as he said, "Even though this person isn't weak, he has too little battle experience. If he takes our combined attack, he'll definitely die." Another elder coldly laughed as he said, "Since he dared to kill our sect's disciples, this is his fate." The fat elder said with some pity, "Killing him like this won't help us find out who ordered him to do it." Boom! A powerful energy exploded out, sending the countless flames flying. The elders hurriedly blocked, and the surroundings were set ablaze. Zhao Fu's body appeared, not injured at all. The old man looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Zhao Fu said with a trace of anger, "You asked for it." Just as he spoke, Zhao Fu appeared in front of the red-clothed old man and punched him. The red-clothed old man was sent flying, and a few of his ribs were broken. Blood leaked out of his mouth, and his injuries were quite severe. Zhao Fu kicked out, sending another elder flying. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Following this, Zhao Fu appeared in front of the fat elder. When the fat elder saw Zhao Fu, a savage look appeared on his face, and he sent out a powerful palm strike towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu disdainfully smiled and also sent out a palm strike. Bang! An explosion sounded out as a gale spread out. The fat elder's body flew back and crashed to the ground, and he howled as his arms seemed to have been broken by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu then attacked another elder, heavily injuring him with a single strike. Finally, it was the gray-clothed elder. Zhao Fu walked towards him with a cold expression. He was the one who made Zhao Fu the most angry, as everything had been caused by him. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, the gray-clothed elder also looked terrified, but he quickly grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent the gray-clothed elder flying with a kick. The gray-clothed elder fell to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood before fainting. After dealing with the elders, Zhao Fu did not stay and immediately flew towards the teleportation channel. However, by the time Zhao Fu arrived at the teleportation channel, it had already been forbidden. Zhao Fu immediately sensed a few powerful auras gathering towards him. In the end, Zhao Fu could only escape from this city. However, this region was under the jurisdiction of a sect. Single sect. Zhao Fu went to a nearby city and found that this sect was looking for him. If he went around this sect, it would take him a few days to get to the sect. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to go around this sect. Staying here and fighting with this sect would only waste more time. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, he sensed some movement in a part of the city. He saw a cloaked person suddenly appear behind two young men, stabbing towards them with a dagger in his hand. One of the young men's heart was pierced and he immediately died. Seeing this, the other young man was so scared that he immediately ran away. The cloaked person immediately caught up to the young man and killed him. Just as he was about to leave, another cloaked person appeared in front of him. This person was naturally Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the person in front of him. This was most likely the person who had been assassinating the sect's disciples. Seeing that he was also wearing a cloak, Zhao Fu understood why the elder would suspect him. He was finished. He had taken the blame for this person. Seeing that Zhao Fu was in front of him, the person coldly stared at Zhao Fu and said in a young man's voice, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu said, "Who am I? I'm the one who took the blame for you." Hearing this, the young man's expression changed. He had heard that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful and had defeated a few elders in one go. "What do you want to do?" the young man asked nervously. Zhao Fu thought for a moment. "I don't want to do anything, I just came to take a look. Even though I took the blame for you, I've already heavily injured a few elders, so I've already become enemies." The young man let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Why did you assassinate the sect's disciples?" The young man said with a look of hatred, "This sect's great elder killed my parents. I didn't have the ability to take revenge, so I could only kill some of the sect's disciples." Zhao Fu asked, "Why did that great elder kill your parents?" The young man hesitated and thought for a moment before saying, "Because of a treasure." Zhao Fu's interest was piqued. "What treasure is it?" The young man took off his cloak and saw some fish scales on his body. The pair of ears were like fins, which surprised Zhao Fu. The young man introduced himself, "My name is Yu Yi. My father is a human, my mother was a member of the water tribe, I am a mixed blood of the human race and the water kind. My mother used to be a holy girl of the water kind, but she was expelled from the water kind because she fell in love with my father. My mother brought out a treasure from the water tribe, that treasure is called the omnidirectional water world." Zhao Fu had a look of confusion, he had never heard of such a treasure before. Zhao Fu did not know much about the water race. "What kind of treasure is that? It shouldn't be ordinary, right?" Zhao Fu asked. Yu Yi nodded seriously. "Take out a fist-sized one, a blue crystal with 8 faces, there was even a blob of blue water in it, it emitted a faint blue light. This is the omniscient water world." Zhao Fu sensed the pure water power emanating from the blue crystal. He understood that this thing was not simple at all. He asked, "What does it do?" Yu Yi said, "The omniscient water world contains the water world's source energy, and controlling it will allow one to obtain the water world's bloodline and world power. Moreover, it has the ability to fuse with all of the water race's powers. It's said that the omniscient water world has 24 of them. They are in different corners of the water region. Whoever has them will have the water region." At first, Zhao Fu thought that this was a very powerful and rare treasure. However, when Zhao Fu heard that having 24 omniscient water worlds would allow him to have a water region, he immediately looked delighted because this could be the key to awakening the water race's Emperor Star. Before, Zhao Fu did not know how to awaken his Emperor Star. He had only planned to take things one step at a time in the water region and perhaps find some fortuitous opportunities. He had encountered this fortuitous opportunity before even reaching the water region. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Yi and asked, "Why don't you use such a precious thing?" Yu Yi bitterly smiled and said, "Not everyone can use the 8-direction water world. One must obtain its approval. It's a pity that I didn't obtain its approval and can't use its power. Otherwise, I would have been able to take revenge with it." Zhao Fu asked, "You must have a purpose for taking out such a precious treasure, right?" Yu Yi nodded, "I know you're very strong. As long as you're willing to help me kill the Great Elder, I'm willing to give you this octagonal water world. It's useless in my hands anyway. Zhao Fu smiled, I can promise you, but I need to obtain the 8-direction water world. Yu Yi didn't hesitate. She stretched out her hand and handed the water world to Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's strength, it was over. He could easily take it away, and he wouldn't be able to resist. Zhao Fu smiled as he received the water world and sent a wave of power into it. The water world gave off a repelling force, wanting to leave Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu immediately sealed the water world to prevent it from escaping. The little black fish swam to the side. It seemed to be very interested in the item. Seeing this, Yu Yi said, I forgot to tell you. This water world can only be used by people with the bloodline of the water race. You're a human, so you can't use it. Zhao Fu was wondering why the water world gave off a repelling force. So this was the reason. He smiled, this was very easy for him. After putting away the water world, Zhao Fu said, I need information about that great elder. Yu Yi smiled and said, I can tell you in detail. That great elder is called Kushang. His cultivation has reached the peak of the emptiness realm. He cultivates the profound spirit 5 absolutes and is very powerful. He is ranked top 3 in the sect. After listening, Zhao Fu thought about the youth's words, peak of the emptiness realm. This can be solved by Zhao Fu, but it will also be troublesome. If he can be lured out of the sect, Zhao Fu has enough treasures to kill him outside. However, inside the sect, Zhao Fu doesn't have the ability. Zhao Fu looked at the youth and said, I can kill this great elder, but I need to seal him out. This can't be rushed. Yu Yi smiled and said, as long as I can take revenge, it doesn't matter how long it takes. For Yu Yi, there was no hope of taking revenge with his ability. He could only rely on Zhao Fu. When he heard that Zhao Fu could take revenge, he was very happy. After a while, he would be finished. Zhao Fu smiled and said, let's leave this place first. Yu Yi smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu took Yu Yi to the outside of the sect. Then he asked Yu Yi to write a letter, telling the great elder called Kushang to go to the mountains in the west if he wanted to obtain the water world. In a spacious room, a strong old man with a porcupine head looked at the letter in his hand and sneered, so it's him who has been assassinating the disciples of the sect. He was Kushang, the great elder of the sect. Book 1, Chapter 165 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Kushang turned the letter to ashes and planned to go there alone. He was confident that with his strength, it would be easy to kill Yu Yi and take the treasure. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a blue dress with an enchanting figure walked in and asked, where are you going? The beautiful woman had a purple fish scale between her eyebrows and emitted the aura of the water race's bloodline. This person's name was Yu Xiaoling. She was also a member of the water race, and a high-grade one at that. A year ago, she came to this place to find the water world of 8 directions, and used her bitter cultivation to help her obtain it. Of course, bitter cultivation did not help Yu Xiaoling for free. He wanted to obtain the support of Yu Xiaoling's family and make it the sect master. He had been eyeing the position of sect master for more than 100 years. Although he had nurtured a force in the sect, he was not completely confident in obtaining the position. The 8-directional water world was useless to a human like him. He felt that it was worth it to use it to become the sect master. Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, since the 8-directional water world is in his hands, things will be easier. Leave it to me. Hearing this, bitter cultivation nodded. Yu Xiaoling turned and left. She came to a secret room. There was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a charming temperament. Her hands were tied up by a chain and there were many scars on her body. She also had a fish scale between her eyebrows and emitted the same bloodline aura as Yu Xiaoling. She was Yu Ye's mother, Yu Qia. She was also from the same clan as Yu Xiaoling. More accurately, Yu Qia was Yu Xiaoling's senior because Yu Xiaoling was the saintess of this generation. Yu Xiaoling looked at Yu Qia and smiled as she said, so the 8-directional water world is in your son's hands? And you said you've never seen it before, you're not willing to say it after torturing you for so long, you're a traitor of the clan. Yu Qia's expression changed. He said, I don't understand what you're saying. Yu Xiaoling chuckled and said, why are you acting like you don't know? You don't know, right? That stupid son of yours said it himself, the omniscient water world was in his hands? I still need to go to a place to get the bitter wounds. Xianxia hurriedly said, I can let my son give you the omniscient water world. Please spare my son this once. Pa, Yu Xiaoling slapped Xianxia in the face, said ruthlessly. It's too late now. Would I kill your stupid son in front of you, and then bring a traitor like you back to the clan? Let the people in the clan punish you. Do you know the consequences of stealing a holy relic? Xiaoxia's face was pale. Stealing the sacred object of his race would cause him to endure the endless pain of being skinned and flayed. In other words, his scales would be peeled off one by one, and even his skin would be peeled off. And he wouldn't die right away. This is a kind of pain ordinary people cannot bear. Xianxia looked at Yu Xiaoling with tears in his eyes. I can go back and accept my punishment, but I beg you to let my son go. He has nothing to do with this. Yu Xiaoling snorted coldly, he's your son, how does he have nothing to do with you? You slut caused our clan to search for the holy relic for so many years. This is retribution. Then, Yu Xiaoling left the secret chamber and got someone to write a letter for Yu Yi. She told him to bring the omniscient water world to the sect, or else she would kill his mother. Yu Xiaoling easily guessed that Yu Yi must have a plot to bring bitter wounds to that place, so she used Yu Yi's plan to get Xianxia to come over. Yu Xiaoling revealed a faint smile, humph. This kid still wants to play tricks with me. After Yu Yi received the letter, he was pleasantly surprised, my mother isn't dead. That's great. I thought she was killed too. Zhao Fu frowned. He didn't expect that his plan would fail and he would be the one being targeted instead. Yu Yi looked at Zhao Fu and said, I want to save my mother. Zhao Fu said, he wants you to go to the sect. Even if I go, I might not be able to survive. If you go, you'll just be sending yourself to death. Yu Yi insisted, I know, but that's my mother. I must save her, or else they will kill my mother. Zhao Fu let out a breath and said, I know it's your mother, and I don't object to you saving her. But not now. If you go like this, not only will you not be able to save your mother, but you will also harm her. We'll do it step by step. Yu Yi said worriedly, if I don't go, I'm worried that they will harm my mother. Zhao Fu said, they want the omniscient water world. As long as you don't hand it over, your mother will not die. Don't worry. Hearing this, Yu Yi nodded, what should we do now? Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, you also write a letter. If they dare to harm your mother, you will destroy the omniscient water world. Yu Yi said, the omniscient water world is abnormally hard. Rumor has it that even immortals are unable to destroy it. Zhao Fu said with an awkward expression, then throw it in a place where no one can find it. They will never be able to find it. Oh. Yu Yi replied. Yu Xiaoling, who received the letter, had a cold expression. She immediately wanted to chop off Xiaoxia's head and send it over, but she was worried that she really wouldn't be able to find the omniscient water world. Bitter said, if that's the case, I might as well go find that kid. Yu Xiaoling said with a smile, that kid isn't stupid. Even if you go, it will be a wasted trip. Anyway, his mother is in our hands, and he will definitely come to save her. We just need to wait. Bitter thought for a moment and nodded. Zhao Fu was having a headache. With his current strength, he didn't dare to force his way in. Sneaking into the sect would also be very difficult, so he didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu decided to do a thorough investigation. Zhao Fu received some information. It turned out that the elders who had been so overbearing were from the bitter branch. Their branch was now very strong, and even the branch of the sect master was somewhat wary of them. That was why they were so overbearing and arrogant. Presumably, the sect master also wanted to get rid of bitter. Zhao Fu wanted to work with the sect master. After thinking things through, Zhao Fu immediately wrote a letter to the sect master. A mighty middle-aged man sat at the top of the hall. He was the sect master, and his name was Shirkuan. His cultivation was at the upper stage of the void realm, a bit lower than Bitter's. After reading it, Shirkuan sank into contemplation as he held the letter in his hand. He had been enduring Bitter's actions because now was not a good time to make the situation awkward. He definitely wanted to get rid of Bitter, but was this person trustworthy? Could it be this person's scheme? If Shirkuan agreed and Bitter leaked the information, it would immediately cause a civil war within the sect, and he could then save Bitter. Shirkuan was in a bit of a dilemma. He was worried that he would fall into a trap, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. In the end, Shirkuan decided to talk to Zhao Fu first. After receiving the reply, Zhao Fu was willing to meet the sect master. Book 1, Chapter 166. The two agreed to meet at a place. Shirkuan stared at Zhao Fu in disbelief and asked, "You said that you can kill Ku Shang?" Zhao Fu nodded. Shirkuan felt that he was being teased and said angrily, "Do you know that Ku Shang is at the pinnacle of the emptiness realm? Even I am not his match. How can you, a lower emptiness realm expert, kill him? Do you know that both of us can detect each other?" Zhao Fu looked at Shirkuan with a smile. Boom, an incomparably powerful force gushed out of Zhao Fu's body and spread out like a surging ocean. The heavens and the earth seemed to tremble. Shirkuan stared at Zhao Fu in shock. He felt as if his body had fallen into the sea and he had no strength to struggle. The fear of death spread out from his heart. This was the first time he felt such a terrifying force. It seemed to be even stronger than that of a mighty expert. This was the strength that Zhao Fu could display with his full strength. However, it was still not as strong as the strength of a mighty expert. Zhao Fu's strength was too high. Zhao Fu withdrew his power and said with a smile, "Now, do you think I have the ability to kill Ku Shang?" Shirkuan came back to his senses and asked, "Who are you?" Only the top geniuses of the human realm could display such terrifying power at such a young age. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "It's best that you don't know. Now, let's talk about cooperation." Shirkuan smiled and said, "No problem." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You just need to let me enter the sect and transfer the others away. Otherwise, if they come to help, I can kill Ku Shang. As for the other things, I don't want them." Shirkuan said with a smile, "Only a fool would refuse such a good offer. I will transfer the others away. Thank you for your help." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, Zhao Fu thought of something and said, "By the way, I also want to take a woman with me." Shirkuan said with a smile, "Take your mother with you, right?" "Sure." Zhao Fu couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I think you misunderstood. That person is not my mother. I was just a passerby and did this because someone asked me to do it." Shirkuan looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "I thought that you are the same person who assassinated my sect's disciple. It seems that Ku Shang and his group offended someone they can't afford to offend. When do you plan to do it?" Zhao Fu said, "Tonight." Shirkuan nodded and said, "Tonight." Shirkuan smiled and nodded. Yi asked with concern, "How is it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's going very smoothly. Tonight, I'll kill Ku Shang and save your mother. You can just wait here." Yu Tian said, "Thank you so too." Tian. 2. 1. Fu said. Yuan said. 2. Shirkuan immediately made preparations to move everyone away from the area. Even if there were people in the vicinity, they had to be his men. This was an extremely good thing for him. If he could get rid of this threat, he would be able to rest easy in the future. A crescent moon hung alone in the night sky. Without a single star to accompany it, the night seemed plain and dim. Ku Shang walked to the side and didn't notice anything wrong. He just felt that it was a bit quiet. Boom, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ku Shang and punched towards Ku Shang's back with destructive power. Ku Shang was shocked. He quickly tried to block. Bang, that punch sent Ku Shang flying. He hit a few walls before stopping. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In order to quickly deal with Ku Shang, Zhao Fu chose the sneak attack. Ku looked at Zhao Fu with an ugly expression and said, if he hadn't concentrated his power on his back, he might have been killed by this person. Zhao Fu looked at Ku Shang coldly and immediately rushed forward. Ku Shang roared. His clothes burst open, revealing his strong muscles. He punched back with all his strength. 5 fists containing different powers blasted towards Zhao Fu. It seemed that they could pierce through the void. Zhao Fu looked at Ku Shang. Ku Shang took a blow from him and still had such power. If Zhao Fu's cultivation was a bit higher, he should be able to kill Ku Shang with one blow. Facing Ku Shang's attack, Zhao Fu also punched out. A super terrifying force blasted forward. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two waves of power collided. A berserk gale blew out, destroying the ground and causing rocks to fly everywhere. Kushang was blasted away by this force. Jiaofu stood in place and didn't move. Seeing this, Kushang understood that he was definitely not this person's opponent. He didn't know who this person was and why his power was so terrifying. Kushang didn't hesitate and hurriedly turned and ran. Jiaofu turned into a ray of light and shot forwards, his leg giving off terrifying power as he kicked horizontally towards Kushang. Kushang hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding Jiaofu's attack. However, Jiaofu used this momentum to spin around and kick Kushang back. Kushang fell to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he shouted, "Help!" At this moment, Kushang understood that he couldn't escape and could only hope that someone would come. There were many experts and countless disciples in the sect. However, no one responded to him. Kushang understood why it was so quiet, and he quickly understood that the sect master had colluded with outsiders to kill him. Boom! Kushang looked furious and exploded out with all of his power. That terrifying power caused the ground to continuously crack and blasts of air to blow out. Kushang unexpectedly took the initiative to attack Jiaofu. He quickly rushed in front of Jiaofu and punched towards Jiaofu's head. Jiaofu used his arm to block and blocked that shocking punch, but he also took a step back. Kushang immediately punched out again, causing a massive explosion to sound out. Jiaofu used his hand to grab this punch and vigorously kicked out, hitting Kushang's abdomen and sending him sliding 6 or 7 meters away. Jiaofu's body flashed and disappeared, appearing in front of Kushang, and he punched towards Kushang's heart. Kushang controlled the power within his body, and his body was covered by a layer of light. Bang! Kushang was sent flying, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Seeing this, Jiaofu directly took out the Sky Demon sword and quickly rushed towards Kushang. Kushang punched the ground hard, and a powerful force spread out like an arc wave, instantly collapsing the ground. Jiaofu leapt into the air and slashed towards Kushang. Kushang blocked with his hands, and his arms were covered by an even more powerful light. Jiaofu's sword slashed down, cutting open a wound on Kushang's arms and causing blood to flow out. Kushang didn't seem to have thought that Jiaofu would be able to break through his defenses so easily. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Jiaofu once again slashed towards Kushang, bringing with it a massive black sword light. Book 1, Jiaofu's Sword Strike. Kushang hurriedly dodged and avoided Jiaofu's sword strike before turning around and running away. Jiaofu once again slashed out, hitting Kushang's back and opening up a wound. Kushang endured the pain and did not stop, and he continued to run away. Looking at Kushang's fleeing figure, Jiaofu raised his sword with one hand and gathered a massive amount of power into the sword, causing it to give off a massive amount of demonic qi. Boom! Jiaofu slashed out, and a massive sword light containing a power that seemed to be able to cut through everything quickly slashed forwards. Kushang was sent flying by the sword strike and fell to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Jiaofu coldly smiled as he walked in front of Kushang. Kushang coldly looked at Jiaofu and said, "Who are you? I don't think I've offended you, why do you want to kill me?" Jiaofu said, "You don't need to know." Following this, Jiaofu swung the sword in his hand, sending out a sword light and cutting off Kushang's head. Blood spurted out of Kushang's neck and flowed all over the ground. Shirkuan walked out and looked at Kushang's death as he smiled and said, "Thank you. The person you're going to save is in a building in the southeast." Jiaofu nodded and flew in that direction. Shirkuan immediately called people over and started to purge Kushang's faction. They completely cleared out the hidden dangers within the sect. Jiaofu found that building and was just about to enter when an enchanting woman walked out. She was Yu Shaoling, and she did not know what had happened. Yu Shaoling frowned as she looked at Jiaofu and said, "Where are you from? Didn't I say that you can't get close to this place?" Jiaofu chuckled and disappeared, reappearing in front of Yu Shaoling. Yu Shaoling's expression changed, and she sent a palm strike towards Jiaofu's chest. Jiaofu stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Shaoling's hand. Yu Shaoling's cultivation was only at the Emperor Heaven Realm and was not a match for Jiaofu at all. Yu Shaoling struggled, trying to pull her hand out. Jiaofu picked her up with a smile and walked into the building. Yu Xiaoling struggled a few times to no avail, so she changed her attitude and said with a smile, "Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I'm here to save someone." Yu Xiaoling's expression turned cold. "You're that traitor's son? How can you be so powerful?" Zhao Fu felt speechless as he said, "I'm not, you're mistaken. I was asked by his son to save his mother." Yu Xiaoling smiled as she said, "What did he pay you? As long as you're willing to listen to me, I'll pay you 10 times the amount." Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "He gave me the omniscient water world as payment, can you give me 10? Yu Xiaoling said somewhat angrily, "The omniscient water world is our race's holy item." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "But it belongs to me now." Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu and said, "It's useless to you. You're a human and cannot use the omniscient water world. I'm sure that if you give it to me, the benefits will be greater than you can imagine." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What benefits?" Yu Xiaoling tempted him, "For example, I can become your woman." Zhao Fu laughed and said, "Even if I don't give it to you, you'll still become my woman. Do you really think I can't use the omniscient water world?" Yu Xiaoling snorted, "I don't believe you." At this moment, Zhao Fu had already walked into the secret room with Yu Xiaoling in his arms. He looked at the hanging Xianxia, who was Xianxia's mother. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu, who was holding Yu Xiaoling, and had a strange expression. He didn't know Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and smiled as he said, "I was asked by Li's son to save you. I've also killed Kushang." Yu Xiaoling was shocked. Kushang actually died, and she didn't know anything. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. She asked in disbelief, "Is this true?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "I can let you go now and take you to see your son." Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're welcome." Xianxia's clothes were very tattered and couldn't cover her body. Zhao Fu's gaze was attracted to her. Xianxia blushed. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let me treat your injuries first." Xianxia nodded. A few hours later. Xianxia's face was red. She looked at the man in front of her. She didn't know why, but she was very attracted to him. Zhao Fu hugged Xianxia and said, "Your injuries are almost healed." Xianxia nodded. She wasn't angry that Zhao Fu used such a method to treat her. Yu Xiaoling snorted, "You damn bastard. I'm telling you, you're dead." Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled. "Tell me how I'm dead?" Yu Xiaoling glared at Zhao Fu. "You dared to do such a thing to me and steal my clan's sacred item. My clan won't let you off." Zhao Fu smiled disdainfully. "Even if you didn't say it, I would have gone to your clan myself." Yu Xiaoling was stunned. "What do you mean?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "My destination is the water domain. Your clan is related to the 8-direction water world. I have to go take a look." Yu Xiaoling frowned. "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm not telling." Yu Xiaoling turned her face away angrily. Zhao Fu smiled and said to Xianxia, "Let's go." Xianxia nodded. After leaving the secret room, Shikuan had been waiting for a while. Seeing Zhao Fu come out with the 2 women, he smiled and said, "I've already gotten rid of the bitter scar lineage. I want to invite you to stay and celebrate. I wonder if you'll do me the honor." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Apologies. I have other things to take care of." Hearing this, Shikuan smiled and said, "It's fine. In the future, you'll be my sex-esteemed guest. I'll welcome you whenever you come." Zhao Fu nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the 2 women back to the mountain region. Seeing her mother return, Yu Ye's tears flowed out. She rushed over and cried, "Mother." Xianxia hugged Yu Yi and cried happily. She said softly, "I didn't think that we would meet again one day. This is great." Yu Xiaoling looked at this scene and revealed an unhappy expression. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now that Bitter Scar is dead and I've saved your mother, the deal is done." Yu Yi wiped her tears and said gratefully, "Many thanks to you this time." Xianxia was puzzled and asked, "What deal?" Yu Yi replied, "I used the 8-direction water world as a reward for this lord to help me kill Bitter Scar and save you, mother." Xianxia understood and looked at Zhao Fu and couldn't help but sigh. Yu Yi asked, "What's wrong, mother?" Xianxia said, back then, I brought the 8-direction crystal out to stop the patriarch's plan. I've been carefully preserving it all these years. I gave it to you in hopes that it will be useful to you. Book 1, Chapter 168. I'm useless. I can't gain the approval of the omniscient world. Xianxia comforted her, you don't need to feel sorry. Although the omniscient world is our race's sacred object, it's very difficult for us to gain its approval. As a saintess, I could only use a little of its power. Xianxia was shocked, even mother can only use a little? Then what kind of person can use its full power? Xianxia smiled, it should be someone who can change the fate of the water race. Yu Shaoling asked, what plan did you say you wanted to stop the chief? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, there's no harm in telling you now. Our chief wants to use our race's blood as a sacrifice to refine the omniscient world and become an omniscient blood immortal, controlling all the power of the world. Yu Shaoling's expression changed, are you telling the truth? Xianxia looked seriously at Yu Shaoling, do you think there's a need for me to lie to you? If I hadn't stopped the chief back then, our race would have been destroyed. Yu Shaoling's expression was unsightly, would the chief really be so vicious as to use our race as a sacrifice? Xianxia said, do you know about the 2,400 altars the chief built back then? That was something used as a blood sacrifice. Back then, I couldn't stop the chief with my own power, so I chose to steal the omniscient world. If you still don't want to believe me, then I have nothing to say. Yu Shaoling said, didn't you defect for a man back then? Xianxia shook his head, back then, Yuya's father accidentally intruded into our race and caused chaos. I used this opportunity to escape with the omniscient world. Later on, we were together. Hearing this, Yu Shaoling looked at Xianxia with complicated feelings. She hadn't expected that the traitor, the sinner of the race, had actually saved her people. Xianxia sighed, I didn't expect that you would find us even after we fled so far. My father lost his life because of this. Yu Shaoling said guiltily, I'm sorry. Xianxia stared at Yu Shaoling. Yu Shaoling was still her man and had tortured her for so long. She didn't answer her. Xianxia couldn't forgive her now, even if she was used. Yi said angrily, you're also related to my father? I'll kill you. Yi took out a dagger and swung it at Yu Shaoling. Yu Shaoling stepped back and dodged Yi's attack. Xianxia stopped Yi and said, calm down. Yi didn't attack anymore, but looked at Yu Shaoling angrily. Yu Shaoling didn't say anything either. Zhao Fu smiled. Are you guys done? Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu. Now that they were Zhao Fu's women, she said, we have nothing more to say. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm a bit curious. What is the 8-direction blood immortal? Xianxia frowned, why are you asking this? Although Xianxia liked Zhao Fu, she wouldn't allow Zhao Fu to use her clan for a blood sacrifice. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm just curious. Xianxia said, it's our clan's most powerful forbidden art. It's also the art of our clan's decline. It is supreme power and can strike fear into all domains. Back then, in order to resist the invasion of powerful enemies, we sacrificed more than half of our clansmen and killed countless experts. Zhao Fu nodded and said, I want to borrow your blood. Xianxia said coldly, if you want to use our clan for a blood sacrifice, I'll definitely stop you. Zhao Fu chuckled, I don't want to use that method to control the 8-direction water world. I want your blood for another purpose. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, what purpose do you have? Zhao Fu didn't answer and reached out with his hand. Xianxia and Yu Shaoling's bodies shook and they felt their blood rush to the space between their eyebrows. A small ball of essence blood flew out of the scale and flew in front of Zhao Fu. Looking at the 2 orbs of blood in his hands, Zhao Fu opened his mouth and swallowed them. After entering Zhao Fu's body, the 2 orbs of blood were immediately covered by a powerful energy and turned into a wave of bloodline power that spread out. A violet light shot out from between Zhao Fu's eyebrows and a violet fish scale appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Yu Shaoling couldn't help but say, how did you grow purple scales that only our clan's high-grade bloodlines have? Zhao Fu smiled and said, this is my ability. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the 8-direction water world and poured some energy into it. There was no longer a repulsive force like last time. Instead, there was an unprecedented excitement. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the omniscient water world exploded out with a massive amount of power and a massive shockwave spread out. This shockwave forced Yu Shaoling and the others back 10 or so meters. Only Zhao Fu stood there without moving at all. The 8-direction water world gave off a wave of water power that slowly rose into the sky. Heaven and earth power gathered and poured into the 8-direction water world. The 8-direction water world continuously absorbed heaven and earth power and gave off boundless blue light. A massive wave of water power covered the world, causing the surrounding space to become extremely moist. Not only did the air contain a large amount of water, but the water droplets also condensed on the stones and leaves. Many of the nearby forces also sensed this powerful wave of water, and they all looked in that direction. Shirkuan stood outside and looked at the sky in shock. He didn't know what had happened, but it seemed to be near his sect. Shirkuan thought about it and immediately flew over. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed in, and the aura that the 8-direction water world gave off became more and more powerful. Splash, a massive sound rang out as the 8-direction water world gave off a wave of blue light that spread out. It was as if everyone had come to a world of water. There were countless happily swimming fish, beautiful shells, prawns, and crabs crawling on the ground, colorful corals, all kinds of aquatic plants, and strange-looking stones. Even though it looked quite beautiful, it contained an immense amount of water power. The creatures in the surroundings felt as if a world was weighing down on them, and despair and terror flooded out from their hearts. Xianxia and the others were pressed to the ground by this wave of water, unable to move. Only Zhao Fu stood there as if nothing had happened. Boom, the 8-direction water world flooded towards Zhao Fu, continuously pouring into Zhao Fu's chest, and an incredibly powerful ripple spread out. Xianxia and the others' hearts trembled as they looked at this scene in shock. This was the first time they had seen the 8-direction water world recognize a master, and it did not seem to be difficult at all. The 8-direction water world itself seemed to be very happy, as if it had found a good master. Book 1, Chapter 169, Water. However, the key point was that this person wasn't a member of the water tribe. They had personally witnessed this person absorb their blood and become a member of the water tribe who shared the same bloodline as them. This was completely beyond their understanding. Their hearts were thumping, and they did not know what to say. In the end, the water world completely entered Zhao Fu's body, and the surroundings returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and sensed the powerful water within his body. There was also a fist-sized water world within his body, and it looked just like before. Now, Zhao Fu could control all of the water world's power. Only Zhao Fu would be able to do this so easily. After Zhao Fu had awakened the outer world star, Zhao Fu's constitution and power could not be described with words. The water world was naturally very happy and excited to have such a master, as it could not find anyone who could surpass Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and looked at the 3 people lying on the ground, staring at him, and he smiled as he said, "Get up." Hearing this, the 3 of them came back to their senses. Yu Shaoling could not help but ask, "Just who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Take a guess." Xianxia slowly said, "You're the heaven-awakened sun with 8 supreme emperor stars, right?" Zhao Fu looked quite startled and lightly laughed as he said, "How did you guess?" Hearing that this man was the legendary heaven-awakened sun, Yu Shaoling and Xianxia's minds seemed to explode. Xianxia also looked quite shocked. In actuality, she was not too sure and had never thought that Zhao Fu would really be the heaven-awakened sun. Xianxia replied, "With such perfect looks and extraordinary aura, as well as the water race's supreme treasure recognizing him as its master, I can't think of anyone else apart from the heaven-awakened sun." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "You're smarter than I thought." Xianxia said nervously and excitedly, "Heaven-awakened sun, are you going to the water race to awaken the water race's emperor stars?" Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Yi continued to say, "After awakening the water race's emperor star, you will have 8 race emperor stars, and you will be the master of the entire heaven-awakened world. You should be able to lead us to defend against the invasion of 2 worlds, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about the heaven-awakened world's current situation and said, "I'm not sure about that right now, but if it's possible, I'll do my best to save the heaven-awakened world." Yi smiled and said, "That's great. If the 2 worlds invade, who knows how many people's families will be destroyed. You are our heaven-awakened world's hope." Looking at Yuye's passionate expression, Zhao Fu's heart also felt a little heavy. He felt a sense of pressure, a pressure of believing in him. At this moment, Shikuan also flew over. Seeing that Zhao Fu and the others were there, he knew that the massive energy fluctuations had been caused by Zhao Fu. After experiencing Zhao Fu's power, Shikuan didn't find it strange at all. Shikuan walked over with a smile. So that's what you were talking about. I'm truly impressed by your strength. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you praise me too much, sect master. Shikuan smiled as he said, do you have any business with me, sir? Would you like to come to my sect? By now, Shikuan understood just how powerful Zhao Fu was, so he wanted to befriend Zhao Fu even more. He hadn't heard what Zhao Fu had just said, so he didn't know that Zhao Fu was a heaven-awakened son. Zhao Fu couldn't refuse Shikuan, so he nodded and agreed. After arriving at the sect, Zhao Fu saw the sect's disciples escorting a group of people to the side. There were men and women, elderly and children, and they all looked quite dejected and despondent. Some of them even had wounds on their bodies. When a mature-looking woman saw Yu Shaoling, she immediately ran over and knelt on the ground, crying as she said, Sir, please save us. Yu Shaoling recognized the woman in front of her. She was one of Ku Shang's subordinates' wives, and she was called Qing Lu. She was the wife of the elder in gray who had attacked Zhao Fu back then. The others looked at Yu Shaoling and also ran over and knelt on the ground. They were all people from the Ku Shang faction and were being taken to be executed. This was the consequence of failing to seize power. Not only would they die, but their families would also be killed. A beautiful woman in a red dress cried as she said, It doesn't matter if I die, please save my daughter, she's innocent. She was the wife of the elder in red who had attacked Zhao Fu, and she was called Han Lan. There was also a beautiful woman next to her, and she was most likely her daughter. A beautiful woman with a seductive figure and fair skin cried as she said, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Please. She was the fat elder's wife, and she was called Xue Sui. A tall and beautiful woman cried as she said, My husband was just muddle-headed. Please help us, sir, we'll definitely be grateful to sir. She was the wife of the elder who had attacked Zhao Fu, and she was called Liang Hui. There were 60 or so people kneeling and begging for mercy. Yu Shaoling looked at these people and sighed as she said, It's useless even if you beg me, I'm someone else's prisoner. Shikuan looked at these people and frowned as he said, Hurry up and take them away to be executed. The disciples immediately wanted to drag these people away. Those people were still struggling and crying as they begged Yu Shaoling. Yu Shaoling looked at Zhao Fu and said, Hurry up and beg him, he can save you. Hearing this, everyone once again knelt in front of Zhao Fu and begged, Sir, save us. Zhao Fu looked at Shikuan and smiled as he said, Leave them to me. Shikuan did not mind and smiled as he said, Sure. Everyone happily thanked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a slight smile and had people take these people away. The banquet ended. Zhao Fu brought Yu Shaoling and Xianxia back to the room. At this moment, there were already 20 or so women in the room. They knew why Zhao Fu had called them here, but in order to live and for their families, they had still come here and had put on a lot of effort. Han Lan smiled charmingly as she threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace, Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. I'm yours now. Zhao Fu laughed lightly and did not stand on ceremony. The next day, Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and asked, What do you plan to do next? Zhao Fu said, We'll leave soon. Han Lan smiled as she said, Sir, you have to bring us along. Liang Hui looked nervously at Zhao Fu and said, We'll serve you well. Please take us away from here. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, No, you have to stay here. Hearing this, the women's expressions changed. With their status, they would never be safe if they stayed in this sect. A beautiful woman called Nan Nua cried as she said, Sir, please take us away. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Don't worry, you're only staying here temporarily. Once I'm done with my matters, I'll take you away. I'm the reason why the sect master hurt you. Hearing this, the women all heaved sighs of relief. Book 1. Chapter 170 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Meiker. Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and Yu Shaoling and said, The two of you will follow me to the water region. Xianxia asked, What about my son? Zhao Fu said, He will stay at the sect and will smile a lot along the way. Xianxia thought about it and nodded. Hong Lan said flirtatiously, you have to come back soon. We'll be waiting for you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Got it. The elders who had attacked Zhao Fu were not only heavily injured by Zhao Fu, but they had also lost their lives because of Zhao Fu. In the end, their wives and daughters had to rely on Zhao Fu to survive. After saying goodbye to the sect, Zhao Fu's group of 3 headed towards the water region. The sounds of battle could be heard in front of them. They saw countless card soldiers surrounding a group of roughly 30,000 people. The leader was a cold-looking youth who gave off the aura of a king. It looked like another group that had been destroyed by the card world. The cold-looking youth was called Wei Qing. He waved his spear and sent 5 or 6 card soldiers flying as he said, I'll take the soldiers to stall them. Xiong, you take the people and break through. A bearded man called Wei Xiong said unwillingly, Your Majesty, I'll take the people and stay behind. You take the queen and the others and escape. Wei Qing said coldly, Their goal is me. If I take the people and escape, none of them will be able to escape. Hurry up, or else we won't have a chance. Hearing this, Wei Xiong steeled his heart and rode to the side of a carriage as he called out, Guards, listen to my orders. Break through from the south. The soldiers guarding the carriages obeyed. They immediately prepared to break through to the south. A noble and cold-looking woman wearing a purple palace dress walked out of the carriage and asked, General Wei, where is my son? This was the Empress Dowager, Wei Qingqing. Wei Xiong replied, Your Majesty wants to stay behind to stall these card soldiers. Wei Qingqing said coldly, As the ruler of a country, he is the future of our country. How can he be left behind? Wei Xiong hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, this is the only way for us to break through. Let's not waste time. Wei Qingqing said, I won't go. If my son dies, then I don't want to live either. My royal bloodline will also be severed. Wei Xiong looked anxious. A woman with a gentle temperament walked out of the carriage. She wore a yellow dress and said, Big sister, don't mess things up. If you keep delaying, no one will be able to leave. Now that the queen has not given birth to any children, we can choose a new king from the collateral line. She was also an old concubine, named Wei Wenning. 7 women came out of another carriage, and a beautiful woman with a graceful figure said guiltily, We didn't give birth to any children of the royal family, so we're willing to die with your majesty. She was Queen Wei Xiao. The other women were also concubines, and they all said, We're willing to stay and die with your majesty. Looking at these people, Wei Qingqing sighed, You guys don't have to do this. It's better for you to follow General Wei and break through together. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Wei Qing ferociously stabbed out with her spear. A massive wave of energy turned into a green dragon and rushed forwards, sending a card soldier flying. A yellow-haired man appeared in midair. He looked at Wei Qing and sent him flying with a slash. Wei Qing got up from the ground and quickly attacked the yellow-haired man with her spear. Seeing this, Wei Xiong understood that there was no time to waste, so he immediately yelled, Let's break through to the south. Wei Xiong rode his horse and charged towards the south, continuously swinging his saber and sending out a few saber lights that killed a few card soldiers. The soldiers followed Wei Xiong and charged forwards. The card soldiers also wanted to gather in that direction, wanting to stop them from breaking through, and the two sides started to fight intensely. A soldier rode his horse and charged forwards, vigorously stabbing out with his spear and piercing through a soldier's chest. A card soldier vigorously shot out an arrow, causing a soldier to fall from his horse. A card soldier swung his sword and chopped off a horse's leg, causing the soldier and horse to fall to the ground. A soldier swung his sword and chopped off a card soldier's head, causing blood to spurt out. A card soldier rode on a horse and charged at the soldiers. It vigorously swung its spear and sent one of the soldiers flying. Another card soldier held a saber and killed another soldier, causing blood to flow to the ground. Seeing this, a general in the card world threw out cards, which flew out and shot into the ground. Countless brambles quickly grew out of the ground, stopping the soldiers. Swish, 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 the arrows shot out, piercing through the soldiers' bodies and causing blood to fly everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. Wei Xiong swung his saber and knocked away a few arrows. An arrow drew an arc and shot into Wei Xiong's arm, but it was blocked by brambles. Wei Xiong's expression was quite unsightly as he called out, Turn around and break through from the west. Hearing this order, the soldiers immediately turned and headed west. Xing, the yellow-haired man, slashed out with his saber, sending out a massive saber light that contained shocking power towards Wei Qing. Wei Qing blocked with his spear. The saber light slashed against the spear, causing a loud sound to ring out. The ground beneath Wei Qing's feet crumbled, and Wei Qing's legs weakened as he half-knelt on the ground. The yellow-haired man appeared in front of Wei Qing and slashed towards him. Wei Qing hurriedly dodged to the side, but a gash was left on his shoulder, causing blood to flow out. Wei Qing's spear continued to attack the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man kicked Wei Qing away. Wei Qing crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face becoming pale. The yellow-haired man coldly laughed and said, "You're dead." Wei Qing stood up with great difficulty. The yellow-haired man coldly laughed and continued to attack Wei Qing. After a few moves, the yellow-haired man slashed out with his saber, cutting open Wei Qing's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, and Wei Qing fell to the ground, dead. The soldiers cried out, "Your Majesty!" Seeing Wei Qing die, Wei Zhiyong looked furious and hateful, and he vigorously slashed at the card soldiers in front of him. He wanted to lead the soldiers to break out of the encirclement and embrace the royal bloodline. An arrow tore through the air, quickly piercing through Wei Zhiyong's body. Wei Zhiyong looked down in disbelief at the arrow that had pierced through his heart, and he powerlessly fell off his horse. Husband, a beautiful woman with an armored figure and a pretty face, cried out. The continuous deaths of the king and general dealt a heavy blow to the army, causing the soldiers to lose their morale, and some soldiers even wanted to run. The yellow-haired man laughed and said, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." The card soldiers continued to attack the soldiers, and the soldiers were no longer able to resist the card soldiers. Book 1, Chapter 171. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Maudlals 123. Xianxia could not help but say, "Let's help them." Zhaofu nodded and quickly flew over. Seeing Zhaofu fly over, the yellow-haired man immediately sensed danger and slashed out with all of his strength. A massive saber energy brought with it a berserk saber. Wind. Zhaofu's expression did not change as he vigorously punched out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the saber energy was blasted apart. A massive gale blew out, sending countless rocks and dust flying, and some card soldiers were blown to the ground. The yellow-haired man's body trembled and he took a step back as blood leaked out of his lips. His expression was quite unsightly as he called out, "Attack him together!" The card soldiers gave off a wave of power and prepared to gather their power. Zhaofu coldly laughed and took the lead to attack. Zhaofu landed on the ground and slammed his palm against the ground, causing a powerful evil power to flow out. Many pale white tendrils grew out, piercing through the card soldiers' chests. The card soldiers held in pain as blood sprayed everywhere, creating a terrifying and bloody scene. Zhaofu's wave of attacks disrupted the energy that the card soldiers were trying to gather. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man did not hesitate and yelled, "Retreat!" The card soldiers obeyed and hurriedly retreated. They understood that Zhaofu was an incredibly terrifying expert and did not dare to stay here. Seeing the card soldiers run, Zhaofu could not be bothered to chase after them. Seeing the card soldiers run away, the card soldiers let out a sigh of relief, looking as if they had just survived a disaster. Wei Qingqing and the other women came down from the carriage and looked at Wei Qing's corpse. They ran over and started crying, and everyone else gathered around them, looking incredibly pained. A while later, the female general, who was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing armor, walked over to Zhaofu and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." Zhaofu lightly laughed, "No need to thank me." Xianxia and Zhaofu landed and looked at the scene before them and sighed. This was the current situation of the heaven-awakened world. Wei Qingqing and the other girls also walked over. "Thank you for saving us." Zhaofu looked at Wei Qingqing and said with a smile, "Since I saved you, shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Wei Qingqing said, "We will naturally pay you." Zhaofu smiled and said, "I want you guys as a reward." Hearing this, the women's expressions fell. They had never thought that they would run into a vicious tiger right after escaping from a wolf's den. Right now, Zhaofu was even more terrifying than the card soldiers. Wei Qingqing said coldly, "We are the empresses of a country. How can we agree to your request?" Zhaofu smiled and said, "Then don't blame me." Wei Qingqing said angrily, you can try. I won't let you succeed even if I die. Yu Xiaoling couldn't help but say, you'd better agree with him. This is also for your own good. Right now, you people can die at any time. As long as you agree, your safety will be guaranteed. Wei Qingqing said arrogantly, if that's the case, we're willing to die. Wei Wenning walked up and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, I'm willing to agree, but please spare them. Everyone looked quite confused, they had never thought that someone would actually agree. Wei Wenning felt quite helpless, only by doing this would they not die and the kingdom's legacy not be severed. Wei Qingqing said with a cold expression, Wenning. How can you do this? Wei Ziyao said, I'm also willing. I'm useless now, and as long as you can promise the royal family's safety, I'm yours. Wei Qingqing felt quite angry, she had never thought that her daughter-in-law would agree. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, no, I want all of them. I'll give you 20 minutes to prepare. Hearing how domineering Zhao Fu was, the women angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Yu Qia looked at Zhao Fu, not knowing what to say. 20 minutes later. Zhao Fu brought the women to the grass. There were 200 or so of them, and the women all looked at Zhao Fu with cold and disgusted expressions. After thinking for 20 minutes, they finally agreed to Zhao Fu's humiliating request. Time quickly passed. Zhao Fu hugged Wei Qingqing and smiled as he said, you're the woman I like. Wei Qingqing rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, now that you've paid us, we don't owe each other anything. I'll be leaving now. Wei Huabao pulled back Zhao Fu and said angrily, you fellow. Didn't you promise to protect us as long as we agreed? Wei Huabao thought about how her husband had died protecting the royal family, and she wanted to continue protecting the royal family and complete what her husband had not been able to do. As such, she agreed to this request. However, Zhao Fu wanted to leave after playing with them, how could she not be angry? Zhao Fu said like a scumbag, I didn't say that. I don't have time to care about your matters. Wei Huabao scolded angrily, you scumbag, I'll kill you. Wei Huabao got up and pressed Zhao Fu to the ground, while Zhao Fu smiled disdainfully. A few minutes later, Zhao Fu hugged Wei Huabao in his arms and said with a smile, I was just joking with you guys. I'll guarantee your safety. Wei Huabao's face turned red as she lightly snorted. Zhao Fu smiled and said, there's a sect nearby. Just tell them that I told you to go there. The sect master there is very nice and will protect you. Wei Qingqing said coldly, what about you, scumbag? Why aren't you protecting us personally? Zhao Fu said with a smile, I still have to go to the water region. Wei Ziyao said gratefully, thank you. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Wei Wenning looked at Zhao Fu and asked softly, who are we to you now? I hope you can give us a proper status and not treat us as casual women. Zhao Fu nodded, I will take you back to be my wives. Wei Wenning's face was slightly red as she said, husband. Please take care of us in the future. Wei Qingqing was a little unhappy in her heart. She looked at Wei Wenning and called him husband. But now that things had come to this, being his wife was the best choice. Looking at Zhao Fu, Wei Qingqing's heart beat extremely fast. She had to admit that Zhao Fu was very charming. Everyone packed up. Wei Qingqing looked at Zhao Fu, who was about to leave, and her face became red as she called out, husband. Come back soon. Zhao Fu was a little surprised. He smiled at her and nodded. Wei Wenning smiled as he said, his identity is quite extraordinary. As his woman, we'll have unimaginable benefits, and we might even be able to restore our country. Wei Qingqing nodded, she now understood why Wei Wenning had done this. Thinking about what had just happened, Wei Huabao's face became somewhat red. She felt that she somewhat liked Zhao Fu, but she also felt that she had let her husband down. Everyone went to the sect. Shirkuan looked at the women with a look of surprise. He had only left for a short while, and he had already harmed so many women. He had a premonition that many people would come to his sect. Book 1, Chapter 172, End of Book 1. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a powerful shockwave rippled out. Zhao Fu and the others were also stopped by the shockwave. Zhao Fu looked ahead and saw that the battle was most likely in front of him. They continued to fly forwards. There were two people fighting in the sky. One was from the gold refiner race and was a young man with a metallic face. He was called Xianxia, and the other was from the Tianqi world. He was a young man in black clothes and gave off a cold aura. He was called Leng Mu. Both of them were incredibly powerful and were geniuses. Apart from them fighting in the sky, there were also two groups of people on the ground. One group was from the gold refiner race, while the other group was from the heaven awakened world. "Senior apprentice brother, you must win," a young woman wearing a green dress cried out. Leng Mu held a black sword and spun around like a black tornado. A shocking shockwave rippled out as he attacked Xianxia. Xianxia raised a hand and countless traces of golden energy gathered in his palm, forming a golden spear that gave off a powerful aura. Boom! Xianxia threw out the long spear in his hand. The long spear carried many sharp rays of light and shot towards the black whirlwind with irresistible force. Bang! The spear hit the center of the black tornado, and the powerful sharpness pierced through it. The black tornado dissipated, and Leng Mu was sent flying back, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. Xianxia gave a disdainful smile as he said, "This is the strength of your sex, young master?" "I don't think so." The gold refiner race people happily laughed as they called out, "The young master is too powerful. The young master is mighty. The young master is the strongest. The heaven awakened world's people are a bunch of trash, they're not even fit to carry the young master's shoes." Leng Mu coldly looked at Xianxia. The people from the Tianqi world angrily looked at the gold refiner race people. The young woman was so angry that she wanted to rush over, but she was stopped by someone. Xianxia coldly laughed as he said, "Do you still want to continue? With your strength, you can't defeat me. You should go home and train for a few more years." "Oh, I forgot. Perhaps you won't have the chance because your sect will soon be destroyed by the Jin family. If you beg for mercy now, I can consider not killing you in the future." Leng Mu said coldly, "Don't go too far." Xianxia smiled contemptuously, "So what if I bully you? You heaven awakened world people are all trash, it's hard to even find an opponent." Leng Mu's heart was filled with anger, and he was about to rush over. At this moment, a voice sounded. "You're a little too confident." Zhao Fu didn't want to get involved, but after hearing Xianxia insult people from the heaven awakened world, he felt quite displeased. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and smiled, "I'm just that confident." "Looking at you, do you want to compete with me?" Zhao Fu smiled, "As long as you can injure me in 3 moves, I'll spare your life." His words were so arrogant that everyone present was shocked. The people on the heaven awakened world's side looked at Zhao Fu in curiosity and started to discuss who Zhao Fu was and why he would say such a thing. Even their senior apprentice brother was so powerful, and yet he wasn't a match for Xianxia. How could this person be a match for Xianxia? The people from the heaven awakened world were quite angry. This person is even more arrogant than our young master. Does he not know our young master's power? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Who is this person? He doesn't know what's good for him. He won't be able to injure him in 3 moves? I think our young master will be able to kill him in 1 move. That's right. With our young master's strength, he'll be able to easily kill him. I want to see how he dies. Since he dares to say such arrogant words, I'll chop up his corpse and feed it to the dogs." Xianxia laughed, "Are you sure?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I'm sure." Xianxia smiled as he said, "Then let's see just how strong you are." Xianxia was about to rush over to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood there and said, "Wait." Xianxia lightly laughed. "What, are you scared? It's not too late for you to beg me." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm just reminding you that I'll stand there and let you attack. You only have 3 chances, so don't waste them." Xianxia became furious and instantly disappeared, appearing in front of Zhao Fu. The golden sword in his hand gave off an intense sword light, and he swung it with all his strength. The sword brought with it a terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu, as if it could split a mountain. At this moment of danger, an energy barrier appeared around Zhao Fu's body, covering Zhao Fu's body. Boom! The sword slashed against the barrier, causing golden light to shoot out and a shocking shockwave to spread out. Feeling this power, everyone's bodies became cold, and they revealed shocked expressions. Even though this sword was terrifying, it was still unable to break through Zhao Fu's barrier. Xianxia retreated, and his expression became serious. He understood that the person in front of him was indeed very powerful, or else he would not have been able to block such a powerful sword. The people from the heaven-awakened world looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "First attack." Xianxia coldly harumphed and raised a hand. Metal energy gathered, forming a metal spear, and a powerful aura covered the surroundings. Xianxia had used this attack to defeat Leng Mu. Leng Mu watched seriously. As someone who had personally experienced this attack, he understood how terrifying it was. Everyone became nervous at this moment. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia threw out his spear with all of his strength. The spear gave off a metallic light as it shot towards Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The spear slammed against the defensive barrier and shockwaves of light containing shocking power spread out like wild gales, causing the trees to sway and everyone to be blown back. This attack's power was even more terrifying than the previous one. The metal spear's power gradually weakened before dissipating, and Zhao Fu's barrier was still not broken. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he looked at Xianxia and said, "Second attack." Everyone looked shocked and felt that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful. Such a terrifying attack had been unable to break through Zhao Fu's barrier. If it had been them, they would have long since died, and their corpses would not have been left behind. Leng Mu felt some admiration for Zhao Fu. He had not been able to block this attack at all. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and felt a wave of pressure. This person's strength had truly surprised him, and now, there was only one attack left. Xianxia breathed out and closed his eyes. He held his golden sword in front of him and sent all of his power into it. The golden sword ignited with a golden aura flame, and a massive might descended, weighing down on everyone's bodies, causing them to feel their bodies sink. This was the final attack, and the power that it gave off was many times more terrifying than before. Book 1, Golden Flame / Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and coldly cried out, "Sacred Heaven Golden Flame / Boom! Xianxia slashed out, and a very long fiery sword light slashed towards Zhao Fu, slamming into the defensive barrier. Countless golden flames devoured Zhao Fu, forming a massive golden fireball, and a terrifying power spread out. The air seemed to twist and become blurry, and many trees and boulders were shattered as the ground cracked. Everyone hurriedly unleashed their defenses, feeling an intense sense of terror. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled, and it was very rare for them to feel such intense terror. Leng Mu looked quite shocked, and he had to admit that Xianxia was indeed more powerful than him. In their battle just then, Xianxia had not used his full strength, and this attack was Xianxia's true strength. The massive golden fireball slowly became smaller and smaller before disappearing. Zhao Fu was still completely unharmed, and he stood there calmly. Everyone looked quite shocked. He had not been injured at all? How could this person be so powerful? Xianxia looked quite confused, and he felt quite bitter. He was quite famous in the card world, and he was a genius that everyone looked up to. However, even though he had used his full strength, he had not been able to harm a single hair on Zhao Fu's head. He was indeed quite powerful, but he did not know who he was facing. After all, Zhao Fu was someone who had already reached the boundary of the mortal world. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Third attack." Zhao Fu had said that if Xianxia could injure him in 3 attacks, he would not kill him. Now, Xianxia had not been able to injure Zhao Fu in 3 attacks. Boom! Zhao Fu slammed out with his palm, and a powerful energy blasted towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately used his sword to block, but he was still sent flying. The aura within his body became chaotic, and he felt quite uncomfortable. The goldsmith masters hurriedly called out, "Young chief, let's hurry and run." Hearing this, Xianxia did not hesitate as he turned around and flew backwards. The goldsmith people on the ground also scattered, and not a single one of them dared to stay. Seeing the gold refiner people flee in such a sorry state, the heaven-awakened world's people all smiled happily and felt that they had vented their anger. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu with admiration and respect. Leng Mu flew to Zhao Fu's side and said, "Thanks for your help just now." Zhao Fu smiled. "You're welcome." Leng Mu asked curiously, "Sir, are you from Emperor Path College?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "No." Leng Mu felt quite surprised. He felt that since Zhao Fu was so powerful, he was definitely from Emperor Path College. He smiled and said, "Our sect is nearby, how about going to our sect to have a look? Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, I still have something to do, so there's no need. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the two of them and continued onwards. The others gathered around curiously. The young girl asked, Senior brother, who is he? I feel that he can definitely rank in the top 10 of our human race, but I don't think I've ever heard of him. Lung Mu shook his head, I'm not sure, but he brought 2 people from the water race. Perhaps he's from the water race. The young girl nodded and said, if he's from the water race, it's normal that you haven't heard of him. That night, there were no stars or moon, and the sky was completely dark. Zhao Fu and the others stopped on a hill and lit a bonfire to rest. Xianxia leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and sighed. Zhao Fu asked, what is it? Xianxia said worriedly, I don't know what will happen if I go back to the clan. If it wasn't for you, I would never want to go back. Yu Xiaoling said with a complicated expression, if the chief really wants to sacrifice our clan, I don't know what to do. Should we announce what happened back then? However, if the chief controls the entire clan, no one will believe it. I didn't bring back the omniscient water world, so the chief will definitely depose me. I don't know what to do. Zhao Fu smiled and said, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu and said, even though you're quite a scoundrel, I believe you. If you become our chief, it'll be great. Our clan will definitely become strong. Xianxia smiled and said, with you, the heaven-awakened sun, we don't have to worry. However, you have to promise us that you won't harm our people. Zhao Fu smiled and said, of course. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and blushed as she softly called out, husband. Zhao Fu smiled and understood what she meant. Yu Xiaoling also blushed. At that moment, many voices sounded out. Zhao Fu looked over and saw a group of people walking over. A black-clothed youth called Mudding said, Madam, this place is quite remote. This place is rather remote. Let's rest here for the night. A moving voice sounded out from within the carriage, let's rest here then. The group of people stopped not too far away from Zhao Fu and the others. There were only a few hundred of them and they looked like people from a certain sect. Mudding and his people lit a bonfire and set up a tent. Luxuriously clothed people got off the carriages, including the elderly and young, as well as some beautiful women. The one who had just spoken was a beautiful woman wearing a white dress and had an otherworldly aura. Her name was Mu Wanwan, and she was the wife of the Muyang sect master. Unfortunately, her sect had been destroyed, and only a small number of people had escaped. Mu Wanwan noticed Zhao Fu and the others and said kindly, the wilderness is quite dangerous right now, call them over. Mudding nodded. Zhao Fu sized up Mu Wanwan and the other women. Yu Xiaoling felt a trace of jealousy and lightly pinched Zhao Fu, everyone else is here, we can't get high. Zhao Fu smiled as he stood up, looked at Mudding, and asked, is something the matter? Mudding said, our sect master's madam is afraid that something might happen to you, so she wants you to come with us. You can go now. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, we understand. Mudding did not say anything else and turned to leave. Zhao Fu brought the two of them to Mu Wanwan and smiled as he said, thank you, sect master's madam. Mu Wanwan smiled as she said, you're welcome. Where are you going? Zhao Fu replied, we're going towards the water region. Mu Wanwan felt a trace of surprise as she smiled and said, we're also going in that direction. Zhao Fu asked, why is sect master's madam going in that direction? Mu Wanwan sighed, our sect has already been destroyed, so we're going back to our parents' home. Zhao Fu said concernedly, madam, don't take it too hard. Right now, you're the sect's most precious things. Mu Wanwan lightly smiled. A beautiful woman with a seductive figure, who was wearing a red palace dress, looked at Zhao Fu and said, all right, let's go. Don't talk to him anymore. Mu Wanwan looked apologetically at Zhao Fu and said, you can stay in the tent over there. Zhao Fu nodded, thank you, madam. Book 1, Chapter 174. Back at the tent. Mu Wanwan looked at the woman in the red dress and asked, what is it? The woman in the red dress was called Mu Wanqiu, and she frowned as she said, I don't think that person is a good person. Mu Wanwan smiled slightly. Really? I think he's not bad. Mu Wanqiu did not say anything else. Nighttime. Mu Wanqiu left the tent to relieve herself, and just as she was about to return, a black figure appeared behind her and pressed her body against a tree. Mu Wanqiu panicked and turned around as she said angrily, "You really are a bad person." 2 hours later. Mu Wanqiu tidied up her clothes and glared at that person's back before walking out and returning to the tent. The next morning, the birds chirped, and everyone tidied up. Mu Wanwan smiled as she said to Zhao Fu, "We're going the same way, so let's go together." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sorry for troubling you, madam." Mu Wanwan smiled and said, "It's fine." Mu Wanqiu glared at Zhao Fu. The group continued onwards. Zhao Fu and the others sat in the carriage, and Mu Wanqiu and Zhao Fu were still in the same carriage. Zhao Fu hugged her without holding back. Mu Wanqiu cursed angrily, "You bastard, you still dare to do this? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell others about this? Let everyone see your true colors." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You can go now." Mu Wanqiu angrily glared at Zhao Fu and thought about what happened last night. How could Mu Wanqiu have the face to tell others about it? What would others think of her? Moreover, she actually liked it when Zhao Fu bullied her like that. After lying in Zhao Fu's embrace for a few minutes, Mu Wanqiu said with a red face, "Don't waste time." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. After a while, a group of people blocked the group. They were also from the Heaven Awakened world, and there were a few thousand of them. Mu Ding coldly asked, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The leader was a woman in a black dress and had a devilish figure. She coldly laughed and said, "If you hadn't come back, we might have let you go, but it's a pity that you're seeking death." Mu Ding's expression changed. When Mu Wanwan heard the voice, she walked out of the carriage. She looked at the lady in the black dress and asked, "Are you the Great Elder's woman?" The black-robed beauty said with a smile, "That's right." Mu Wanwan explained. "This time, when I return to the sect, I have no intention to fight with you. I just want to have a place to comfort myself. My husband's sect has already been destroyed, I have no other choice. Otherwise, I would not have returned to the Emotion Female sect." The black-robed beautiful woman said with a sinister smile, "If you give up resisting now, I can take you to the Great Elder." Mu Wanwan looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in the black dress and understood that they would be killed if they gave up resisting. She said, "Then can we change our direction and not return to the sect?" The black-robed beauty sneered. "No." The enemies immediately rushed at the group, and the two sides started fighting. Mu Wanwan said, "Mu Ding. You protect everyone." "Yes." Mu Ding obeyed. Mu Wanwan flew towards the black-robed beautiful woman alone. When the black-robed beautiful woman saw Mu Wanwan flying over, a smile appeared on her face. She launched an attack on Mu Wanwan first. Her palms constantly struck out, sending palm energies towards Mu Wanwan. Mu Wanwan retaliated while dodging. Within the carriage, Zhao Fu and the others could hear the sounds of battle. Mu Wanqiu's face was red as she said, "Damned bastard, I'm going to go out and help. I'll accompany you later." Zhao Fu laughed and said, "I'll go out and help as well." Mu Wanqiu put on a set of clothes and rushed out. She slashed out with her sword, sending out a ray of sword light that killed a few people. Blood flew everywhere, and Mu Wanqiu attacked some others. However, there were many enemies, and the group was at a disadvantage. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly walked out. Looking at the chaotic battle in front of him, he slightly smiled and raised a hand. A massive wave of demonic chi flowed out, turning into many demons that leapt at the enemies. Arg! Pained cries sounded out. The demons were powerful and incredibly cruel, continuously killing the enemies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Mu Wanqiu looked back at Zhao Fu in surprise. Yu Qie and Yu Xiaoling put on a few simple clothes and looked around. They understood that Zhao Fu could deal with this by himself, so they stood by Zhao Fu's side and did not help. With Zhao Fu's help, they quickly suppressed the enemy's attacks. Bang! The beautiful woman in black slammed her palm against Mu Wanwan's chest, sending her back a few steps. Blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth. Seeing the people she had brought be slaughtered, the beautiful woman in black's expression became unsightly and she planned to escape. Clang, 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 many chains shot out from the air and shot towards the beautiful woman in black. The beautiful woman in black waved her hand to knock back a few of the chains, but she was still bound in the end. Seeing this scene, the remaining enemies did not continue fighting, and they hurriedly turned and ran. Zhao Fu came to Mu Wanwan's side and asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Mu Wanwan smiled and said, "It's just a small injury. Also, thank you for your help." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Madam has been so nice to us, so I should help." Mu Wanqiu walked over and rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, then looked at the beautiful woman in black and asked, "What should we do with her? Kill her?" The beautiful woman in black looked coldly at the group. Mu Wanwan sighed and said, "Let her go." Mu Wanqiu was stunned and said, "You mean let her go? This woman is Grand Elder's subordinate, and she just wanted to kill us." Mu Wanwan said, "I don't want to become enemies with Grand Elder." Mu Wanqiu asked again, "Then what do we do now? Are we not going to the Emotion Maiden sect? If we don't go there, where else can we go?" Hearing this, Mu Wanwan was in a difficult position. Mu Wanqiu continued, "You even dared to kill Grand Elder in broad daylight. Aren't you worried that something will happen to the sect master?" Mu Wanwan still could not make a decision. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll help you heal first, and then make a decision. No matter what you decide, I'll help you." Mu Wanwan smiled and said, "Thank you." They went to the carriage. Zhao Fu looked at Mu Wanwan. Mu Wanwan blushed and said, "I can heal such a small injury myself, there's no need to trouble you." Zhao Fu smiled and hugged Mu Wanwan, saying, "It's no trouble at all." Mu Wanwan struggled and said, "Let go of me." Zhao Fu ignored her. Mu Wanqiu waited for a while and did not see Zhao Fu come out. She knew that something had happened inside, and she sighed. Afterwards, Mu Wanwan nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and said with a red face, "You really are not a good person." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Aren't you interested in me as well?" Mu Wanwan revealed a shy look. She had quite a good impression of Zhao Fu in the beginning, and felt that he was a bit like her deceased husband. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's go out." Mu Wanwan nodded. Everyone saw that Mu Wanwan's face was rosy and that she was giving off an alluring aura. After spending so much time with Zhao Fu, they understood what had happened. Book 1, Chapter 175. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. Mu Wanqiu looked at Mu Wanwan and said, "Am I wrong? He's a bastard." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Don't blame me if you say that again." Mu Wanqiu raised her head and said, "Don't you dare." Mu Wanwan said, "All right. Stop arguing." Mu Wanqiu looked at Mu Wanwan and said, "Have you thought it through? What should we do?" Mu Wanwan looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I want to hear his opinion." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I think we should go back." Mu Wanwan said, "All right, let's go back then." Mu Wanqiu looked at the beautiful woman in the black dress and asked, "What about her?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Leave her to me." Mu Wanwan nodded. Zhao Fu grabbed the beautiful woman in the black dress and took her to the side. The beautiful woman in the black dress struggled and said, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You'll know soon." They went to a remote place and Zhao Fu hung the beautiful woman in the black dress up before starting to ravage her. The beautiful woman in the black dress was called Mu Hailan. Zhao Fu looked at the powerless Mu Hailan on the ground and smiled as he said, "Go back now and be my chess piece. If anything happens, you can immediately tell me." Mu Hailan said angrily, "Stop dreaming, you bastard." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Get up, let's go back." Mu Hailan looked at her in shock as her body started to go out of control. She picked up the clothes on the ground and flew to the side. Zhao Fu returned to the group, and they walked towards the Emotion sect. Mu Hailan returned to the sect and knelt in front of a tall, cold, and beautiful middle-aged woman in a purple dress. She told her about what had just happened, hiding what had happened between her and Zhao Fu and saying that Mu Wanwan had let her go. The beautiful woman in the purple dress was the Great Elder, and her name was Mu Qingyu. Back then, she and sect master Mu Hongyan were good sisters. She was the senior sister, and Mu Hongyan was the junior sister. After that, Mu Qingyu's master passed the position of sect leader to Mu Hongyan, which caused Mu Qingyu to be very dissatisfied. The relationship between the two of them also started to deteriorate. In order to pacify Mu Qingyu, Mu Hongyan promised that she would give the position of the next sect leader to her. Although she had received Mu Hongyan's promise, Mu Qingyu was still worried. She first married off Mu Hongyan's daughter, then started to rope in other people in the sect to stabilize her position. She had been waiting for the position of sect master for more than 40 years. There could not be any mistakes. That was why she had sent people to kill Mu Wanwan. Now that they had failed and Mu Wanwan had released Mu Hailan, Mu Qingyu sank into her thoughts and said, "You can go now." Mu Hailan retreated, and her body regained its freedom. Now that things had turned out like this, she could only listen to Zhao Fu's orders. Otherwise, she could only die. Zhao Fu and the others returned to the emotion sect. A beautiful woman in a white dress with a seductive figure was sitting in the hall. She looked at Mu Wanwan with a smile on her face. She was the mistress of the emotion sect, Mu Hongyan. "Mother!" Mu Wanwan affectionately called out. Mu Hongyan happily nodded and smiled as she said, "I never thought that you would come back, you should have notified me earlier." Mu Wanwan said, "I didn't want to come back, but I have nowhere else to go." Mu Hongyan said seriously, "I know about your situation. In the future, stay in the emotion sect. Mother will protect you, and this time, no one will be able to force you away." Hearing this, Mu Wanwan asked, "Mother, what do you plan to do?" Mu Hongyan said, "I'm going to give the position of sect master to Mu Qingyu. After she becomes the sect master, she won't make things difficult for us. I've been tired of being the sect master for so many years, and I don't want to participate in these struggles." Mu Wanwan smiled and nodded. Mu Hongyan smiled as she said, "You've been traveling for so many days, go and freshen up." Mu Wanwan nodded. After returning to her room, Mu Wanwan saw Zhao Fu ravaging Mu Wanqiu and the other two women. A trace of redness appeared on her face as she walked over. Mu Qingyu also heard that Mu Hongyan was going to give the position of sect master to her. After waiting for so many years, she was finally going to obtain it. Mu Qingyu was both happy and excited, but she also felt a trace of complicated emotions. The many elders also heard about this, and most of them immediately chose to support Mu Qingyu. After all, Mu Qingyu's faction was already very powerful, and now that the position of sect master was going to be given to her, only an idiot would not choose to side with her. Of course, there were some of Mu Hongyan's trusted aides who came to persuade her, but Mu Hongyan had already made up her mind, and no matter how they tried to persuade her, it was useless. Afterwards, the news was made public, and the ordinary disciples also knew about this. 2 days later, the transfer ceremony was held. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had thought that coming to the emotion sect would be quite difficult, and Zhao Fu had planned to control the many elders to help Mu Hongyan and get rid of the great elders faction. However, now that Mu Hongyan had given up, there was nothing for Zhao Fu to do. 2 days later, everyone came to a flower field. This flower field was quite big and was filled with fiery red flowers. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the scene was quite beautiful. In the middle of the painting, there was a platform made of jade. It was circular, and above the platform was a foot high. On the platform, there were coffins with fiery red flowers wrapped around them. There seemed to be the corpses of women in them. These were the corpses of the sect masters and elders. The reason why the emotion sect was able to defend against the invasion of other worlds was because of these sect masters' corpses. This was because the emotion sect's legacy was quite special, and adding on the fact that the passion flower field would form passion corpses after death, they contained incredibly powerful and strange powers. Of course, ordinary disciples would not be able to form passion corpses, only those who cultivated the emotion sect's cultivation technique to the peak would be able to form them. There were 100 or so coffins, and Mu Hongyan and Mu Qingyu stood in front of the last coffin, while the other disciples and elders stood 10 or so meters behind them. Zhao Fu and Mu Wanwan stood by the side and looked at this scene curiously. Mu Hongyan looked at Mu Qingyu and said, "Senior apprentice sister. After I hand over the position of sect master to you, I don't want to continue our previous grudges. Right now, I just want to live a peaceful life with my daughter in the sect. In the future, I will not participate in the sect's affairs." Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Hongyan and nodded. "All right, I can promise that I won't disturb you in the future. If there's anything you need, I'll do my best to help you. You can rest assured." Mu Hongyan smiled. "Thank you, senior sister. If possible, I really want to go back to the time when we were on good terms." We don't have to fight openly and covertly like we do now. I also regret accepting master's assignment back then. Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Hongyan with a complicated expression. Thinking about what she had done over the years, she felt somewhat guilty. Mu Hongyan chuckled. All right. Let us begin the ceremony. Mu Qingyu's expression softened. Junior sister. Hearing this, Mu Hongyan looked at Mu Qingyu in surprise before smiling and walking to the last coffin. Book 8 Chapter 176 Mu Hongyan stretched out her hand and cut open her arm. Blood flowed out from the wound and dripped onto the flower coffin. The flower coffin slowly opened, revealing a woman's corpse. This woman was like a demoness. Her face and figure were extremely alluring, and she wore a fiery red dress. Her skin was pale and bloodless, and she did not have any aura of life. She looked just like a dead person. However, the dead man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of fiery red eyes that looked at Mu Hongyan and Mu Qingyu. Mu Hongyan and Mu Qingyu bowed. Greetings, master. This woman was their deceased master. Her name was Mu Qingfeng, and she was the previous sect master. Mu Qingfeng looked at the two and asked, "What's the matter?" Mu Hongyan said, "I would like to transfer the position of sect master to senior sister. I would like to start the transfer ceremony." Mu Qingfeng said, "No." Mu Qingyu hurriedly said, "Master, why? Now that junior sister has taken the initiative to give the position of sect master to me, you still don't agree?" Mu Qingfeng looked at Mu Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, do you think that I didn't consider you as the sect head? The first person I considered was you, but you are narrow-minded and jealous. You can do anything to achieve your goal. How can I be at ease giving the sect to you?" Hearing these words, Mu Qingyu felt that they were very grating to her ears. However, thinking about what she had done in the past few years, she understood that her master was not wrong. Moreover, she had also been raised by Mu Qingfeng, so she lowered her head and fell silent. Mu Hongyan said, "Master, senior sister's ability is stronger than mine. I think I can let senior sister give it a try." Mu Qingfeng said, "A single wrong decision by the sect master could lead to the destruction of the sect. There's no possibility of a second restart. How can we give such an important matter a try?" Mu Hongyan said, "I've had enough of being the sect leader all these years. I don't want to continue being the sect leader. Master, please give me a chance." Mu Qingfeng said, "No, if you don't want to be the sect head, then choose someone else. Your world can't be the sect head." Mu Qingyu stood at the side and did not speak. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Mu Qingfeng was afraid that something would happen and said to Mu Qingyu, "Qingyu, from now on, you will stay in the land of inheritance as a guardian. You are not allowed to participate in the matters of the sect." She no longer had any hope of becoming the sect master, and the transfer ceremony had to be presided over by Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingyu was also disheartened and nodded, "I understand." Mu Hongyan looked at her senior sister and sighed, "Master, please choose the next sect leader." Mu Qingfeng's gaze swept across the disciples and finally landed on Mu Wanwan. "She's your daughter, Mu Wanwan, right? Now that she's grown up, I think she's more suitable to be the next sect master." Mu Hongyan was surprised. She did not expect Mu Qingfeng to choose her daughter. Mu Qingfeng smiled and called out, "Mu Wanwan, come forward." Mu Wanwan stepped forward and called out with a smile, "Master." Mu Qingfeng nodded, "Your mother doesn't want to be the sect master anymore. I want to choose you as the next sect master, what do you think?" Mu Wanwan glanced at Mu Qingyu and said, "Master, I don't want to be the sect master. Please choose Elder Qingyu as the sect master." Mu Qingfeng glanced at Mu Qingyu, "Did Qingyu do a lot of things against you? I'll deal with her later. You two don't have to worry. I chose you two for the sake of the sect." Mu Wanwan said, "Master, I'm really not suitable. I've already married into another sect and become the wife of another sect. If you choose me, I won't be suitable." Mu Qingfeng frowned. Mu Qingyu suddenly said, "The sect you're in has already been destroyed and no longer belongs to any sect. As the daughter of the sect master, you're suitable to be the next sect master." Mu Hongyan and Mu Wanwan looked at Mu Qingyu in surprise. They did not expect Mu Qingyu to say this. Mu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Mu Wanwan continued, I rarely give up on the emotion sex cultivation technique. I'm not young anymore, and there are many more suitable people in the sect than me. Mu Qingfeng smiled and said, come here. Mu Wanwan walked in front of Mu Qingfeng and looked at Mu Qingfeng in confusion. Mu Qingfeng stretched out her finger and tapped on Mu Wanwan's forehead. A small red flower imprint appeared on Mu Wanwan's body. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a supreme sovereign's power suddenly exploded out from Mu Wanwan's body. Mu Wanwan's body gave off a black aura and a pressure covered the surroundings. Mu Qingfeng, Mu Hongyan, and Mu Qingyu looked shocked. Mu Qingfeng asked, Wanwan, why is there such a powerful power in your body? I've never seen this power before, it's a sovereign's power. Mu Wanwan also looked confused. She did not know why she had such a powerful power, but she was very familiar with the aura it gave off. She turned to look at Zhao Fu. This power should have been given to her by Zhao Fu. Mu Hongyan asked, what's wrong, daughter? Mu Wanwan said with a red face, he gave me this power? The three of them looked at Zhao Fu. Mu Qingfeng asked, who is he? Mu Wanwan said with a red face, he's my man. Mu Hongyan said doubtfully, isn't your husband the sect master? Why don't I feel like it? Mu Wanwan said with a red face, he's my second man, I met him when I returned to the sect. Mu Hongyan said angrily, it's only been a few days, and you've already found another man, how can you be so casual? Mu Wanwan's face was red, even though Zhao Fu had taken the initiative to take her, she had a good impression of Zhao Fu. Mu Qingfeng called out, you come up as well. Zhao Fu walked up and looked at the women as he asked, what is it? Mu Qingfeng smiled as she said, where are you from? Zhao Fu replied, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Mu Qingfeng smiled as she said, it's alright, with the power you have, you should be from one of the most powerful families in the Heaven Awakened world. Mu Wanwan looked at Zhao Fu in shock, she had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so illustrious. Mu Qingfeng smiled as she said, can I take off my cloak? Hearing this, Zhao Fu took off his cloak, causing an uproar. Soon, everyone calmed down as they stared at Zhao Fu's perfect face and extraordinary aura. Their hearts sped up, their faces burned, and they found it difficult to breathe. Mu Hongyan's heart rate sped up, and she understood why her daughter had found another man so quickly. Even she would fall in love with such a man. Mu Qingfeng sweetly smiled as she said, your looks are incredibly rare, if I was still alive, I would definitely pursue you. You're the first man I've met who has moved my heart, our Emotion Maiden sect is very proactive in matters of love. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, thank you for your praise. Mu Qingfeng smiled as she said, can you send a portion of your power into my body? I feel that this power of yours will greatly affect my Emotion Maiden sect. Book 1, Book 2, Chapter 177, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, no problem. Mu Qingfeng lightly smiled as she said, thank you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, here? Mu Qingfeng asked curiously, is there a problem? Mu Wanwan said with a red face, you have to do it with him. Hearing this, Mu Qingfeng lightly smiled as she said, do you mind that I'm a dead person? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Senior is so beautiful, I naturally don't mind. Mu Qingfeng lightly smiled as she waved her hand and a wave of energy spread out, causing many fiery red flowers to grow out and continuously combine, forming a massive flower ball that covered the few of them and blocked their vision. Mu Qingfeng looked at Zhao Fu and said, let's begin. Zhao Fu nodded as he went up and hugged Mu Qingfeng. 2 hours later. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Mu Qingfeng's body gave off a powerful energy, causing red flowers to grow all over her body. Her lifeless body now had a trace of life force. Mu Qingfeng could not help but laugh loudly, she had never thought that Zhao Fu's power would be of such great help to her. It could bring her back from the dead, causing her power to rise by a level and reach the legendary realm of the Lover Girl. Originally, she would never be able to reach the higher expert realm in her lifetime, but now that she was in this realm, it was possible. Right now, she was in a state called the Passion Flower Devil Spirit. Not only did she become more powerful, but she was also very difficult to kill. Even if she was chopped into countless pieces, she would not die, and she also had the ability to control emotions. For example, Mu Qingfeng could make countless men feel as if they had met their true love, madly falling in love with her and doing everything for her. This ability was also very difficult to remove. Mu Qingfeng looked at Zhao Fu below. Zhao Fu was like a treasure to them, and they had to control her. Mu Qingfeng randomly used this ability on Zhao Fu. A formless energy spread out from Mu Qingfeng's body and soundlessly flowed into Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he looked at Mu Qingfeng and said, "Aren't you going a little overboard? You want to control me?" Hearing that, Xylophone said in surprise, "My ability is useless against you." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Of course." Mu Qingfeng snorted, "Looks like you're stronger than I thought. Even a spirit realm expert can't withstand my power, let alone an emptiness realm expert." Zhao Fu started to take revenge on Xylophone Wind. An hour later, Mu Qingfeng said to Mu Hongyan and Mu Qingyu with a weak smile, "You two should also come and give it a try. His power will also be of great help to you." Mu Qingyu stepped forward. Mu Hongyan blushed and looked at her daughter. Mu Wanwan said shyly, "I don't mind. Mother, you can go." Mu Hongyan smiled and pounced at Zhao Fu impatiently. 2 hours later. Boom! Two powerful forces burst forth from Mu Hongyan and the Great Elder's bodies, knocking the petals of countless flowers into the air and raining down like rain. Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment. They had not expected the sect master, the Great Elder, and the previous sect master to do something like this. Mu Hongyan blushed. Mu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Don't mind it. There's only one man here now. Moreover, after your powers increase, it will be their turn." Mu Hongyan nodded. Everyone stood on the spot and watched the scene in front of him. Their faces were flushed and their hearts were beating very fast. They felt as if they were in flames. After a while, Mu Qingfeng said with a smile, "You guys should also come and give it a try. It will be of great help to you." Hearing this, the crowd swarmed forward. A few days later. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a fiery red flower bud. Zhao Fu had not worked hard for nothing in the past few days. He had gathered a lot of power from the women and condensed this passion flower demonic seed. This passion flower demonic seed was incredibly useful, and it could make any creature fall madly in love with him. They would be willing to do anything for him, even if it meant death. More importantly, this was a power that even higher beings could not resist. Satisfied, Zhao Fu put it away and said with a smile, "I'm leaving." Mu Qingfeng rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, "You're leaving so soon? Our entire sect has been harmed by you, so why aren't you saying anything?" Zhao Fu looked at the countless women around him and smiled as he said, "What do you want from me?" Mu Qingfeng smiled as she said, "I want you to stay in our Passion Maiden sect for at least 10 years. Of course, we can help you with anything." Zhao Fu said, "No, I still have something important to take care of." Mu Hongyan asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's something very important, but I can't tell you. After I take care of things, I'll come back to see you." Mu Qingyu frowned as she said, "We're all your women now, so why are you hiding so much information from us?" Zhao Fu explained, "There are some things that it's not good for you to know too much." Mu Qingyu still wanted to say something, but Mu Qingfeng stopped her and smiled as she said, "Then can you help us one last time?" Zhao Fu asked, "What kind of help?" Mu Qingfeng looked at the flower coffins and said, "I want you to resurrect all of them. If they are all resurrected, we won't have to worry about any invasions from other forces. My emotion sect will also become a big sect that occupies a place." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I'll die of exhaustion?" Mu Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Come on, we know your power. Also, you'll be my only man from now on. Can you promise me, husband?" Mu Qingyu also said, "Husband. Right now, the Heaven Awakened world is so dangerous, you don't want anything to happen to us, right? I did do something wrong in the past, but now I just want to redeem myself. Please help me. You are my first man, and also my last." Mu Hongyan smiled and said, "Me too. Can I help you, husband?" Mu Wanwan could not help but say shyly, "Husband. If you help us, I'll be yours in the future. You can do whatever you want." The other women also chimed in. Zhao Fu said helplessly, "All right." Mu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Everyone, back off." Hearing this, the women smiled and retreated to the side, creating a large empty space. Mu Qingfeng came before the flower coffins and slit her wrist. Blood continuously flowed out, and under her control, it formed a fist-sized orb of blood. She raised her hand and the orb of blood flew into the sky. Bang! The orb of blood floated in the sky and gave off boundless blood-red light that shone on the flower coffins. The flower coffins opened, revealing the corpses of women. They all had different appearances, figures, and auras, but they all wore fiery red dresses. Their skin was pale and they did not have any life force, looking like corpses. They slowly opened their eyes, and they all had fiery red pupils. As the #1 sect in the world, the Sword Sect of the world used this as an excuse to unite many other sects and massacre the heavenly evil Sword Sect in one night. 1,000 years later, the last generation of the heavenly evil Sword Sect's successor personally set off a monstrous killing calamity. You have received the contract signing information, you can recommend it. Lord Soldiers Conquering the World New book beginning with the Sword Sect exterminating the world currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Book 1, Chapter 178. This was especially so for the last woman. She was extremely beautiful and gave off a very powerful aura. She was the founder of the emotion sect, Mu Qingnu. Back then, Mu Qingnu had fallen in love with a man, but she had begged him to no avail. She had dejectedly come to this place and used the Passion Flower land to establish Qingnu's sect, which had lasted until now. Unless something major had happened, she would not have awakened. It was for this reason that the Emotion Maiden sect was able to condense the Passion Flower demonic seed and make all living creatures fall in love with her. Looking at the scene before them, all the grandmasters and elders were bewildered. Why were none of them wearing any clothes? Mu Qing looked at Mu Qingfeng. What happened? Mu Qingfeng replied with a smile, Grandmaster. I've discovered a treasure that I'd like to give to all of you. Mu Qingnu asked, what treasure requires all of us to awaken? Mu Qingfeng chuckled, this treasure can bring us back from the dead, we don't have to sleep in the flower fields. Hearing this, everyone started to pay attention. At that moment, someone also noticed Zhao Fu. Her face turned red. Why is there a man here? He's not even dressed yet. What did you do? All the girls looked at Zhao Fu and lowered their heads. Mu Qingfeng smiled and said, he is the treasure that I mentioned. As long as we dual cultivate with him, the power in his body will become our nourishment, allowing us to reach the legendary realm. A voluptuous beautiful woman laughed as she said, is it really that effective? I'll give it a try first. Mu Qingfeng said with a smile. No problem. The beautiful middle-aged woman walked in front of Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite moved. Her face became red as she said, Sir, let's begin. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Boom, an hour later, a powerful aura exploded out from the beautiful woman's body, and many red flowers started to grow on her body. The women were shocked. They had not expected him to reach the legendary stage so easily. This man was too powerful. Mu Qingnu asked in shock, who is he? Mu Qingfeng smiled as she said, I'm not sure, but he should be a top-tier faction in the Heaven Awaken world. Perhaps he's a holy son. Mu Qingnu seriously looked at Zhao Fu. Seeing this, the others also went up without any hesitation. Even if there was no effect, they still wanted to try, as the beautiful middle-aged woman was simply too happy. This took a whole day. Finally, the wood lover walked over and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, I'll only dual cultivate with you once. There won't be any feelings between us because I've always been deeply in love with another man. I'll give you another reward. Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded with a smile. Boom, a few hours later, a massive aura exploded out of Mu Qingnu's body, forming massive ripples that caused everyone present to take a step back and look at Mu Qingnu in shock. As the patriarch of the Emotion Maiden sect, Mu Qing was not only the strongest, but she had also reached the legendary realm long ago. That was why she was emitting such powerful waves. Little red flowers began to grow on the ground around them. The heavens and earth seemed to change as countless strands of spirit chi gathered, forming a vortex in the sky and giving off a massive might. Boom, a red ray of light descended from the vortex and landed on Mu Qingnu's body, and a massive wave of power flowed into her. The ray of light lasted for a while, and the surroundings gradually calmed down. Mu Qingnu's eyes became like little red flowers, and her skin became as white as snow. She was not as pale as the corpse from before, and she seemed to be even more beautiful than before. Zhao felt as if he had fallen in love with her. If others broke through and could become higher beings, Mu Qingnu's breakthrough gave her the potential to become a celestial. Sensing this powerful power, Mu Qingnu felt quite delighted. If she could become a celestial, she would definitely be able to obtain that man's heart. That man was the man she deeply loved, and he was her life's goal. Suddenly, Mu Qingnu's face became red and realized that she was cultivating with Zhao. Looking at Zhao below, Mu Qingnu could not help but feel complicated, and she felt slightly moved by this man. Half an hour later, Mu Qingnu lay on the ground with a red face. Zhao stood up and stretched out a hand, condensing 2 passion flower demonic seeds. The passion flower energy within these people's bodies was more than all of the people from before combined, and Mu Qingnu had contributed the most. Now that Zhao had 3 passion flower demonic seeds, he could deal with 3 higher being existences. In the future, Zhao would feel much more at ease. Looking at Mu Qingnu on the ground, Zhao smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Mu Qingnu's face became slightly red as she said, "Not bad." Zhao looked at Mu Qingfeng and said, "Now that things are done, I can leave, right?" Mu Qingfeng nodded, "Thank you for your help this time. In the future, you will be our emotion maiden sect's great benefactor." Zhao lightly laughed, "Just great benefactor?" Mu Qingfeng lightly laughed, "You're still our man." Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Mu Qingnu stood up and asked, "Where are you going?" Zhao replied, "I have some matters to attend to in the water domain." Mu Qingnu said somewhat reluctantly, "Oh." Zhao hugged her with one arm and smiled as he said, "I'll come back to see you all in the future." Mu Qingnu leaned into Zhao embrace and looked at Zhao perfect face, causing her heart to rapidly beat. She could not help but admit that she was moved by Zhao and enjoyed the feeling of being Zhao woman. At the entrance of the Emotion Maiden sect, the women had already changed their clothes and were sending Zhao off. As they watched Zhao gradually disappear, they felt quite reluctant. Xianxia stood by Zhao side and looked at Zhao. Zhao smiled as he said, "What is it?" Xianxia said, "I wonder how many women your clan will harm." Zhao lightly laughed, "How can that be called harm? Look, I didn't even force them, they were all willing. Moreover, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Zhao. "You're still trying to act innocent after getting the benefits." Yu Xiaoling smiled as she said, "If you help our clan the same as the Emotion Maiden sect, I don't mind the entire clan's women becoming your women." Zhao lightly smiled, "That's more like it." Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as beams of light containing immense power shot towards Zhao group of 3. Zhao frowned, it was the gold refiner race attacking them again. Zhao released a wave of power, forming a powerful barrier that blocked the beams of light. Many muffled sounds rang out as ripples spread out, but they were unable to break through Zhao powerful defenses. Xianxia and Yu Xiaoling were already used to this. The 3 of them sped up and flew away from this place. They did not stay behind to destroy the gold refiner faction attacking them. Book 1, Chapter 179, Rescue. "Save me," a seductive woman's voice sounded out from within a forest. Hearing this voice, Zhao gave a trace of a smile and said, "Someone's in danger, let's go and take a look." Yu Xiaoling and Xianxia rolled their eyes at Zhao. Zhao smiled as he said, "Helping others is a good thing, I'm quite willing to help others." Xianxia said, "Then hurry up and go." The 3 of them flew into the forest and saw an extremely ugly fat woman who was 3 meters tall and had many tentacles growing out of her body. She looked ferociously at Zhao and the others. It was evident that she had made that sound to attract people over. Seeing this, Zhao expression became cold. Yu Xiaoling and Xianxia could not help but laugh, and tears almost came out of their eyes. Boom, at that moment, the fat woman started to attack Zhao. She leapt up and slammed a palm towards Zhao with immense force. Zhao blocked the fat woman's palm with one hand, and a wave of energy blasted out in all directions. What was surprising was that the fat woman's strength was not weak at all. The fat woman raised her other fat palm and slammed it towards Zhao. This time, Zhao palm slammed out, and a massive wave of energy brought with it a gust of wind as it quickly flew towards the fat woman. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the fat woman was forced back 3 or 4 steps, and she looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. She had met a tough opponent this time. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he once again slammed out with his palm. A black wave of energy condensed into a palm, and it slammed towards the fat woman with immense power. The force of the palm even left a gash in the ground. The fat woman loudly cried out and gave off a powerful aura, seeming to give off a blue light. Her body ferociously slammed towards the palm, blocking it and giving off a muffled sound. Bang! Zhao Fu once again punched out, and a black dragon head containing immense power slammed into the fat woman's body, sending her flying. Blood leaked out of the fat woman's lips as she furiously glared at Zhao Fu. Her tentacles spread out and liquid sprayed out, and Zhao Fu once again used his defensive barrier to block the liquid. The liquid was incredibly corrosive and could leave large holes in the ground. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the fat woman in front of him and a powerful energy spread out, forming flying swords that floated around him. Xiao xiao xiao, the swords gave off waves of power as they quickly flew towards the fat woman, leaving behind black traces. The attacks were incredibly shocking. The fat woman controlled the tentacles to attack the flying swords with immense power. Puff puff puff, the tentacles couldn't withstand the attacks at all and were chopped apart by the flying swords. The tentacles flew everywhere. Blue liquid flowed out of the broken tentacle. The fat woman gave a pained cry and her body retreated. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and vigorously grabbed at the air, causing the flying swords to give off black sword lights and ferociously slashed towards the fat woman. In that instant, the fat woman was chopped into countless pieces of flesh, and large amounts of blue liquid spurted out. Only after killing the fat woman did Zhao Fu stop, and the flying swords dissipated. At that moment, Yu Xiaoling saw a jade plate fall from the corpse. She curiously went up and looked at it seriously. The jade plate was the size of a normal plate, and there were rings engraved on it. There was also a fish in the middle, and the carvings were very detailed as if they were alive. Yu Qie asked, "What is this?" Yu Xiaoling smiled as she said, "This looks like the profound fish race's profound spirit fish plate." Yu Qie said in shock, "Profound spirit jade plate?" Zhao Fu asked, "What is that?" Yu Xiaoling smiled as she explained, "The profound fish race is one of the most powerful races in our water race. They have a very mystical ability to find many underwater spirit veins. This profound spirit fish plate is a treasure that they created to find spirit veins." Oh. Zhao Fu wasn't very interested in this thing. Yu Xiaoling saw that Zhao Fu wasn't interested and smiled as she said, "Although no one other than the profound fish race can use the profound spirit fish plate, this profound spirit fish plate in my hand is a very high-grade profound spirit jade plate. Even the profound fish race would find it very difficult to create it. If you use it to trade with the profound fish race, you will obtain a large amount of good stuff." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Keep this thing. It's useless to me anyway." Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Are you sure? I can remind you that the Yuxian race can also find the 8-direction water world." Zhao Fu understood what Yu Xiaoling meant. She wanted to use this profound spirit fish plate to get the profound fish race to help her find the 8-direction water world. Zhao Fu said awkwardly, "Give it to me." Yu Xiaoling chuckled and handed the profound spirit fish plate to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the profound spirit fish plate and put it away. This thing could only be used in a water body. Yu Qie said, "She probably didn't know that the unlucky profound fish race member was attracted by the sound and was killed by her. That's why there's this profound spirit fish plate." Yu Xiaoling nodded as she looked at Zhao Fu and teased, "Let's see if you dare to do this in the future." Zhao Fu smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, let's go." Yu Qie smiled and said, "Be more serious in the future. Don't always think about harming women." Zhao Fu said, "I know." Yu Qie went forward and hugged Zhao Fu. The three of them continued flying forward. Not long after Zhao Fu left, a delicate-looking young man with fish patterns on his body arrived with a voluptuous woman with a cold temperament. She also had blue fish patterns on her body. The youth was called Yu Zhan and the beautiful woman was called Yu Quail. Yu Zhan said, "When I was passing by, I heard someone calling for help, so I flew over. I didn't expect to encounter a monster that was very powerful. If I hadn't used the treasure that mother gave me, I might have died here. That profound spirit fish plate is also here. Yu Quail said solemnly, that's a rare profound spirit fish plate in our race. If it's lost, mother and you will be punished. We have to find it quickly. Yu Zhan nodded. The two of them quickly found the fat woman's body. Yu Zhan pointed at the body and said, it's her. Yu Quail went forward to check and said, the profound spirit fish plate is not with her now. It should be in the hands of the person who killed her. This is troublesome. We don't know who killed her and where to find the profound spirit fish plate. Yu Zhan said with self-blame, I'm sorry, mother. Yu Quail sighed and said, let's go back. Yu Zhan said hesitantly, won't we be punished if we go back? Yu Quail said, we have no choice now. We have to admit our mistake and use the other profound spirit fish plates to find it. Yu Zhan nodded. The two of them flew to the side. Book 1, Chapter 180. Zhao Fu's group of 3 was walking on a large street, planning to head to a nearby city and use a teleportation array. However, a group of people had set up a checkpoint on the main road. When Zhao Fu's group of 3 walked over, a young man shouted, you 3, pay the toll. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not mind and casually threw a bag of gold coins over. The group of people hadn't expected Zhao Fu to casually toss out a bag of gold coins. They revealed greedy smiles and surrounded Zhao Fu's group of 3. The youth smiled and said, I suspect that you are related to the gold refiner race. Take everything out and let me check it. Otherwise, we'll treat you as a spy and kill you. Zhao Fu frowned slightly. I advise you to take the money and shut up. The young man said arrogantly and disdainfully, we're from Mumming City. What, you still want to attack us? Mumming City was the city that Zhao Fu and the others were heading towards. If they killed these people, they would most likely be barred from entering the city. The young man shouted, did you hear that? Hurry up and call it out. Zhao Fu's expression turned cold, and he was about to kill them. What are you guys doing? A voluptuous, black-clothed woman rode over on a horse and asked. Seeing this black-clothed woman, those people's expressions fell, and the young man went up and bowed as he said, Second madam. I feel that these 3 people are suspicious. I want to check them. Yu Xiaoling snorted coldly. You're looking for an excuse to make things difficult for us because we have so much money on us, right? The black-robed young woman glanced at the young man's group and immediately understood what was going on. She said coldly, let them go. Also, if they dare to do this again, I will kill all of you. Everyone said in fear, Second madam, we don't dare to do it again. The black-robed young woman didn't say anything. She glanced at Zhao Fu's group of 3 before riding her horse forward. The group of people didn't dare to stop Zhao Fu's group. They thought to themselves that Zhao Fu's group was lucky. They didn't know that they had just been brought back from the brink of death. Zhao Fu and the others entered the city and planned to use the teleportation channel. However, they found that the teleportation channel was restricted, and they needed the city lord's permission to use it. Helpless, Zhao Fu's group of 3 arrived at the city lord's mansion. Zhao Fu said to the guards, I want to see your city lord. The guard replied, what's the matter? Zhao Fu said, we want to borrow the teleportation formation. Hearing this, the guard said, right now, the teleportation formation is closed. You can't use it, and the city lord won't see you because of this. You can leave. Zhao Fu frowned. At that moment, the black-clothed woman walked out and was quite surprised to see Zhao Fu and the others. They had just met and had never thought that they would meet again so soon. Her name was Lan Zian. Lan Zian walked over and asked, what do you want? Zhao Fu looked at Lan Zian and smiled as he said, we want to borrow the teleportation formation. Lan Zian replied, that won't do. Right now, the situation is quite special, and the teleportation formation has been closed. You can go to another city and try. Zhao Fu did not say anything and nodded. The 3 of them left the city lord's mansion. Yu Qie said, are we going to another city? Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile, don't worry, leave it to me. Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu and said, you're up to something again, right? Zhao Fu laughed. The night wind lightly blew. Lan Zian worriedly stayed in her room and thought about things. Thinking about the situation in the heaven-awakened world, their city was under a lot of pressure. Suddenly, someone hugged her from behind. Lan Xian's face became slightly red as she said softly, "Don't mess around, husband." However, that person ignored her, and Lan Xian could not help but start to do it with that person. Soon, the lights dimmed. At that moment, a slim and beautiful woman came to the door and knocked on it as she said, "Second big sister. Husband wants to discuss some matters with you." Hearing this, Lan Xian's expression fell. Who was the one doing this to her? However, she could not break free and quickly succumbed to it. The beautiful woman was called Lan Mu, and she felt quite strange. She knocked on the door again and said, "Second big sister, are you not here?" Lan Xian came back to her senses and did not dare to make a sound. However, Zhao Fu, that bastard, did not care at all. Hearing these voices, Lan Mu's face became red and she thought about it. Her man was in the hall, so who was the person in the room? She had never thought that her second big sister would do such a shameless thing. What should she do now? Lan Mu felt quite troubled, and after thinking about it, she sighed and left without leaking this information. 2 hours later, Lan Xian saw that it was that bastard who had bullied her. She was quite surprised that he was so good-looking. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Madam." Hearing Zhao Fu's voice, Lan Xian immediately understood that Zhao Fu was the person she had met today and said angrily, "You bastard, I helped you out of goodwill, but you treated me like this." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You can't blame me for this. If you had allowed me to use the teleportation channel, perhaps I would have left." Lan Xian said angrily, "You're shameless." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm shameless, so what?" Another hour. Later, Lan Xian lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, her face red as she asked, "Stinky man, who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm an ordinary person." Lan Xian lightly harumphed, "Stop lying, you're definitely much stronger than me. Also, I hope that you can help our city." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I can, but a city like yours won't last for long and will be destroyed sooner or later." Lan Xian said in a deep voice, "I know that, but we have no choice but to persevere. We don't have any way out." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I can recommend a place to you. It's not very far from here, and it's also very safe." Lan Xian asked, "Where?" Zhao Fu looked outside and smiled as he said, "Wait." Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a formless hand pulled someone in. It was Lan Mu, and her face was red. Originally, Lan Mu had already left, but she wanted to know which man Lan Xian had hooked up with, the man who had betrayed them. As such, she quietly came back and eavesdropped at the door. Lan Mu was directly pulled onto the bed, and looking at Zhao Fu's face, Lan Mu did not resist and closed her eyes in anticipation. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Soon, the sky brightened. The two women happily snuggled in Zhao Fu's embrace, and Lan Xian said, "Stinky man, can you tell me about that place now?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "If your city can't take it, you can go to the emotion sect." Lan Xian thought about it, "I know about the emotion sect. Although they're quite strong, I feel that they won't be able to resist for long." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "The emotion sect is different now, their strength has greatly increased, and protecting you won't be a problem. You can trust me on this." Book 1, Chapter 181 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 The power of the Emotion Maiden sect leader had been developed by Zhao Fu, and their power would quickly soar. This was why Zhao Fu had the confidence to say such words. Lan Xian asked, "Really?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Lan Xian let out a long sigh, "I'll believe you this once. In the future, our city will have a way out." Lan Mu said shyly, "I want to go with you." Lan Xian looked surprised and asked, "Third sister, you've decided?" Lan Mu nodded, "Things have already come to this, so I have to make a choice. I'll be happier staying by his side than staying by my husband's side." Lan Xian looked at Zhao Fu and lightly harumphed, "What's so good about a stinky man like him?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a proud woman wearing a white dress looked at the scene in front of her with a look of anger. She pointed at Lan Xian and said, "The two of you actually did such a despicable thing." She was the big madam, Lan Aoyi. Last night, Lan Xian had not gone to discuss the matter, and she had come to take a look this morning. However, When she heard that the two madams were in a room with a man, she directly pushed open the door and saw the scene in front of her. Seeing Lan Aoyi barge in, Lan Zian and Lan Zian panicked. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, leave it to me." Lan Aoyi coldly looked at Zhao Fu. "I think you used your face to hook up with the two madams. It's a pity that you're going to die soon. I'll report this matter to my man, the city lord, and have him execute you. As for the two of you, I'll see how the city lord deals with you." Zhao Fu gave a slight smile and walked forwards. Lan Aoyi coldly said, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu pounced over and carried Lan Aoyi back to the bed. A few hours later, Zhao Fu, Yu Xiaoling, and Yu Qia arrived at the teleportation array. There were also 3 women standing next to him. They were Lan Awei, Lan Zian, and Lan Mu. Lan Awei glared at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu had bullied her badly just now. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm leaving. Remember, if you can't hold on any longer, immediately go to the Emotion Maiden sect." Lan Zian smiled and said, "We know. You should be careful too." Lan Mu was a little upset. "Are you really not going to bring me along?" Zhao Fu nodded. "We're going to the water this time. It's going to be very dangerous." Lan Mu looked disappointed and didn't say anything else. Zhao Fu looked at Lan Aoyi and smiled. "What do you want to say to me?" Lan Awei snorted. "No, hurry up and leave." Zhao Fu smiled and activated the teleportation array before disappearing. Seeing Zhao Fu teleport away, Lan Zian smiled and said, "Let's go back as well." Just as the 3 women returned to the city lord's mansion, they were called over by the city lord. There was a scholarly middle-aged man sitting there. He was the city lord, Lan Wenkai. Lan Wenkai smiled as he looked at the 3 women and said, "I heard that you just used the teleportation array to help 3 people leave." Hearing this, the 3 women became nervous as they thought about what had happened with Zhao Fu. Lan Zian was the calmest and nodded. Lan Wenkai smiled and said, "I was just asking, nothing else." The 3 women let out sighs of relief. Lan Wenkai walked down and hugged Lan Zian as he said caringly, "You've been working hard for the city these past few days. You must be tired." Lan Zian felt uncomfortable being hugged and couldn't help but struggle free. Lan Wenkai looked quite startled. Lan Zian reacted and understood that it was because of that bad fellow, Zhao Fu. She said, "I still have things to do, so I'll head down first." Lan Wenkai nodded blankly. Lan Awei was also quite curious as to why Lan Zian had changed so much. Lan Wenkai looked at Lan Awei and was about to hug her. Seeing Lan Wenkai hug her, Lan Awei didn't know why, but she felt disgusted and instinctively dodged. This caused Lan Wenkai to feel quite startled. Lan Awei also felt quite strange. She actually hated her husband, and this was the first time. She even felt a sense of betrayal, as if being hugged by Lan Wenkai would be betraying that man. It was as if that man was her real husband. This damn bastard. Lan Awei cursed in her heart. Lan Wenkai asked, "What's wrong?" Lan Awei quickly said, "I'm fine, I'll head down." Lan Awei didn't wait for Zhao Fu to reply and quickly left. Lan Mu looked at the scene in front of her and immediately left. This caused Lan Wenkai to stand there with a strange look on his face. He didn't know what had happened. Why had his 3 beloved wives become like this? Zhao Fu and the other 2 teleported to the next city. In this city, Zhao Fu saw many aquatic creatures. Some of them had the heads of octopuses and the bodies of humans. Some had fins on their ears, and some had frog-like feet. They were also covered in fish scales. This place should be very close to the water domain, which was why there were so many aquatic creatures. Zhao Fu smiled. They were finally reaching the water domain. In the past, Zhao Fu would have been able to find the water domain. However, because of the invasion of the 2 worlds, Zhao Fu would have been so slow. "Let's continue," Zhao Fu said. Yu Qia smiled and nodded. She hadn't returned to the water domain for many years. To her, the water domain was like her home. Now, she felt like she was about to return home. Yu Xiaoling's expression didn't change. She didn't leave for long like Yu Qia. The 3 of them left the city and continued flying toward the water domain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After flying for more than an hour, countless arrows shot at Zhao Fu and the other two. They were like countless raindrops, carrying with them a sharp power. It was as if they were going to turn Zhao Fu and the other two into beehives. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a huge gust of wind knocked the countless arrows away. He looked down and saw a group of card soldiers. Originally, Zhao Fu didn't want to pay attention to them and continued flying toward the water domain. However, these people threw out card after card. The card turned into spots of light and dissipated, turning into countless wind blades that flew toward Zhao Fu. The sound was very terrifying. Zhao Fu's expression turned cold. He took out a sword and swung it forward. A huge sword light slashed out, carrying with it an unparalleled power. The sword split apart the countless wind blades. A huge gust of wind blew out, causing countless plants to sway violently. The many card soldiers on the ground looked shocked and hurriedly gave the order to retreat. You still want to leave? It's too late. I gave you a chance. Zhao Fu snorted coldly. He rushed over with his sword and began the slaughter. Zhao Fu swung his sword again and again. Huge sword lights slashed out in all directions. Facing Zhao Fu's powerful power, many of the card soldiers couldn't resist at all. Their bodies were cut open by the sword lights, and screams sounded out. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. After easily killing these card soldiers, just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, another group of people walked out. Book 1, Chapter 182 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. There were not many people in this group, only 6 of whom were riding horses. There was also a carriage behind them. The 6 of them were all women with noble auras. One of them was a tall and dignified woman called Huang Sang. She looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Thank you, sir, for your help." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and understood what was going on. It turned out that the card soldiers had been chasing after this group of people and had mistakenly thought that Zhao Fu had come to save them, so they had ferociously attacked Zhao Fu's group of 3. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You're welcome." A woman wearing a green palace dress and with a fiery figure called Huang Lu looked at Huang Sang. Huang Sang said, "I want to ask you to escort us to the nearest city, and we'll give you a reward." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm not interested in this reward." Huang Sang asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu looked at the women and smiled as he said, "You." Hearing this, the women felt quite angry. Cough, cough. A man coughed within the carriage. Zhao Fu asked, "Who's in the carriage?" Huang Sang said, "He's Huang Mingguo's emperor, and I'm Huang Mingguo's queen. We won't agree to your request, but we'll give you a surprise reward." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I already said that I'm not interested. Also, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Huang Sang frowned. At that moment, a woman called Huang Mingmei, who was wearing a yellow dress and had a gentle aura, walked into the carriage and quickly said, "His Majesty's injuries have worsened." Hearing this, the women's expressions changed. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "I can save her and point out a safe place to go. What do you think of this deal?" Huang Sang's expression was cold. Huang Lu said, "Let's agree to him. Otherwise, we'll all die." A flirtatious woman named Huang Yao said, "I don't have any objections. Right now, we have nowhere else to go. If he hadn't saved us, we might have died." Huang Ling, a mature woman with a delicate face, said with a cold expression, "I have no objections. He saved us, and I don't want to owe him anything." A beautiful woman with a graceful figure, Huang Li, blushed and said, "If you don't have any objections, then I don't either." Zhao Fu looked at them and said, "What do you think?" Huang Sang made up his mind and said, "All right. We promise you." Zhao Fu smiled and walked in front of the girls. Huang Sang said, "Save His Majesty first." Zhao Fu came to the carriage and saw a cold-looking man weakly lying on a horse. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful aura entered the man's body. With Zhao Fu's powerful help, the man's injuries quickly recovered. When the girls saw how fast his injuries healed, they also showed shocked expressions. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Is it fine now?" Huang Sang nodded. A few hours later, Zhao Fu had put on his clothes, and Huang Sang and the girls had also put on their clothes. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Huang Sang. Huang Sang did not struggle and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, Where is this safe place you were talking about? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, there's a city nearby, you can go there. If there's any danger, they'll take you to a safer place. Huang Sang nodded. Huang Mingmei's face became slightly red as she said, thank you for your help. Huang Ling lightly harumphed, there's no need to thank him. Zhao Fu slightly smiled as he said, you can go now. It's getting late, and I need to hurry on. Huang Sang nodded. At that moment, another group of people walked out. It was a group from the card world, and the leader was a man with long silver hair. He looked quite handsome and was called Ao Deli. He was a famous genius in the card world, and he had come to the Heaven Awaken world to train. Zhao Fu looked at the group of people who had just appeared. Seeing more people from the card world appear, Huang Sang and the girls immediately felt nervous. Their bodies unconsciously moved closer to Zhao Fu. A young man next to Ao Deli looked at the corpses on the ground as well as Zhao Fu and the others and said, Your Highness, this person killed so many people from the card world, let's go and kill him. Ao Deli looked at Zhao Fu and said, Don't do anything, you're not a match for him. Now, Ao Deli felt a massive pressure from Zhao Fu, and this pressure caused him to feel a trace of fear. Zhao Fu looked at Ao Deli and the others and smiled. Seeing that they were not going to do anything, Zhao Fu did not want to do anything either. Huang Sang lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked, What should we do now? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, You can all leave and leave this to me. Huang Sang kissed Zhao Fu and said, Be careful, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Huang Sang and the others quickly left. Zhao Fu looked at Ao Deli and asked, What do you want? Ao Deli asked, I want to ask who you are and what rank your strength is in the Heaven Awaken world. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, I don't know about that. Ao Deli said, You're quite famous in the Heaven Awaken world, why aren't you willing to tell me? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I don't want to tell you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Hearing this, Ao Deli asked, What faction do you belong to? Zhao Fu thought about it and said, Emperor Path College. Ao Deli nodded. Zhao Fu asked, Is there anything else? Ao Deli shook his head. Zhao Fu turned to Xianxia and said, Let's go. The two women nodded. The young man looked at the three people flying away and asked, Your Highness, why did you let them go? Ao Deli said seriously, He's not an ordinary person, and he might be even more powerful than me. I don't have any confidence in facing him, and the pressure he gives me is something I've only felt from the #1 expert in the card world. Hearing this, the young man looked quite shocked. Hearing this, he understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Huang Sang and the other women quickly headed to the city where Lan Zian was. Huang Mingmei said worriedly, The auras that the people from the card world give off are so powerful, can he really deal with them by himself? Huang LV thought about it and said, From the looks of it, he should be fine. Huang Li's face became slightly red. I wonder when I'll be able to see him again. Everyone's faces became slightly red as they thought back to those unforgettable hours. At that moment, the cold-looking young man woke up and looked out of the carriage as he asked, Where are we going? Seeing that the cold-looking young man had woken up, the women all felt delighted, but they did not have the face to face him. Huang Sang smiled and said, Your Majesty, we're heading to a city. We're heading to a city, once we get there, we'll be safe. The cold-looking young man nodded and said, How did my injuries heal so quickly? The women looked at each other. Huang Sang replied, A good person helped us just then. The cold-looking young man did not say anything else and returned to the carriage. His body was still quite weak. Book 1, Chapter 183 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Huang Li looked at the women and said softly, What should we do now? Huang Ling said, I don't know if His Majesty will accept us if he knows about this. Also, for some reason, I want to be that guy's woman even more. Huang Li's face became slightly red, Me too. Huang Mingmei said softly, After His Majesty recovers, we'll tell him about this. After doing such a thing, I don't have the face to stay by His Majesty's side. Huang Sang said, We'll talk about it after His Majesty recovers. Zhao Fu and the other two continued to fly forwards. After roughly 2 days of traveling, Zhao Fu and the other two finally reached the edge of the water domain. The water domain was a boundless expanse of water. Even though there was land, it was extremely rare. Almost all of the land was underwater, and there were many races and resources in the water, perhaps even more than on land. At this moment, Zhao Fu and the other two stood on the shore. The sky was light blue. There were many white clouds, and the water domain was extremely calm. A light breeze blew past, bringing up ripples. Zhao Fu asked, "Now that we've reached the water domain, where is your race?" Yu Xiaoling pointed in a direction and said, "It's in that direction, but there's still some distance to go." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's enter the water domain." The two women nodded. The three of them fell into the water. What was surprising was that it was not dark underwater, and a large area of white light lit up the underwater world. What entered their eyes was a colorful scene, as if it was an indescribable fantasy. The plants here were all brightly colored. The green grass glowed, and the flowers bloomed beautifully. The trees had many branches and leaves, and they were all colorful. There were many corals on the ground, and they all had different colors. There were small fish swimming around, and they also had different colors. Yu Xiaoling and Yu Qia did not need to use any tools and could breathe freely underwater, just like on land. Zhao Fu immediately switched to the water race's element, and his body gave off the aura of the water race. He looked like a member of the water race, not a human. At the same time, Zhao Fu could also breathe underwater without using any tools. The three of them continued to descend. He came to the surface of the water and walked towards a small city. There were two soldiers with prawn heads and human bodies guarding the entrance. The three of them easily entered the small city without encountering any problems. Zhao Fu planned to use the teleportation array to continue in the direction of Yu Xiaoling's clan. Boom boom boom, roars were heard, and beams of light were shot from the side. The water couldn't escape the invasion of the alchemy world and the card world. Bang bang bang, this small city didn't have the ability to resist so many alchemy sacred beasts. The city walls were directly shattered, and some of the light beams shot into the city, destroying many buildings and sending countless fragments flying. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. After this wave of attacks, he reckoned that the small city's teleportation array would be unusable again. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out, and many beams of light brought with them immense power as they shot over. This time, they shot into the city, and many explosions sounded out. Some of the water race were blasted to death, and blood flowed out. Now, the water race in the city were fleeing in panic, not daring to stay in the city for even a second. They didn't have any intention of resisting. The alchemy sacred beasts caused them to feel despair. Zhao Fu sighed, "Let's go." Seeing this, Yu Xiaoling and Yu Qia's expressions became quite grim. Their water race was being destroyed right in front of them, and the water race was dying and fleeing. The three of them flew forwards. Half a day later, Zhao Fu and the others came to another small city, and they used this small city to teleport away from this region. Luckily, even though the water had been invaded by the two worlds, there weren't as many as on land. Many teleportation arrays could be used, and Zhao Fu and the others were quite fast. Big Sister Xiaoling, a childish young man, called out happily. Yu Xiaoling looked over and smiled as she said, "Yumi, it's you." The one called Yumi ran over and looked at Yu Xiaoling as she said, "Big Sister Xiaoling, you've been gone for so long, I've missed you so much." It seemed that Yumi liked Yu Xiaoling a lot. Yu Xiaoling felt quite awkward and looked at Zhao Fu as she explained, "His big sister and I are good friends, and their race has a good relationship with ours. Right now, we're within their territory." Zhao Fu nodded. Yumi looked at Zhao Fu with jealousy and asked, "Big Sister Xiaoling, who is he?" Yu Xiaoling's face became slightly red as she said, "He's my husband." Yumi called out in disbelief. She had thought that the movie queen would marry Yu Xiaoling, but she had never thought that Yu Xiaoling would marry someone. "Is this true?" Yumi looked at Yu Xiaoling and asked with certainty. Yu Xiaoling nodded. Yumi immediately ran away while crying. Yu Xiaoling sighed, it was impossible for her and Yumi to be together. Even without Zhao Fu, she would at most treat Yumi as her little brother. A woman with a graceful figure, snow-white skin, and exquisite features walked out and called out, "Xiaoling." She was Yumi's big sister, Yu Yu. Yu Xiaoling looked at Yu Yu and said, "Apologies." Yu Yu smiled and said, "It's all right." Let my silly little brother see reality as soon as possible so that he doesn't fall into it in the future. Yu Xiaoling smiled slightly. Yu smiled and said, "What did you do after leaving for so long? You only came back now." Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, "Nothing much." Yu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Is he really your man?" Yu Xiaoling nodded. Yu was a bit worried and said, "Although your clan doesn't restrict saintesses from marrying, that's only after you stop being a saintess. Also, the rules are very strict. Will it be alright if you find a man and come back now?" Yu Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Although she didn't want to, Zhao Fu had already taken her by force, so she had no choice. Yu Xiaoling said, "Please keep this a secret for me. I'll make it public after I've dealt with it." Yu smiled and said, "No problem." Yu Xiaoling said, "Thanks." Yu smiled and said, "It's alright. We haven't seen each other for so long. Come to my house." Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu. Yu chuckled, "Xiaoling, no way? You need to ask your man's opinion to go to my place? That's not like you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Anyway, we're almost at your clan. It's fine to stay here for a few days." Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." Yu took Yu Xiaoling's hand and walked to the side. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Qia and said, "Let's go." Yu Qia nodded. They were about to return to their clan. Thinking of those people in the past, Yu Qia couldn't help but feel nervous. The two followed Yu and came to a mansion. Book 1 Chapter 184. At this moment, two people walked out. One was a mature, beautiful woman, and the other was a stern-looking man. They were called Yu Shui and Yu Yan respectively. Seeing them, Yu called out with a smile, "Dad, Mom." Yu Shui nodded with a smile. Yu Yan nodded and left the house without paying attention to Zhao Fu and others. Yu Shui looked at Yu Xiaoling and smiled. "When did you come back?" Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, "I just came back." Yu Shui said with a smile, "That's good. Eat at my house and let us welcome you." Yu Xiaoling nodded. "Thank you." Yu Shui looked at Yu Qia with some surprise. "This is your previous generation's holy maiden?" Yu Xiaoling nodded. Yu Shui said, "I heard that the previous generation's saintess was expelled and took the 8-directional water world with her when she left. You left for so long to find the 8-directional water world. Have you found it?" Yu Xiaoling said awkwardly, "I can't tell you right now." Yu Shui chuckled. "It doesn't matter." They walked into the hall together. Yu Xiaoling and Yu continued chatting while Zhao Fu and Yu Qia sat on the side. Yu Shui went to instruct the servants to prepare food. Yumi also came back sadly. Yu Shui asked curiously, "What happened to our son?" Yumi shook her head, not wanting to tell her mother about this. Yu Shui said with a smile, "All right. Your big sister Xiaoling is back. I'd asked them to prepare some dishes, as well as some of your favorites." Yumi thought about it and nodded happily. After the food was prepared, everyone sat at the table. Yu Xiaoling was a little surprised. She did not expect Yumi to return to normal so quickly, and she seemed to be very happy. Yumi smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoling, let me pour some wine for you." Yu Xiaoling smiled and nodded, drinking the wine that Yumi poured for her. After a while, Yu Xiaoling felt a bit dizzy and laid down on the table. The others also laid down on the table and their faces became red. Their bodies twisted and they made some sounds. Seeing this scene, Yumi gave a sinister smile. He had put some medicine in the food, and in order to not arouse any suspicions, he had also drunk it, including his big sister and mother. However, he had the antidote. Yumi couldn't wait to pounce on Yu Xiaoling, wanting to obtain this person of her dreams. Zhao Fu chuckled. Yumi's expression changed and she looked at Zhao Fu in shock. "Why didn't you faint?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You won't be able to charm me with that little thing of yours." Yumi shouted in disbelief, "That's impossible. This is the watercolor fruit. Even an emptiness realm expert would be affected." Zhao Fu walked towards Yumi. Yumi shouted in fear, "What do you want to do?" "I'm warning you, this is my home. If you dare to hurt me, my parents will definitely kill you." Zhao Fu snorted in disdain. He stretched out his hand and a huge black power entered the youth's body. At this moment, a hot body jumped into Zhao Fu's embrace. It was the beautiful woman, Yu Shui. Zhao Fu smiled faintly. It was a pitch-black night. The women gradually came back to their senses, and looking at the chaotic scene around them, as well as the crazy scenes that remained in their minds, their faces blushed. Zhao Fu also pretended to wake up and asked, "What happened?" Yu Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. With her understanding of Zhao Fu, she could tell that he was pretending. Yu Qia could tell as well. Moreover, he didn't think that this little bit of medicine could charm Zhao Fu. This man was the son of heaven enlightenment. Yu and Yu Shui didn't know. Yu Shui went up to check the food and said in a low voice, "Who poisoned the food and wine?" After saying this, Yu Shui looked at Yumi on the ground. It was most likely Yumi who poisoned them, as Yumi was acting a bit abnormal. They went up to check and found the poison and antidote. Yu looked at Yumi, who had fainted on the ground, and sighed. Zhao Fu pretended to be angry and said, "We thought that your family would be so despicable to do such a thing. Now that you've made me lose my virginity, what do you want me to do in the future?" Yu Shui said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that my son would do this." Yu said, "It was our fault, and we'll compensate you." Zhao Fu coldly snorted, "Compensate? I don't care. I'm going to announce this and expose your actions." Yu Shui and Yu's expressions changed. If this was exposed, their family would have no place to stand. Yu hurriedly said to Yu, "Xiaoling, persuade your man not to tell anyone about this." Yu Xiaoling glared at Zhao Fu. "This guy just doesn't know what to do." She said, "Okay, let's pretend that nothing happened." Zhao Fu said angrily, "Nothing happened? How can we pretend that nothing happened?" Yu Shui said guiltily, "We will be responsible for you. If you need anything in the future, we will try our best to help you. Is that okay now?" Yu also said, "Since it has already happened, I can promise you that as my man, my good sister and I will serve you in the future. How about that? Think about how many men have never dreamt of such a thing." Zhao Fu rejoiced in his heart and said, "Okay. Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance." Yu and Yu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Shui said, "Why hasn't Yumi woken up yet? When he wakes up, I'll teach him a lesson." Yu said, "He also ate some food and wine. It will probably take a while for him to wake up." Yu Shui's eyes began to size up Zhao Fu. She didn't pay much attention to him before, but now that she looked carefully, she found that Zhao Fu had an intoxicating charm that she had never felt from other men, including her husband. Yu said, "Let's pack up quickly. My father may come back soon." Hearing this, everyone quickly packed up and everything returned to normal. Soon after, Yu Yan really came back. Seeing that the mother and daughter had changed a lot, he didn't care and went back to his room alone, not knowing whether to cultivate or read. Yu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Yu Xiaoling said, "We're leaving." Yu Shui looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Don't you want to stay for a few more days?" After what happened yesterday, Yu Shui had become infatuated with Zhao Fu. Hearing that Zhao Fu and the others were leaving, she looked reluctant. Yu Xiaoling said with a smile, "Well, we have to go back to the clan. If you don't want him to leave, you can let him stay with you." Yu blushed and said, "How can I do that?" Yu Xiaoling said with a smile, "Aren't you his woman now?" Yu Shui looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Can I?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Okay." Yu Shui couldn't help but throw herself into Zhao Fu's arms. 2 hours later, Yu Shui's face was rosy and she gave off a charming aura. Standing at the door, she watched Zhao Fu and the others leave. Book 1, Chapter 185 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modballs 123 Yu Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, "You're so shameless." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm shameless, so what?" Yu Xiaoling lightly snorted, "That Yumi fainted because of you as well, right?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "That boy missed you so much that he even dared to drug you." Yu Xiaoling said, "Is he okay?" "He's my good sister's little brother, don't do anything to him." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "He's fine, he'll wake up soon. If it weren't for his sister and mother, I might not have woken him up." At this moment, Yumi woke up according to Zhao Fu's words. Seeing her sister and mother looking at her coldly, Yumi hurriedly knelt down and said, "Mother, I won't do it again. I only did it because I couldn't figure it out. There won't be a next time. Yu Yuxue coldly snorted, fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake, otherwise, mother would definitely cripple you. Yumi let out a sigh of relief and asked, what about them? Yu went back. Yumi said with some fear, Sister Xiaoling's man is too scary. Yu Yuxue asked curiously, what do you mean? Yumi said, the drug I gave him had no effect at all. The aura he gave off was extremely terrifying and instantly knocked me out. Yu and Yu Yuxue were stunned and understood that they had been fooled by Zhao Fu. Yu said angrily, that stinky man. When he comes back next time, we must ask him. Yu Yuxue let out a sigh, forget it. However, he surprised me quite a bit, he actually has such great power. I wonder why he came here this time. Yu thought, it might have something to do with the water world of the 8 directions. Yu Yuxue said, the water world of the 8 directions is our water clan's sacred item. It's a pity that it's too difficult to use, and we can't fall out with their clan. Otherwise, I would also want to keep the water world of the 8 directions in our clan. Yumi looked confused and asked, Mother, what happened after I fainted? This caused Yu Jellyfish's face to turn red as she said, nothing happened. Yumi looked at her mother and sister strangely and gave a simple "oh." Zhao Fu and the other two continued forward. Zhao Fu came to another city, and just as he was about to enter, a well-built man wearing armor walked out and smiled as he called out, Xiaoling. Looking at his burning gaze, Zhao Fu smiled and said, I didn't expect so many people to like you. Yu Xiaoling snorted, of course, I also have great charm. Yu Xiaoling's attitude towards him was rather ordinary, so she nodded. The robust man's name was Yu Li. He smiled and said, I'll treat you to a meal. Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, thank you, but it's okay. Also, you don't have to pursue me. This is my husband. Yu Li glared at Zhao Fu when she heard this, and her eyes were filled with hostility. Is that so? Seeing that Yu Xiaoling had shifted the topic to him, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Li said coldly, I want to test your strength first to see if you're qualified to be Xiaoling's man. Zhao Fu chuckled. I'm not qualified. Take her away immediately. Yu Li was taken aback. Yu Xiaoling glared angrily at Zhao Fu. Yu Li snorted coldly. I won't allow Xiaoling to be with a trash like you. Leave her side immediately. Zhao Fu smiled and said, what if I don't? Yu Li directly punched Subai with a strong gust of wind. With a smile on his face and disdain in his eyes, Zhao Fu stretched out his finger and flicked it. A powerful force sent Yu Li flying far away. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Li looked at Zhao Fu in shock. How could this man in front of her be so strong? At this time, a woman in blue armor with long blue hair and a hot figure rode out on a horse. She glared at Zhao Fu coldly. You dare to hurt my people? She was accompanied by a few female guards with long blue hair, who were similarly good-looking, wearing armor and riding horses. Yu Xiaoling frowned and walked over to Zhao Fu. She's the daughter of Patriarch Yu Ji. Her name is Yu Si. I don't have a good relationship with her. Zhao Fu nodded. Yu Si also saw Yu Xiaoling and said, Yu Xiaoling, when did you come back? Yu Xiaoling said, I just came back. Yu Si snorted coldly. Your people hurt my people. What do you think I should do? Yu Xiaoling said, it was your people who attacked my people, while my people fought back. You should apologize to me first. Otherwise, I'll report this to the patriarch. Yu Si looked at Yu Li, is that what happened? Yu Li nodded awkwardly. Yu Si coldly harumphed. I won't argue with you this time. Be careful in the future. Yu Xiaoling lightly laughed. It's you. Yu Si angrily looked at Yu Xiaoling. We haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't we have a competition? Just as she spoke, Yu Si leapt off her horse. With a powerful aura, she sent a palm towards Yu Xiaoling. Yu Xiaoling took a step forward and also sent a palm towards Yu Si. Bang, the two palms collided with each other. A powerful force spread out, causing the ground to crack and a strong wind to blow in all directions. Yu Xiaoling took a step back. Yu Si, on the other hand, took 3 or 4 steps back. Her face was pale as she stared at Yu Xiaoling. How did you become so strong? Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu. Originally, her strength had been about the same as Yu Xi's. However, with the help of Zhao Fu's strength, her constitution and strength had surpassed Yu Xi's. Yu Xiaoling lightly laughed. We haven't seen each other for so long. You haven't been playing, right? Your strength hasn't increased at all. Yu Xi coldly said, just you wait. Next time, I'll definitely make you look bad. Now that Yu Xi knew that she was not a match for Yu Xiaoling, she did not want to waste any more time with Yu Xiaoling, so she left with her people. Yu Li also left, not daring to stay here. Yu Xiaoling slightly smiled. Thanks. You bad guy. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. You're welcome. The three continued to walk into the city. Using the city's teleportation array, they teleported to Yu Xiaoling's territory. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Qie and said, now, return to your clan. Put on a cloak to hide your identity. I want to see what happens next. Hearing this, Yu Qie nodded and put on a white cloak. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Xiaoling and asked, are you going to report to the patriarch? Yu Xiaoling nodded. What else can I do? Zhao Fu said, now that you know the patriarch's true goal, what do you think? Yu Xiaoling seriously said, I definitely won't stand on her side. If possible, I want to announce this matter. Now, I also want to see her attitude towards me. Zhao Fu said, and I'll accompany you this time in case anything happens. Yu Xiaoling slightly smiled. N. Book 1, Chapter 186. Yu Xiaoling led Zhao Fu to a tall building. When the guard at the door saw Yu Xiaoling return, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and bowed, greetings, Saintess. Yu Xiaoling nodded and led Zhao Fu inside. Along the way, the people beside him all bowed to him. Finally, Yu Xiaoling brought Zhao Fu to a palace made of ice crystals. Sitting on top of the palace was a woman wearing an ice-colored dress. She had a graceful figure, icy long hair, and an exquisite, world-weary face. At first glance, she looked like a villain. She was the patriarch of the Waterfish clan, Yu Fenghua. Yu Xiaoling bowed. Greetings, patriarch. Yu Fenghua looked at Yu Xiaoling and said coldly, did you bring back the octagonal water world? Yu Xiaoling answered, no. Yu Fenghua said coldly, you've been gone for so long. Haven't you gained anything? Yu Xiaoling said, I've been looking for the whereabouts of the previous generation's saintess. I found that the previous generation's saintess had died and the omniscient waterworld's whereabouts were unknown. I searched for a long time, but to no avail, so I came back. Yu Fenghua coldly snorted, that bitch, she's lucky. Yu Xiaoling looked at Yu Fenghua and said, clan leader, I have also heard of some things. Yu Fenghua asked, what is it? Yu Xiaoling said, I heard that the patriarch wants to use our clan's forbidden technique in the 8-direction waterworld. Yu Fenghua's expression did not change. She looked at Yu Xiaoling and asked, where did you hear it from? Yu Xiaoling said, others said it, but I didn't believe it. Yu Fenghua asked, did you hear it from the Yuji clan? Yu Xiaoling shook her head. No, I don't know their identities either. Yu Fenghua replied, yes. You can leave first. Yes. Yu Xiaoling led Zhao Fu out of the room. After Yu Xiaoling left, Yu Fenghua revealed a trace of killing intent. A transparent figure walked out from the side. The figure's body slowly solidified. She had transformed into a woman with a sexy figure, exquisite features, and a cold temperament. Her name was Yu Leng, Yu Fenghua's personal guard and also the person she trusted the most. Yu Leng cupped his hands, Patriarch, do you need me to kill her? Yu Fenghua said coldly, no need. She should know something. If she spreads this out, it will be bad for me. Let's see what she does first. Yu Leng said, Patriarch, with your power, even if you kill her directly, no one will say anything. I'm worried that she will leak this matter, so it's better to act as soon as possible. Yu Fenghua said, I know. You can go now. Yu Leng glanced at Yu Fenghua and slowly disappeared. On the road, Zhao Fu looked at Yu Xiaoling beside him and said, what do you plan to do now? Yu Xiaoling said, it seems that what Yu Qie said is true. I feel that the patriarch really wants to use our clan's forbidden technique. If she is still the patriarch, she will definitely cause the destruction of our water clan. I must stop her. Zhao Fu said, how do you plan to stop her? Yu Xiaoling said, although the patriarch has the most power, not everyone trusts her. I plan to contact some elders and overthrow the current patriarch. Zhao Fu reminded, this might be very difficult. Maybe others won't believe you. Yu Xiaoling revealed a smile, then Xianxia can come in handy. With her testimonial, I think she should be able to convince the elders. Zhao Fu nodded. The two returned to Yu Xiaoling's residence. Xianxia asked, how is it? Yu Xiaoling said, I plan to contact the elders to overthrow the patriarch. Xianxia looked at Yu Xiaoling and said, do you believe me now? Yu Xiaoling nodded and said apologetically, I'm sorry. If we succeed in overthrowing the patriarch, I'm willing to hand myself over to you. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He asked, how do you plan to overthrow the patriarch? Do you know the patriarch's strength? Yu Xiaoling said, I will contact the elders. When the time comes, I will need your help. No matter what, we have to overthrow her. Otherwise, our clan will be destroyed by her sooner or later. Xianxia nodded, I will support you on this point. Following that, Yu Xiaoling secretly wrote some letters to the elders of the Water Clan and arranged a place to discuss. The next day, Yu Xiaoling came to the secret chamber alone but didn't see anyone. Her expression changed. She understood that something had happened and wanted to leave immediately. A figure appeared in the secret chamber and blocked Yu Xiaoling. He sneered, do you think those elders will believe you? Yu Xiaoling said coldly, I have indeed underestimated the patriarch's strength. Did the patriarch send you to kill me now? Yulong said coldly, you're wrong. The patriarch won't kill you if you don't know what you know. Now, be obedient and come with me. Yu Xiaoling suddenly slapped at Yulong. Yulong revealed a trace of disdain and also slapped at Yu Xiaoling. Bang, a muffled sound rang out. Yulong took a step back and revealed a surprised expression, how did your strength increase so much? Yu Xiaoling didn't reply and ran to the side. Yulong's cultivation was higher than hers. What happened just now was just a surprise. If she stayed and fought with Yulong, she would still lose. Yulong hurriedly chased after her. On the other side, a group of people had surrounded Yu Xiaoling's residence. Xianxia saw everyone's ugly expressions and understood that something unexpected had happened. Zhao Fu stood in his original spot without any change in expression. A voluptuous woman with a flirtatious face looked at Xianxia and said coldly, a sinner like you still dares to return. She was called Yu Yu, an elder of the Waterfish clan. Xianxia hurriedly said, back then, I left with the 8-directional water world for a reason. Yu Yu sneered, do you think I'll believe you? Quickly hand over the 8-directional water world and I can spare your life. Xianxia shouted, regardless of whether you believe me or not, I still have to say it. Back then, the patriarch used our clan's forbidden art. That's why I left with the 8-directional water world. A tall, beautiful woman wearing a green dress sneered, it's not good for you to lie. Think about it. Why would our patriarch do such a thing? Her name was Yu Fei and she was also an elder of the Waterfish clan. A short-haired, well-built woman called Yu Mei shouted, don't waste your breath with her. Take them down first. Hearing this, everyone charged at Zhao Fu and Yu Mei. Yu Mei rushed to the front and held a halberd. She gave off a shocking power as she stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, Zhao Fu sent out a palm strike. Each powerful palm strike struck at Yu Mei, forcing her back. Yu Fei slashed out with her sword, sending out a sharp sword light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and a gust of wind pushed Yu Fei back. Yu forcefully sent a palm strike towards Zhao Fu's chest. Book 1, Chapter 187 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Mike. Zhao Fu struck Yu Pomelo's abdomen. Yu Pomelo spat out a mouthful of blood and hastily retreated. She looked at Zhao Fu with an unsightly expression. This person's strength was beyond their imagination. Everyone charged at Zhao Fu. Boom, a powerful and domineering power exploded out, and a formless gravitational force covered everyone, causing them to immediately stop and reveal expressions of terror. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing the 3 chains to fly towards the 3 elders. Immediately, the 3 elders were bound. Zhao Fu picked up Xianxia with his other hand and took the 3 elders with him, flying towards the horizon. Zhao Fu brought everyone to a forest. Yumei stared at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "Who are you? How is it that you can subdue me with one move even though we have the same cultivation?" Actually, the three elders weren't weak at all. Their cultivation had reached the emptiness realm. Unfortunately, they were facing Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Guess who I am?" Yu Pomelo snorted coldly and said, "How can I guess?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Why did you suddenly surround us?" Yu Pomelo said, "The patriarch said that the saintess betrayed the clan. The previous saintess is also there. We came to capture you." Zhao Fu thought for a moment and asked, "After you received Yu Xiaoling's letter, you immediately reported it to the patriarch?" Yu Pomelo nodded. Zhao Fu asked, "Why don't you believe Yu Xiaoling?" Yu Mei snorted and said, "One is the patriarch who wields great power, the other is the saintess who has left for a long time. Who do you think we would believe more?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "That's right." Yu Qie said seriously, "But I didn't lie to you. The patriarch really intends to use the forbidden technique." Yu Fei looked at Yu Qie and said, "What proof do you have?" Yu Qie said, "The altars are the proof." Yu Fei sneered, "What a joke. That altar is used to offer sacrifices to our ancestors, and it also has the function of protecting our clan. How could it be used to offer sacrifices to our clan?" Yu Qie looked seriously at the three. "Think about it. Why would I lie to you? What's in it for me? Originally, I didn't have to come back, but I came back because I was worried that our clan would be destroyed in the hands of the clan leader." The three girls thought carefully and realized that Yu Qie had no reason to lie to them. There were also many things that didn't make sense. But would the clan leader really sacrifice their entire clan for the sake of greater power? They didn't really believe it either. Yu Mei suddenly said, "Is the omniscient water world still with you?" Yu Qie shook his head and looked at Zhao Fu. Yu Mei looked at Zhao Fu and said, "The omniscient water world is on you? Now, hand over the sacred relic of our tribe, and perhaps we can trust you." Zhao Fu chuckled, "Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to take it." Yu Mei asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Qie said, "He has already refined the omniscient water world and is its true master." The three girls were astonished. How is that possible? The water world had been with their tribe for a long time, and they could only use a portion of its power. They had been unable to refine it, and had relied on their tribe's forbidden arts to control the water world's power. The price had been the sacrifice of countless clansmen. But this man in front of them had refined the water world. The trio found it unbelievable. Zhao Fu held one hand, and the fist-sized water world floated above Zhao Fu's palm, emitting faint light. Seeing it with their own eyes, the three girls' minds went blank. It was impossible not to believe it. Yu Mei stared at Zhao Fu. "Who are you? Why do you have such astonishing abilities?" Yu Qie said softly, "His status is far more noble than you think." This time, he came to deal with the matter of the Eight Directions water world. The three girls looked at Zhao Fu. Yu Fei said, "You can release us. We'll trust you for now." Zhao Fu chuckled. "Sure, but there's something I need to do first." Yu Fei asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu revealed a sinister smile and walked towards the three girls. At that moment, Yulong had already grabbed Yu Xiaoling and brought her in front of Yu Fenghua. She had also suffered some injuries. Yu Fenghua looked coldly at Yu Xiaoling and said, "I've been good to you. Why did you betray me?" Yu Xiaoling said coldly, "You want to sacrifice our tribe? How can I agree to that?" Yu Fenghua said, "I will sacrifice most of them, but I will leave a small portion of them. It's not like I'm sacrificing all of them. You were originally one of them." Yu Xiaoling said angrily, "As the tribe leader, how can you do this? Are you worthy of the trust of your tribe?" Yu Fenghua snorted. "What do you know? Our tribe has already fallen to such a state. If this continues, there will be no hope. Only by controlling the eight-directional water world can our tribe have a chance of revival. Otherwise, our tribe will only slowly perish." Yu Xiaoling said with a cold expression, "I won't agree to that either." Yu Fenghua said coldly, "Tell me everything you know and I'll let you die a quick death." Yu Xiaoling said, "Tell you what?" Yu Fenghua said, "You should have learned about this through Yu Qie. Who else did you tell? What is the identity of that cloaked man?" And where is the eight-directional water world now? Yu Xiaoling sneered. You don't have to worry about this. Only the few of us know about this. However, you can't afford to offend that man. Yu Fenghua said coldly, then who is he? Yu Xiaoling said with a smile, his identity is very terrifying. Also, he is now the owner of the eight-directional water world. What? Yu Fenghua's expression changed. Yu Xiaoling laughed and said, you didn't expect this, right? The eight-directional water world has already recognized him as its owner without paying any price. Yulin was very surprised. Yu Fenghua quickly asked, how did he do it? Yu Xiaoling said with a smile, it's very simple. The eight-directional water world automatically recognized him as its owner. Yu Fenghua said angrily, I don't believe it. She really didn't believe that the eight-directional water world, which she had planned for so many years and sacrificed countless clansmen to control, would so easily recognize someone else as its owner. Yu Xiaoling looked at Yu Fenghua's current appearance and said with a smile, I said that his identity is very terrifying, far more terrifying than you think. He is the true owner of the eight-directional water world. In the future, he will also become the person who will lead our water race. Yu Fenghua stared at Yu Xiaoling. I want to see how capable he is. Yu Fenghua said to Yu Ling, pass down the order. If that man doesn't come, cut off his head. Hearing this, Yu Ling said, Patriarch, shouldn't we first figure out that person's identity? If his identity is really terrifying, it will cause serious consequences. Book 1, Chapter 188 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Miker. Yu Fenghua coldly snorted and said, no need. I just want to see who he is. Yuling nodded and left the hall. In the forest, the three elders put on their clothes with rosy faces and rolled their eyes at Zhao Fu. Yu Pomelo said, I believe you now. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Fu hugged Yu Qie and said, now that Yu Xiaoling hasn't come, she should be in danger. I want to use the three of you to exchange for her. Otherwise, if the three of you return now, it will be easy for others to suspect you. Yu Pomelo nodded and said, if the Patriarch really wants to sacrifice our clan, then the few of us might not be the Patriarch's match. Zhao Fu said, I know. After you return, you can contact the other elders. If possible, I feel that you can also seek help from the Yuji clan. Yu Mei frowned and said, it's not good to let outsiders interfere in our clan's matters. It might even have a negative impact on our clan. Zhao Fu said with a smile, leave this to me. When Yu Fenghua heard that Zhao Fu wanted to use the three elders to exchange for Yu Xiaoling, she was displeased. She originally wanted to use Yu Xiaoling to force Zhao Fu to take back the eight-directional water world. But now she was in a bit of a dilemma, mainly because the three elders had noble statuses, and held great power in the clan. If something happened to them, then their subordinates would cause a lot of trouble, so it would be best if Yu Fenghua agreed after thinking about it. However, Yu Fenghua still asked for the two sides to exchange people. Zhao Fu thought about it and agreed. Firstly, Yu Fenghua's cultivation was only at the peak of the Dao realm and had not reached the Almighty realm. Zhao Fu still had a trace of self-protection. Secondly, Zhao Fu now had a good item that could protect Zhao Fu's safety. The two agreed to meet in a wide grassy area. Yu Fenghua came here with Yu Xiaoling, and Zhao Fu also came here with the three elders. Yu Fenghua coldly sized up Zhao Fu, you are the man that Yu Xiaoling spoke of. Tell me who you are and what abilities you have. How did you make the Eight Sides Water World recognize you as its master? Zhao Fu smiled and said, why should I tell you? Yu Fenghua's expression turned cold. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you can try, but I can't guarantee the safety of the three elders. Yu Fenghua coldly snorted, I want to make sure that you really refined the eight-directional water world, and then we can trade. Hearing this, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and the eight-directional water world flew out from Zhao Fu's palm, emitting a huge amount of water power. Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu really refining the eight-directional water world, and was shocked in her heart. What Yu Xiaoling said was likely to be true, and now that the eight-directional water world had recognized her as its master, could she still use the clan's forbidden technique? Years of plans were completely disrupted, and in the face of Zhao Fu, Yu Fenghua's heart also suffered a great blow. It seemed that no matter how hard she worked, no matter how much she planned, she could not compare to the talent of others. Yu Fenghua felt a little lost in her heart, and said to Yu Xiaoling next to her, "You can go." Yu Xiaoling's expression froze. She did not expect that Yu Fenghua would let her leave so easily. Yu Fenghua also did not hesitate, and quickly ran towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and let the three elders leave. Yu Xiaoling happily threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace. "Thank you for saving me." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "It's nothing." Zhao Fu immediately carried Yu Xiaoling and flew away. Yu Fenghua did not wait for the three elders to go over, and she turned and flew away. Yu Yu and the other two elders also had strange expressions. Back at the palace, Yulin looked at Yu Fenghua, who had returned with a sad and disappointed expression, and asked, "Clan leader, what's wrong?" Yu Fenghua sighed and said, "That man really refined the 8-directional water world. Even if I obtain the 8-directional water world and use the clan's forbidden technique, it will be very difficult to refine it. All of our efforts will be in vain." Yulin said, "I wonder if we can find the other 8-directional water worlds." Yu Fenghua shook her head. "The other 8-directional water worlds are scattered everywhere, and it is impossible for us to find them with our abilities. Also, even if we find them, it will be useless. This 8-directional water world has been worshipped by our clan for generations, so it will be affected by our clan. The other 8-directional water worlds are not affected by our clan at all." Yuling said, "Clan leader, what should we do now?" Yu Fenghua sighed and said, "I'm tired and want to be alone." Yuling understood Yu Fenghua's current feelings, so she did not disturb her and silently left by herself. After Yu Yu and the other two returned, they immediately secretly contacted the other elders. Everyone gathered together. Apart from Yu Yu and the other two elders, another 5 elders came. The 8 of them had the greatest power in the Aqua clan. They were also very powerful. A beautiful woman wearing a blue robe called Yubu asked, "Why did you call us here?" Yu Yu said seriously, "Yu Xiaoling's words might be true." A slender and sweet-looking woman called Yupu said in shock, "Clan leader really wants to sacrifice our clan? That's impossible, right? I don't believe she would do that." Yu Fei said, "I didn't believe it at first, but after personally seeing the person who made the 8-directional water world recognize him as its master, I started to believe it." Hearing this, the 5 women looked shocked. The 8-directional water world recognized him as its master? Yu Fei nodded. A mature and beautiful woman wearing black clothes called Yu Yi asked, "Then do you have any proof that the clan leader wants to sacrifice our clan?" Yu Yu said, "This time, it was that person who took the initiative to let us return. Also, think about why the clan leader suddenly said that the Saintess had betrayed the clan. Also, the previous Saintess has also returned. She can talk to you personally to prove it." Hearing this, the women were doubtful. A beautiful woman wearing a blue dress called Yu Wei said seriously, "This matter is very important, so we have to investigate it clearly. However, we can't trust the clan leader anymore. I also feel that it is somewhat suspicious." Another beautiful woman with a sexy figure and a whip named Fishgrain nodded. "I also agree. We can't easily trust anyone from either side." Yu Yu said, "I'll let them talk to you now." At this moment, Zhao Fu and the other two walked in. The women looked at Yu Xiaoling and Yu Qia with surprised expressions. Yu Wei directly said, "Yu Xiaoling, what proof do you have that the clan leader wants to sacrifice our clan?" Yu Xiaoling said, "I didn't believe it at first, but when I returned, the clan leader wanted to silence me. Also, the previous Saintess was not a traitor, she was the one who saved our clan. If she had not stolen the 8-directional water world back then, our clan would have been gone." Yu Qia looked at Yu Xiaoling and said, "I stole the 8-directional water world for this reason. I never thought of betraying our clan." Book 1, Chapter 189 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Although there was no concrete evidence, with the 2 Saintesses testifying and the clan leader being quite suspicious, everyone started to believe it. Yue asked, "What should we do next?" Yu Xiaoling said seriously, "We can give up any benefits or power, but for the sake of our clan, we must overthrow the current clan leader." Everyone nodded. Yu Yi asked, "Do you have a plan?" Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhao Fu, and everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Only then did they notice Zhao Fu's existence. Yue looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "You're the person who refined the 8-directional water world, right?" Zhao Fu nodded and said with a smile, "We'll talk about this later." The women were stunned. Jiaofu went forward and hugged the women. A few hours later, the women were nestled in Jiaofu's embrace. Yi said with a red face, "You bad guy, what do you think we should do next?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "You can just prepare here. I'll go to the Yuji clan and ask them to help. Overthrowing the clan leader should not be a problem." Yi said, "Why are you so kind to help us?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "You're all my women, shouldn't I help you? Don't worry, I won't interfere with your clan. You're still the ones with the most power." Yi smiled and said, "We know." Jiaofu said, "I'll be leaving then. Wait for my news." The women nodded. Jiaofu got up and left the secret room. The women looked at each other and blushed, they seemed to have become closer to each other. Jiaofu returned to the Yuji clan. He sneaked into a room and immediately hugged Yuwu. Yuwu glared at Jiaofu. Jiaofu said, "You scoundrel, you still dare to come?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Yu Meng snorted. "Last time, you tricked us, mother and daughter, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. But you came here yourself. Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "I just don't believe it." As Jiaofu spoke, he began to bully Yu Meng. Yu Meng blushed and did not resist, allowing Jiaofu to bully her. After more than an hour, Jiaofu held Yuxi in his arms and said with a smile, "This time, I have something to discuss with you." Yuhu said in Jiaofu's arms, "What's the matter?" Jiaofu briefly explained what had happened. Yuhu revealed a surprised expression. "I've heard that the water fish tribe has such a forbidden technique. If Yu Fenghua wants to use it, then the water fish tribe will be finished." Jiaofu said with a smile, "I want you to help me overthrow Yu Fenghua." Yu Meng said, "Although my status in the Yuji tribe is not low, I can't make the decision for such a big matter." Jiaofu asked, "Then what should I do?" Yu Meng revealed a naughty smile and said, "You can go to our patriarch and try. I can help introduce you." Jiaofu looked at Yu Meng and said, "You want me to sacrifice my body?" Yu Meng chuckled and said, "Yes, if you become the patriarch's man, it will be of great benefit to our family. Also, our patriarch is not bad, so you won't lose out." Jiaofu said awkwardly, "I'm not that kind of person." Yumi smiled and said, "Don't give me that, I've seen through you. Are you going or not? If not, then forget it." Jiaofu said with a smile, "I'll go." Yu Meng chuckled. Following this, Yu Meng brought Jiaofu to a large hall, where a beautiful woman with a hot figure and an androgynous face, wearing a white robe sat. She was the patriarch of the Yuji tribe, Yu Yinzi, and her relationship with Yu Fenghua was average. Yu Meng bowed and said, "Greetings, patriarch." Yu Yinzi looked at Yu Meng and said, "What's the important matter? Say it." Yu Meng said, "Yu Fenghua wants to use the tribe's forbidden technique, and many elders have decided to overthrow her together, hoping to get the patriarch's help." Yu Yinzi was also a little surprised, "Such a big matter, why haven't I heard anything about it?" Yu Meng replied, "This matter was caused by the saintess of the aquatic fish clan, patriarch, you should have heard about it." Yu Yinzi nodded, "I didn't expect things to become so big." Yu Meng asked, "Patriarch, they also sent you a gift, hoping that you can agree to help them." Yu Yinzi asked, "What gift?" Yu Meng smiled as she pointed at Jiaofu, who was beside her, and said, "It's him." Jiaofu took off his cloak, revealing his flawless face and extraordinary temperament, causing Yu Yinzi to be somewhat dazed. Yu Meng smiled and said, "When will the patriarch be willing to help them?" Yu Yinzi looked slightly troubled, "This is their clan's matter, and if our clan interferes, it will have a negative impact. It might even destroy the relationship between our two clans." Yu Meng said, "Patriarch. The aquatic fish clan's patriarch wants to destroy the aquatic fish clan, and if we help them now, they will be even more grateful, and the relationship between our two clans will become even better. This matter is very beneficial to us, and if Yu Fenghua succeeds in using the forbidden technique, we will lose an ally." Yu Yinzi started to think, "Are you sure that all of the aquatic fish clan's elders have joined in?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "Patriarch, I can guarantee this." Yu Yinzi nodded, "Good. I can help you." Jiaofu smiled and said, "Many thanks, Patriarch." Yu Yinzi slightly smiled and said, "Following this, she sized up Jiaofu. It would be a lie if Yu Yinzi was not moved by a man of Zhao Fu's level. Yu Meng understood and smiled as she said, Patriarch, I'll be taking my leave. After Yu Meng left, Yu Yinzi smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, come up. Zhao Fu walked up. Yu Yinzi pulled Zhao Fu into her embrace. A few hours later, Yu Yinzi hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, I've never enjoyed a man like you before. In the future, you will be my husband, and I will give you a status. What do you think? Zhao Fu smiled and said, many thanks, Patriarch. Right now, I just want you to help the aquatic fish clan. Yu Yinzi smiled and said, I know. Zhao Fu said, I still need to go back and tell the elders about this and have them prepare to act. Yu Yinzi said, you stay here with me and don't go back. Zhao Fu said awkwardly, Patriarch, I've made an agreement with the elders. If I don't go back, they will think that something happened. Yu Yinzi said helplessly, all right. Remember to come back as soon as possible. You're my little man, so don't have too much contact with other women in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I know. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the aquatic fish clan and smiled as he told everyone about this matter. Everyone immediately made a plan and prepared to act the next day to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. At this moment, Yu Fenghua was in the palace, feeling depressed and upset. She did not know that something big was about to happen. Book 8 Chapter 190 The elders gathered as quickly as possible and controlled Yu Fenghua's strength. Then they brought a large number of people and attacked Yu Fenghua's palace. Yulong was killed by a few elders and escaped into the palace. Looking at the dispirited Yu Fenghua, he hurriedly said, Clan leader, quickly run. The elders have already rebelled and are coming with people to capture you. Hearing this, Yu Fenghua's expression became furious, and she walked out with Yulong. At this moment, the palace was also surrounded by countless people. Yu Fenghua said angrily, why did you betray me? Yu said coldly, clan leader, we don't want to do this, but you actually want to sacrifice our clan for greater power. We will never allow it. Seeing that the matter was completely exposed, Yu Fenghua didn't hide it anymore. She coldly snorted, only like this can our clan have a future. Think about it, just by sacrificing some of our clansmen, I will lead our clan to prosperity. Isn't that great? Yuli said angrily, that won't do. We won't let our clansmen be sacrificed like this. Yufei looked at Yu Fenghua and said, clan leader, if you do this, our clan's population will greatly decrease. It is possible that you will cause our clan to go extinct. Yue also said, even though doing this might allow our race to revive, it would mean sacrificing countless clansmen. This is absolutely unacceptable. Yu Fenghua said coldly, you don't need to persuade me. If Yu Qia hadn't stolen the omniscient water world, I would have succeeded long ago. I didn't think that the two people I chose to trust would betray me. Yu Xiaoling sighed and said, Chief. If you hadn't done such a thing, my loyalty to you would never have changed. Now, we don't want to do anything to you. We only want you to abdicate. Yu Fenghua sneered, you want me to abdicate? You guys are here. As long as you defeat me, you will be the next patriarch. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Yu Fenghua's body, like a huge wave that drowned everything in an instant. This powerful force caused everyone present to sink into fear. As the leader of the Aquafish clan, there was no need to mention how terrifying his strength was. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. Boom, a powerful force descended from the sky, and a figure appeared. It was Yu Yinzi. Yu Fenghua looked at Yu Yinzi coldly and said angrily, are you helping them too? Yu Yinzi said, right now, you've been deserted by everyone. I only came because of the pleas of many elders. I'm doing this for the good of your waterfish clan. Yu Fenghua coldly snorted, took out an ice crystal sword, and chopped at Yu Yinzi. Yu Yinzi also took out a long halberd and faced Yu Fenghua. Many elders also joined forces to attack Yu Fenghua. Boom boom boom, massive sounds rang out as powerful auras spread out. A berserk gale blew out as the two sides started an intense battle. Although Yu Fenghua was powerful, in the face of everyone's attack, she soon began to be unable to resist. Boom, Yu Fenghua was sent flying by the attack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Her face was slightly pale. Yue said, Patriarch. Just admit defeat. Yu Fenghua sneered, even if you kill me, I will not admit defeat. Anyway, my plan failed, I do not want to live. Yu said awkwardly, we won't kill you. Yu Fenghua said coldly, then I'll kill you. Boom, Yu Fenghua gave off a powerful aura as she attacked everyone. In the end, as expected, Yu Fenghua was heavily injured and fainted, and she was locked up. After an unknown period of time, Yu Fenghua slowly opened her eyes and saw that her hands were tied and hung up. In front of her, there was an extremely perfect man who was looking at her with a smile on his face. She had never seen such a good-looking man before. Who are you? Yu Fenghua asked. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you don't recognize me anymore? Yu Fenghua thought about it and found that she had indeed never seen Zhao Fu before, so she asked, have we met before? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I was by Yu Xiaoling's side at that time. Yu Fenghua understood, so it was you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Patriarch, what do you want to say now? Yu Fenghua said coldly, I have nothing to say. After losing to you, you can do whatever you want to me. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a mischievous smile as he said, that's what you said. Yu Fenghua said with a cold expression, what do you want to do? Zhao Fu hugged Yu Fenghua and said, what do you think? Yu Fenghua struggled and said, bastard. Let me go. A few hours later, Yu Fenghua looked pleasantly surprised as she looked at Zhao Fu, who was bullying her, and asked, what kind of power does your body have? Why is it able to cause such a big change in my power and loosen the bottleneck in my cultivation? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, don't you want the omniscient water world's power? I can give it to you. Yu Fenghua lightly harumphed. A day later, Yu Fenghua smiled as she looked at the octagonal mark on her chest. It gave off a wave of pure water energy, greatly increasing her constitution and power. She was now completely confident that she could break through to higher being or even higher realms. This mark was called the Omniscient Water Seal and contained the enormous power of the omniscient water world. Possessing the Omniscient Water Seal was equivalent to possessing the power of the omniscient water world. However, the power of the omniscient water world was limited by Zhao Fu and was not as powerful as the power that Zhao Fu had. It only had half of the original power, but it was still very useful and had countless benefits for the water race. She had finally obtained the power of the omniscient water world that she had yearned for. Although it was different from what she had expected, Yu Fenghua was still very happy. She had achieved her goal in a different way. Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu lying on the side and lightly harumphed, you stinky man, tell me how to refine the omniscient water world. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it's very simple. Just inject some power into it and it will recognize you as its master. Yu Fenghua looked surprised, is what Yu Xiaoling said true? It's that simple? Zhao Fu pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, it's that simple. Yu Fenghua said in Zhao Fu's arms, I've never heard of anyone who can do it. Your identity should be extraordinary, right? You should at least be a holy son. Zhao Fu smiled slightly, what do you plan to do now? Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu and said, what else can I do? You can do whatever you want with me. Zhao Fu said with a smile, didn't you say that? To refine the omniscient water world and revive the water fish race. Yu Fenghua sighed, although I obtained the power of the omniscient water world, it's not the same as refining it. Moreover, I'm no longer suitable to be the patriarch. I can't revive the water fish race with my ability, but you might. Book 1, Chapter 191 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Mike. Zhao Fu smiled lightly and said, don't tell me you want me to stay and be the clan leader? Yu Fenghua said, I want to, but you are not a member of our clan. I don't want to manage these matters now. Leave it to the elders. Zhao Fu said with a smile, let's go out. Yu Fenghua nodded. The two went outside. Many elders and Yu Leng were already waiting outside. Seeing Yu Fenghua's change in temperament, they were a little surprised. Zhao Fu said with a smile, discuss the future of the Aqua clan. Everyone nodded. Zhao Fu carried Yu Leng into the room. Yu Leng did not struggle and remained expressionless in Zhao Fu's arms. The others came to the main hall. Yu Wei asked, who do you think is suitable to be the clan leader? Yu Pomelo said, I feel that the most suitable person to be the clan leader is Yu Xiaoling. We have to thank her this time. Moreover, she is the saintess and was originally the one to take over the clan leader position. Yu Fei said with a smile, I also support her. I believe that she has the ability. Yuli looked at Yu Xiaoling and said with a smile, I also think that she is more suitable. Yu Xiaoling said seriously, I don't think that I am suitable. Yu Qie is the most suitable candidate to be the clan leader. Hearing this, Yu Qie looked at Yu Xiaoling in surprise. Yu Xiaoling said, if it wasn't for Yu Qie, our clan would have been finished. We have to thank her this time. It was because of her perseverance and hard work that I believed in her. She has sacrificed too much for our clan. I believe that she is the most suitable candidate. Everyone looked at Yu Xiaoling. What Yu Xiaoling said was indeed reasonable. Yu Qie said calmly, I am not suitable to be the clan leader. I have never wanted to be the clan leader, nor do I wish to be the clan leader. I feel that you are more capable than me. You are the most suitable clan leader. Yu Xiaoling looked at Yu Qie and said, I said before that after everything is settled, I will let you handle it. It was because of me that your husband died. I can do whatever you want to me. Yu Wei was surprised and said, wasn't her husband that person? What killed him? Everyone looked at the room to the side. It was still very intense and they could hear it clearly. Yu Qie blushed and said, what do you plan to do? Yu Xiaoling asked, what do you plan to do with me now? Yu Qie looked at Yu Xiaoling and said seriously, I won't do anything to you. I hope you can be a good leader, but I won't forgive you. You, and you Yan and I Hua. You and you Hao too, 1 you and you and 1 you, 4, 1 you, and you, are you and you, I Feng you Feng Hua said, aren't you afraid that I will be like before? Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, I believe that with him around, there won't be any problems. Yu Fenghua blushed and snorted, that stinky man. Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, are you willing to help us, old clan leader? Yu Fenghua nodded. Everyone began to discuss the matter again. After a while, Zhaofu walked out. Yu Leng, who was beside him, had a ruddy complexion and looked weak. Zhaofu smiled and asked, how did your discussion go? Yu Xiaoling smiled and said, we were talking about you. Zhaofu chuckled and said, what about me? Yu Xiaoling looked at Zhaofu and said, why didn't you give us the octagonal watermark? Zhaofu smiled and said, you didn't say you wanted it. Yu Fenghua said, I want you to help our clan with a big favor. Zhaofu asked with a smile, what favor? Yu Fenghua said, I didn't build a lot of altars in our clan. In addition to the blood sacrifice, there is another use, which is to arrange the octagonal watermark, which is very useful to our clan. Zhaofu asked curiously, the octagonal watermark? What use does it have? Yu Fenghua said, it can help us cultivate, it can help us increase our strength, and it can also protect our clan. Zhaofu nodded and said, sure. Yu Fenghua chuckled and said, after it's done, you won't be lacking in benefits. Zhaofu smiled and said, there's no need for that. Following that, Zhaofu followed Yu Fenghua and the others to an altar. This altar was 1,000 meters high, and it was the largest and tallest altar built. It was also the center of the Aqua clan and the center of many altars. According to Yu Fenghua's words, Zhaofu cut his arm and let out a lot of blood. Each drop was stored in a small bottle. He then sent it to the various altars. Yu Qie said in concern, you've lost so much blood, do you need to rest? Zhaofu smiled and said, this is nothing to me. Yu Fenghua said, now, follow the method I taught you and use the octagonal watermark. Zhaofu said, Everyone retreated to the side. Zhaofu stood at the front by himself and put his palms together. A powerful power spread out from Zhaofu's body, and he slowly opened his hands. Countless blue lights shined out and the octagonal watermark appeared at the center of his palms. Boom, a blue wave of light containing powerful power spread out and instantly spread to the entire Aqua clan. The bottles on the altars shattered and drops of blood floated in the air. Water power fused into them, causing the blood to gradually turn blue and give off a blue aura. Zhaofu released a wave of power from his palms into the octagonal watermark, causing the octagonal watermark to tremble. The blue drops of blood floating in the air instantly entered the altars. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as countless rays of light containing shocking auras shot into the sky, forming massive pillars of light. The blue light illuminated the surroundings, creating a grand scene. The Aqua clan's people stared at the pillars of light around them in shock, not knowing what was going on. Their bloodlines started to heat up. The Yuji clan's people looked at the pillars of light in front of them and the massive auras that continuously flowed over. They looked incredibly shocked, as if they were facing an ocean. Xianxia said in shock, "This is the Aqua clan's legendary octagonal watermark?" Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive blue barrier appeared in the sky above the aquatic fish clan. It spread out in all directions, forming a massive blue barrier that covered the entire aquatic fish clan. The Aqua clan's people within the barrier felt waves of powerful power flow into their bodies, causing their bloodlines to heat up and their constitutions to quickly rise. Standing on the altar, Yu Xiaoling and the others felt the power flow into their bodies and looked incredibly shocked. This power was much more powerful than they had expected. Book 1, Chapter 192 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Meiker Zhao Fu pressed his palms together and once again put away the 8-direction water world. The blue pillars of light also disappeared, and the massive blue barrier also disappeared as if it did not exist. If the aquatic fish clan encountered danger or if any experts intruded, the 8-direction water world would immediately appear. Normally, it would gather countless amounts of water to help the aquatic fish clan cultivate, giving them a weak 8-direction water world's power. Even though it was weak, it was still very powerful, and through continuous cultivation, they could rely on their own power to condense the 8-direction water seal. Zhao Fu turned to look at the women and smiled as he said, "Is there anything else?" Yu Fenghua smiled as she said, "No, with the 8-direction water world, our aquatic fish clan will have protection in the future, and it is only a matter of time before we rise again." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Xiaoling smiled as she said, "I thank you on behalf of the aquatic fish clan." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No need to be so polite." At that moment, a guard came up and reported, "The elder of the aquatic fish clan wants to see everyone." Yu Fenghua said, "They most likely came for the 8-direction water world, let's go and take a look. Also, Xiaoling, you're the clan leader in the future, so I'll leave these matters to you." Yu Xiaoling nodded. Everyone returned to the hall. Xianxia and 6 people were already waiting. There were 4 men, including Yu Bu's husband, and 2 women. Xianxia looked at Yu Fenghua and smiled as she said, "Congratulations, the aquatic fish clan has rebuilt the 8-direction water world and will definitely rise again in the future." Yu Fenghua said calmly, "I'm no longer the clan leader, it's Yu Xiaoling." Xianxia was not surprised and looked at Yu Xiaoling. Yu Xiaoling slightly smiled as she said, "Thank you. It's all thanks to your help this time. The friendship between our clans will never change, and if the aquatic fish clan has any difficulties in the future, our aquatic fish clan will immediately rush over." Xianxia smiled in satisfaction as she nodded. She knew that the 8-direction water world had various effects, and the aquatic fish clan would definitely become powerful. She had come this time to see the attitude of the aqua fish clan. Xianxia smiled and said, "I heard that someone has refined the 8-directional water world, I wonder who it is? I want to meet him." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Haven't you already met him?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and was shocked. "It's you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's me. Are you surprised?" Xianxia glared at Zhao Fu. Only now did she understand that she had been deceived by Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu's appearance, his relationship with the girls should not be simple. To think that she still believed in Zhao Fu. She even wanted Zhao Fu to be her man so that he would have more contact with other women in the future. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Patriarch, I'm not sure. I will reward you for helping the waterfish clan this time." Xianxia snorted, "What reward?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You won't be disappointed with the reward." Xianxia's face became red as she thought of some scenes. Yu Xiaoling smiled as she said, "We're about to hold a banquet to celebrate the 8-directional water world. The patriarch and many elders will be attending." Xianxia smiled and said, "That's no problem." Following this, Yu Xiaoling gave the order, and the entire waterfish clan was sent into an uproar. Everyone was happy about this, and there were scenes of celebration everywhere. They understood that their clan was going to become powerful, and just thinking about it made them feel excited. Yu Yan returned home and said to Yu Shui, "Yu, and Yu Mi, let's go to the waterfish clan celebration." Yu Yushui smiled and said, is it to celebrate the 8-directional water world? Yu Yan said, not just that, Yu Shaoling has become the patriarch of the water fish clan and controls the entire water fish clan. The original patriarch, Yu Fenghua, is now the great elder of the water fish clan. Yumi said in shock, what? Big Sis Shaoling has become the patriarch? Yu Yushui and Yu were also quite shocked. Yu Yan nodded, this is a good thing for us. Yumi felt quite disappointed. Now that Yu Shaoling had become the patriarch, it was even more impossible for him. Yu Yushui and Yu smiled. Yu Shaoling had a very good relationship with them, and it would definitely be beneficial for them if Yu Shaoling became the patriarch. Yu Yan said, that's right, do you remember the man next to Yu Shaoling? Yu Yushui and Yu's faces became slightly red, and Yu said, yes, why? Yu Yan said seriously, he is now the owner of the 8-directional water world, and he was the one who set it up. Hearing this, Yu Yushui and Yu looked quite confused, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such an ability. Yu Yan asked curiously, what is it? The two of them quickly shook their heads. Yumi looked at her big sister and mother strangely, and she felt that ever since that day, they had become different. Yu Yan said, prepare yourselves and come with me to the Waterfish clan. The three of them nodded in agreement. Zhao Fu sat with the various elders and patriarchs. Everyone was very curious about Zhao Fu's identity and wanted to have a good relationship with Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu was the owner of the 8-directional water world, they would need to rely on Zhao Fu for many things in the future. Facing these people, Zhao Fu dealt with them briefly before glancing at Yu Yushui and Yu before walking to the side. After a while, Yu and Yu Yushui also left. Behind the wall of the courtyard, Zhao Fu hugged the two of them and smiled as he said, did you miss me? Yu said somewhat angrily, not only did you fool us, but you also hid so many things from us. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'll compensate you now, alright? Yu's eyes were red as she looked at Zhao Fu and nodded. A few hours later, the banquet was over, and Yu Yushui and Yu Yushui had returned with an octagonal mark on their chests. This required a lot of time to cultivate and condense the 8-directional water seal, but Zhao Fu could casually give it to them. This was the ability to control the 8-directional water world and the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. After returning to the room, Yu Shaoling walked in and smiled at Zhao Fu, saying, come with me. Zhao Fu chuckled, what's the matter? Yu Shaoling smiled and said, I want to give you a surprise. Hearing this, Zhao Fu chuckled and followed Yu Shaoling to the main hall. He found that there were already many women here. They were all good-looking, had good figures, and had different temperaments. Apart from the many elders, Yu Fenghua, Yu Leng, and Yu Qia were also here. Yu Shaoling said with a smile, there are more than 300 women here, all of whom were carefully selected by us from the Aqua Fish clan. Didn't we say that we would reward you? This is the reward. The women knew that Zhao Fu was important and were very grateful to Zhao Fu. Some looked at Zhao Fu with smiles, some looked at Zhao Fu with anticipation, and some seemed to like Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled and walked towards the women. A few days later, Zhao Fu hugged Yu Fenghua in his arms and said, I have something to ask you. Book 1, Zhao Fu. Yu Fenghua lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and said lazily, what is it? Zhao Fu said, I want to ask where your race obtained the 8-direction water world, and where can I find other water worlds? Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu and said, it seems that you plan on collecting all of the 8-direction water worlds? Zhao Fu nodded. Yu Qia smiled and said, he's a heaven-awakened son, and he came to the water domain to awaken the last water race emperor star. Hearing this, all of the women present looked shocked and felt as if their minds had been hit by a massive force. Their minds went blank, and their bodies started to tremble. Heaven-awakened son? Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu's shocked expression. There was nothing she could do, Zhao Fu's reputation was just that terrifying. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I am a heaven-awakened son. Yu Fenghua had not calmed down yet, and her heart was beating very quickly. No wonder you have such perfect looks and can make the 8-direction water world recognize you as its master. You should be its master, the chosen of the heavens. Zhao Fu smiled and said, alright, I want to know about the 8-direction water world. Yu Fenghua smiled and said, no problem, I'll tell you now. The women came back to their senses and smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu, feeling incredibly happy. To be Zhao Fu's women, they felt incredibly lucky. Yu Fenghua smiled as she said, the 8-direction water world is a supreme treasure that was born with the water domain. It was originally spread out in 24 directions and suppressed the entire water domain, allowing the water domain's fate and spirit chi to flow in an orderly manner. This was the golden age of our water race. During that era, not only did we have countless experts, but we also had countless natural treasures, and we were ranked in the top 3 out of the 8 major races. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt that every race had their most glorious era, but they all declined afterwards. Zhao Fu said, and then? What happened? Yu Fenghua said, later on, an extraordinary person appeared. Using some unknown method, he stole a water world from all directions. This caused the power to lose balance. The entire water realm was turned upside down, the sun and moon reversed, and the spirit chi became chaotic. The other 8 water worlds were sent flying in different directions. Our water clan's ancestor was also a world-shaking expert at that time. He was lucky enough to obtain one of them. Later, he brought it back to our water fish clan and worshipped it for generations. Thus, the 8 water worlds were influenced by our clan. Zhao Fu asked curiously, is it hard to find where the water world is in the beginning? Why did it take so long for someone to get it? Yu Fenghua said, at that time, the 24 water worlds in all directions formed 24 life-forbidden zones. There were no living creatures in those zones. As long as they approached, they would be crushed into a bloody mist by the powerful water pressure. Moreover, those places also had the ability to devour all kinds of power. Even light could not shine there. Even if it's a powerful being or an immortal, no one can enter, let alone obtain the 8-directional water world. That's why I said that that person is an extraordinary person. Now we know what method he used to enter the forbidden zone of life and obtain the 8-directional water world. However, he is also a sinner of our water race. It was he who caused our golden age to disappear, and back then, countless experts wanted to find that person and kill him. However, that person seemed to have disappeared, and there was no news of him. Zhao Fu asked. Are the 24 life-forbidden zones still there? If we find the 24 water worlds and go back, will the waterkind be able to go back to the golden age? Yu Fenghua shook her head. When we lost the water world, the 24 life-forbidden zones collapsed and disappeared. In the past, there were people who wanted to collect the 24 water worlds so that our water race could return to its golden age. However, this was incredibly difficult, and no one succeeded. Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, even though this is almost impossible for others, I believe that you can do it. After all, you're the master of the heaven-awakened world. Yu Xiaoling smiled as she said, I also believe in you. Yu Qia smiled as she said, I'll wait for you to awaken the water race's emperor star and save our heaven-awakened world. You're our heaven-awakened world's hope. The other women all expressed their support and trust in Zhao Fu. Facing everyone's trust and support, Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'll definitely do my best. He then looked at Yu Fenghua and asked, do you know where the other water worlds are? Yu Fenghua said, right now, there's very little activity in the water world, and I'm not too sure either. I'll need some time to investigate and collect information. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll leave this matter to you. Yu Fenghua smiled as she said, no need to be polite, I'm also very happy to do this for you. I hope that you can treat our clan well in the future. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, that's for sure. Yu Fenghua looked at Zhao Fu and said, if it's possible, I want you to be Xiaoling's only child. Yu Xiaoling's face became slightly red. Yu Qia said shyly, I want to as well. Hearing this awkward topic, Zhao Fu said, that's not very possible. You won't be able to bear the power of giving birth. Yu Xiaoling asked curiously, then what are the conditions? Zhao Fu said, bloodline, physique, and strength. At the very least, it won't be much weaker than mine. Yu Xiaoling said in shock, it's that difficult? You're the heaven-awakened son, which woman can be compared to you? Won't you never be able to have children? Zhao Fu nodded and smiled as he said, from what I see now, I don't need any children. Yu Qia's face became red as she said, I feel that having children is very good. What do you mean you don't need? It's a pity that I can't fulfill the conditions. Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled, understanding what she was thinking. After all, she was a mother, and her son was still waiting for her in the human domain. Yu Xiaoling was also somewhat disappointed as she said, I can't satisfy it either. Yu Fenghua smiled as she said, if that's not possible, then forget it. I want you to help me with something else. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Fenghua and said, what is it? Yu Fenghua smiled as she said, you're good at this, so let's bring disaster to the Yuji clan and make our clans closer so that there won't be any conflicts or disputes in the future. I'm also thinking about our future. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, no, I'm a righteous man and won't do such a lowly thing. Yu Fenghua and the other women rolled their eyes at Zhao Fu. Yu Xiaoling hit Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, you're a despicable and lowly person. Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, if you say that, then I won't go. Yu Xiaoling lightly harumphed, if you don't want to go, then don't go. If anything happens between our clans in the future, it'll all be your fault. Zhao Fu did not want this to happen either, so he smiled and said, all right. I'll go. Yu Xiaoling gave a trace of a smile. Book 1, Chapter 194 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, Yuanzi smiled. Zhao Fu had the octagonal crystal, and her clan could benefit greatly from it. Zhao Fu smiled and said, did you miss me after not seeing me for a few days? Yuanzi blushed and said, yes, and I also want the octagonal watermark. She had already heard about the octagonal watermark from Yu Shui and her daughter. At first, she had thought that the octagonal watermark could only be given to people from the Aqua clan, and she had never thought that it could be given to people from her clan. Zhao Fu smiled and said, no problem. A few hours later, Yuanzi looked at the octagonal watermark on her chest with satisfaction and felt the power it had given her. Yuanzi asked, how much more can you give? Zhao Fu thought about it and said, I can give quite a bit, but I can't give too much at once, or it will affect the octagonal watermark. Yuanzi nodded and said with a smile, I want you to do me a favor. Zhao Fu asked, what is it? Yuanzi smiled and said, I also want you to give some of the octagonal watermark to others. Zhao Fu smiled and said, what's in it for me? Yuanzi rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, you still want benefits? Isn't that a good thing? Zhao Fu smiled shamelessly and said, look, I've given up a lot of power and physical strength. Don't you think I'm at a disadvantage? Yuanzi said, all right. I'll give you some benefits. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right, I'll be going then. Yuanzi nodded. After leaving the palace, Zhao Fu walked towards a building. It was a training field, and the ground was made of wooden planks. It was hundreds of square meters, and Yuanzi's daughter, Yumi, was seriously competing with 6 female guards. Yu Rou had been very unhappy about losing to Yu Xiaoling, but she had never thought that Yu Xiaoling would become the clan leader, and her status would change greatly. Yu Rou just wanted to become stronger and not lose to Yu Xiaoling. Zhao Fu walked in. Yu Hui stopped and frowned. What are you doing here? Yu Luo knew about Zhao Fu, and she also knew that Zhao Fu had the water world of 8 sides. She had also heard some stories about this man and her mother. As for Zhao Fu, she did not like him at all. Zhao Fu smiled and said, your mother asked me to come. Yu Hu said coldly, why did my mother send you here? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I shall bestow upon you great power. Yu Hu snorted coldly, go back. I don't need you to bestow me with power. I can rely on myself to become stronger. Zhao Fu chuckled. Are you sure? Yu Hu said, of course I'm sure. Zhao Fu said with a smile, my strength is something that you can cultivate for your entire life. Even if you cultivate 10 times your strength, you will still not be able to reach the height of my strength. Yu Hu looked at Zhao Fu. Don't exaggerate. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'm not exaggerating. This power is so powerful that you've missed the biggest opportunity. Yu Hu snorted coldly. I don't believe it. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, then you can try. Yu Hu asked, how? Zhao Fu smiled confidently as he said, use 10 times your strength and I'll only use a bit. If you can win with your strength, I'll immediately admit defeat and apologize to you. If you lose, you'll have to behave. Yu Hu said, okay, I promise you. Yu Hu stretched out a hand, and a huge force gathered in front of her palm, forming a blue ball of light the size of a watermelon. It exuded a huge pressure. Yumi pushed her hand, and the blue ball of light floated towards Subai. Xiaofu stood in place and tapped his finger lightly. A spot of blue light flew lightly toward the ball of light. The two slowly collided. The small spot of light easily penetrated the ball of light, and the blue ball of light collapsed instantly. The small spot of light dispersed, and a world-like pressure fell on everyone's bodies. This made the women feel their bodies sink. Countless water surged toward them, pressing them into the depths of the water. Even though they were water creatures, they still felt suffocated. The pressure dissipated, and Yuhu and the others came back to their senses, soaked in sweat. Yuhu asked solemnly, "Is this the power of the Eight Sides Water World?" Xiaofu smiled and said, "Yes, this is the power of the Eight Sides Water World, which is also the strongest power of the water creatures. Don't you want it now? Then I'm leaving. I won't give it to you even if you want it in the future. This time, I'm doing it for my mother's sake." Yuhu quickly said, "Wait, I want this power." Xiaofu chuckled. "Didn't you just say that you don't want it?" Yuhu felt somewhat embarrassed. She had never thought that the power of the Eight Sides Water World would be so powerful, and that Xiaofu was willing to give it to her. Xiaofu smiled and said, "All right, come here." Yuhu walked up to Xiaofu and looked at Xiaofu. "What should I do next?" Xiaofu gave a mischievous smile. A few hours later, Yuhu's face was rosy, and she helplessly rolled her eyes at Xiaofu. Beside her were her female guards, who also blushed with joy. Yuhu had obtained the water seal of the Eight Sides. Although the female guards had not obtained it, they had obtained a large amount of the power of the Eight Sides Water World. This power was almost impossible for them to obtain, and it was of great help to them. At this moment, they were very grateful to Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled and said, "I'm leaving." Yumi said bitterly, "I've given you my virginity, can't you stay with me for a while? Do you want to go back to see Yu Shaoling again?" Xiaofu chuckled and said, "No, are you jealous?" Yuhu lightly snorted and said, "I don't want to lose to her." Xiaofu explained, "I have to go to other places, it was your mother's request." Yumi's face turned red and said, "Then my mother asked you to treat me like this?" Xiaofu smiled and nodded, "Rest for a while, then go to your mother's place." "I'll go there later." Yuhu knew that Xiaofu was up to no good and glared at Xiaofu and said, "I'm not going." Xiaofu chuckled and said, "Do whatever you want." Yumi looked at Xiaofu's departing figure. Lying on the ground, Yumi thought of this matter and revealed a smile. By this time, Xiaofu had arrived near a lake. Under the setting sun, there were already a few women waiting here. Xiaofu was a little surprised and said, "You're not the only one? Why are there 4 people?" A gentle-looking woman in a red dress was called Yui, and she was one of the 2 elders who had gone to the Waterfish clan. Yuanzi had already told her about this matter, and Yui and Xiaofu had come alone. However, they had met her 3 good sisters, and under their questioning, Yui had accidentally revealed this matter. A seductive woman in a pink dress was called Yubu, and she said flirtatiously, "Don't be so stingy." Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, "I just find it a bit strange." A cold-looking woman in a white dress was called Yunan, and she asked, "Can you really give the 8-directional water seal to our Yu clan? Isn't that the Waterfish clan's sacred item?" Book 1, Chapter 195 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Meiker. Xiaofu smiled as he explained, "The water world will be affected by the Waterfish race, but it belongs to the water race, so you can also obtain this power." A graceful, quiet, and beautiful woman named Yushu said with a red face, "I heard that in order to obtain this power, I have to do that with you, is that true?" Xiaofu smiled and nodded, "If you're not willing, I won't force you." Yushu said with a red face, We all have husbands and can't do that with you." Yui said shyly, "I already told you that I came because of the chief's orders, which will strengthen us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here behind my husband's back, so you should all go back." Yubo lightly laughed, "It's just a man, what's so important about finding one? This is the water world's power, and it's the water race's most powerful power. If I miss it, I won't have it again. I'm staying anyway." Yunan said, "I won't go either, only by grasping great power can I control my own fate. Moreover, I've never liked a dog." Yushu looked at the 3 of them in surprise. She said with a red face, "Then I'll go back by myself." Yubo looked at Yushu and said, "You can't go back, what if news of this gets out?" Yushu said, I won't tell anyone. Yubo smiled as she said, you don't have to participate, you can just watch from the side and go back with us later. Yushu thought about it and nodded. Yubo looked at Zhao Fu and said flirtatiously, let's begin. At night, the women nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and looked at the sky formed by water. They were still underwater, but there was a power separating them from the water. If they wanted to see the stars and moon, they would have to swim to the surface of the water. Yushu lay by the side with a red face. She did not want to participate at first, but she could not help but join in. She had to admit that Zhao Fu's charm was too great. Yubo hugged Zhao Fu and affectionately called out, good husband. Can you be my man in the future? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yubo said happily, that's great, I really like you. I feel like I've always been with you and always served you. Zhao Fu said with a smile, feel the power in your body. Yunnan said, I've already sensed it. This power is beyond our imagination, and I have to thank you for giving us this power. In the future, if you want, I can also serve you. Yui blushed and said, thank you too. I don't want to get a divorce for now, but I can be your lover. Can you also give me some time to separate from my man? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, then looked at Yushu. What else do you have to say? If not, I'm leaving. Yushu blushed and shook her head. She was also thinking about what to do in the future. She didn't know why, but she clearly liked this bad guy, Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu left and came to another courtyard. A woman in colorful clothes, who was not bad-looking but looked a bit strange, was standing in the courtyard. Her name was Yuin, and she was also an elder who had been to the Waterfish clan before. Yuin glanced at Zhao Fu. Why did you only come now? Zhao Fu stepped forward and hugged her, as if they were already very familiar with each other, and said, I was delayed by some things. Yuin did not refuse and said, let's get started. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Is this the power of the water world? Yuin had already sat cross-legged, and there was a ball of light in front of her, emitting a very powerful power. Zhao Fu looked at her and said with a smile, but you don't look very surprised, right? Yuin looked at Zhao Fu. What's there to be surprised about? Isn't it normal for the water world to have such power? Zhao Fu chuckled. You're right. Yuin looked at Zhao Fu and asked, you should have played with a lot of women. What do you think of me? Zhao Fu said with a smile, not bad. Yuin said, then I have nothing else to do, you can leave. Zhao Fu looked a little embarrassed. This was the first time he had been asked to leave. He looked at Yuin and asked, you don't like me? Yuin replied, no, I was very happy today, but that's just how I am. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. I'm leaving. Yuin said, okay. Zhao Fu returned to Yuinzi's hall. Yuinzi and Yumi were already waiting for Zhao Fu. Seeing Yumi come, Zhao Fu smiled. Yumi blushed slightly and explained, I didn't want to come, my mother asked me to come. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I see. Yuinzi looked at Zhao Fu and said, if it weren't for the power of the water world, I wouldn't have given my daughter to you. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, got it. Following this, Zhao Fu hugged the mother and daughter and sat on the chair above. This was a chair that only the chief was qualified to sit on. Yuinzi sat in Zhao Fu's arms and said, did the Waterfish clan ask you to come? Zhao Fu said with a smile, so you knew? Yuinzi said, I'm not stupid, and I'm willing. This is beneficial to both of us. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it's not all because of them. Actually, I quite like you and your daughter. Yuinzi and Yumi blushed. Yumi said coquettishly, the first time you saw me, you bad guy, you already had your eyes on me? Zhao Fu nodded, you're so tempting, which man wouldn't be moved? Yumi smiled and felt very sweet in her heart. Yuinzi was an experienced person, and seeing how Zhao Fu had charmed her daughter with his flowery words, she said, all right, I want to know your next plans. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'm going to collect information from the other water worlds. If there's any news, I'll leave this place. Yuinzi looked at Zhao Fu in surprise, you want to collect all the water worlds in the 8 directions? Zhao Fu replied, that's right. Yuinzi said with a smile, I believe you. I also want my man to become the ruler of the water clan, so I'll help you collect information. Fu smiled and said, "Thank you." Yumi hugged Fu and said, "Can you take me with you?" Fu shook his head, "You're too weak right now, so it's best if you stay here." Yumi felt a bit disappointed, but she understood how big the gap between her and Fu was. Xianxia said with a smile, "Daughter, he's right. Also, you've just obtained the power of the water world in the 8 directions and haven't fully fused with it yet. You need to properly cultivate, and I believe that your power will greatly increase." Yumi nodded. Xianxia looked at Fu with a hint of charm, "We'll give you the reward we agreed on before." Fu chuckled. Book 1, Chapter 196 The Third Day. Yu Fenghua got the news of the water world of the 8 sides. Many people fought for the water world of the 8 sides in the past and accidentally fell into the water abyss. The water abyss referred to the abyss under the water. Apart from land, there were also abysses in the water. These abysses were even scarier than the abysses on land. Not only were they pitch black, but they were also deeper than the abysses on land. Legend had it that some abysses were connected to the underworld below, and one could directly enter the underworld from the abyss. There were also some terrifying ghosts that came out from the abyss. There was also water all around, and any small movement would cause quite a commotion. People with poor mental endurance might go crazy and collapse. Some terrifying monsters in the water preferred to stay in the abyss, which increased the danger of the abyss. People in the water generally didn't want to enter the abyss, and if they encountered it, they would try to avoid it. There were a total of 18 famous water abysses in the water domain. The 8 directions water world fell into one of them. That water abyss was called the Blade Shark Water Abyss. Back then, many people entered the Blade Shark Water Abyss, but most of them were inside. According to the people who escaped, the water world might have fallen into the depths of the abyss. Yu Fenghua looked at Fu and asked, "It's so dangerous, do you still want to go?" Fu nodded seriously. "No matter how dangerous it is, I will go." Yu Fenghua said, "Be careful, we can't help you with anything." Fu smiled and said, "Well, no need." Yu Fenghua continued to ask, "When are you leaving?" Fu said with a smile, "Get ready." Yu Fenghua said in surprise, "So fast?" Fu said with a smile, "This place is a little far from the Blade Shark's territory. I need to hurry up." Yu Fenghua said, "Wait a minute, I'll talk to the others." Fu nodded. When the women heard that Fu was about to leave, they all rushed over with reluctance on their faces. Although they had only known each other for a few days, they were all very close. Yu Shaoling said with concern, "Be careful on the road." Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Qia blushed. "Are you sure you don't want someone else to go with you?" Fu replied, "Well, it's inconvenient to have too many people. Do you want to stay with the water tribe or return to the sect to find your son?" Yu Qia thought for a moment. "I want to bring my son to the water tribe. This is his home, and he won't be rejected because of his appearance." Fu said, "Okay, if you have any problems, you can find Yu Shaoling. If you can't solve it, then wait for me to come back." Yu Qia nodded with a smile. After making his preparations, Fu left the place and flew towards the Blade Shark Water Abyss. After traveling for 2 days, Fu arrived at the Blade Shark Water Abysses. He did not know how wide or long the abysses were, and he could not see the end of them. Fu was currently in the water, and he released a defensive barrier to keep the water out. Standing at the edge of the Blade Shark Abyss and looking at the pitch-black darkness below, Xiaoqin felt a sense of horror. Fu did not rashly go down. Instead, he went to a nearby city. After all, so many years had passed, so perhaps something had happened. In the restaurant, Fu ordered a table of food and wine. As he ate, he asked the innkeeper, "I heard that an omniscient water world fell into the Blade Shark Water Abyss. Is that true?" The innkeeper was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He smiled and said, "It's true. Many people have been coming here to obtain the omniscient water world, but most of them have never returned." "Customer, are you also here for it?" Fu nodded. The innkeeper reminded him, "This Blade Shark Water Abyss is very dangerous. I advise you not to go in." Fu asked, "What dangers are there?" The innkeeper replied, "I only know a little, but I'm not very clear. If you go into the Blade Shark Water Abyss, you will immediately be attacked by a group of blade sharks. These blade sharks are extremely savage and fast. Most people die at their hands. Xiaofu nodded. The omniscient water world should still be in the depths of the abyss. No one has obtained it yet, right? The innkeeper nodded. I can guarantee that no one has obtained it. It seems that not many people have entered the depths of the abyss. Hearing this, Xiaofu felt more at ease. He did not want the omniscient water world to be taken away by someone else after going through so much trouble. Xiaofu continued to ask, did anything big happen nearby? Big? The innkeeper thought about it and said, we rarely have people coming here, so nothing big seems to have happened. However, I'm not sure about other places. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. He took out a bag of money and threw it to the innkeeper. This is for your revenge. The innkeeper caught the bag of money and felt its weight. He smiled and quickly said, thank you, customer, for your tip. After eating, Xiaofu went to other places to collect information but did not obtain any useful information. It was more or less the same as what the innkeeper had said. In the end, Xiaofu once again came to the side of the abyss. He looked down at the abyss and flew down. Xiaofu continued to descend, and his surroundings soon fell into darkness. He could not see anything. Xiaofu did not use any light to illuminate his surroundings. In this kind of dark environment, using light to illuminate would undoubtedly attract a lot of danger. This darkness was not a problem for Xiaofu because Xiaofu's eyes also had night vision. His body continued to descend. After an unknown amount of time, a huge figure quickly attacked Xiaofu. It was a 5-meter-long shark with pale skin, a mouth full of sharp teeth, pure black eyes, and a back with blade-like fins. This was the blade shark that the innkeeper had mentioned. It was said that there were many of them, but only one was attacking Xiaofu. The other blade sharks should not have discovered him yet. Xiaofu did not plan to attack, because attacking would definitely attract a large number of blade sharks. Xiaofu had originally planned to hide and avoid the blade shark's attack, but Xiaofu thought of the water world and wanted to use its power. The blade shark quickly swam towards Xiaofu, while Xiaofu stood still. The blade shark quickly swam in front of Xiaofu, opened its mouth, and ferociously bit towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu stretched out a hand, and a blue wave of light instantly spread out. The blade shark was blocked by this wave of power, and a huge wave of power entered its body. A wave of fear welled up in its heart, and it seemed that this blade shark had never shown fear before. The blade shark emitted a blue light, and its expression became docile. It did not attack Xiaofu, and even treated Xiaofu as a supreme existence. The water world could not only increase power, but it also had the ability to control and suppress aquatic creatures. Right now, Xiaofu was only using his power to suppress the blade shark. Looking at the blade shark in front of him, Xiaofu smiled. He immediately climbed onto the blade shark's body, planning to use it to go deeper into the abyss. Book 1, Chapter 197. The saber shark brought Xiaofu downstream at an extremely fast speed. They met a few saber sharks along the way, but they did not attack Xiaofu. He continued to swim downstream. At this moment, Xiaofu hid his aura because there was a large group of saber sharks below him. There were tens of thousands of them, and the aura they gave off was extremely terrifying. These saber sharks didn't notice Xiaofu either. Xiaofu ordered the blade shark to continue swimming downstream. Xiaofu safely dodged the large group of blade sharks and came to a lower position. There seemed to be fewer blade sharks here. He swam a little further downstream. At this depth, there were almost no saber sharks here. The surroundings seemed to be even darker and quieter, making people feel even more afraid. The saber shark slowly stopped, and Xiaofu could sense that it was afraid. Xiaofu guessed that there must be something at this depth that made the blade sharks not dare to come close. Xiaofu came down from the blade shark's back and waved his hand, sending the blade shark back. This saber shark was afraid that it would disappear as fast as it could. Xiaofu looked down, and his expression became serious as he continued to swim downwards. Xiao xiao xiao. Not long after, large blades made of water slashed at Xiaofu from all directions, as if they wanted to chop Xiaofu into minced meat. Xiaofu hurriedly released a defensive barrier to protect himself. Bang bang bang, the sound of water splashing could be heard as the many water blades suddenly struck the defensive barrier, and a shocking aura spread out. Although Xiaofu's defensive barrier was able to block all the water blades, it wouldn't be able to hold out for long. It seemed as though the water blades wouldn't stop anytime soon. Bang! Another water blade slashed at Zhao Fu's barrier, causing Zhao Fu's barrier to crack. Zhao Fu had no choice but to swim up. After leaving that area, Zhao Fu was no longer attacked. Zhao Fu did not understand what was going on. Why were there so many water blades attacking him? This should be the reason why the blade sharks were afraid of this place. When they entered this area, they would also be attacked. It was as if the water blades attacked indiscriminately, and the saber sharks were instantly chopped into countless pieces of meat. They slowly started to fear this area, and soon, not a single saber shark dared to come here. Many people who entered the water abyss to search for the water world of the 8 directions were probably blocked here and eventually retreated. Zhao Fu did not want to go back. After thinking for a while, he decided to use the evil immortal's power. A blood-red aura rose up from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body gradually disappeared. Zhao Fu planned to merge himself into the water and swim downstream. This time, he most likely would not be attacked, as water would not attack water. This kind of ability was quite difficult for mighty figures to discover, so Zhao Fu was quite confident. Zhao Fu transformed into water and slowly flowed downwards. There did not seem to be any changes in his surroundings, and he could not see or feel the water flowing. However, just as Zhao Fu reached that area, water quickly condensed and slashed at Zhao Fu, seeming to destroy everything. Seeing this, Zhao Fu quickly retreated and reformed his body. Looking down, Zhao Fu frowned. He had never thought that this method would not work. Even after turning into water, he was still being attacked. What was the problem? Zhao Fu could not figure it out. In the end, Zhao Fu turned his attention to the water world of the 8 directions. This was the only thing he could rely on, and it might be the only useful thing. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out as the water world of the 8 directions within Zhao Fu's body gave off a blue light, and a massive power covered the surroundings. Zhao Fu's body gave off a blue light, and he once again swam downwards. Just like before, the water blades chaotically hacked towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if they wanted to destroy everything. Seeing that the water world of the 8 directions seemed to be useless, Zhao Fu planned to retreat. At that moment, the blue light that Zhao Fu's body gave off shone on the water blades, causing them to collapse. The water world of the 8 directions worked. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised at first, and he smiled. However, soon even more water blades containing even more terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately gave off an even brighter blue light. Most of the water blades directly collapsed upon being hit by the blue light, but a small portion continued to shoot towards Zhao Fu, and their power was greatly weakened by the blue light. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and easily destroyed the water blades. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Even though it was very dangerous to give off light in a dark environment, Zhao Fu could only do this because there was no other way. Giving off a bright blue light, Zhao Fu's body slowly descended. Many water blades quickly condensed and slashed towards Zhao Fu with great power. The blue light that Zhao Fu's body gave off destroyed most of the water blades, while Zhao Fu dealt with a small portion himself. As Zhao Fu's body continued to descend, the power of the condensed water blades became stronger and stronger. Originally, the blue light that Zhao Fu gave off could destroy most of the water blades, but now, it could only destroy a small portion, and the majority had to be destroyed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu held his sword in one hand and frowned as he looked down. I wonder how long it will take to pass this level, or if this level reaches the depths of the water abyss. If that's the case, I definitely can't continue like this. Right now, even with the water world of the 8 directions, Zhao Fu was struggling. If this continued, the water world of the 8 directions might not be able to hold on. Zhao Fu continued to descend. Boom! Boom! The 100-meter-long water blades gave off an aura that seemed to be able to split apart mountains as they slashed towards Zhao Fu. The scene was incredibly terrifying, and it seemed as if everything was about to be destroyed. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu activated the water world of the 8 directions with all of his strength. Countless rays of piercing blue light shot out from Zhao Fu's body, destroying many of the water blades, but many of them shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately swung his sword, sending out sword lights that slashed apart the incoming water blades. Boom! Countless traces of water gathered, forming a 1,000-meter-long water blade that gave off an aura that seemed to be able to split apart the heavens and earth. It quickly slashed towards Xiao Fu, and the water on both sides was split apart by that power. Xiao Fu used a sword to block but was still sent flying. A gash appeared on his arm, and blood flowed out from the wound. The water quickly condensed into new water blades and shot towards Xiao Fu. A furious look appeared on Xiao Fu's face as he slashed at the water blade with all of his strength. The flying sword lights inundated the massive water blade, causing it to collapse into countless traces of water. However, more water blades were quickly condensed and flew towards Xiao Fu. There were not as many as before, but they were even more dangerous. Each water blade was incredibly powerful, and ordinary people definitely would not be able to block them. Xiao Fu could only attack the water blades with all of his strength as his body slowly descended. The process was incredibly difficult, and he did not know when he would reach the bottom. Book 1, Chapter 198. 2 hours later. Xiao Fu's body continued to fall. He had already suffered some injuries and had consumed a lot of his strength. However, Xiao Fu still could not see the bottom. Xiao Fu wanted to give up on this matter and needed other methods. Hua hua hua. At this time, it was no longer just one water blade. Instead, countless water blades formed a huge whirlpool of water blades. The waves it emitted were incomparably terrifying, as if they could crush everything. Xiao Fu had already condensed the power of the water world in all directions into a defensive barrier. If it was the previous 3 blue lights, it might not have been able to block this water blade vortex. Bang bang bang, countless water blades slashed at the defensive barrier. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying, enough to make people's legs turn to jelly. Xiao Fu didn't have the strength to attack either. He focused on defense. The blue barrier trembled under the attack, and cracks gradually appeared on it. It barely managed to block the whirlpool of water blades. As they continued to sink, the whirlpool of water blades became even more ferocious, and the blue barrier trembled even more violently. Xiao Fu's expression turned ugly. Boom, an even more ferocious force stirred up, and a small opening appeared on the blue barrier. A sharp stream of water quickly flowed in, turning into a small knife and stabbing towards Xiao Fu's chest. At that moment of danger, Xiao Fu's left eye shot out a blood-red sword qi, destroying the small knife. He immediately sent a wave of energy into the water world, causing it to give off a blue light and quickly repair the hole in the barrier. Bang bang bang, that water blade vortex didn't seem to be weakening at all. Instead, it stirred the blue barrier even more violently. It definitely couldn't go on like this. Xiao Fu's expression was ugly as he pondered. Bang, before Xiao Fu could think for long, a powerful force shattered the blue shield, and countless water blades slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu immediately turned his body into nothingness and an octagonal blue crystal appeared. At this time, Xiao Fu had already fused with the 8-directional water world. Boom, an unparalleled power erupted from the water world in all directions, and the countless water blades slashing down from all directions were destroyed by this power. After using this power, the light that the water world gave off dimmed. It had used up a large amount of power. If this continued, the 8-sided water world's power would be temporarily consumed, and it would take some time to recover. The 8-sided water world was incredibly tough and could not be destroyed by the water blades. However, Xiao Fu would not be able to block these attacks. Now that the water blades had been destroyed by the power, they had not been used again. Xiao Fu controlled the water world to descend rapidly. After breaking through the countless water blades, he seemed to have arrived at a new area. The countless water blades had already disappeared, and the surroundings were still pitch black. There was no sound at all, and it seemed to be even scarier than before. Xiao Fu returned to his human form and became more cautious. He first looked around before continuing to descend deeper into the water. Time passed slowly, and no one knew how much time had passed. Suddenly, Xiao Fu was blocked by a barrier. This was a water barrier, and it did not seem to have been set up by someone. Instead, it seemed to have been formed naturally and contained a massive amount of water power. Xiao Fu was unable to break through this barrier, but Xiao Fu had other methods. Xiao Fu's body once again turned into nothingness. Xiao Fu was going to use the evil celestial's heaven and earth fusion ability to fuse with this barrier. He planned to create a hole and enter through this hole. It was unknown just how big this barrier was, and it would take countless years to completely fuse with it. Fusing with this small region was quite difficult. Xiaofu felt as if he had encountered a smooth metal wall, and Xiaofu did not know where to start. As he got closer, he was blocked and unable to fuse with it. After thinking about it, Xiaofu first turned a portion of his power into countless tiny insects. These insects were densely packed, but they could not be seen with the naked eye. They attached themselves to the barrier and started to gnaw at it. After an hour, they had gnawed out countless tiny dots. These dots were so small that they could not be seen. Xiaofu continued to fuse with it, and his power flowed into the barrier through these tiny dots. The process was not very complicated, and even though it was quite difficult, he slowly fused with it. After about a day, Xiaofu finally fused with the barrier. He passed through the barrier. The scene before him was quite shocking, because the world behind the barrier was completely bright and there was no darkness at all. It was hard to imagine that the world above the barrier was a terrifying darkness. There were many plants growing on the ground. There were tall trees, beautiful flowers, and colorful water grasses. They were filled with life, and they did not seem much different from the water above. The 8 Directions water world should have fallen here, and Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile. In order to enter this place, he had put in a lot of effort. Xiaofu planned to fly down and start to search for the 8 Directions water world. A figure appeared in front of Xiaofu. It was a woman with pale skin and a knife-like fin on her back. She had a fiery figure, and her palms and feet were like frog paws. Her eyes were pitch black, and she had a mouth full of sharp teeth. The important parts of her body were covered with shells and water grasses, and she looked quite fierce. When the woman saw Xiaofu, she looked shocked because no one had ever come here before. Xiaofu looked at this woman curiously. He had never thought that he would meet the water race in the depths of the water abyss, and this woman seemed to be related to the saber sharks above. The woman started to speak in a gibberish. This was not an ordinary language of the water race, but a very ancient language. Xiaofu used his mind to understand what it meant. "Who are you? Why did you appear here?" Xiaofu revealed a trace of a smile and said in his mind, "I came for the 8 Directions water world." "Do you know where it is?" The woman said, "What is the 8 Directions water world?" Seeing that she did not seem to know, Xiaofu asked, "Are you the only one here, or are there many people?" The woman replied, "I can't tell you, I'm going to take you back to see the chief." Before Xiaofu could reply, the woman gave off a powerful aura and grabbed towards Xiaofu with one hand. Xiaofu lightly laughed and grabbed the woman's hand before hugging her and swimming downwards. The woman vigorously struggled and said, "What do you want to do?" Xiaofu smiled and said, "What do you think?" The woman said angrily, "This is our Saber Shark clan's territory. If you dare to do anything to me, you'll definitely die here. I advise you to follow me back to see the chief." Xiaofu laughed and said, "I'm not afraid at all." As Xiaofu spoke, he pressed the woman against the water grasses and ravaged her while asking her for information. Book 1, Chapter 199 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Xiaofu asked, "Where is your clan?" The woman glared at Xiaofu and said, "I won't tell you." Xiaofu lightly smiled and continued to ravage her as he asked again, "Where is your clan?" The woman could not resist anymore and said, "It's not too far ahead." Xiaofu said with a satisfied smile, "How powerful is your clan leader?" The woman replied, "Extremely powerful." Xiaofu continued to ask, "How powerful is extremely powerful? What is his cultivation level?" The woman said, "I don't know what cultivation level you're talking about." Xiaofu saw that this place had been cut off from the rest of the world for too long and was completely separated from the rest of the world. He had just asked about the 8 Direction water world, but it was possible that she did not know what it was. Xiaofu would have to go and see for himself. 2 hours later. Xiaofu smiled and said to the woman, "Can you let go of me now?" The woman's face became red and she glared at Xiaofu. Xiaofu put on his clothes and asked, "What's your name?" The woman replied, "I'm Dao Lu." Xiaofu smiled and said, "I'll go back with you now." Hearing this, Dao Lu looked at Xiaofu and said, "If you dare to go back with me, aren't you afraid of being killed by my clansmen?" Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of?" Dao Lu coldly harumphed and said, "Don't regret this." Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile and his body started to change. His skin became pale and a blade-like aura grew out of his back. His eyes also became jet black, and he gave off the same aura as Dao Lu. Dao Lu looked at Zhao Fu in confusion. Now, Zhao Fu had completely become a member of the Saber Shark clan. How did you do it? Zhao Fu smiled confidently and said, this is my ability. Zhao Fu's evil immortal bloodline allowed him to turn into any creature as long as he had the blood of a creature. Just now, Zhao Fu had absorbed Dao Lu's blood, and now, he could become a member of the Saber Shark race. Dao Lu smiled and said, alright, let's go back. Zhao Fu looked at Dao Lu strangely. Why did her attitude change so quickly? Thinking that there shouldn't be a problem, Xianxia nodded. The two of them walked in the same direction. The two of them arrived in front of a village. There were two women guarding the door, and when they saw Zhao Fu beside Dao Lu, their eyes widened before running back in delight. Zhao Fu had a strange look on his face. Why was he so happy to see him? After that, more than 300 people walked out of the village. What was surprising was that they were all women. There was not a single man, not a single boy, and not a single girl. Their figures were all very good, and their appearances were different. The leader was a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and looked somewhat ferocious looking. She gave off the aura of a higher being. Zhao Fu felt that something was wrong and immediately wanted to turn around and run. Dao Lu held on to Zhao Fu and said with a smile, aren't you afraid? Why are you running? Zhao Fu calmed down. Even if he ran, he would not be able to escape, so he could only stay. Moreover, it seemed that they did not intend to harm Zhao Fu. The women gathered around him. The beautiful woman, who was the chief, was called Saber Master, and she happily smiled as she said, Dao Lu, where did you find him? Dao Lu looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, I found him by accident. Saber Master looked at Zhao Fu and said, I never thought that there would be a man. I haven't seen a man in almost 200 years, he's our race's treasure. It turned out that the Saber Shark race had been isolated here for countless years, and after countless years of reproduction, it became difficult for them to reproduce. Gradually, their numbers decreased, and only a small portion of the women survived while the rest of the men died. The Saber Shark race grew quite slowly, and everyone present was at least 200 years old. As such, there were no children, and they were all adult. Women. Everyone had thought that men had gone extinct, and they had never thought that Dao Lu would bring one back. This was why they were so happy. Saber Master smiled as she asked, where did you come from? Zhao Fu naturally would not say that he came from the outside world, and he instead acted as if he had a headache as he said, I don't know, I don't remember anything. Dao Lu knew that Zhao Fu was putting on an act, but she did not expose him. Saber Master smiled as she said, it's fine if you don't remember clearly. You can stay here in the future, and we'll take good care of you. Zhao Fu said, thank you, Chief. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure called Auntie Dao smiled as she said, Chief, I've always dreamed of having a chubby boy. Even in my dreams, I want to have a white and chubby boy. Can I borrow him for a day? Another mature woman called Dao Mei smiled as she said, I also want to borrow him for a day. The women all spoke, wanting to bring Zhao Fu back. Saber Master smiled as she said, I know how important this matter is, but calm down and don't scare him. Hearing this, the women all fell silent. Saber Master looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, come with me. Zhao Fu nodded. The group entered the stronghold. The stronghold looked quite big, and there were many houses made of stone. Because there were not many people here, it looked quite empty and desolate. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the Saber Shark clan would go extinct here. Zhao Fu looked around to see if there was any information about the octagonal water world. Saber Master brought Zhao Fu to a large hall and had everyone else leave, leaving only her and Zhao Fu. Do you understand the heavy responsibility on your shoulders? Saber Master looked at Zhao Fu seriously as she asked. Zhao Fu nodded as he said, I will do my best to help everyone breed. Saber Master nodded and gave a trace of a smile as she said, you're very smart. Our clan can only rely on you, or else we'll all go extinct. In the future, you'll have to work hard, but I won't be lacking in benefits. I can also promise that I can help you become the next chief. Zhao Fu said gratefully, thank you, Chief. Saber Master lightly smiled and hugged Zhao Fu with both hands. A few hours later. Zhao Fu hugged Saber Master as he sat on a chair and smiled as he asked, "Chief, I have some questions." Saber Master nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace with a satisfied smile on her face as she said, "Speak." "What is it?" Zhao Fu said, "I don't know why, but a blue octagonal crystal keeps appearing in my mind." "What is it?" Saber Master lightly smiled as she said, "That's our clan's sacred object, called the Sacred Saber Crystal. The reason why our clan can have what it is today is all thanks to it." Zhao Fu secretly rejoiced as there was indeed the octagonal water world here. He continued to ask, "Where is it?" Saber Master smiled as she said, "In the sacred mountain." "Why?" Zhao Fu shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I'm just a little curious." Saber Master hugged Zhao Fu as she smiled and said, "Perform well in the future. I'll bring you over to have a look. If you want to enter the sacred mountain, you'll need the three chief to personally open the sacred gate." Zhao Fu asked in surprise, "There are other saber sharks?" Book 1, Chapter 200. Secret Saber Master said, "We're not from the other saber shark clan, we're from the same clan, but we're divided into different factions. We originally had many factions, but now there are only 3 of us left. You have to take on the responsibility of reproducing our clan." Zhao Fu was not from the Saber Shark clan, he had merely become one. Moreover, even if he was, with Zhao Fu's bloodline, he would not be able to give birth to children. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I understand." Saber Master smiled as she said, "Show yourself and walk around first. Familiarize yourself with our stronghold, I want to rest for a while." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After leaving the room, Zhao Fu wanted to find out more information. At that moment, Dao Mei appeared and gave a flirtatious smile as she pulled Zhao Fu to a corner. Zhao Fu looked at Dao Mei and asked, "Do you know about the holy relic?" Dao Mei looked at Zhao Fu and said flirtatiously, "Why are you asking?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I just heard the chief mention it, and I want to ask." Dao Mei smiled as she said, "I can tell you that we were originally saber sharks that lived at the bottom of the sea, but under the influence of the holy relic, we gradually gained human form and became a type of water clan. However, there are 2 layers of barriers in the water, and even though they block out the dangers from the outside, they also prevent us from leaving." Zhao Fu now understood why the Saber Shark clan had been born. No wonder they looked so similar to saber sharks, they were actually saber sharks. Zhao Fu continued to ask, "I heard that the holy relic is on the holy mountain and requires 3 chief to open the holy gate to go there?" Dao Mei smiled as she said, "That's right, but the relationship between the 3 chief is quite bad. Shok fought over a little boy, and that boy was our last hope. It's a pity that he died not long after. Luckily, you appeared." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Do you like me?" Dao Mei smiled as she said, "Of course I like you, I want to have a bunch of children with you." An hour later, Zhao Fu walked out from the corner. He was thinking about how he could obtain the omniscient water world. Dao Mei walked out with a flushed face. Zhao Fu came to a well, and Auntie Dao appeared and hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also asked her about the relic. Aunt Dao rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "Brat. Let's talk later, business is more important." Zhao Fu chuckled. Soon after, he found out some information about the holy relic. In order to prevent it from being controlled by others, it had always been stored on the Saint Mountain. Therefore, the 8-directional water world had never been controlled by the Sharkblade clan. However, the water world of the 8 directions was in their hands, and they needed to be acknowledged before they could use the power of the water world of the 8 directions, and they also had a glimmer of hope to escape from this place. Auntie Dao leaned against the well and said with a satisfied smile, "I really like you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Auntie Dao smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu was pulled over by the other women. Under trees, by the roadside, on bridges, in houses, and in open spaces, he helped them reproduce. This continued for a few days. Zhao Fu looked at Dao Lu in his arms and smiled as he said, "I thought you didn't like this? You even said that if I did anything to you, your entire clan would kill me. What happened now?" Dao Lu lightly harumphed, "Who knew that you had such an ability?" At that moment, Dao Lu looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Did you really become a member of the Sharkblade clan? You're not faking it, right?" Zhao Fu nodded, "Now, I'm no different from your Sharkblade clan." Dao Lu revealed a trace of a smile, then we might be able to conceive your child. Now, I can rest assured. Xiao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, do you want it too? Dao Lu blushed and nodded. Suddenly, a tall, gray-haired woman appeared and stared at Xiao Fu as she smiled and said, I never thought that a man would really appear. Xiao Fu looked at this woman and understood that she was from another faction. Dao Lu blushed and said softly, she's called Dao Chan, and she's the clan leader of another faction. Her strength is about the same as our clan leaders. Xiao Fu smiled and said, greetings, clan leader. Dao Chan smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Come over and let me see how capable you are. Xiao Fu walked in front of Dao Chan. Dao Lu looked at the intense scene in front of her and blushed. She quietly left and planned to tell this news to Saber Master. After hearing the news, Saber Master quickly rushed over. Right now, Xiao Fu was the most important person for their clan, and she did not want anything to happen to Xiao Fu. Looking at Dao Chan on Xiao Fu's body, Saber Master forcefully slapped out with her palm, drawing a wave of heaven and earth power towards Dao Chan. Dao Chan looked at Saber Master and also slapped out with her palm. Boom, a loud explosion rang out as the two palm energies collided and then dissipated. Saber Master coldly harumphed, he's one of us now. Dao Chan continued on Xiao Fu's body and coldly laughed as she said, so what? Back then, you stole our clan's only surviving boy and caused him to die so quickly. I still haven't settled this with you. Saber Master coldly said, this has nothing to do with me, it's your clan that's useless. I'll say it again, leave immediately. Dao Chan coldly looked at Saber Master and said, do you think I'm afraid of you? Saber Master grabbed out with her hand and a saber appeared. A biting cold aura spread out as she coldly said, then I can only do this. Dao Chan hugged Xiao Fu with both hands and gave a provocative smile as she said, you can try, aren't you afraid of injuring him? Saber Master was also afraid of injuring Xiao Fu and looked at Dao Chan angrily. Xiao Fu said righteously, our clan only has a few people left, why are we still fighting? We should be united to get through this crisis. If the three of them did not get along well, Xiao Fu would not be able to enter the holy mountain and obtain the omniscient water world. Hearing this, Saber Master and Dao Chan looked at Xiao Fu. Saber Master said, I don't want to either. As long as she lets you go, I won't bother with her. Dao Chan smiled and said, I've already tried. How can a treasure like you fall into the hands of her clan? I must have you. Saber Master coldly said, there's nothing to say. If you have the ability, come and fight. Xiao Fu said, why do you want to monopolize me? I can share my love with everyone and create a peaceful future together. Isn't that good? Saber Master looked at Xiao Fu and thought about how powerful Xiao Fu had become over the past few days. She lightly harumphed, aren't you afraid of dying of exhaustion? Xiao Fu smiled and said, I won't be afraid even if it's 10 times worse. Dao Chan said in surprise, you're that powerful? Xiao Fu smiled and said, are you doubting my ability? Dao Chan happily smiled and said, no, the more powerful I am, the more I like it. Our clan's reproduction depends on you. Saber Master said, what do you think we should do now? Xiao Fu smiled and said, I can stay with your clan for a few days and theirs for a few days. How about this? Very fair. Book 1, Chapter 201. Saber Master said, I have no objections. Saber Cicada smiled and said, I have no objections either, this is indeed very fair. Saber Cicada then looked at Saber Master and said, can you leave now? Can't you see what I'm doing with my little man? Saber Master coldly harumphed and tore off the water grass on her body, I didn't say I would give it to you now. The two clan leaders once again began to compete, but in a different way, and the process was also very intense. A few hours later, Xiao Fu hugged the two clan leaders and smiled as he asked, have your relationship improved? Saber Master glanced at Saber Cicada, not bad, not as annoying as before. Saber Cicada lightly laughed, you're also much more pleasing to the eye. Saber Master suddenly looked at Xiao Fu, I feel that you don't want to lose your memory, and you're not simple, right? Saber Cicada was surprised, what? Saber Master said, haven't you noticed? Our bodies have changed. Saber Cicada sensed the changes within her body and revealed a shocked expression, how is this possible, my physique and strength have increased by so much. Saber Cicada quickly reacted and looked at Xiao Fu, it's because of you? Zhao Fu smiled and said, yes, no matter who it is, they will benefit, and you won't be surprised. Saber Master asked, then who are you? I've never heard of someone like you in our clan. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I don't remember. Seeing Zhao Fu completely lie, Saber Master was somewhat angry and lightly harumphed, but she could not do anything to Zhao Fu. After all, they not only relied on Zhao Fu to reproduce, but they could also increase their strength and cultivation. Saber Cicada smiled and said, I feel that he is a treasure bestowed to us by the heavens. Perhaps our clan really can be saved. Saber Master did not say anything, but Zhao Fu's appearance had indeed brought them many benefits and made their boring lives happy. Saber Master lightly harumphed, go to their clan for 3 days, I'll come and pick you up after that. Saber Cicada smiled and said, thanks. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Following this, Blada Cicada brought Zhao Fu to their faction. It was a small town on flat ground, and it could have housed tens of thousands of people. However, it was now quite empty. When the women heard that Dao Cicada had brought a man back, they all happily came to the central plaza. There were roughly 400 or so of them, and they all stared at Zhao Fu, looking excited and moved. It had been 200 years since they had seen a man. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is he really a man? Ha ha ha, I've almost forgotten what a man looks like. Today, I finally remember. If it weren't for the fact that men had gone extinct a long time ago, how could there still be men? I heard that the chief brought it back from the mountain village. It should have been discovered by the people in the mountain village. I heard that they enjoyed it for a few days. Maybe some of them are already pregnant. Ah. I also want to get pregnant and give birth to children. I really envy those people in the past. Yes, the most important thing right now is the reproduction of our race. I also want to do my part for our race. Otherwise, our race will perish. Dao Cicada looked around and gestured for everyone to be quiet as he smiled and said, this is someone I borrowed from the mountain village. He can only stay in our town for 3 days. In the future, we'll share with the mountain village and improve our relationship with them. A woman with a graceful figure called Dao Linlin smiled as she said, no problem. Chief, how did the people in the mountain village obtain him? Are there other men? Dao Cicada smiled as he replied, no, it's just him. However, his abilities will make you all go crazy. A well-built and beautiful woman excitedly smiled as she said, really? Dao Cicada smiled as he said, this chief has personally tried it, and of course it's true. There are many who have come back alive, and it's even more effective than eating medicinal pills. A short-haired and valiant-looking woman called Dao Thin said happily, how could the people in the mountain village be willing to lend such a treasure to us, chief? Dao Cicada smiled as he said, we're all from the saber shark race, and we need to develop together. Otherwise, we'll decline, understand? The women all nodded. A woman with an alluring figure looked at Zhao Fu and said, but how are we going to line up for 3 days? Dao Cicada smiled as he said, you can all come together. This boy says he's very powerful. Hearing this, the women did not hold back and swarmed up. 3 days later. Zhao Fu hugged Dao Cicada and smiled as he said, now you know how powerful I am, right? Dao Cicada smiled as he said, I feel that you're quite perverted. I feel like you're a little abnormal. How could you have such an ability? Zhao Fu gave a slight smile. Dao Cicada smiled as he said, after this, many of our people will become pregnant, right? Zhao Fu knew that. None of them would be able to do so. As such, he did not say anything. Dao Thin smiled as she said, it's alright if you can't get pregnant this time, we'll have many more opportunities. A beautiful woman said reluctantly, it's a pity that you can only stay with us for 3 days, I wish you could stay with us forever. At that moment, a sweet-tempered woman wearing a long dress appeared in the sky. Looking at the women walking towards them, she felt quite surprised. Dao Cicada looked at this woman and gave a trace of a smile as he said, you're here too. The sweet-tempered woman nodded. She was called Dao Wei, and she was the clan leader of another clan. Out of everyone present, only she was wearing clothes made of cloth, the other women were wearing clothes made of coral, aquatic plants, and some fish skins. Dao Wei looked at Zhao Fu and asked, is he that man? Dao Cicada gave a trace of a mischievous smile as he said, you can give it a try, you definitely won't be disappointed. Dao Wei's face became red as she said, I'm going to take him back. Dao Cicada said, you should have told Saber Master, right? Dao Wei nodded, I'll go to the stronghold first, Saber Master told me to come back in 3 days. Dao Cicada said, alright, you can take him back. Zhao Fu flew into the sky and smiled as he said, clan leader. Dao Wei looked at Zhao Fu and said with a slightly red face, put your clothes on the bed first. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhao Fu went up and hugged Dao Wei as he flew to the side. Dao Wei's face was red as she looked at Zhao Fu and did not struggle. It was quite difficult to imagine that she was a higher being. They came to an empty space and the two of them tangled together. After waiting for a few hours, Zhao Fu arrived at Dao Wei's faction. It was also a town, but the buildings were quite different. They were built with stone bricks and were quite intricate, and they were quite different from the previous two factions' primitive style. This faction had the least people, only 200 or so people. They all wore clothes made of cloth and gathered at the public square, making it seem quite cold and cheerless. By now, Zhao Fu had already put on his clothes, and Dao Wei, who was by his side, looked quite happy, giving off a completely different feeling. At that moment, they did not pay any attention to their chief and instead looked at Zhao Fu with bright eyes. Book 1 Chapter 202. A few days later. Zhao Fu hugged Dao Wei and said, I want to enter the sacred mountain. Dao Wei leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and said softly, 3 clan heads are required to open the sacred gate to enter the sacred mountain. Also, why are you going there? Zhao Fu smiled. Can't I just go and take a look? Dao Wei said, I'm afraid that's not possible. If it's not necessary, our patriarch is forbidden from going there. Zhao Fu asked, what if I insist on going? Dao Wei thought for a moment, then I can only discuss it with the other 2 patriarchs. If they agree, then I have no objections. Zhao Fu nodded. After that, the other 2 patriarchs also came to the hall. Saber Master walked in and stared at Zhao Fu. Enter the sacred mountain? This is your real purpose, right? Zhao Fu did not hide anything and said with a smile. N. Dao Chan pouted coquettishly. Then what do you want? Zhao Fu smiled and said, nothing, I just want to go in and have a look. Saber Master rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu and said, who would believe you? Our sacred mountain doesn't have much, only our tribe's sacred relic. You wouldn't do this for our tribe's sacred relic, would you? Interjecting, Me reading app, is really not bad, it's worth installing. After all, you can read books in a cache and read them offline, Zhao Fu said with a smile, yes, I did it for it. Bladasakata chuckled, our race's sacred object is useless to you even if we give it to you. What do you want it for? The Blade Master also said, although it is a sacred object of our clan, we are unable to use it with our abilities. It is useless for you to have it. Zhao Fu smiled. I know, but I still want to go in and take a look. Blade Master said helplessly, all right. For the sake of our race's reproduction, I can let you in to take a look. Do you have any objections? Dao Chan and Dao Wei shook their heads. Blade Master said, now that the 3 patriarchs have agreed to open the sacred gate according to the rules, you can come with us now. Zhao Fu followed the 3 to the front of a large mountain. There were all kinds of corals growing on this mountain. It looked very spectacular. Blade Master, Dao Chan and the other 2 stood in front of the mountain and stretched out a hand. A beam of light shot out from their palms, shooting into the void in front of the mountain. Rays of golden light spread out. A golden door giving off a powerful aura slowly appeared from within the golden light. The door was 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and there were many corals carved on it. This was the sacred gate that the shark race had spoken of. At this moment, the golden gate slowly opened. Blade Master glanced at Zhao Fu behind him. Let's go in together. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Everyone entered the golden door of light, and what surprised them was that the space inside was very small, only the size of an ordinary room. There was a coral platform in the middle, and on top of it was an octagonal crystal. This was the octagonal water world that Zhao Fu was looking for. Saber Master looked at Zhao Fu and said, now that you're here, what do you think? Zhao Fu smiled and walked forward, wanting to take the 8 directions water world. Dao Wei hurriedly stopped Zhao Fu and asked, what are you doing? There's a very powerful restriction on it. Do you want to die? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I know. Dao Chan said, are you stupid to still want to go? Also, now that we've seen the sacred land, let's go back. Zhao Fu pointed out with a hand and a wave of blue energy spread out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 8 directions water world on the coral platform floated up and gave off a massive wave of blue energy. It spread out like a wave of light, creating a strong wind that caused people's hair and clothes to flutter. Dao Chan and the other two looked at this scene in shock and could not understand what had happened. Why had their race's holy item gone through such a big change? Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He had just used the 8 directions water world's power to activate the 8 directions water world on the coral platform. Now that the 8 directions water world had broken through the restriction, there was no longer any danger. Zhao Fu went up and placed a hand on the 8 directions water world floating in the air. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 8 directions water world once again gave off a massive wave of power. Countless rays of intense blue light shined in all directions, covering the entire region. The people from the saber shark race all looked towards the sacred mountain and looked shocked. A world of water gradually appeared around them, and everyone was within this world of water. They could sense the supreme water power, and their bodies and bloodlines were suppressed by this power, making them unable to move at all. Dao Chan and the other two looked at Zhao Fu in shock. By now, Zhao Fu had returned to his original appearance and did not look like someone from the saber shark race at all. He gave off an extraordinary aura that reigned over the heavens and earth. Dao Chan and the other two had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so terrifying, nor had they thought that Zhao Fu was not from their race. Nor had they thought that Zhao Fu could cause their race's holy item to go through such a great change. Just who was this man in front of them? The water world flowed into Zhao Fu's body like flowing water, and a powerful might spread out, causing Dao Chan and the other two to feel a wave of pressure. These powerful ripples continued for a while before slowly calming down. 2 more 8 directions water worlds appeared within Zhao Fu's body, causing the water power within Zhao Fu's body to rise to a new height. Saber Master went up and grabbed Zhao Fu's collar as he stared at Zhao Fu and coldly harumphed, "You stinking brat, you've been lying to me this entire time." Dao Wei and Dao Chan looked at Zhao Fu somewhat angrily, wanting an explanation from Zhao Fu. Otherwise, they definitely would not let Zhao Fu off. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "Can you let go of me?" Saber Master coldly said, "No, you need to give us an explanation right now." Zhao Fu looked at Saber Master and asked, "What explanation do you want?" Dao Chan said, "Firstly, just who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I'm not from here, I only came here after passing through 2 barriers." Dao Wei looked shocked, "You can pass through 2 barriers? How is that possible? Even we can't break through, so how did you break through?" Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and 2 8 directions water worlds appeared in Zhao Fu's hand as he said, "I relied on them to enter this place." Looking at the 2 holy objects, the 3 women looked incredibly shocked. Dao Wei said, "How can there be 2 holy objects?" Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, "These are the 8 directions water worlds, and there are 24 of them in different regions of the water domain. Your clan's holy object is one of them." Saber Master looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Then why can't we use the 8 directions water world, but you can?" Zhao Fu proudly laughed, "Because I'm the 8 directions water world's fated owner." Saber Master and the other 2 women believed this answer because they had seen Zhao Fu fuse into the 8 directions water world as if he was its owner. Dao Wei's face became slightly red as she said, "Since you're not from our Saber Shark clan, can you still reproduce with us?" Book 1, Book 3, Book 3. Zhao Fu looked at the 3 women and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible." Hearing this, the 3 women angrily glared at Zhao Fu. They treated reproduction as the most important thing, but this was indeed a lie. Saber Master coldly said, "Stinking brat. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Dao Wei hurriedly said, "Wait, even though we can't give birth to pure-blooded saber sharks, we can have mixed bloods, right?" Zhao Fu awkwardly said, "Yes, we can't give birth to anything." Saber Master grabbed Zhao Fu's collar and said coldly, "Then I'll kill you right now." Dao Wei asked, "What's the reason?" Zhao Fu explained, "Your bloodlines are too low, so you can't give birth to my children. You can't blame me for this, it's your fault." Saber Cicada lightly harumphed, "You mean that your bloodline is very high?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, of course, it already surpasses everything in this world. Saber Cicada said, then who are you? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm a heaven-awakened child, the owner of this world. Saber Master asked curiously, what heaven-awakened child? Owner of this world? The other two women also looked quite confused, not understanding what Zhao Fu was saying. Zhao Fu felt quite awkward, he had forgotten that his clan had been isolated here for countless years and did not know about the outside world. He explained, right now, you're just living in a water abyss. This world is called the Heaven-Awakened world, and it's much bigger than you think. Saber Master lightly harumphed, I don't care if you're a Heaven-Awakened child or the owner of this world. What do you think we should do? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, can you let go of me? Hearing this, Saber Master let go of Zhao Fu. Even though she did not know who Zhao Fu was, she knew that there would be severe consequences. Moreover, after interacting with Zhao Fu for the past few days, she could not bear to kill him. Saber Cicada and Dao Wei looked at Zhao Fu, wanting to see how Zhao Fu would deal with this matter. Zhao Fu said, what do you want me to do? I can't reproduce with you. Now that I've obtained the 8-directional water world, I'm leaving. Hearing this, the three women glared at Zhao Fu angrily. They could not help but want to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly said with a smile, I'm just joking. I can take you out of this place. Dao Wei looked at Zhao Fu and said, we are more concerned about the reproduction of our race. Knife Cicada pinched Zhao Fu, you're not trying to make us reproduce with other men, are you? I'm not willing. They're not from the Saber Shark clan, and they're not even as good as you. Zhao Fu hugged her and said with a smile, how could I bear to leave you guys? Dao Chan looked at Zhao Fu. What do you think we should do? Zhao Fu said with a smile. In the upper levels of the water abyss, there are still a large number of bladed sharks. Since the water world can turn you into humans, then I can also turn those bladed sharks into your bladed shark clan. This way, you don't have to worry about your clan's reproduction. The three women nodded in unison. Knife Cicada asked, what should we do next? Zhao Fu said, you can go back and tell everyone about this. Prepare to leave with me. Saber Master frowned and said, this is our homeland, the place where my clan lives. I don't really want to leave. Dao Wei nodded, I don't want to leave either. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, all right then. I'll take you out to see the outside world. How about it? Saber Master smiled and nodded, sure. After the three women left, they told countless people about this matter. Following this, the people from the three clans gathered together and looked at Zhao Fu, who had transformed into a human, and they all revealed expressions of shock and infatuation. Zhao Fu's perfect looks and extraordinary temperament were not something that could be compared to the Bladed Shark clan. Even though the Bladed Shark clan's appearance was quite attractive, it was not as attractive as Zhao Fu's true appearance. Dao Lu stood by the side and looked at Zhao Fu. She was Zhao Fu's first woman from the Bladed Shark clan. In just a few days, Zhao Fu had taken control of the entire Bladed Shark clan, and the three clan leaders greatly relied on him. This change was too great, and Dao Lu was not used to it. She felt admiration for Zhao Fu's abilities. Zhao Fu looked at Dao Wei and the others and smiled as he said, are you all ready? Saber Master looked at the others and said, we'll leave with him for now to understand the outside world. You all can stay here and do as you normally would. Dao Mei said in anticipation, Chief, we've never left this place before. Are we going to take a look at the outside world? Dao Auntie smiled as she said, I also want to see the outside world. Saber Master smiled as she said, that's a possibility. Just wait at home. The women all smiled, they were quite curious about the outside world, and they were filled with the 7th generation. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, let's go. The three women nodded. They turned into rays of light and shot into the sky, coming to the first barrier. Zhao Fu first found the hole that he had fused with and led the women through it. The three women stared at Zhao Fu in shock. They had thought that he would have to unleash some sort of great power, but they had never thought that he would be able to pass through so easily without encountering any obstructions. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, what is it? Dao Wei said, how did you pass through the first barrier so easily? In the past, we used our full power but were unable to break through, and only a few seniors managed to break through. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's not difficult for me, it's part of my abilities." Dao Chan smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu's arm and said, "Alright, we know how powerful you are. We know how powerful you are. I heard that the second barrier will be very dangerous. Is that true?" Zhao Fu said, "It's true. It's a natural formation formed by water blades. If you don't borrow the power of the water world, basically no one can break through it. It was very difficult for me to pass through it before, but now that I have 2 water worlds, it should be easier." They quickly flew up. Boom, after stepping into the water city, the water immediately gathered, forming massive water blades that gave off shocking power as they slashed towards the group. A powerful force erupted from Zhao Fu's body, and his body emitted a dazzling light. Countless water blades attacked by Zhao Fu all collapsed at this moment, turning into countless streams of water and scattering. When Dao Wei and the other 2 saw this, they revealed shocked expressions. Zhao Fu continued to fly upward with them, and then many water blades continued to slash at him with powerful power, but they still collapsed directly in the face of the blue light. Zhao Fu now had 2 water worlds, and the power he exuded was too strong. In just a while, Zhao Fu and the others broke through the second layer, and above them was the area where the knife sharks lived. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's continue flying." The 3 women were also nervous and expectant at this time. The 3 of them were the first people in the history of the knife shark clan to leave the bottom of the water. They continued to fly upward together. The error-free chapter of Lord's Weapon Conquers the World will continue to be updated in the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements in the site, so please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like The Lord's Weapon Conquers the World, please collect it. The Lord's Weapon Conquers the Sky is the fastest to update. Book 1 Chapter 204 At this moment, a few bladed sharks sensed Zhao Fu's group and quickly charged towards Zhao Fu's group. These bladed sharks were more than 10 meters long and the aura they emitted was also very powerful. Blade Master and the other 2 were almighty existences. Naturally, they would not be afraid of these saber sharks. Saber Master smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you can turn saber sharks into saber sharks? I want to confirm if it's possible." Dao Chan and Dao Wei looked at Zhao Fu. The reproduction of their race had always been their greatest concern. At this moment, the saber sharks opened their mouths and ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu alone. They did not attack the Saber Master and the others, perhaps sensing that the 3 of them were emitting the aura of the same race. When Zhao Fu saw that the saber sharks were only biting him, he chuckled and stretched out his hand. A few iron chains flew out and bound the blade sharks. The blade sharks struggled with all their might, and their strength was extremely great. 2 water worlds flew out from Zhao Fu's body and floated on both sides of the blade sharks, emitting countless rays of blue light. The blue light shone on the saber sharks, causing them to change. However, the process was rather slow and there was no pattern to it. The water world of the 8 sides could accelerate the evolution of species. The razor shark race had been influenced by the water world of the 8 sides for a long time to become the razor shark race. But now that the environment was different, the power was different, and the time was different, the direction of evolution of these razor sharks might also be different. It might not evolve into the saber shark race, but it might evolve into saber shark dog, saber shark octopus, saber shark seal, or saber shark hippopotamus. Zhao Fu looked at the 3 women and said, "Give me some of your blood." The 3 of them cut open their arms, and blood flowed out from their wounds. Under the control of their powers, the blood turned into 3 blood orbs and flew in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu controlled the blood-red orbs to float in front of his palm, and he pushed them forwards. The blood-red orbs turned into a massive wave of blood energy that entered the blade sharks' bodies. The blade sharks' changes sped up, and their evolution became orderly. The saber sharks kept changing, and finally, they turned into 5 good-looking women with hot bodies. They weren't wearing any clothes, and their appearances and auras were the same as the saber shark race. A few knife sharks turned into human form and looked at their own bodies curiously. They were still chained. Zhao Fu looked at the few women in front of him, and could not help but think that the women of the saber shark race all had good figures, but they all looked a little fierce. Seeing this, Saber Master and the other 2 smiled in delight. The problem that had been bothering them had finally been resolved. In the future, they would not have to worry about the reproduction of their race. Nothing could make them so happy. Dao Wei smiled. That's great. Sword Cicada nodded happily. I've always been worried about this. Sometimes, I can't even eat or sleep well. The previous clan leader told me to solve this problem. Now, it's finally been solved. Dao Wei said with a smile, with this ability, our Blade Shark clan will quickly prosper. Blade Master rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. Why are they all women? Zhao Fu smiled helplessly and said, you can't blame me for this. It's not my fault. If you want a man, I'll just improve a little in the future. Hearing this, Blade Master did not say anything and smiled as she looked at the knife sharks. Before, the knife sharks had not been weak, and now that they had become knife sharks, their intelligence was not low. They could speak the water race's language, and they had not been cut off from the outside world like the knife sharks. A short-haired woman said, what did you do to us? Why have we become like this? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, now that you've become knife sharks, you'll be one of them in the future, and your constitutions and powers will be improved. The women looked at Blade Master and the other two beside Zhao Fu, and thinking about Zhao Fu's current situation, they nodded. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the chains loosened. Dao Wei took out some clothes for them to wear. Zhao Fu smiled and said, let's continue flying. Blade Master and the other two smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu hid his aura and came to the top of the abyss. They encountered many knife sharks but were not attacked by them. Blade Master and the other two looked around. This was the first time they had left the bottom of the abyss, and everything was new to them. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I've done what I promised you. In the future, I'll build a passage for you. I'll allow you to enter and exit the abyss at any time, and I'll also build a stone platform so that you can transform into knife sharks. Blade Master said, we understand. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, then you can look around. With your strength, there shouldn't be any danger. I'll help you build a passage and platform here. Blade Master said, we'll be going then. Dao Chan smiled and said, thank you, husband. Dao Wei's face was red as she said, it's been hard on you, husband. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. The women left together. Zhao Fu returned and used the water world's power to build a passage that connected to the bottom of the abyss. In the future, the knife sharks would be able to come out as they pleased without any restrictions. Transforming knife sharks was an important thing, and Zhao Fu planned to build it at the bottom of the abyss. He first used jade to build a 10-meter wide and 5-meter tall jade platform and carved a magic formation on it. He then stretched out his hands and a wave of power flowed out from the two water worlds, which gathered at the center of Zhao Fu's palms and formed two blue orbs of light. Zhao Fu sent the two orbs of light into the platform, which gave off a blue light and a powerful energy spread out. In the future, he would be able to transform knife sharks here, but the process would be quite slow and would not be as fast as Zhao Fu's. As such, Zhao Fu thought about it and built a few more. After dealing with these matters, Blade Master and the others returned to the bottom of the abyss and bought many things. Dao Wei changed into a blue dress and smiled as she said, husband, do I look good in this dress? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, now that I've done everything, I'll be leaving. Blade Master said, so soon? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I still need to collect qi from the other water worlds. I've only collected 2 of the 24. Dao Wei said, then you have to come back to see us often. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, sure. Blade Master's face became slightly red as she said, husband, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come back to find us. We'll do our best to help you, you're our benefactor. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, all right, I understand. The women reluctantly bid farewell to Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu left the knife shark water abyss and returned to the waterfish race. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, everyone felt quite happy. Yu Fenghua asked, how was it? Did you find the 8 directions water world? Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out his hand, and 2 water worlds appeared above Zhao Fu's palm. They gave off a faint blue light. Book 1, Chapter 205. Seeing the 2 water worlds of the 8 directions, everyone smiled in pleasant surprise. Yu Fenghua smiled and said, you are indeed amazing. So many people couldn't find the water world of the 8 directions, but you still found it. Yu Qie smiled and said, I told you, he is the owner of the water world of the 8 directions. Yu Xiaoling smiled and said curiously, "Husband, tell me about your experience in the Blade Shark waters. How was the water world of the 8 directions?" Zhao Fu gave a brief explanation. Yu Fengguo listened and said, "The condition to enter the bottom of the Blade Shark water's abyss is to have the water world of the 8 directions. Fortunately, you have the water world of the 8 directions. Otherwise, you might not even be able to reach there." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "Next, I will need you to continue to help me gather information about the water world of the 8 directions. Yu Fengguo smiled and said, "No problem." In the next few days, the Water Fish tribe and the Yuji tribe continued to help Zhao Fu gather information. They did gather some information, but it turned out to be useless. Zhao Fu decided to leave the Water Fish tribe because this was only a small corner of the waters. As one of the 8 major domains, the waters were not small at all. The 24 water worlds of the 8 directions were scattered everywhere. Zhao Fu could not stay in this place to search. After leaving the Water Fish tribe, Zhao Fu continued to fly towards the center of the waters. 2 days later, Zhao Fu came to a city because he heard that this merchant group was selling information about the water world of the 8 directions, and the price was not low. When he arrived at the merchant group, an attendant brought Zhao Fu to a great hall. There were already over 50 people sitting there. The auras they exuded were very strong. The weakest had reached the spirit realm, and a few of them exuded the aura of the Almighty Realm. No one dared to sit next to them. When the Emptiness Realm expert Zhao Fu walked in, everyone looked at him with contempt and disdain. The Emptiness Realm expert was too weak for them. In the face of these gazes, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He sat to the side and waited. Soon, another 7 or 8 people came. At this time, an old man with a face full of fish scales walked out and said with a smile, "Welcome to our merchant group." A tall man with a ferocious face. Meng said, "Cut the crap. Tell me the news." The old man smiled awkwardly and said, "This information was obtained with great difficulty by our merchant group. I'm sure everyone understands the value of this information, so whoever offers the highest price will be able to obtain this information. Our merchant group will also guarantee that we won't leak this information." Meng took out a piece of blue metal with many ripples on it. "This is Southern Tomb Immortal Copper. I will use this to exchange for it." Everyone was shocked. South Tomb Celestial Copper could only be found in the South Tomb ruins. That was a celestial level ruin and only Dao Realm experts could barely enter to explore it. South Tomb Celestial Copper was a great material for making armor and it was really valuable. Meng took out such a precious thing, which made everyone's face gloomy. A middle-aged man in a white robe revealed a coral that was emitting a 7-colored radiance, attracting everyone's attention. A man said in shock, "This is a rainbow spirit treasure seed, an extremely rare and precious material in the water region. Rumor has it that it possesses miraculous powers, and today is the first time I've seen it." The middle-aged man said faintly, "I will use this to exchange." The value of this rainbow spirit treasure seed was much higher than the South Tomb Immortal Copper. The purple-clothed old man smiled and said, "No problem." Meng glared at the middle-aged man and threatened, "You dare to compete with me? Aren't you afraid of death?" The middle-aged man was also a powerful cultivator, so he said calmly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Meng's face was angry and he exuded a fierce aura. Everyone felt as if they were in a stormy sea, and a wave of fear swept through their bodies. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. The purple-clothed old man reminded with a cold face, "Guest, this is our merchant group. Please behave yourself." A huge magic array appeared on the ground, and an invisible force spread out. The purple-clothed old man said this with full confidence. Next to him was a beautiful woman with long black hair, purple lips, and a beautiful face. She wore a long black dress. She smiled sinisterly and said, "Are you sure you want to compete with us, the evil water double demons?" Hearing this name, everyone's expressions changed. The evil water double demons were a team of husband and wife. They burned, killed, and plundered everywhere. Their notoriety spread far and wide, and their strength was terrifying. At least 5 powerful cultivators had died in their hands. No one wanted to offend them. This woman's name was Ibai. She was also a famous beauty in the water region. She ranked 16th in the previous generation of the water region. Ibai's eyes stared at the middle-aged man like a poisonous snake. The middle-aged man put away the rainbow spirit treasure seed with an ugly expression and said, I won't trade. Meng laughed loudly and retracted his aura. The purple-clothed old man saw that the middle-aged man had given up, so it was not convenient for him to say anything. Moreover, he did not want to offend these two people. Bai smiled confidently. No one will dare to compete with us. It's better to trade with us. You won't lose out. The purple-clothed old man glanced at everyone present and understood that no one dared to do so. He was about to speak. Wait. Hearing this voice, everyone looked over and saw a cloaked man. It was the Emptiness Realm cultivator. Everyone was a little shocked. Was this person stupid? Xiao Fu stepped forward and took out a peach. He said, I'll trade with you with this thing. The peach he took out was the size of a fist. Immortal light flowed around it, and an enchanting fragrance spread out, refreshing everyone. This is an immortal peach. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Looking at the size of the immortal peach, it felt as if it grew in the immortal world. It did not seem like an immortal peach of this level could grow in the mortal world. The purple-clothed old man was very tempted. He smiled and said, sure. Meng glared at Xiao Fu and shouted, Brat, you dare to compete with me with your cultivation? Give me the immortal peach now, and maybe I won't kill you. Xiao Fu said calmly, I'm using it to exchange for information. The purple-clothed old man also said, is there anyone else who wants to trade? If not, then the information belongs to this little brother. Meng looked at Xiao Fu and couldn't help but want to attack Xiao Fu. Bai glanced at Xiao Fu and sneered. He pulled Meng and said, let's go. Meng understood what his wife meant. He did not say anything and left together. Xiao Fu stepped forward and handed the immortal peach to the purple-clothed old man. The purple-clothed old man took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Fu. He said with a smile, the information is recorded in it. Little brother, I'm afraid they will harm you. You can escape from our secret passage later. Xiao Fu took the jade slip and said with a smile, thank you. Volume 1, Chapter 206. Xiao Fu did not want to waste time on the pair. So, after taking the jade slip, Xiao Fu left the city through the secret passage. When he arrived in the wild, Xiao Fu really wanted to read the contents of the jade slip. Suddenly, he sensed something. His body began to turn into nothingness, merging into this world. Soon, two figures appeared. It was the pair of evil water demons. These two were very powerful. They could find Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not know what method they used. Meng frowned and looked around. He frowned. I clearly sensed that this kid was here. Why did he disappear? Bai said, that kid's identity is not ordinary. He can take out an immortal peach. He must have a lot of good things on him. It would be a pity if he ran away. Meng said coldly, that kid dared to go against us. I want to tear him apart now. Bai revealed a sinister smile. I also want to pull out that brat's tongue, hang it on a hook, and beg for mercy. Meng said with a smile, wife. What should we do now? Bai thought about it and said, let's look around. Maybe that brat hasn't gone far. Meng said, got it. The two quickly disappeared. Xiao Fu waited for a while, but he still did not show up. After confirming that they had gone far away, Xiao Fu's body emerged from the void. Haha. A light laugh sounded out as two figures suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fu. Bai had a trace of a smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Fu. It was her who had laughed. Meng said with a smile, wife, you're cautious. Otherwise, we would have let this kid go. Bai looked at Xiao Fu and smiled as he said, we've caught a big fat sheep this time. He actually had a treasure that could escape our higher being's search. This was the reason why he dared to oppose us, it's useless now. Xiao Fu faced the two experts with a faint smile on his face. He still did not look afraid. Meng looked at Xiao Fu's expression and said coldly, brat, you are about to die tragically. How can you still smile? Xiao Fu chuckled, I didn't want to do anything to you, but since you came looking for me, don't blame me. Bai sneered. Oh? You are just an emptiness realm expert. How dare you talk to us like this? Don't you dare beg for mercy when I tear off your face later. Zhao Fu chuckled and suddenly flew to the side. Ichi rushed towards Zhao Fu. He was faster than Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu suddenly changed direction and rushed to the other side. Ibai stood in front of Zhao Fu and laughed mockingly. You can't escape. When Zhao Fu saw her appear in front of him, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Ibai's expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. At this time, Zhao Fu took out a fiery red seed and threw it at Ibai. Ibai immediately put up a defense. A force blocked in front of him. The fiery red seed turned into countless fiery auras. They quickly passed through the force and poured into Ibai's body. Ibai was shocked. Although he didn't know what had entered his body, it was definitely not something good. Ibai immediately used a power to force the fiery aura out of his body, but the power had disappeared. Ibai sensed his body. There was no poison or anything wrong with his body. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked coldly, what was that? Zhao Fu said with a smile, Passion Flower Demon Seed. Ibai was puzzled. What is that? Yimeng flew over and hit Zhao Fu with his palm. He wanted to seriously injure Zhao Fu. He could not let Zhao Fu escape. Zhao Fu stood his ground without moving. Ibai suddenly made a move and blocked Yimeng's palm. Yimeng looked at Ibai and asked curiously, Wife, what are you doing? Ibai frowned and said, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I can't hurt him. Yimeng said, what's the reason? Ibai looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, what is the Passion Flower Demon Seed? Zhao Fu said with a smile, do you want to know? I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Yimeng saw how arrogant Zhao Fu was. He could not help but hit Zhao Fu with a powerful force. He wanted to kill Zhao Fu on the spot. Bang, a dull sound was heard. Yimeng's body was sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Ibai in shock. He did not expect his wife to suddenly attack him. Ibai explained with an ugly expression, if you attack him, my heart will be in pain. Don't attack him now. Otherwise, I will definitely attack him. Yimeng shouted angrily at Zhao Fu, ***, what did you do to my wife? Zhao Fu was not afraid at all. He said with a smile, I already said that you asked for it. You don't have to blame me. Ibai looked at Zhao Fu. We can spare you and let you leave safely, but you have to give me the antidote. Zhao Fu looked at Ibai and said, this thing needs to be removed with me. Are you sure? Hearing this, Yimeng was furious and shouted, ***. Believe it or not, I will chop you into minced meat now. Zhao Fu provoked, come and try. Yimeng had never suffered such anger before. He could not help but rush towards Zhao Fu. However, Ibai stood in front of Zhao Fu as if he could not control his body. Yimeng could only stop and stare at Zhao Fu fiercely. Ibai looked at Zhao Fu and said, okay, I can promise you. Yimeng said angrily, don't agree to it. Ibai said, husband, don't be so angry. It's just once. I'm still your wife. If this situation is not removed, I might be controlled by him to kill you. Yimeng looked at Ibai and hesitated. Ibai continued to persuade, husband. You have to believe me. I will accompany you well in the future. Yimeng took a deep breath and said, okay. Only once. Ibai smiled and nodded. He turned his head to look at Zhao Fu. He thought viciously in his heart. When this situation was removed, he would torture Zhao Fu to death. He said coldly, let's begin. Zhao Fu stepped forward and picked up Ibai. Yimeng looked at the scene in front of him and felt very uncomfortable. After a while, Yimeng looked at the intimate couple and suppressed his anger. He thought to himself that he would make Zhao Fu beg for death later. After a while, Yimeng looked at his dissolute wife. His heart sank and his expression became ugly. Ibai's annoying look could no longer be seen. In the end, watching his wife sink, Yimeng felt bitter in his heart. Ibai had never behaved like this in front of him. His most important thing was taken away. Yimeng felt very painful, but he had no way to vent it. A few hours later, Yimeng watched his wife fall to the ground powerlessly and said to Zhao Fu angrily, is it okay now? Zhao Fu said with a smile, yes, I'm leaving. Book 1, Chapter 207. Meng said angrily, "You still want to leave? Die." Boom, with a roar, Meng grabbed Xiao Fu with one hand, forming an invisible giant hand. Now Meng only wanted to kill Xiao Fu at all costs. He could not let Xiao Fu leave. Boom, a huge force hit Meng's chest, sending Meng flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bai was the one who attacked. Meng shouted angrily at Xiao Fu, "Why haven't you lifted the status?" Xiao Fu sneered, "Since you don't keep your word, why should I? Didn't you want to kill me just now?" Bai looked at himself. Not only did he not lift the status, but it also deepened. It seemed that he liked Xiao Fu, but he did not like his husband Meng at all. Instead, he felt a sense of disgust. This made his face turn ugly. Bai turned his head to look at Xiao Fu and said, "We are in the wrong this time. We apologize to you. Please give us a chance." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "Why should I believe you?" Bai said seriously, "I can give you my life. If we dare to attack you again, you can kill me immediately." Xiao Fu smiled disdainfully, "What's in it for me?" Bai said, "I still have a lot of treasures on me. As long as you are willing to lift my status, I am willing to give them all to you." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "I'm not interested. Also, you will give me what you have now." Meng said angrily, "Bastard, what do you want?" Xiao Fu's eyes turned cold. He looked at Meng and said, "Slap yourself a few times and call me a bastard." Meng said angrily, "I won't do it." Xiao Fu looked at Bai and said, "Go, and slap him a few times." Bai did not want to go. However, he had an idea in his heart to slap Meng, which put Bai in a difficult position. Xiao Fu's tone turned cold. "Did you hear what I said? Hurry up." Bai felt that Xiao Fu was angry. The feeling in his heart intensified. He walked in front of Meng and slapped Meng's face. Chang shouted madly, "I'm going to kill you." Meng exuded a terrifying aura and rushed toward Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu was about to drive Meng crazy. Bai immediately attacked Meng. This time Meng did not retreat. The two fought together. Waves of powerful fluctuations spread out, and the ground constantly collapsed. Xiao Fu chuckled, put on his clothes, and left the place. Boom, Meng and Bai's fists collided with each other. A shockwave spread out fiercely. Meng's body flew backward, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bai stood in place without taking a step back. Originally, the couple's strength was about the same, but Bai's strength had increased a lot, so he defeated Meng. Meng said with an ugly expression, "Wife, how did your strength increase so much?" Bai looked surprised. He did not expect his strength to increase so much. He immediately understood that it was because of Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's ability could determine a woman's bloodline, physique and strength. The passion flower demon seed also had such power. Seeing that Xiao Fu had left, Bai did not have the intention to continue attacking Meng. Meng asked, "Wife, have you returned to normal?" Bai shook his head. Because she still thinks about Xiao Fu and wants to stay by Xiao Fu's side. Meng said angrily, "What should we do now?" Bai sighed. "You leave alone. I want to find that bastard now." Meng said reluctantly, "Wife, I don't want to be separated from you. We promised to be together for the rest of our lives. We will never be separated. If we die, we will die together." Bai's heart ached. Naturally, she was anxious to fulfill this promise. However, she knew how she felt now. She hated Meng in front of her. All she wanted was to be with that bastard, Xiao Fu. Even if she died, she wanted to die with Xiao Fu. What did that bastard use? How could it have such a terrifying ability? Bai explained, "Now, we have to separate. If I meet him later, if he wants me to kill you, I will still kill you. With your strength, you are no longer my opponent. This is for your own good." Meng understood the current situation, but he still did not want to be separated from his beloved wife. Bai said, "When I get rid of this state, I will come back to you. Wait for me, okay?" Meng thought about it and nodded. Okay. Bai actually did not have much confidence. It was almost impossible for Xiao Fu to get rid of her state. She just wanted to stay by Zhao Fu's side now. Yi Bai said this to trick Yi Meng to leave. She did not want Yi Meng to die in her hands. Yi Meng looked at Yi Bai and said, "Wife, can we still do that?" Yi Meng thought of the crazy hours between Zhao Fu and his wife. He felt very aggrieved. He wanted to try and see if he could make his wife do that. Yi Bai's face turned red. Thinking of what she did in front of her husband, she could not help but think how good it would be if she could always be with Zhao Fu. That would be her happiest time. Looking at Yi Meng's expression, Yi Bai said, "Wait for me to come back." Now, Yi Bai only hated Yi Meng. How could he be like Yi Meng? Yi Meng was disappointed. He only hoped that Yi Bai could change back. Yi Bai said, "I'm leaving." After saying that, Yi Bai turned into a stream of light and chased in the direction Zhao Fu left. East Meng stood in place bitterly. He was also very regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to trouble Zhao Fu. Now, he got nothing, and his wife even ran away. At this time, Zhao Fu was sitting on a big rock. The power of the passion flower demon seed was amazing. Even an almighty could not resist it. Zhao Fu was very satisfied with it. Unfortunately, he only had 3. Now that he had used one, there were still 2 left. He had to use them less in the future. Zhao Fu took out the jade slip and entered it with his consciousness. He came to a terrain sand table that had shrunk countless times. A place emitted a strong blue light. That should be where the water world was located. Looking at the name, it turned out to be in the South Tomb ruins. Zhao Fu did not expect there to be an introduction of the water world next to it. This water world was brought in by an expert. Later, he accidentally fell into it. After searching for a while, he could not find it, so he recorded the approximate location. The people of that business group might have looked for it, but they did not find it. Hence, they sold this jade slip. However, they did not expect that they could exchange it for an immortal peach. They were also very satisfied with the South Tomb immortal copper that Yi Meng took out. Zhao Fu put away the jade slip and flew to the South Tomb ruins. He heard that this was an immortal ruin. It was very dangerous. Zhao Fu still had to collect relevant information. After a while, Yi Bai quickly caught up. Seeing that Zhao Fu had left, he quickly flew over without thinking. Book 1, Chapter 208 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. After flying for a while, Zhao Fu heard a massive sound ahead of him. It seemed that an army had conquered a kingdom, and countless soldiers quickly flooded into the kingdom. Seeing this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and flew over. Within the palace, a mighty-looking middle-aged man with sharp horns sat on the throne with a gloomy expression. A minister hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, let's hurry and run. The enemy will soon invade." The middle-aged man was the king of this kingdom, and he was called Yu. He said coldly, "Run. My ancestors' foundation has been destroyed by my hands, and I don't want to live anymore." The minister said, "Your Majesty, as long as you don't die, we still have a chance to restore the kingdom." Yu gave a long sigh as he said, "It's not too likely to restore the kingdom, you should leave. Don't say any more, or you can stay here with me and wait for death." Hearing this, most of the ministers left, but a small portion of them stayed. The royal palace was in chaos. Palace maids and guards packed their things and ran, and all sorts of things were scattered on the ground. A woman with a graceful figure wearing black clothes entered the royal palace and bowed as she said, "Your Majesty, we've already packed your things, let's hurry and run." Within the royal palace, a tall and slim woman wearing a blue dress and giving off a noble aura asked, "Where's His Majesty?" The woman in black was called He, and she said, "His Majesty isn't willing to leave and has lost his ambition to restore the kingdom. He doesn't care about the royal family either." He Luo looked disappointed and nodded as she said, "Let's go then." He Luo brought He out of the royal palace. At that moment, a mature and beautiful woman holding 2 children and a few female attendants hurriedly said, "Big sister, take us with you." She was also a queen, and she was called He Shu. He Luo nodded. Following this, a few other queens joined in, forming a group as they quickly ran out of the royal palace. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the royal palace was broken through by the army, and countless soldiers rushed into the royal palace. He Luo and the others' expressions were quite unsightly as they quickly changed directions and ran. Not long after they ran, a minister led many soldiers and surrounded the queens, and he smiled as he said, "Queens, please stay." A sweet-looking woman called he said angrily, "He Dong. His Majesty treated you well, yet you betrayed His Majesty so quickly and still want to fight against us." The minister laughed as he said, "Now that the Healy kingdom has perished, I naturally have to choose a new ruler. As such, I can only sacrifice you." River Ant said with a cold face, "Queen, I'll bring some people to stall them. You guys leave quickly." He Luo said solemnly, "With the few of us, we're no match for them." The River Ant said, "I know, but it's better to escape as many as possible. Otherwise, all of them would be here." Helua nodded. The minister laughed and said, "Let's go together and capture them alive." Hearing the order, the soldiers raised their weapons and charged at the crowd. The River Ants had no choice but to face the soldiers head-on. Boom, a powerful sound rang out, sending the soldiers rushing over flying, and a cloaked man appeared. The minister's expression fell as he cried out, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu looked at him and waved his hand, sending out a massive wave of power that sent the minister flying. The minister crashed to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fainted. He Luo and the others felt quite nervous. Looking at this expert who had suddenly descended, they did not know if he was an enemy or a friend. He Luo said, "Thank you for your help, sir." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No need to thank me, I'll be rewarded for my help." He Luo let out a sigh of relief, this man was most likely not an enemy. As for the reward, she could afford it, so she smiled as she said, "If sir can help us escape, we'll definitely satisfy you." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Sure. Let's go." The group continued to run and soon escaped from the palace. They encountered some enemies, but they were easily killed by Zhao Fu. After escaping from the palace, the group continued to run. The teleportation channels here could no longer be used. It was not just them, many of the ministers and their families also ran away. Bang, Zhao Fu slapped out with his palm, bringing with it a powerful gale that sent hundreds of enemy soldiers flying. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. A well-endowed and pretty madam called He Jiu hurriedly said, "Queen, please take us with you." He Luo felt quite hesitant, these people were the families of the ministers, and she wanted to take them with her. However, if there were too many of them, they would be a burden. In the end, He Luo looked at Zhao Fu. He Jiu understood and hurriedly said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, please spare our lives." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The others also wanted to join. Zhao Fu said, "There's no problem with joining my group, but there's a condition. Don't go back on your word." A tall and skinny middle-aged man hurriedly said, "I'll agree to any condition. I'll even give you my wife." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right." Following this, Zhao Fu led the group onwards, continuously killing the incoming enemies, and the group became larger and larger. In the end, Zhao Fu led the 20,000 or so people to a nearby city and used a teleportation channel to quickly leave this place. A few hours later, the group had escaped out of the Healy kingdom. They were afraid that the enemies would continue to chase after them, so they did not dare to stop and continued to run. Only after running far away and seeing that no one was chasing after them did they stop to rest. Zhao Fu looked at everyone panting and sweating profusely and lightly laughed as he said, "Now that you're all safe, it's time to give me my reward." He Luo gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Thank you for your help this time, we'll definitely remember your kindness." He Luo waved her hand and many treasures appeared on the ground, giving off all sorts of treasure lights and making people feel quite tempted. As the queen, she had good things but bad things. Zhao Fu shook his head, "Do you think I'll be interested in your things?" He Luo looked quite startled, "What do you want, sir?" Zhao Fu looked at He Luo and gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "What do you think?" He Luo felt quite angry. He blocked in front of He Luo and said with a cold expression, "I won't let you act against the queen." Zhao Fu's expression turned cold, "So you're going back on your word?" A formless aura covered everyone. Everyone understood how powerful Zhao Fu was, and the atmosphere became oppressive. He Luo said with a cold expression, back down." He looked at Zhao Fu and retreated to the side. He Luo said, "We have no intention of going back on our word. Since you saved us, we should take revenge for you." The tall and skinny man looked at his virtuous and beautiful wife and said, "Why aren't you going to serve Lord?" The woman was called He Dongli, and she looked at Zhao Fu as she walked over with a cold expression. Book 1, Chapter 209, Rescue. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "Hurry up, I want all of them." Hearing this, everyone felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so greedy and despicable. However, under the threat of Zhao Fu's power, they did not dare to say anything. In the end, the 700 or so women came before Zhao Fu. Because they were people that Zhao Fu had directly saved and had not met along the way, there were so many of them. There were princes and princesses, the wives and daughters of ministers, and some female attendants. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and led the women to the side. A few days later, River Ant said, "We've given you your reward, so can you leave now?" Zhao Fu looked at the women around him and smiled as he said, "You can all leave now." He nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and said coquettishly, "I don't want to go, I want to be by your side." He Luo understood that without Zhao Fu's protection, they would still be in great danger. Looking at Zhao Fu, who was hugging her, she said, "I want you to escort us to a safe place, and we'll continue to pay you. What do you think?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Not interested." He Luo's expression was quite unsightly. He Jiu said pitifully, "Husband, can you really bear to see us in danger? We'll take good care of you in the future, all right?" Zhao Fu hugged He Luo and smiled as he said, "What about you?" He Luo let out a sigh of relief and smiled as she said, "Husband, I'll listen to you as well." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I can provide a safe place, but you'll have to go there yourself. It's not very far, and the power within your bodies will help you deal with some problems." The women sensed the power within their bodies and looked delighted. He Luo Li's face became slightly red as she said, "Thank you, husband." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Since you've become my women, I'll take responsibility for you. Wait for me to return." River Ant had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so responsible and felt that Zhao Fu was not so despicable. Boom, a powerful and terrifying aura spread out. Ibai appeared in the sky and looked at the chaotic scene on the ground. For some reason, he felt very sad, and tears kept flowing down his face. Everyone on the ground looked terrified because the person who had appeared in the sky was a higher being, and he was even more powerful than ordinary higher beings. Zhao Fu looked at Ibai in the sky and said, "Why are you crying?" Ibai would never do something like that. She was naturally affected by the passion flower demonic seed and watched as Zhao Fu hooked up with many women. Although Ibai was crying, he was still very angry. What kind of passion flower magic seed is this B*** using? How can it have such an ability? I've never cried for a man before. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Come here." Ibai hesitated for a moment before flying into Zhao Fu's arms. Everyone was shocked. Such a powerful almighty expert was actually Zhao Fu's woman, and she was deeply in love with Zhao Fu. Ibai's consciousness was very angry. How can I be so shameless? Why did I take the initiative to jump into this B****'s arms? However, her consciousness quickly calmed down. A few hours later, Ibai weakly lay in Zhao Fu's arms and said, "I want you to stay by my side. Let's not separate, okay?" Zhao Fu also understood that Ibai was under the control of the passion flower demonic seed. If it was real, Ibai would have killed him long ago. Zhao Fu did not know how long Ibai would be under the control of the passion flower demonic seed. There was a possibility that Ibai would break free from the passion flower demonic seed's control. If she broke free, Zhao Fu would be in great danger. Zhao Fu needed to diligently obtain the greatest value from her before separating from her. He would need her help to go to the southern tomb ruins, so he said with a smile, "Sure." Ibai said happily, "Okay, husband, we'll be together forever." Ibai's consciousness felt a little disgusted when she heard herself say such disgusting words. She swore to get rid of this state, or it would be worse than death. Everyone packed up. Ibai regained control of his body and was not affected by the passion flower demonic seed for the time being. He glared at Zhao Fu. They returned to the original group. Everyone was nervous and fearful of Ibai. They all knew that Ibai was an almighty expert. Zhao Fu looked at the women and felt that they had become different. He Luo asked, "Where do you want us to go, husband?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, you can go to the water fish clan first and tell the clan leader there that I told you to go. He Luo nodded. The tall and thin man walked over with a smile, thank you for your help, sir. He Dongli looked at her husband. He had given her to Zhao Fu and was still acting like this. She felt extremely disgusted. Zhao Fu said with a smile, you're welcome. He Jiao smiled and said, husband, come back quickly. You have to come back quickly, we'll be waiting for you there. Zhao Fu said with a smile, okay. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Fu hugged Yi Bai and flew into the sky. After Zhao Fu left, he looked in the direction that Zhao Fu left and said, I wonder who he is. He's so powerful that even almighties are willing to be his women. He Luo said with a smile, no matter who he is, it's beneficial to us. We don't have to worry about danger when we go to the Waterfish clan. I'm already satisfied with a place to stay. Everyone packed up and walked towards the Waterfish clan. In the sky, Yi Bai looked at Zhao Fu and asked, where are we going next? Zhao Fu said with a smile, the southern tomb ruins. Yi Bai said in surprise, are you going there for that information? Zhao Fu nodded. Yi Bai said in surprise, I've been to the southern tomb ruins many times, but I've never seen it. It even mentioned the omniscient water world. Did the information give an accurate location? Zhao Fu said, it only gave a rough location. An expert accidentally left the omniscient water world there. This news has not spread, so you naturally don't know. Yi Bai looked at Zhao Fu and said, you're just a void realm expert. What do you want the omniscient water world for? It's useless to you. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it's useless to me, but is it useful to you? Yi Bai snorted and said, of course. My man and I, no, the man from before, obtained a secret technique called Twin Narcissus. This forbidden technique requires the omniscient water world as a foundation. It can make us immortal-level existences. Unfortunately, the plan was ruined by you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you asked for it, but I do like you quite a bit. Hearing this, Yi Bai was somewhat happy. He smiled and said, then why are you looking for the omniscient water world? I don't believe you have the ability to use it. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and two omniscient water worlds appeared, emitting a faint blue glow. Yi Bai looked at the scene in front of him in shock. How come you already have two omniscient water worlds? Book 1, Chapter 210. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'm collecting the entire omniscient water world. Yi Bai looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, who are you? Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I'm not telling you. Yi Bai snorted softly. Zhao Fu said with a smile, don't you want to become an immortal? I can give you a chance. Yi Bai asked, what chance? Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'll give you an omniscient water seal later and help you improve your physique and bloodline. Yi Bai said, is the omniscient water seal something that can only be obtained by mastering the omniscient water world? Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Yi Bai smiled. That's more like it. The two flew for a long time and arrived at a city. Zhao Fu said, you're more familiar with the southern tomb ruins. Please take me there this time. Yi Bai nodded and said with a smile, no problem. Let's go get the jade pendant first. Zhao Fu asked curiously, what jade pendant? Yi Bai said, do you think you can enter the southern tomb ruins as you please? Zhao Fu asked, do I need the jade pendant to enter? Yi Bai nodded. The jade pendant is called the southern tomb immortal jade. It's a necessary item to enter the southern tomb ruins. Only 100 pieces fly out of the ruins every year. The total number of jade pendants will not exceed 1,000. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I understand. Yi Bai did not say anything and led Zhao Fu into a shop. Seeing Yi Bai walk in, a skinny middle-aged man hurriedly came up and respectfully smiled as he said, Sir, you've come. Yi Bai looked at the man and asked, how many pieces of southern tomb immortal jade did you collect this time? The middle-aged man's smile was a little stiff. Sir, you just took 2 pieces not long ago. I haven't received any in such a short time. Yi Bai snorted coldly. Useless thing. The middle-aged man understood how terrifying Yi Bai was. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Sir, please give me some time to collect. I will definitely collect southern tomb immortal jade for you. Zhao Fu said, alright, since he doesn't have it here, don't make things difficult for him. Yi remained silent. The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. Who was this person in front of him? How could Yi be so obedient? Meng didn't seem to be able to do it before. Where was Meng now? Zhao Fu smiled and asked, do you know where I can obtain the South Tomb Immortal Jade? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, oh right. There's a mighty figure that has collected several pieces of South Tomb Immortal Jade and said that he wants to form a team to explore the South Tomb ruins. Zhao Fu smiled and said, what's the name of that almighty? The middle-aged man replied, Beauty Water. Yi frowned and said unhappily, it's her? Zhao Fu turned to look at Bai and said, what's wrong? What happened between the two of you? Yi said, there were some conflicts in the past. Zhao Fu smiled and said to the middle-aged man, tell me about Mei Ling Shui. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Mei Ling Shui is actually quite famous in our water domain. You can find out just by asking around. She's from the mermaid clan. She's very powerful and beautiful. She ranked 15th among our water domain's beauties in the previous generation. Zhao Fu smiled and looked at Yi. She seemed to be ranked 16th. Could there be a conflict between the two of them? He said, let's go find her first. Yi was a little reluctant, but he still followed Zhao Fu. The two of them came to a wooden building. There were 3 people sitting inside. One of them had wavy blonde hair and a pair of blue gem-like eyes. Her facial features were very delicate, and her skin was as white as snow. She had a mature figure and wore a Western dress. She looked like a princess. She should be Mei Ling Shui. The 2 next to her were also women. One was beautiful and had a graceful figure. She wore a blue dress and was called Shui Bo Ling. The other was not bad-looking but had a serious face. Her name was Yu Hua. Mei Ling Shui looked at Yi and said calmly, why are you here? Yi snorted and said, I didn't want to come. I heard that you have a few Nanling Immortal Jades. Sell me too. Mei Ling Shui said, no, I still have great use for the Nanling Immortal Jades. I can't sell them to you. Yi turned his head and said to Zhao Fu, did you hear that? Let's go. Hearing this, Mei Ling Shui and the other 2 looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. Why does it seem like Yi has to listen to this emptiness realm man? Zhao Fu looked at Mei Ling Shui and said with a smile, we entered the Nanling ruins for a very important matter. Please do us a favor. Mei Ling Shui asked, what are you going in for? Zhao Fu answered, we are looking for something. Mei Ling Shui thought for a moment and said, Yi is not weak. Why don't you join our team and enter the Nanling ruins together? Zhao Fu smiled and said, sure. Mei Ling Shui looked at Zhao Fu and asked with certainty, can you make the decision? Zhao Fu chuckled and said, of course. She is my woman now. The 3 women were stunned. Mei Ling Shui could not help but ask, Yi, where is your previous man? Yi said, what does that have to do with you? Hearing this, she admitted that she was Zhao Fu's woman. They did not know why the 2 were together. Mei Ling Shui smiled and said, since he agreed to join our team, do you have any objections? Yi glanced at Zhao Fu and said, whatever. Mei Ling Shui smiled and said, get ready. We will enter the Nanling ruins immediately. Zhao Fu smiled and said, we don't have anything to prepare. We can enter the Nanling ruins now. Mei Ling Shui looked at Zhao Fu and reminded him with a smile, it's very dangerous inside. I advise you to stay here. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I know it's dangerous. Don't worry. Mei Ling Shui could tell that Zhao Fu was not ordinary. She smiled and said, all right. Let's go together. The group flew to an empty area, and Mei Ling Shui took out jade pendants. The jade pendants were cyan, and the words Nanling were written on the front and a bamboo forest and thatched cottage were carved on the back. Mei Ling Shui threw out the command medallions, which flew into the air and gave off an intense cyan light. Following this, they shot out cyan beams of light that covered Zhao Fu and the others, causing them to disappear. Zhao Fu's body blurred and he arrived at another scene. It was completely dark, and before he could react, Mei Ling Shui warned, be careful. Whoosh, a massive whistling sound rang out as a massive astral wind blew towards Zhao Fu and the others. It was extremely sharp, as if it could cut everything apart. Mei Lingshui each released a defensive barrier, blocking the astral wind. Yi Bai released a defensive barrier that enveloped Zhao Fu, blocking the astral wind for Zhao Fu. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Zhao Fu to resist the astral wind. Zhao Fu hugged Yi Bai and smiled as he said, "Thank you." Yi Bai lightly harumphed. Book 1, Chapter 211, Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. The group continuously flew forward against the astral winds. A light appeared in front of them, and they flew in and arrived at a boundless bamboo forest. Yi Bai asked, "What are you doing here?" Mei Lingshui said, "I received news that there is a 9-ring immortal grass in the depths of the southern tomb ruins." Yi Bai said in surprise, 9-ring immortal grass? Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What is a 9-ring immortal grass?" Mei Lingshui smiled and explained, "A 9-ring immortal grass can help us condense a 9-water ring, and it can greatly increase our ability to break through." Zhao Fu nodded in understanding. Mei Lingshui said, "It will be even more dangerous from now on. Everyone, be careful." Everyone nodded in understanding and continued to fly forward. At that moment, a light breeze blew from the bamboo forest on the ground, sweeping up countless green bamboo leaves and blowing them towards Zhao Fu and the others. Swish, 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 the countless bamboo leaves immediately turned into flying daggers that shot towards Zhao Fu and the others. They were abnormally sharp and cut through their defensive barriers. Fortunately, they did not break through their wind and rain barrier. Everyone continued flying forward. The countless bamboo leaves quickly gathered and transformed, forming a massive qilin that let out a roar that shook the surroundings. Everyone stopped and looked at the qilin formed by the bamboo leaves in front of them seriously. The bamboo leaf qilin quickly arrived in front of everyone and raised its hooves, bringing with it a shocking power as it trampled down towards everyone. Everyone quickly dispersed. The bamboo qilin opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu and Yi Bai. Yi Bai coldly snorted and took out a curved saber. With a forceful swing, a massive saber light slashed at the bamboo qilin's mouth, forcing it to retreat a few steps. The others immediately left. Mei Lingshui took out a magic staff, and countless water droplets gathered together, forming a rope made of water that tied up the bamboo qilin. Damask water ripples took out a halberd and stabbed forcefully. A massive force pierced the bamboo qilin's body, creating a large hole. Yu Bai Hua slashed out with his sword, and a black sword light slashed at the bamboo qilin's head, creating a massive wound. The bamboo leaf qilin furiously struggled and gave off a terrifying aura. Zhao Fu felt like he was just a bystander, he could not help at all. This bamboo leaf qilin would be very difficult to deal with even for ordinary powerhouses. However, now that there were 4 almighties here, things would be much easier to solve. Mei Lingshui controlled the water rope to bind the bamboo leaf qilin tightly while the others continuously attacked the bamboo leaf qilin. Boom, in the end, Yi Bai slashed out a huge saber light with terrifying momentum. The saber light cut the bamboo qilin in half. Then, the bamboo qilin turned into countless bamboo leaves and fell to the ground. Everyone continued forward. Not too long after, the ground violently trembled and a 1,000-meter-tall bronze figure that looked like a general stood up. There were some trees growing out of its body, and it gave off an incredibly powerful might. The bronze man looked at Zhao Fu and the rest, his eyes glowing. Boom, 2 huge beams of light shot out from the bronze man's eyes. They were extremely fast and shot towards Zhao Fu and the others with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang, the 2 beams of light hit everyone's defensive barriers and a powerful shockwave spread out. Everyone was sent flying by this power, but fortunately, the defensive barriers had not been broken, so they were not injured. Mei Lingshui raised her staff and condensed a water rope. She wanted to use the same method as before to bind the bronze man first. The water rope flew towards the bronze man. However, the bronze man took out a massive bronze saber and slashed down. The terrifying saber force cut the water rope in half, causing it to turn into countless splashes. The massive bronze man strode towards everyone as he raised his massive bronze saber and slashed down. Yu Baihua blocked with his sword. Boom, the saber slashed against the sword, causing a massive force to spread out like a wild gale. Yu Baihua blocked the saber strike, and the water ripple damask flew towards the bronze man. The halberd hit one of the bronze man's legs, causing sparks to explode and forcing the bronze man back a step. At that moment, Yi Bai slashed out a massive saber light that slashed at Yi Bai's body with immense power. The massive bronze man fell to the ground. The massive bronze man fell to the ground, smashing out a large crater. The ground violently trembled as countless rocks flew into the air. Mei Lingshui once again released a water rope, binding the copper man's body. The copper man struggled with all his might and found that he could not break free. His eyes shone with light again, and two beams of light shot towards the crowd. Everyone scattered in all directions, dodging the two beams of light. Xing, the water ripple damask, was the first to attack. The halberd brought with it a stream of light as it stabbed into the bronze man's body, opening a hole in its body. Yu Baihua also slashed at the bronze man's body with his sword, creating a massive wound. The bronze man's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of light that were incredibly fast. They sent the water ripple damask and Yu Baihua flying, but they were not injured. Yi Bai appeared next to the bronze man's arm. He raised the scimitar in his hand and slashed at the bronze man's arm with all his strength, cutting off the bronze man's arm. Even though nothing flowed out of the wound, the bronze man's power was weakened. The bronze man struggled to free one of its arms and swung it at Yi Bai, bringing with it a powerful gale. Yi Bai dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Following this, the water ripple damask and Yu Baihua flew over. The two of them cut off the bronze man's arms and legs, greatly reducing its power. Swish, the bronze man looked at Mei Lingshui, and two beams of light shot out with great power. Mei Lingshui waved her staff, forming a massive water wall that released a powerful water power. Bang, the two beams of light hit the water wall, and the water wall seemed to absorb the two beams of light. It shone brightly and turned into water vapor that scattered. Yi Bai seized the opportunity of the bronze man's attack and slashed at the bronze man's throat with terrifying power, cutting off the bronze man's head. The bronze man's body quickly disintegrated, turning into countless pieces. A fist-sized piece of blue metal with many ripples floated out, emitting a faint blue light. This was the Nanling immortal copper that appeared before. Yi Meng's Nanling immortal copper should have been obtained by killing these bronze men. Mei Lingshui said with a smile, "This thing is useless to me. Whoever wants it can accept it." Yi Bai glanced at Mei Lingshui. He did not want what Mei Lingshui did not want. Yu Baihua did not say anything. The water ripple damask said with a smile. "Then I will accept this piece of Nanling immortal copper. I will not compete with you for the treasures in the future." Book 1, Chapter 212, Mei Lingshui smiled and said, "Let's continue." Everyone continued flying forward. Countless bamboo leaves once again gathered with the wind, forming two bamboo leaf cheilants. After everyone spent some time dealing with them, they arrived in front of a green light screen. This light screen allowed one to choose from three directions. The front led to the depths of the southern tomb ruins, while the left and right led to different places. Erbai looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Which way should we go next?" The lost direction of the omniscient water world was on the left. Zhao Fu said, "Go left." Mei Lingshui smiled and asked, "What are you looking for? Do you need our help?" Erbai said directly, "No need." He did not want Mei Lingshui to know about the omniscient water world. The omniscient water world was even rarer than the 9-ring immortal grass. Mei Lingshui smiled and looked at Erbai. Although Erbai did not say anything, she knew that it was definitely something very precious. Erbai said to Zhao Fu, "Let's go." Zhao Fu nodded and followed. Mei Lingshui said with a smile, "Then we'll wait for you here." Erbai and Zhao Fu entered the light screen and flew to the left. They arrived at a mountain range. The trees here were tall and lush with vegetation. There were also the roars of wild beasts. It looked very primitive and wild. Erbai asked, "Now that we're in, where's the approximate location of the omniscient water world?" Zhao Fu took out a jade slip and confirmed, "Go southeast." The two of them continued flying southeast. Wah, 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 a group of big birds that looked like ducks with bird-like heads and green feathers spread their wings and flew over to Zhao Fu and Erbai. The auras they emitted were very powerful. Erbai looked at the big birds and said, "Retreat to the back." Zhao Fu obediently retreated to the side. The big bird's strength exceeded his by too much. Fortunately, he had brought Erbai along this time. Otherwise, he would have been in danger with his strength. Erbai flew over with his scimitar. The two sides fought. Airby waved the scimitar in his hand and slashed out huge saber lights, killing the big birds. Their corpses fell from the sky. The giant birds also attacked Abai in a frenzy. Some used their bodies to ram him, while others used their beaks to attack him. A large bird opened its mouth and spat out a small cyan light ball. It quickly flew toward Abai and arrived in front of Abai. Abai swung his saber at the green ball of light. Bang, the cyan light ball exploded, and a cyan power spread out. Abai's body was sent flying, but he was not injured. A large bird swooped down. Its duck feet carried astonishing power as it stomped on Abai's body. Abai dodged to the side, avoiding the bird's attack. Another giant bird charged at Abai with a powerful aura. Abai swung his saber horizontally. A huge saber light slashed at the big bird's neck. The big bird's neck was cut open, and blood gushed out of the wound. The big bird's body fell from the sky. Bang, a large bird slammed into Abai's body, sending him flying backward. Abai punched out. The huge force turned into a huge crocodile that bit the big bird. The big bird let out a painful cry. Abai then swung his saber and killed it. The 4 giant birds opened their mouths at Abai. 4 light balls condensed in their mouths and shot out instantly at Abai. Abai flew to the side, trying to avoid the 4 light balls. However, the 4 light balls quickly turned around and caught up with Abai. Bang! Bang! A loud sound was heard as the 4 light balls exploded. Countless cyan lights scattered, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Jiaofu released an energy shield to block the wind. Boom! Abai's body suddenly appeared above the 4 birds. He slashed down with all his might. A huge saber light brought with it a strong gust of wind. It slashed the 4 birds, and they fell to the ground with one slash. A large cyan bird rushed towards Abai and opened its mouth, trying to eat Abai. Abai first dodged. The giant bird's attack then slashed at the cyan giant bird. Another cyan giant bird flapped its wings, emitting countless cyan lights. A huge force sent Abai's body flying. The 2 sides continued fighting. After a while, Abai killed all the cyan giant birds, but he also suffered some minor injuries. Jiaofu stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Abai said, "I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Jiaofu said with a smile, "You've really worked hard this time. This is for you." Jiaofu took out an immortal peach and handed it to Abai. Abai said in surprise, "You still have immortal peaches?" Jiaofu said with a smile, "Yes, I still have some." Abai did not stand on ceremony as he took the immortal peach and smiled. In the face of Jiaofu's concern, he was not affected by the passion flower demonic seed. He also had a good impression of Jiaofu. Jiaofu asked, "Do you want to rest for a while? Let's continue moving forward." Abai nodded. These few battles had consumed a lot of his strength. Then, he recalled something and reached out to the ground. Cyan beads flew out from the corpses of the giant birds and flew in front of Abai. Abai said, "These are the demon beasts' beast cores. They might be of some help to you." Jiaofu looked at these beast cores and felt that they might be useful in the future. Therefore, he smiled and accepted them. Then, the 2 of them flew down. After a short rest, they continued moving forward. They searched the place briefly. Jiaofu did not find the omniscient water world. Jiaofu had already expected this. If it were so easy to find, others would have found it long ago. Abai asked, "Do you have any other way?" Jiaofu thought about it and said, "Yes, but it might cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid that some accidents might happen." Abai said, "Try it first. If something happens, we will leave immediately." Jiaofu said, "Okay." Then, Jiaofu came to a flat place and pressed one hand on the ground. 2 omniscient water worlds appeared. Boom, a loud roar sounded as the 2 omniscient water worlds emitted a huge force. It spread out like a wave and surged in all directions. Jiaofu's method was very simple. He used the power of the 2 omniscient water worlds to trigger the other omniscient water world. The omniscient water world and the omniscient water world could sense each other. The blue wave continued to spread, and the terrifying power caused countless wild beasts to roar loudly. The sound was so loud that it shook the surroundings. If ordinary people were here, they might faint from fright. Mei Lingshui and the other two, who were outside the light curtain, also heard these loud roars and revealed a surprised expression. Rippling Ripple said, "What happened inside? Why is there such a shocking change?" Book 1, Chapter 213, Yu Baihua said solemnly, "It should be them who caused this." Rippling asked, "Should we go in and take a look?" Mei Lingshui thought for a moment and said, "Let's go in and see what's going on." As soon as the three of them entered the light screen, they were greeted by a huge wave of water energy that was like the waves of the sea. Mei Lingshui's expression changed. This water power is so strong. It's definitely a supreme level water power. Rippling asked curiously, "What did they cause? Why is there such a powerful water power?" Mei Lingshui said, "Let's hurry over." The three of them quickly flew towards the source of the waves. Yi Bai sensed the aura emitted by the roars of countless beasts. His expression turned solemn as he looked around vigilantly. The waves emitted by this place were getting stronger and stronger, and the area affected was also getting bigger. Yi Bai could not help but say, "Is it done?" Zhao Fu sensed his surroundings but still did not sense anything. Is the omniscient water world not here? Suddenly, Zhao Fu sensed a trace of a wave. Roar. A loud roar sounded. An incomparably huge two-headed lion rushed out from the side and pounced at Zhao Fu. Yi Bai quickly rushed over and blocked the two-headed lion. This interrupted Zhao Fu's senses. Zhao Fu was forced to stop, and the wave slowly dissipated. The two-headed lion attacked Yi Bai with its claws. Yi Bai blocked with his scimitar, but he was still forced back a few steps. The two-headed lion waved its other claw, bringing out 5 powerful arcs of light that tore through everything as it attacked Yi Bai. Yi Bai hurriedly retreated and dodged the attack. The two-headed lion opened its mouth and ferociously bit Yi Bai. Yi Bai slashed the two-headed lion's body, leaving a wound. However, the wound was not deep. The two-headed lion was enraged. It swung its claws and sent Yi Bai flying. Roar. The two-headed lion then spat out a green flame that quickly burned Yi Bai, instantly devouring Yi Bai's body. Yi Bai emitted a huge aura and pushed the flames away. A huge crocodile appeared and ferociously bit the two-headed lion. The two-headed lion tore the crocodile apart with one claw and slapped at Yi Bai. Bang! When the claw landed on the ground instantly collapsed. A strong wind blew in all directions, but it did not harm Dao Er Bai. Zhao Fu was a little unlucky and was sent flying by this force. The two-headed lion looked at Er Bai ferociously. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to continue attacking. Suddenly, a water rope appeared and bound the two-headed lion. Yi Bai saw that Mei Lingshui and the other two had arrived. The two-headed lion struggled and broke free from the water rope. Yu Baihua and Water Ripple Silk attacked at the same time, creating a wound on the two-headed lion's body. The two-headed lion's 2 heads opened their mouths and once again sprayed out 2 streams of green flames, which surged towards Mei Lingshui and the others. The aura it released was even more terrifying than before. Rippling Waters and the other two immediately activated their defensive barriers to block the green flames. Yi Bai seized this opportunity and slashed the two-headed lion's back with his saber, creating a wound. Blood flowed out continuously. The double-headed lion's hind paw kicked at Yi Bai. Yi Bai flew into the sky to dodge the attack, then slashed at the two-headed lion's back. The two-headed lion swung its tail, which carried a force that sent Yi Bai's body flying. Mei Lingshui raised her staff and countless water droplets gathered, forming 2 huge water ropes that quickly bound the two-headed lion. Water Rippling Silk and Yu Baihua hurriedly attacked, creating another wound. The two-headed lion looked at Mei Lingshui angrily and continued to struggle. Mei Lingshui's expression was serious as she continuously injected powerful power into her staff. The staff emitted a blue light, and the power of the 2 water ropes increased. They bound the two-headed lion tightly, making it impossible for it to break free in a short time. Boom! Yi Bai swung his saber with all his might, creating a huge wound on the two-headed lion's back. A large amount of blood flowed out, and the two-headed lion roared in pain. Water Rippling Silk's halberd pierced one of the two-headed lion's claws with an intense stream of light. Yu Baihua also slashed at the two-headed lion, creating a sizable wound. Following this, everyone quickly attacked and killed the two-headed lion. Mei Lingshui stretched out her hand and grabbed. A green bead flew out of the corpse and flew in front of her. She said, "Who wants this beast core?" Ibai said, "I don't want it. You guys can have it." This beast core contained powerful power. The three of them had helped her just now, so Ibai did not want this beast core. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome for her to deal with the two-headed lion. Water-rippling Silk said with a smile, "I don't want it either." Yu Baihua said, "I want this beast core." Mei Lingshui smiled and handed the beast core to Yu Baihua. Yu Baihua took the beast core and put it away. Water-rippling Silk looked at Ibai and asked curiously, "What happened just now? Why were there so many powerful fluctuations?" Ibai said, "Nothing." Mei Lingshui said, "Are you still not willing to tell us? If you have our help, you might be able to obtain that thing more easily." Ibai looked at Zhao Fu. She felt a lot of pressure after causing such a huge fluctuation. Fortunately, only one beast had come. If a few more had come, she would have been in danger. Zhao Fu nodded. With Zhao Fu's permission, Ibai said, "Are we here for the omniscient water world this time?" Hearing this, the three women were shocked. Yu Baihua asked, "Why is there an omniscient water world here? Was that water power just now the power of the omniscient water world?" Ibai nodded. It was indeed the power of the omniscient water world just now. We received news that there is an omniscient water world here, so we came to look for it. Water-rippling Silk asked, "Did you find it?" Ibai shook his head. Water-rippling Silk asked curiously, "You didn't find it? Why was there such a powerful fluctuation?" Mei Lingshui looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "You should have an omniscient water world on you, right?" Zhao Fu did not hide his smile and said, "Yes, I have too." Mei Lingshui and the other two looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Having an omniscient water world is very rare. I didn't expect this person in front of me to have two. Zhao Fu continued, "I just used two omniscient water worlds to trigger the omniscient water world here. I sensed a trace of fluctuation, so I want your help." Water-rippling Silk said in surprise, "You already have two omniscient water worlds. If you get this one, won't you have three? How do you have so many omniscient water worlds?" Yu Baihua looked at Zhao Fu. "Also, who are you?" Book 1, Chapter 214 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "It's not convenient to say. As long as you're willing to help me, you'll be rewarded." Saying that, Zhao Fu took out 3 more immortal peaches. Mei Lingshui and the other two looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. Although they did not know who Zhao Fu was, they were certain that his identity was extremely terrifying. Mei Lingshui glanced at the two of them, "What do you think?" Rippling Ripples smiled. "I have no objections, I can promise you." Yu Baihua said, "Me neither." Mei Lingshui said with a smile, "All right, we promise to help you find the omniscient water world." Zhao Fu handed over the immortal peaches and said with a smile, "Thank you." The three of them also had immortal peaches, which were rare treasures for them. Mei Lingshui said with a smile, "What should we do next?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Follow me. I previously sensed a trace of fluctuation in the omniscient water world and can roughly determine its location." The girls nodded. Zhao Fu led the group and flew towards a place. Finally, they arrived at a muddy area. It was very large and had a strong earthy smell. It was surrounded by yellow grass. The omniscient water world should be in the depths of this muddy area. Erbai said, "Is it here?" Zhao Fu nodded, "Let's go inside and search together." The group flew into the muddy area, but before they could start searching, a terrifying aura emerged from the depths of the muddy area. Everyone's expressions changed and they immediately stopped. They saw a huge toad jump out of the muddy area. The toad's surface was grayish-black like a mountain. There were circular membranes on its back, each of which was 2 meters wide. They were densely packed and looked very terrifying. The toad attacked everyone the moment it came out. Its tongue shot out like lightning. Before Rippling Ripples could react, she was sent flying by the huge tongue. Erbai was the first to react and slashed at the tongue. However, the tongue quickly retracted, causing Erbai's attack to miss. Mei Linshui raised her staff and countless water droplets gathered, forming 2 huge water ropes that shot towards the toad. The toad leapt into the air and dodged the attack. It then puffed up its mouth and spat out a massive air cannon, which brought with it a massive aura and sent Mei Lingshui and the others flying. This toad's strength was indeed terrifying. However, no one suffered any serious injuries. Beautiful Lin Shui condensed a massive water spear and shot towards the toad with a terrifying force. At the same time, Yi-Bai rushed toward Toad with his scimitar and water gun. The toad jumped back and dodged the water gun, but Yi-Bai rushed forward and slashed at the toad's body, creating a long wound. Some yellow liquid flowed out of it. The toad's painful tongue shot out like lightning at Yi-Bai. Yi-Bai quickly dodged to the side. He dodged the attack of the tongue. Yu Baihua seized the opportunity to step forward and slashed out a huge sword light. It slashed at the toad's body and forced it back a few steps. The toad puffed up its mouth again and spat out a huge air cannon, sending Yi-Bai and Yu Baihua flying. The air cannon was extremely large and could not be dodged at all. Fortunately, it did not cause much damage. At that moment, the toad felt pain in its back. Rippling ripples had appeared behind it and stabbed its halberd into the toad's body. The toad swung hard and sent rippling ripples flying. Suddenly, countless muddy water surged toward the toad and quickly wrapped around its body. Mei Linshui appeared on the side, her staff emitting a strong blue light. Yi-Bai and the others quickly attacked. 3 cold lights struck the toad's body, causing 3 wounds. The toad cried out in pain and broke free from the muddy water. Its injured eyes stared fiercely at Mei Linshui as it leaped toward her like a cannonball. Mei Linshui condensed a huge wall of water in front of her, emitting a shocking aura. Bang! The toad broke through the wall of water and sent Mei Linshui flying. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. Yi-Bai slashed out with his saber. A huge saber light slashed at the toad from behind. The toad dodged to the side and avoided the saber light. Rippling ripples stabbed at the toad with her halberd. The toad opened its mouth and bit at rippling ripples, as if it wanted to swallow rippling ripples in one bite. Rippling ripples quickly retreated, but it was too late. Rippling ripples was about to be swallowed. Clang, 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 countless chains shot out of the void and bound the huge toad's body. Zhaofu attacked from the side, but the chains were all broken when the toad struggled. This was the difference in strength. However, with Zhaofu's interference, rippling ripples escaped. She looked at Zhaofu and smiled gratefully. Yi-Bai slashed out with his saber again. A huge saber force slashed at the toad's body with a powerful gust of wind. The toad glared at Yi-Bai angrily. It leaped and slammed into Yi-Bai again, sending Yi-Bai flying. His body trembled, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. Mei Linshui shouted, "Help me hold it back." Yi-Bai and the others understood and attacked the toad again. Mei Linshui raised her staff high and poured all of her power into it. The staff shot out a blue light into the sky. The surrounding heaven and earth power quickly gathered, forming a huge blue magic array. A terrifying might spread out. The surrounding beasts sensed this terrifying aura and revealed expressions of fear. They looked at the huge blue magic array in the distance. The toad also sensed danger. It first released an air cannon, forcing Yi-Bai and the others back. It then leaped and ferociously slammed into Mei Linshui with a huge aura. It seemed as if it could collapse a mountain. Mei Linshui looked at the charging toad with a cold glint in her eyes. The huge blue magic array in the sky slowly rotated. Boom, boom. Boom, massive water spears shot down with great force and stabbed into the toad's body, causing a huge shockwave to spread out. The toad let out a painful roar and hurriedly jumped to the side. The magic array in the sky continuously shot water spears at the toad. The toad continuously leaped and dodged the water spears. Some water spears stabbed into the toad's body, while most of them splashed on the ground. Rippling ripples channeled a massive amount of power into the halberd in her hand and threw it with all her might. The halberd immediately turned into a massive python that bit the toad's body. The toad spat out an air cannon, sending the python flying. It then continued to dodge the water spears. Book 1, Chapter 215. The number of water guns shooting out from the sky slowly decreased, and they could not continue to attack as ferociously as before. Yu Baihua also released a powerful sword force, which turned into a massive swordfish. He stabbed out with his sword, and the massive swordfish shot towards the toad like a beam of light. The toad leaped into the sky and dodged the attack. Yi-Bai appeared in the sky and slashed at the toad's body, causing it to fall to the ground and splash up a lot of mud. Yi-Bai wanted to chase after it and continue attacking. The toad's tongue shot out extremely quickly, causing Yi-Bai to dodge to the side. Yi-Bai swung his sword, and a massive crescent flew towards the toad. This time, it hit the toad and caused another wound. Silk rippling water took out her halberd and appeared behind the toad. She slammed her halberd into the toad's body, causing its flesh to explode. It felt an intense pain and kicked at silk rippling water with one of its legs. Damask hurriedly dodged. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the toad exploded with terrifying power. The yellow membranes behind it cracked open, and countless yellow mists surged out, turning into massive tadpoles that rushed towards the group. Yi-Bai swung his saber again and again, cutting apart the tadpoles. However, the yellow mists did not disperse, and they continued to condense and attack Yi-Bai. The others were in the same situation. As such, they hurriedly retreated. The yellow mists condensed into even larger tadpoles, and they attacked the group with powerful auras. The group continuously attacked, cutting apart the tadpoles. The tadpoles continuously condensed and continued to attack the group. Mei Linshui once again cast a water wall to block the yellow tadpoles. She then continued to send some power into the staff. The magic formation in the sky absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth power and slowly spun again. Boom! Boom! Water spears containing terrifying power shot towards the toad on the ground like a hot knife through butter, and the sounds they gave off shook the surroundings. The toad controlled countless yellow tadpoles, which surged towards the magic formation in the sky like a tide. Bang, 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 the two sides continued to collide with each other, creating loud sounds. The water spears continued to fall, piercing through the yellow tadpoles and turning them into countless yellow mist. The yellow mist continued to surge upwards. The yellow mist gradually rose, and the number of water guns decreased. They were no match for the yellow mist. Roar! Yi-Bai swung his saber with all his might. A massive force surged out, transforming into two giant crocodiles that charged at the toad from two different directions. Two streams of yellow mist surged out of the toad's body and turned into two huge mouths that swallowed the two crocodiles. Yi-Bai's sword floated above his hand and powerful energy continuously flowed into it, causing it to give off an intense light. A sharp sword wind blew out, and anyone nearby would be cut open. Xiao! The sword transformed into a streak of light as it shot towards the toad, leaving behind a trail of light in the air. Damask rippling water once again threw out her halberd. The halberd turned into a massive python that shot towards the toad at high speed. The sword pierced through the yellow weapon and stabbed into the toad's body, causing it to cry out in pain. Following this, the python bit the toad's body. The toad seemed to go berserk, releasing a terrifying aura as countless streams of yellow mist surged out in all directions. Everyone continued to retreat. Bang! The toad's tongue quickly shot out, piercing through Mei Lingshui's wall of water and sending her flying. After Mei Lingshui was sent flying, the blue magic formation in the sky also collapsed. The countless streams of yellow mist turned into many tadpoles that gave off a massive aura as they surged towards the group. Boom! Mei Lingshui looked furious as she exploded out with terrifying power, and her body gave off countless rays of blue light. The countless streams of yellow mist were actually forced back. Roar! Mei Lingshui forcefully waved the staff in her hand, and 5 huge water ropes instantly flew towards the toad, binding the toad's body. The toad struggled free and was about to attack Mei Lingshui. Mei Lingshui raised her staff and swung down. Boom! A massive pillar of water descended with immense power, pressing down on the toad and making it difficult for it to move. The sound of water was deafening. Countless streams of water spread out, washing the ground. Everyone was somewhat shocked by Mei Lingshui's power. This was her true power. The three of them quickly reacted and continued to attack the toad. The toad also counterattacked. It withdrew countless streams of yellow mist and condensed a semicircle barrier above it to block the water pillar falling from the sky. Clang! Yi-Bai swung his saber, and a massive saber light with intense light slashed at the toad's body, causing a deep wound. Yellow liquid flowed out of the wound. Yi-Bai and damask rippling water also inflicted 2 wounds. The toad's body leaped to the side, and it opened its mouth to spit out a massive air cannon, sending Yi-Bai and the other 2 flying. Mei Lingshui coldly looked at the toad and waved the magic staff in her hand. 5 huge water ropes quickly shot out. The toad controlled the yellow mist to form 5 tadpoles, which blocked the 5 water ropes that shot out. Ibai's body gave off a powerful aura as she appeared above the toad's head. She used her true power as she raised her saber and slashed down. Boom! 3 massive saber lights containing power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything slammed into the toad's body, sending the toad flying. The sounds they gave off were incredibly great, making people feel incredibly shocked and weak. The toad fell to the ground, and there were 3 massive wounds on its body that flowed with yellow liquid. Its power had also weakened. Everyone continued to attack the toad. In the end, Yu Baihua slashed at the toad's head, cutting off its head and ending its life. After finally killing the toad, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It had been quite difficult to kill the toad this time. If they had come alone, they might have had to risk their lives against the toad to have a chance of winning. Of course, they might have also died at the toad's hands. Mei Lingshui went forward and took out the toad's beast core. It was a yellow bead the size of a watermelon, and it gave off a ferocious aura. Mei Lingshui handed the beast core to Ibai and said, "This is for you." Ibai looked at Mei Lingshui and said, "I don't want it. You contributed the most this time, so you should take it." Mei Lingshui smiled faintly and accepted the inner core. Damask Rippling Water looked at Zhao Fu and said, "There should be no danger now. Let's continue looking for the water world in all directions." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Book 1, Chapter 216 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Everyone flew into the cement ground and released a defensive barrier to isolate themselves from the cement. They continued to sink. After sinking for about a kilometer, they still did not reach the bottom. The depth of the cement ground was somewhat surprising, so everyone continued to sink. An hour later, everyone reached the depths of the cement ground. Apart from the mud, there were many skeletons around them. There were human bones and animal bones. They could not see this place with their eyes, so they could only rely on their senses. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and flew in a certain direction. Erbai and the others followed Zhao Fu. Everyone arrived in front of a giant yellow egg, which should belong to the toad. Zhao Fu sensed that the omniscient water world was below the giant yellow egg. Erbai said, "Is it here?" Zhao Fu nodded and pointed below the giant egg. "The omniscient water world is below." Erbai looked at the giant egg and swung his saber. A saber light cut the giant egg open, and countless yellow mist surged in all directions. Everyone thought that the defensive barrier could withstand it, but they did not expect the yellow mist to fly into the defensive barrier and enter everyone's bodies. Everyone's expressions changed because the yellow mist was highly toxic. Mei Lingshui quickly said, "Let's leave quickly." Erbai also said to Zhao Fu, "Let's leave first and come back later to take the omniscient water world. This poison is very terrifying." Zhao Fu was not affected at all. His terrifying physique was immune to this poison. He said, "You guys go up first. This poison is useless against me." Hearing this, everyone saw that Zhao Fu did not seem to be poisoned. They did not hesitate and immediately flew up. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a massive force separated the yellow mist and the mud below, revealing the omniscient water world. He had finally found it. Zhao Fu smiled and flew over to pick up the omniscient water world. When he returned to the ground, Zhao Fu found that the women had ugly expressions on their faces. There were yellow blisters on their bodies. Zhao Fu quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's caused by the yellow poisonous gas just now. Although it's not life-threatening, it will ruin our appearances." For women, appearance was the second most important thing after their lives. They could imagine how ugly they would be in the future. This was something they absolutely could not accept. Mei Lingshui hurriedly asked, "Why are you immune to this poison?" All the girls looked at Zhao Fu, only Zhao Fu could help them now. Zhao Fu said, "With my physique, this poison has no effect on me." The few women looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Even they, supreme beings, were not immune to this terrifying poison, yet it was useless against Zhao Fu. Just how terrifying was Zhao Fu's physique? Now it seemed that Zhao Fu's identity was even more mysterious. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let me help you detoxify the poison." Ibai hurriedly said, "If you have an antidote, then hurry up." Zhao Fu smiled and walked over, picked up Yi Bai, and started detoxifying her with a special method. Mei Lingshui and the other two women blushed when they saw the scene. However, Zhao Fu's method was indeed effective. Yi Bai's poison was quickly detoxified, and Yi Bai looked very happy. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Do you need it?" Rippling Water looked at Zhao Fu's perfect face, and since she had a good impression of Zhao Fu, she nodded shyly. Zhao Fu walked towards her. Soon, Rippling Water's poison was also detoxified. Yu Baihua said with a slightly red face, "She's done. Hurry up and detoxify me." Zhao Fu carried Rippling Water and walked towards Yu Baihua. Mei Li Shui's face was red, and she glared at Zhao Fu. She felt the poison spreading in her body and took the initiative to join in. The next day, the girls slowly woke up. Looking at the messy scene in front of them, their cheeks were slightly red. Rippling Water said to Yi Bai apologetically, "Sorry. Something like this happened with your man." Yi Bai said nonchalantly, "Don't think that this guy is a good person. He's extremely despicable and has played with countless women." Rippling Water felt somewhat disappointed. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Are you saying bad things about me?" Yi Bai saw that Zhao Fu had woken up and said, "I'm not lying. Do you dare say that you're not despicable?" Yu Baihua asked, "If he's so despicable, why do you still stay by his side?" Yi Bai said, "I don't know what he used to make me like him very much. I feel very uncomfortable if I don't stay by his side." Mei Lingshui sighed, "I didn't expect that I would give my first time to you." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Isn't it good for you to give it to me?" Mei Lingshui nodded, "It's indeed not good. I feel that you're too much of a playboy. It's impossible between us." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You weren't like this yesterday." Mei Lingshui's face turned red. Rippling Water said in surprise, "I discovered that my physique and strength have greatly improved." "What's the reason?" Yi Baihua said, "What reason could there be? It's all because of him. This is one of the benefits of being with him. I wonder where he got this ability from to have so many benefits." Rippling Water looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Tell us, just who are you?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Can I not say it?" Mei Lingshui said, "No, I don't want to not know who my man is." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "You acknowledge me?" Mei Lingshui said with a blush, "Hurry up and say it." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Actually, my identity is quite easy to guess. I'm that heaven-awakened child." The women looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Rippling Water smiled and said, "I'm relieved now." Yu Baihua said, "It's indeed quite easy to guess. I actually didn't think of it just now. Even though your cultivation is low, as my man, I have no objections." Mei Lingshui said with a slightly red face, "So you're the heaven-awakened child. Did you collect 24 water worlds to awaken our water race's emperor star?" Zhao Fu nodded. Yi Baihua looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I lost to you, so I admit defeat. Can you help me get rid of the passion flower demon seed? I agree to be your woman, but I don't want to be manipulated into liking you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Actually, there's no cure for this passion flower demon seed, and I can't help you get rid of it. However, you might be able to break through on your own in the future." Yi Baihua looked at Zhao Fu and looked somewhat angry. In order to get rid of the state, she and Zhao Fu had done such a thing in front of her man. Now, she found out that Zhao Fu had been lying to her. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't be angry. I can make it up to you now. Don't you all want to become celestials? I'll give you a chance. Get up." Mei Lingshui asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Just do as I say." Hearing this, the women followed Zhao Fu's instructions and sat cross-legged on the ground with their backs facing Zhao Fu. Lord's Weapon Conquers the World error-free chapters will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like Lord's Weapon Conquers the World, please collect Lord's Weapon Conquers the Heavens. Book 1, Chapter 217. Three octagonal water worlds flew out of Zhao Fu's body and floated around Zhao Fu's body, emitting a blue light. Boom, Zhao Fu pushed his hand forward, and a mass of blue power poured into the four women's bodies. A powerful aura spread out. The four women's bodies emitted intense blue light, and their physiques and power rapidly increased. Some black impurities floated out of their bodies, and their surroundings were enveloped by water light. After a while, an octagonal mark began to condense in front of their chests, and the aura they emitted gradually weakened. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and said with a smile, "Now that you have obtained the octagonal water seal and water source body, it will be of great help to you." The four women felt the changes in their bodies and smiled. Rippling Ripple said with a smile, "Thank you, husband." Zhao Fu nodded, "Aren't you still looking for the 9-ring immortal grass? Let's go together." The women nodded happily and returned to the light screen. They chose the middle path and arrived at a massive palace. Mei Lingshui said, "This is the depths of the southern tomb ruins, and it's even more dangerous than the previous places. Everyone, be careful." The group nodded and walked forward. Not long after, they encountered a group of skeletons. These skeletons wore white clothes and held swords. They charged at Zhao Fu and the others very quickly. Mei Lingshui looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Stay here and don't move." Zhao Fu nodded obediently. With his current strength, it was difficult for him to be of much help. It would be fine as long as he did not cause any trouble. The women rushed over and fought with the skeletons. Ibai slashed out with his saber, and a massive saber light with astonishing power slashed at the skeletons. The many skeletons were sent flying, and the skeletons all shattered. This was quite surprising, as they had not expected to deal with them so easily. However, the situation changed again. The shattered skeletons reassembled and became skeletons again, and they released the same power as Ibai. Boom, boom. Boom, the skeletons swung their swords, slashing out saber lights that slashed at Ibai together. It was as if they could cut through everything. Ibai dodged and blocked at the same time. Ibai was not the only one. The others felt the same way. Yu Baihua had to deal with the flying sword lights, Shui Ripple Silk had to deal with the piercing cold light, and Mei Linshui had to deal with the water spears. All the women were temporarily suppressed. Boom, Ibai rushed into the group of skeletons and slashed with all his might. A huge blade light swallowed all the skeletons, leaving a huge mark on the ground. However, after the saber light dissipated, the shattered bones quickly reformed. Skeletons reappeared and raised their swords. More powerful saber light slashed at White Eunuch. Boom, a loud noise rang out as Ibai's body was drowned in countless saber flashes. Then, Ibai flew out from within, suffering minor injuries. Mei Lingshui cast a water wall, blocking the many water guns that were shot at her. Knowing that this couldn't go on, Xianxia waved the staff in his hand, and a large amount of water condensed into 2-meter-long ropes that shot toward the skeletons. Facing such an attack, the skeletons swung their swords again and again, sending out sword lights that slashed apart the water ropes, turning them into many splashes. Mei Lingshui discovered that these skeletons were not afraid of attacks, but they were more wary of binding power. After thinking about it, Mei Lingshui stuck her water staff into the ground. Countless amounts of water surged out and quickly spread in all directions, covering the area. The skeletons continued to rush toward Mei Lingshui. However, after a while, their feet seemed to be frozen in the water. The skeletons swung their swords again and again, sending sword lights with sharp sword winds at Mei Lingshui. Mei Lingshui did not panic and continued to use the water wall to block the many sword lights. Countless amounts of water surged towards the skeletons that were trapped in place. The skeletons struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. Gradually, they were surrounded by a ball of water, and their bodies could not move at all. Boom, a loud sound rang out as Ibai swung his saber again. A huge saber light slashed at the skeletons with a strong wind, slicing all the skeletons in half. This time, the skeletons slowly reformed. They were not as fast as before, and their power was also weakened. These skeletons could not withstand too much damage, and they would not be able to withstand anything more than that. Looking at the skeletons that were still reforming, Ibai slapped out with his palm, causing a massive crocodile to pounce at the skeletons and devour them in a few bites. The halberd and water-rippling silk's hand once again turned into a massive python that devoured the many skeletons. The halberd's power seemed to increase slightly, as it could evolve in this way. In the end, Yu Baihua unleashed a sword chi whirlpool that sucked in the skeletons and continuously crushed them. Only after a while did Yu Baihua stop. The skeletons shot out in all directions, and they no longer had the strength to reform. After dealing with this group of skeletons, Mei Lingshui smiled and said, let's continue. Zhao Fu asked, where is the 9-ring immortal grass you were talking about? Mei Lingshui smiled and said, there's still a long way to go. Zhao Fu nodded. The group ventured deeper and continuously encountered skeletons, but they were quickly dealt with by the group. There were still many paths in this palace, and after walking for a while, they went to a small path on the right. In the end, they came in front of a large metal door. This metal door was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. It seemed to be made of copper and was red in color. At the center of the door was a carving of a half-snake, half-dragon monster. Mei Lingshui said, according to the information I received, the 9-ring immortal grass is inside. It's very dangerous inside, so everyone should be prepared. The 3 women nodded and prepared for battle. Mei Lingshui looked at Zhao Fu and said, you stay outside and don't go in. Zhao Fu smiled and said, it depends. If it's too dangerous, I won't go in, but if it's not too dangerous, I can help you a bit. Mei Lingshui said, all right. Following this, Mei Lingshui went up and placed a hand on the center of the metal door. She vigorously pushed, and a massive force spread out as the metal door slowly opened. A monster appeared in front of them. It was the half-snake, half-dragon monster. It had a snake-like body and a dragon-like head, but it did not have any horns. It was crimson red, and it lay there, coldly staring at the people at the door. A terrifying aura flooded out from the door, causing everyone's limbs to feel cold, and the surrounding temperature quickly fell. Book 1, 218. The women's expressions became serious. This monster was incredibly powerful, and they all felt a sense of danger. However, this monster's snake eyes did not look at the higher beings and instead fell on Zhao Fu's body, staring at Zhao Fu. The women looked at Zhao Fu strangely. Zhao Fu also looked quite confused, not understanding why this monster was looking at him like this. Mei Lingshui looked at the monster and said, what do you want? The monster gave a trace of a smile and spoke in a cold and bewitching woman's voice, who is this boy? I've never sensed such a high-grade dragon race bloodline aura before, and he doesn't look like someone from the celestial world. Mei Lingshui and the others also looked quite confused, they did not know much about this. Zhao Fu looked at the monster and said, I'm the Heaven-Awakened Sun, the future master of the Heaven-Awakened world. The monster continued to laugh as it said, I'm sure you're not just a Heaven-Awakened Sun, right? Mei Lingshui asked in confusion, what do you mean? The monster explained, only half of his bloodline belongs to the Heaven-Awakened world and the other half belongs to another world, and I can't determine the grade of his bloodline. Hearing this, Mei Lingshui and the others felt as if their minds had been dealt a heavy blow, and they suddenly felt as if a great scheme was brewing. Even higher beings like them felt a wave of terror. How could the master of the Heaven-Awakened world have another bloodline? What's more, how could his bloodline grade be so high? Moreover, was all of this danger caused by the Heaven-Awakened Sun? In this world, only he could do such a thing. Zhao Fu had not told them about this, and what role did they play in this scheme? They trusted Zhao Fu so much, yet Zhao Fu treated them like this, causing them to feel a chill. Facing this chill, even though they were higher beings, they could not help but take a step back as they looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu calmly looked at the monster and said, how could you tell? The monster laughed as it said, I come from the celestial world's heavenly spirit dragon snake, this is one of my abilities. Mei Lingshui looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, just who are you? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I'm someone from the Heaven-Awakened world, don't misunderstand. Yu Baihua asked, then why do you have another bloodline? What kind of bloodline is that? Zhao Fu said calmly, you should know that the supreme star of the chaos world has descended, right? Hearing this, the women stared at Zhao Fu in shock and their hearts were in turmoil. Rippling Waters said, the supreme star that you used to awaken your primal chaos world? So you are the lord of the chaos world? Zhao Fu chuckled. Yes. Half of my bloodline is that of a chaos world. I am indeed a chaos world lord. Mei Lingshui said in shock, how is this possible? Zhao Fu said, this is impossible for you, but for me, I can do it. However, there are some limitations. I can't use the power of 2 worlds at the same time. I also can't descend with the Emperor Star. Rippling Waters asked, was it because of you that the Chaos World did not attack the Heaven Awakened world? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I don't know about that. Airby asked, what's your attitude towards us? Do you just want to use us? Xiaofu smiled as he said, I'm not using you. Also, I like you, I can promise that. Also, I won't do anything bad to you. Mei Lingshui thought about it and apologized, I'm sorry. Xiaofu smiled as he said, it's fine. After all, we haven't known each other for long, so I can understand. Xiaofu looked at the celestial spirit dragon snake and asked, it looks like you don't want to attack us, what do you want? The celestial spirit dragon snake lightly laughed as she said, attack you? I don't have the guts to do that. You came here for the 9-ring celestial grass, right? Xiaofu nodded. The celestial spirit dragon snake smiled as she said, how about we make a deal? Xiaofu asked, what deal? The celestial spirit dragon snake smiled as she said, I need your bloodline essence. In exchange, I'll give you the 9-ring celestial grass. Xiaofu smiled as he said, sure. The celestial spirit dragon snake revealed a smile and could not help but feel excited. After all, this was a rare treasure. The celestial spirit dragon snake's body started twisting, and its huge snake body started transforming into a woman with a perfect face and an enchanting figure. She had a pair of snake eyes. The celestial spirit dragon snake smiled as she said, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Dragon Snake Feather. Xiaofu nodded. Dragon Snake Feather smiled as she said, let's begin then. Xiaofu smiled as he walked over. The women did not say anything as they watched this scene. Airby felt somewhat jealous because of the passion flower demon seed. A few hours later, Airby could not help but ask, are you still not done? Dragon Snake Feather smiled charmingly as she said, wait a bit more. Why don't you all come as well? Airby's face turned red as he looked at the women beside him. In the end, the women also walked over, as standing there was a form of torture for them. One day later, Dragon Snake Feather fell to the ground as Xiaofu said, now that our transaction is complete, the 9-ring immortal grass is over there. Dragon Snake Feather's face turned red as she glanced at Xiaofu. She stretched out a finger and pointed, and a metal door once again appeared. Xiaofu looked at Mei Lingshui and the others as he asked, do you want to come with me? Mei Lingshui said, let's rest for a while. Xiaofu walked over and slowly opened the door. The space inside was not very big, only 10 or so square meters. There was a square piece of soil in the middle that was 2 meters long and wide. It contained a type of celestial power, and the aura it gave off was completely different from the sky world. This should be the celestial world's celestial soil. There were more than 10 1-meter tall plants growing on it. They looked like sugar cane and had 9 emerald green leaves. Each leaf had a silver ring, and the branches were also green like jade. They gave off a celestial aura. This was the 9-ring immortal grass. Xiaofu thought about it and planned to put the celestial soil and celestial grass into his storage ring. However, he found that he could not store the celestial soil with his storage ring. At that moment, Mei Lingshui and the others recovered some strength and walked into the room. They looked at the 9-ring immortal grass and looked pleasantly surprised, there's so much? Shui Lingshui happily smiled and said, I thought there would only be one. Now, we don't need to split it, everyone can take one. Yu Baihua smiled and nodded. Dragon Snake Feather also walked in and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, the mortal world storage ring can't store this celestial soil. This is for you. Dragon Snake Feather threw over a black ring. Zhao Fu caught it and saw that it was a storage ring made of celestial world materials. He smiled and said, thanks. Dragon Snake Feather lightly laughed and said, there's no need. I got a great deal out of this transaction. You don't owe me anything. Zhao Fu and the others said, take these 9-ring immortal grass and I'll put the celestial soil away. Mei Lingshui and Mei Lingshui each took a 9-ring immortal grass. Book 1, Chapter 219. Zhao Fu asked, you only want one? Mei Lingshui said with a smile, just one is enough. Keep the rest. They should be useful to you. Hearing this, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a black radiance enveloped the celestial ground before disappearing. Zhao Fu said with a smile, now that you have obtained the 9-ring immortal grass, do you still want to go there? Mei Lingshui looked at everyone. What do you want? Rippling Ripple said, I'll listen to you. The others did not speak. Mei Lingshui said with a smile, we came here for the 9-ring immortal grass. Since we have obtained it, let's go back. There is no need to continue venturing deeper. The few of them nodded. Zhao Fu looked at Dragon Serpent and said, what are your plans? Dragon Serpent said with a smile, I want to continue staying here. Now that I have obtained your essence, I will be able to return to the immortal world soon. Let's meet there in the future. Rippling Ripples could not help but ask curiously. What is the immortal world like? The few women were very curious. Almighties like them were working hard to become immortals and head to the immortal world. This was their lifelong pursuit. Dragon Serpent said with a smile, actually, it is not much different from the mortal world. It is just that the nomological power will be of a higher level. Hearing this, everyone was slightly disappointed. Dragon Serpent said with a smile, with your ability, I believe that we will meet in the immortal world soon. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it is just the immortal world. With my ability, I can go there anytime. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Zhao Fu could obtain the abilities of the first evil immortal and master all of them. One of them was to transform into a void worm and dig a passage to the immortal world. Dragon Serpent said with a smile, I underestimated you. In the future, you can come to the celestial spirit dragon serpent race. Erbai asked, with his talent, what level is he in the immortal world? Dragon Serpent said with a smile, a world-shaking genius. Very few people in the immortal world can compare to him. Erbai said. In shock, this guy's talent is that high? Dragon Serpent said with a smile, he is the most talented person I have ever seen. Otherwise, I would not need his bloodline essence. Mei Lingshui said with a smile, all right, let's go. Everyone nodded. After Mei Lingshui and the others left, the dragon snake feather turned back into a half-dragon and half-snake. She lay there and closed her eyes, absorbing what Zhao Fu had given her. On the way back, Rippling Waters looked at Zhao Fu and asked, is what husband said true? Can I go to the immortal world at any time? Zhao Fu smiled and said, why would I lie to you? Rippling Water asked, how will you head to the immortal world? Zhao Fu explained, I obtained an ability in the chaos world that can dig a passageway to the immortal world. However, it's too dangerous to go there now, and there's no need for it, so I haven't dug it yet. Rippling Waters blushed, I want to go to the immortal world with you in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and said, it might be difficult because I still have a lot of things to deal with. Oh. Rippling Ripples felt disappointed. Mei Lingshuang looked at Zhao Fu and asked, are you going to continue searching for the omniscient water world after leaving the relic? Zhao Fu nodded and said, yes. Mei Lingshui said, we'll help you find it. Zhao Fu smiled and said, no need, I can do it alone. It'll be inconvenient to bring all of you along. Yibai snorted, you don't like us? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I don't mean that. Now that you've obtained the 9 rings immortal grass and the omniscient water seal, it's a good time to cultivate. If there's anything, I'll find you for help. Mei Lingshui smiled and said, okay. Zhao Fu said, also, don't reveal my identity at all. Yu Baihua said, we're not stupid. How could we reveal such a big thing? However, you have to be careful. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, I got it. The group left the relic. Mei Lingshui and the other 2 left first, leaving Yibai alone. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I can help you suppress the passion flower demon seed's effect a little, but you can't attack me. Yibai rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Fu smiled and hugged Yibai. A wave of power was injected into Yibai's body. Yibai thought about separating from Zhao Fu, and he did not feel so bad. Wife. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Zhao Fu turned his head and saw that Yimeng had arrived. Yibai frowned slightly. Yimeng smiled happily and said, wife, I got a bottle of potion that can remove all effects. You don't have to stay by this bastard's side anymore. Yibai looked at Yi Xiong with a complicated expression. Now that the effect was removed, she would not return to Yimeng's side. She was different from before. She did not like Yimeng as much as before. She wanted to stay by Zhao Fu's side more. Yimeng looked at Yibai and asked, what's wrong? Yibai sighed. Yimeng, I'm sorry. I can't be your woman anymore. don't look for me anymore. Yi Meng asked in astonishment, why? Yi Bai explained, I don't like you anymore. Yi Meng held a bottle of potion and said, I know what affected you. My potion can remove all effects. Wife, you should know how loving we used to be. Yi Bai looked at Yi Meng. That's in the past. I'm not affected now. I really don't like you anymore. Yi Meng said angrily, I don't believe it. Yi Bai said, it's true. Yi Meng said with a ferocious face, I don't care. Drink this potion now. Otherwise, I will feed you. Yi Bai understood that Yi Meng wanted to attack her. If she did not agree, Yi Meng might kill her. He felt a little sad in his heart. You should leave. I don't want to attack you. Yi Meng scolded angrily, you bitch, I know you have a change of heart. Now, I will chop you two into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Boom, Yi Meng exuded a powerful aura and rushed toward Yi Bai. Yi Bai did not say anything. He faced Yi Meng head-on and fought fiercely. A strong gust of wind blew, changing the sky and earth. Bang, Yi Meng was sent flying with a blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Bai with an ugly expression. This time was different from the last time. Yi Meng could not bear to attack Yi Bai last time. This time, he could not defeat Yi Bai. Why did Yi Bai's strength increase so much? Yi Bai looked at Yi Meng and said, you are not my opponent. I advise you to leave this place. Yi Meng snorted coldly. He now understood the current situation. He turned around and flew to the side, disappearing quickly. Jiaofu smiled slightly. Yi Bai glared at Jiaofu angrily. It's all your fault, you bastard. Jiaofu stepped forward and hugged Yi Bai. He comforted him, okay, it's all my fault. I will take responsibility for dealing with you. Yi Bai snuggled in Jiaofu's arms. He was no longer angry. Book 1, Book 2, Chapter 220 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Zhao Fu left this region and continued to gather information about the 8-direction water world. On that day, Zhao Fu finally found out that a city lord had collected an 8-direction water world. This news had been accidentally spread by the city lord's son, and the city lord immediately took out an 8-direction water world, but it turned out to be fake. No one could be sure if the city lord had an 8-direction water world, so Zhao Fu decided to take a look. Zhao Fu came to the city. This city was called Spirit Water City. Because this region had a natural spirit gathering terrain, the water here had a type of spirit qi, causing many spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow here, making cultivation much easier. Spirit Water City's faction was quite large, and it was said that there was a higher being presiding over it. Zhao Fu came to a restaurant. The city lord's son was not a bad person, but he liked to drink. The news about the 8-direction water world had been accidentally spread by him when he was drunk. If Zhao Fu wanted to know if Spirit Water City really had an 8-direction water world, he could start with him. Seeing Zhao Fu walk in, an attendant came over and smiled as he said, guest. This way please. Zhao Fu nodded. The attendant asked, guest, which floor do you want? Zhao Fu replied, the top floor. The attendant smiled as he reminded, guest, our restaurant's top floor has been booked by the young city lord and is not open to outsiders. I hope you can understand. Zhao Fu prepared himself and smiled as he said, I heard that as long as you bring out rare and precious wine, you can go to the top floor. The attendant lightly laughed as he said, there is indeed such a rule, come with me. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the attendant to a room on the top floor. The attendant knocked on the door and said, young city lord. A guest has brought fine wine. Come in. A pleasant male voice sounded out from within. The attendant pushed open the door, and inside sat an elegant-looking young man dressed in white. His jet-black eyes looked at Zhao Fu as he said, what fine wine did you bring? His name was Spirit Deer Ling. Zhao Fu confidently smiled as he said, fine wine that you've never tasted before. The Spirit Deer token smiled in anticipation. Please take a seat. Zhao Fu sat at the table. The waiter withdrew and closed the door. Zhao Fu pulled out a glass bottle filled with pure golden wine. This was the wine that the god of wine had concocted in the past. Spirit Deer Ling couldn't help but pick up the glass bottle and pour a cup. He took a light sniff and exclaimed, this wine is indeed a rare good wine in the world. Immediately, the spirit deer token began to taste the wine in the cup. A few minutes later, the spirit deer finished tasting it and revealed a look of enjoyment. He smiled at Zhao Fu and said, "Brother, what kind of wine is this?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I don't remember." The spirit deer token continued to ask, "Where did you get it from?" Zhao Fu said, "Someone helped me refine it." The spirit deer token continued to ask, "Who can refine such a fine wine?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "It's a god of wine. If you want to refine it, I can give you the recipe." The spirit deer token looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "Then what do you want?" "As long as I have it, I'll definitely exchange it with you." Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "I just want to ask one thing. Is there an omniscient water world in Spirit Water City?" The spirit deer token smiled and said, "So it's about that. I told you it's fake and accidentally caused a misunderstanding. I was even taught a lesson by my father." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "How can you be sure it's fake?" The spirit deer token thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if I tell you. My father has been studying the omniscient water world all these years and wanted to create it himself. In the end, I misunderstood. Didn't my father say that it's a fake omniscient water world?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu still did not believe it because it was very suspicious. The spirit deer token looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Now that I've told you, you can give me the recipe." Zhao Fu said, "If I'm sure what you said is true, I can give you the recipe." The spirit deer token asked, "How can you be sure?" Zhao Fu looked at the spirit deer token, causing the spirit deer token to have a bad feeling. However, its consciousness immediately fell into darkness. A guard ran into a study in panic and said to an elegant middle-aged man, "City Lord, it's not good, the young City Lord has been captured." This middle-aged man was the City Lord of Spirit Water City, and his name was Ling Dongwu. Ling Dongwu frowned and said, "Hasn't the young City Lord been staying in Spirit Water City? How could he be captured by someone else?" The guard said, "We're not sure either. That person silently took our young master away." Ling Dongwu said in a deep voice, "Did that person say anything?" The guard said, "That person left a message for the City Lord to exchange for the young City Lord with the omniscient water world." Ling Dongwu sighed, "Indeed, the news of the omniscient water world has caused trouble." The guard asked, "City Lord, what should we do next?" Ling Dongwu said, "Keep this news a secret for now, you can leave." Hearing this, the guard retreated. 2 hours later, Ling Dongwu came to the agreed place. He was the only one there and said, "Come out. I did not tell the old City Lord about this." Zhao Fu's body appeared from the void. He had just sensed that there was indeed no supreme expert here. Ling Dongwu looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Where is my son?" Zhao Fu asked, "Give me the omniscient water world?" Ling Dongwu said, "I do not have the omniscient water world. I have already explained that the Spirit Water City does not have the omniscient water world. The news is fake." Zhao Fu looked at Ling Dongwu and said, "Then how can I believe you?" Ling Dongwu said, "I can prove it however you want me to. Even if you kill my son, I do not have the omniscient water world." Zhao Fu looked at him and frowned. From the looks of it, the dragon did not seem to be lying. He said, "Can I go to the City Lord's mansion to take a look?" Ling Dongwu thought for a moment, "Sure, but you cannot harm my son." Zhao Fu said, "As long as you are not lying to me, I will not harm him." Ling Dongwu nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu followed Ling Dongwu to the City Lord's mansion. It was better to be careful. This time, Zhao Fu had only sent a clone and not his main body. Ling Dongwu looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Alright, how do you want to confirm it now?" Zhao Fu said, "I will have to trouble City Lord to temporarily remove the various restrictions and array formations in the City Lord's mansion." Hearing this, Ling Dongwu called the guard and deactivated the various restrictions and array formations. Zhao Fu slowly closed his eyes. Boom, a loud explosion sounded out as a huge wave of water power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. It spread out like a blue light barrier and enveloped the entire City Lord's mansion. A terrifying aura spread out. Book 1, Chapter 221. When Ling Dongwu felt the supreme water power, he revealed a look of shock. This was the power of the water world in all directions. The person in front of him possessed the water world in all directions. Zhao Fu used the power of the water world to envelop the city lord's mansion and carefully inspected every part of it. If the water world had truly appeared here before, it would definitely leave behind a trace of its aura. Right now, the city lord's mansion did not have any restrictions or formations. If there was a water world in all directions, it would have been activated by Zhao Fu's power. Living room, study room, secret room, Zhao Fu did not sense anything. Zhao Fu did not believe him and carefully sensed again, but there was still nothing. Could it be that the spirit water city really did not have the water world in all directions? Was the news fake? In the end, Zhao Fu sensed it again, but still did not find anything. Zhao Fu retracted his power. Ling Dongwu stepped forward and asked, "You have the water world in all directions?" Zhao Fu nodded. Ling Dongwu could not help but say, "Can you take out the real water world for me to see? I have studied the water world for many years, but I have never seen it with my own eyes." Zhao Fu said, "That won't do." Right now, Zhao Fu was only a clone. Not only could he not take out the water world, even if he did, he was worried that it would be snatched away. Zhao Fu would not be so stupid as to take it out here. Ling Dongwu was a little disappointed, but then asked in anticipation, "Then can you give me a portion of the water world's power to study?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "Sure." Zhao Fu extended a hand, and blue energy continuously condensed, finally forming a small blue crystal, which he handed over to Ling Dongwu. Ling Dongwu excitedly and carefully received it, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Zhao Fu looked at him, and after carefully searching a few times, he was sure that the spirit water city did not have the water world in all directions. This was fake news, and he could not help but feel disappointed. Ling Dongwu smiled and said, "Thank you." This scene was a little strange. Zhao Fu had kidnapped Ling Dongwu's son, and now Ling Dongwu was thanking Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "No, I will release your son later. You don't have to worry." Ling Dongwu said with a smile, "I don't think you're a bad person, and you're not worried about my son's safety. Do you want to stay in our spirit water city for a few more days? I'll entertain you." Zhao Fu said. "No need." After saying that, Zhao Fu's body turned into a blue ripple and disappeared. The spirit deer Ling slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a forest with a cloaked man standing in front of him. Thinking of what had happened before he lost consciousness, the spirit deer Ling was shocked and was about to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "You're not a match for me. Also, I've already checked. Spirit Water City doesn't have an omnidirectional water world." Hearing this, the spirit deer Ling heaved a sigh of relief. "What did you do when I was unconscious?" Zhao Fu said, "Go to the city lord's mansion and confirm it." The spirit deer Ling hurriedly said, "You didn't do anything, right?" Zhao Fu replied, I just checked it. I also gave your father a portion of the omnidirectional water world's power. Your father should be happily studying it right now." The spirit deer Ling heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and handed a piece of paper to Ling Dongwu and said, "This is the formula. I'll give it to you at the end of the month." The spirit deer Ling reached out his hand and was about to take it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away the cloak that Zhao Fu was wearing. The spirit deer Ling looked at Zhao Fu in a daze. He had never seen someone with such a perfect appearance. His heart was beating rapidly and his cheeks were slightly hot. Zhao Fu asked, "What's wrong?" The spirit deer Ling reacted and took the formula. "Can I get to know you?" Zhao Fu said. "No." The spirit deer Ling felt a little uncomfortable and hurriedly asked, "Why?" Zhao Fu looked at the spirit deer Ling and said, "Did I do such a thing to you just now? You don't mind?" The spirit deer Ling said with a smile, "I don't mind." Zhao Fu nodded and did not mind as he said, "I'll be going now." The spirit deer Ling asked, "What's your name?" Zhao Fu said, "I can't tell you." The spirit deer Ling asked again, "Can we meet again in the future?" Zhao Fu replied simply, "No." The spirit deer Ling looked at Zhao Fu and said sincerely, "I still want to meet you." Zhao Fu noticed that there was something wrong with the spirit deer Ling and frowned, "What do you mean?" The spirit deer Ling's face turned red. Zhao Fu said with a look of disdain, "I'm only interested in women." The spirit deer Ling was disappointed, but he could understand and said, "I just want to be friends with you, is that okay?" Zhao Fu said, no. After saying that, Zhao Fu immediately left. He could not stand a man who was interested in him. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear, the spirit deer medallion looked quite sad and picked up the recipe. After a while, the spirit deer Ling returned to the city lord's mansion. Everything was as Zhao Fu had said, nothing had happened, and his father was engrossed in his research. The spirit deer Ling took the recipe and prepared to brew wine. Zhao Fu left this area and continued to search for information about the 8-direction water world. This time, it was a waste of effort. If he encountered such news in the future, he would have to carefully judge it. 2 days later, Zhao Fu came to another city. This city was called Demon Grass City because there were many water demon grass growing around it. They looked like water plants and had ghostly faces on their leaves. They looked quite terrifying, especially when there were a large number of them. Zhao Fu looked at demon grass and saw that there were many of them. The city lord of this city was said to be the 17th most beautiful woman in the water domain. Zhao Fu did not come for her, he just wanted to ask around to see if there was any information about the 8-direction water world. After coming to a shop that specialized in selling information, a yellow-clothed old woman received Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "What information do you want to know?" Zhao Fu directly said, "I want to know all the information about the 8-direction water world in this area." The yellow-clothed old woman chuckled as she said, "Very few people ask about information about the 8-direction water world in this area. There is information about it that has disappeared in this area, but it has been more than 300 years. Do you want to know?" Zhao Fu nodded. The yellow-clothed old woman smiled as she said, "This information costs 6 million gold coins." Zhao Fu did not hesitate and threw a ring to the yellow-clothed old woman. To Zhao Fu, money was of no value at all. "Keep the change." The old woman caught the ring and saw that there were at least 7 to 8 million gold coins inside. She smiled as she said, "Thank you, customer. I'll tell you the information now. 300 years ago, our previous city lord obtained an 8-direction water world, but it was quickly stolen. There are some suspicious points about this. Some people say that the 8-direction water world is still in the hands of the old city lord, while others say that it was stolen. Afterwards, there was no more information about it, and we are unable to determine whether it is true or false." Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "Tell me about the old city lord." The old woman smiled as she nodded. After hearing the elderly woman's words, Zhao Fu started to think about it. The old city lord was an extraordinary woman and had been quite famous back then. However, after the omniscient water world had been stolen, she had passed the position of city lord to the current city lord before disappearing. This was very strange and possible. Zhao Fu thought about whether to continue the investigation. He did not want to waste his energy like last time. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to simply inquire about some information. After leaving the shop, Zhao Fu walked on the street, thinking about how to investigate this matter. Suddenly, he saw on the bulletin board that the city lord's mansion was recruiting some servants. He immediately had an idea. Many people came to apply for the job, about 100 or so. This was the city lord's mansion, where the treatment and salary were very high, but the city lord's mansion only needed 2 people. Everyone waited in front of the courtyard. At this time, a graceful woman in a cyan dress walked out from the side with a few maids. She was the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion, and her name was Shui Lan. She glanced at the crowd and said with a hint of arrogance, "You should understand that not everyone can enter the city lord's mansion. Now, introduce yourselves to me one by one. 5 by 5, come up together." Hearing this, the 5 people walked forward excitedly and nervously and began to introduce themselves. "My name is Yumu. I've been a servant for 3 years and have a certain amount of experience. I'm usually kind and don't get into conflicts with others. My name is Shuizhua. My aptitude is not bad and I have the potential to grow. I can serve the city lord in the city lord's mansion. My name is Shiguhua. I'm more beautiful than the others. I also work hard here, so please give me a chance. My name is Hei. I have no parents and just want to stay in the city lord's mansion to make a living. Please take me in, housekeeper. I'll definitely try my best to repay you. My name is Li Yuro. I've been working in other cities for more than 10 years. Everyone says that I'm good. This time, I heard that the city lord's mansion is recruiting people, so I specially came to apply. Mulan glanced at the 5 people and said lightly, next batch. The 5 people's faces were a little ugly. Looking at Mulan's expression, it seemed that they had not passed. Shirguhua was unwilling to give up. Housekeeper. Have we been eliminated? Mulan gave a simple nod. This caused the hearts of the 5 people to sink to the bottom. They retreated with dejected and disappointed expressions. The other 5 people walked up and began to introduce themselves. However, Shui Lan still didn't take a liking to any of these people, and everyone couldn't help but think, this housekeeper's requirements are too high. After that, a few more batches passed by, but none of them succeeded. At this time, Zhao Fu walked forward and was about to speak. Shui Lan frowned and said coldly, why are you wearing a cloak when you're applying for a job? Take off your cloak immediately, or leave this place. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could only take off the cloak. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhao Fu immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. No one had expected such a perfect face to be hidden under the cloak. Zhao Fu said, my name is Mo Yi. Shui Lan recovered from her daze and said, wait, you don't need to say anything. You can stay in our city lord's mansion. Hearing this, everyone was envious. Zhao Fu smiled and bowed. Thank you, butler. Shui Lan gave a trace of a smile. Following this, the next batch of people came up and started to introduce themselves. Mulan had no choice, and the next batch came up. In the end, Shui Lan chose a simple and honest-looking young man. Called Yunan. The others could only die and leave. Shui Lan said to a female attendant beside her, take Yunan to learn about the city lord's mansion and tell him about its rules. The female attendant nodded and smiled as she said to Yunan, come with me. Shui Lan looked at Zhao Fu and said, as for you coming with me, Zhao Fu replied, yes. Shui Lan led Zhao Fu to the side and came to a room. Zhao Fu asked in confusion, butler, why did you bring me here? Shui Lan smiled and said, you know that I'm the city lord's mansion's butler, and I recruited you today. You should repay me. Zhao Fu smiled and said, of course, I'll definitely repay you. Shui Lan gave a flirtatious look and said, come then. Only then did Zhao Fu understand Shui Lan's meaning. He pretended not to understand and asked, what? Shui Lan lightly harumphed, if you make me happy, I'll let you stay in the city lord's mansion or kick you out. Do you still not understand? Zhao Fu looked quite troubled. Shui Lan threatened, hurry up. In the end, under Shui Lan's threat, Zhao Fu pitifully walked towards Shui Lan. 2 hours later, Shui Lan looked quite satisfied as she nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she said, you're so amazing, I'll definitely give you many benefits in the future. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, thank you, butler. Shui Lan rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, in the future, call me butler in front of others, but you can call me wife in private, understood? Zhao Fu nodded and smiled as he said, wife. Zhao Fu wanted to get some information from Shui Lan and asked, wife, how long have you been in the city lord's mansion? Shui Lan smiled as she said, more than 20 years. Zhao Fu continued to ask, then do you know anything about the old city lord? Shui Lan looked at Zhao Fu and asked, why are you suddenly asking about these things? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I want to know more about the city lord's mansion. Shui Lan thought about it and said, all right, but I don't know much about it. After all, it's been such a long time. Zhao Fu replied, do you know that the omniscient water world has been stolen? Shui Lan said, I do. Zhao Fu asked with certainty, is this news true? Shui Lan said, of course it's true. Zhao Fu asked with certainty, is the omniscient water world in the city lord's mansion? Shui Lan replied, it's been stolen, do you really think it's not in the city lord's mansion? Hearing this, Zhao Fu sighed, this seemed to be another piece of fake news. Shui Lan looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what is it? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, it's nothing, I'll be going now. Shui Lan smiled and nodded, I'll rest for a while. Zhao Fu put on his clothes and planned to leave. He continued to search for the omniscient water world and did not want to waste his energy here. Not long after walking out of the room, a woman in white with a mature figure and a sword at her waist looked at Zhao Fu and asked, who are you? Why are you here? Zhao Fu looked at this woman. He did not know who she was, but he could sense that she was very powerful. Zhao Fu did not want to cause trouble, so he said, I'm a servant who just applied for a job. The woman was the city lord's mansion's guard captain and was called Shui Zian. Looking at Zhao Fu's appearance, she asked curiously, You're just a servant? Zhao Fu nodded. Book 1, Chapter 223. Shui Zian still did not believe him and said, What proof do you have? Zhao Fu said, The butler and the guards can prove it. Hearing this, Shui Zian looked at Zhao Fu and did not doubt him anymore before turning and leaving. Seeing her leave, Zhao Fu immediately left the city hall and headed towards another region. The third day. Zhao Fu sensed battle ripples and flew in that direction. However, he did not reach that place and saw Shui Zian lying on the ground, covered with blood, looking as if she had been heavily injured. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet her again, and he walked over. Looking at Zhao Fu walking over, Shui Zian felt quite surprised. Zhao Fu walked over to Shui Zian and asked, What happened? Shui Zian said weakly, I just killed a water beast. Water beasts were monsters that lived in water, and they came in all shapes and sizes. They were also quite powerful. Zhao Fu said, I'll help you heal your injuries. Shui Zian said weakly, You don't have that ability, it's best if you go back to Demon Grass City. Zhao Fu smiled and did not reply. He picked Shui Zian up and sent a wave of energy into her body, starting to heal her injuries. Shui Zian looked at Zhao Fu in shock, she had never thought that Zhao Fu would really be able to heal her. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, Shui Zian's face became slightly red, and she started to have a good impression of Zhao Fu. Seeing how shy she looked, Zhao Fu could not help but kiss her. A few hours later, Shui Zian lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with a red face. She did not regret what had happened between her and Zhao Fu. Now that Shui Zian's injuries had healed, she said, Let's go back together. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I won't be going. Shui Zian asked curiously, Aren't you a servant of the city hall? Zhao Fu thought for a moment before he smiled and said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for a few days. I'll go back after I'm done with them. Shui Zian looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously. Zhao Fu smiled awkwardly and said, I really have something to do. Shui Zian smiled and said, I know, I also have this for you. As she spoke, Shui Zian took out a jade ball and gave it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu asked curiously, What is this? Shui Zian said with a smile, This is a treasure that the city lord bestowed upon me. It can save your life in times of danger. Zhao Fu looked at the jade ball, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Originally, Zhao Fu didn't care much about this thing, but he discovered that the jade ball had a trace of the water world's aura, which meant that this jade ball was related to the water world. Zhao Fu asked seriously, Where did you say you got this jade ball from? Shui Zian said, It was given to me by the city lord. Why? Zhao Fu asked again, Do you know the origin of this jade ball? Shui Zian shook her head. Zhao Fu started to think about it. He was sure that there was an water world in Demon Grass City, so he had to return to Demon Grass City. He had been too careless this time, and if he hadn't met Shui Zian, he would have missed this water world. Shui Zian asked curiously, What are you thinking about? Zhao Fu smiled and said, Nothing, let's go back together. Shui Zian asked curiously, Didn't you say that you had something to do? Why are you fine now? Zhao Fu said with a smile, Yes. Shui Zian rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, she had really believed Zhao Fu just now. The two of them returned to Demon Grass City. Shui Zian said, I'm going to report what happened to the city lord. Zhao Fu nodded. He also had to stay and carefully investigate and collect information to see where the water world was hidden. Because it was the city lord's mansion, there were many powerful restrictions and array formations, and Zhao Fu couldn't use other water worlds to stir it up. After Shui Zian left, Shui Lan immediately pulled Zhao Fu into the room and warmly greeted Zhao Fu. Afterwards, Shui Lan lay in Zhao Fu's arms and asked softly, Where have you been these days? I missed you. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I was just walking around. Shui Lan said apologetically, I was wrong in the past, so I apologize to you. Don't leave me in the future, okay? Zhao Fu said, alright. Shui Lan smiled and hugged Zhao Fu with both hands. Zhao Fu said, I want a position where I can walk around the city lord's mansion at will. can you give it to me? Shui Lan smiled as she said. That's simple, you just need to take my command medallion. Shui Lan took out a jade medallion that had a command medallion written on one side and many medicinal herbs engraved on the other. With this medallion, it would be much easier for Zhao Fu to investigate, so he put it away. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, thank you, wife. Shui Lan happily smiled and nodded. Even though she was quite infatuated with Zhao Fu, she did not ask about Zhao Fu's purpose, and she no longer looked as calm and arrogant as before. Following this, Zhao Fu took Shui Lan's command medallion and started to walk around. Seeing that Zhao Fu was carrying the command medallion, the patrolling guards did not question him. Zhao Fu saw a tall and thin old man walking to the side carrying vegetables. He immediately walked over and smiled as he said, "Old man. Let me help you." The old man chuckled and gave the vegetables to Zhao Fu as he asked, "Are you new here?" "You're quite sensible." Zhao Fu picked up the vegetables and smiled as he replied, I've only been here for a few days." "How long have you been here?" The old man proudly smiled as he said, "Me? It's been almost 100 years. Zhao Fu smiled as he continued to ask, "I heard that the old city lord obtained an 8-direction water world. But it was stolen, who do you think stole it?" The old man smiled as he said, "How would I know?" Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Why did the old city lord go missing?" The old man thought about it and replied, "I only heard that the old city lord was seriously injured, but I don't know what happened afterwards." Zhao Fu wondered if the 8-direction water world had really been stolen, but the old city lord had discovered it and taken it back. However, he had been seriously injured, so he had quickly passed the position of city lord to another city lord. The 8-direction water world was definitely still in Demonic Grass City, so where did the current city lord hide it? Zhao Fu started to think. After some time, the old man smiled as he said, "It's here." "Thank you, young man." Zhao Fu came back to his senses and found that he had come to a kitchen. He put down the vegetables and smiled as he said, "Old man, you're too polite. You can come to me if you need anything in the future." The old man smiled as he said, "Okay." Seeing the old man carry the vegetables in, Zhao Fu left and continued to think about where the 8-direction water world was hidden. The first place he suspected was the treasury. There were countless treasures in Demonic Grass City, and the guards were very strict, so the things placed there would be relatively safe. Zhao Fu decided to find an opportunity to sneak into Demonic Grass City's treasury to see if there was an 8-direction water world. If there wasn't, he would continue to look for the next place. Book 1, Book 2, Chapter 224. Within the hall, a woman with long green hair and a tall figure, who wore a green dress, sat at the top. She was the current city lord of Monster Grass City, and she was called Water Spirit Grass. She gave off a powerful aura, and her cultivation was at the higher being realm. Water Spirit Grass asked Shui Xian, "How's your recovery?" Shui Xian's face became red as she replied, "I've already recovered." Water Spirit Grass said in surprise, "So fast?" Shui Xian nodded. Water Spirit Grass smiled as she said, "You killed that aquatic beast, so I don't know what to reward you with. Why don't you tell me what you want?" Shui Xian said, "I don't have anything I want. If City Lord doesn't have anything else, I'll head down now." Water Spirit Grass lightly laughed as she said, "Why so soon? I feel that you've become a bit different this time." Shui Xian said with a red face, "No." Water Spirit Grass smiled as she said, "All right. You can go now." Shui Xian nodded and left the hall to look for Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu was still thinking about how to enter Monster Grass City's treasury. Seeing Shui Xian walk over, he felt that she should know how to enter the treasury. Zhao Fu hugged Shui Xian. Shui Xian's face became slightly red as she said embarrassedly, "Let go of me, it's not good for people to see you like this." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Then you don't want to reveal our relationship?" Shui Xian hurriedly explained, "No, I'm just not used to it and feel a bit embarrassed." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Then there's no problem." Shui Xian lightly nodded. Zhao Fu said, "I have something to ask you." Shui Xian asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu said, "Do you know how to enter Monster Grass City's treasury?" Shui Xian looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Why are you asking?" "Only the city lord can enter the treasury." Zhao Fu asked, "Others can't go in?" Is there no way to go in? Shui Zian nodded. Zhao Fu felt a sense of difficulty. What should he do next? Did he have to use the passion flower demon seed to force her to open the treasury again? However, he only had 2 passion flower demon seeds left. If he used one, he would have one less. That was something that Zhao Fu needed to protect himself. Zhao Fu did not want to use it up so quickly. Shui Zian looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You can't have any bad intentions towards the treasury." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Yes, I know." Following this, Zhao Fu and Shui Zian split up and continued to collect information on how to enter the treasury. Zhao Fu had gathered a lot of information, and it was true that only the city lord could enter. Even with the city lord's orders, it was useless. If something was needed, the city lord would personally go to the treasury to take it, and it was incredibly difficult to enter. However, Zhao Fu also knew that the city lord would enter the treasury from time to time for some unknown reason. At that moment, Zhao Fu saw a couple walk over. It seemed that their statuses were not low, so Zhao Fu obediently retreated to the side. The square-faced middle-aged man wore a purple robe and was called Shui Gloom. The other was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a cold expression. She wore a red palace dress and was called Shui Yu. They were both officials who managed Demon Grass City. Shui Gloom continued to walk forwards and naturally did not pay any attention to a servant. Shui Yu looked over and discovered Zhao Fu. She looked quite surprised and started to size up Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. The two of them walked into the hall. After a while, Shui Yu came out and walked in front of Zhao Fu as she smiled and said, "You're so good-looking. As a woman, I'm quite envious." Zhao Fu did not know why this woman had come to find him. He said, "Thank you for your praise, sir." Shui Yu smiled as she asked, "It's a pity that you're a servant here. Do you want better treatment?" Zhao Fu said, "No." Shui Yu looked quite surprised as she asked, "Why? Do you think I can't give it to you?" Right now, Zhao Fu just wanted to stay in the city lord's mansion and look for an opportunity to enter the treasury. He did not care about such things. He said, "I don't doubt sir's abilities, I don't have any big goals." Shui Yu lightly laughed as she said, "You're quite strange, do you have anything you want?" Zhao Fu could not directly say his goal, so he could only say, "I don't want anything." Shui Yu leaned over and flirtatiously said in Zhao Fu's ear, "You don't want this wife either?" Zhao Fu hugged Shui Yu and lightly smiled as he said, "Of course I want it." Shui Yu's face became slightly red as she smiled and said, "Bad fellow, let's go to the other side." Shui Yu left the hall and felt quite strange. Where had his wife gone? Hadn't she just come out? Shui Yu thought that perhaps she had gone home, so she did not pay too much mind. Following this, Shui Yu also left the hall. Suddenly, she heard some faint sounds and felt quite curious as she walked to the side. Looking at the scene in front of her, Shui Yu felt quite angry. These two people had actually done such a thing in front of her. Moreover, Shui Yu already had a husband. However, who was that man? How could he have such perfect looks? Looking at how crazy Shui Yu looked, this person was quite powerful. Zhao Fu discovered that a woman had come here, but he did not pay much mind and did not know that this woman was the city lord. Looking at how unbridled Zhao Fu was in front of her, Shui Yu did not know what to say. At this moment, Shui Yu did not care about anything and had lost all rationality. Sensing the changes in her body, Shui Yu's face became red as she ran away. 2 hours later, Shui Yu fell into Zhao Fu's embrace and gradually came back to her senses. She looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "I like you, as a man." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "No." Shui Yu said coquettishly, "I'm begging you, alright? I'll divorce my husband now, I can't live without you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No." Shui Yu looked at Zhao Fu in disappointment. Now that they had this relationship, Zhao Fu could start to ask, "Do you know how to enter the treasury?" Shui Yu gave a trace of a smile as she said, "So you're thinking about the treasury. You'll be disappointed, only the city lord can enter there. Unless you become the next city lord, you can forget about it." Zhao Fu asked, "Is there no other way?" Shui Yu nodded and lightly smiled as she said, "Don't think about the treasury, I can give you anything you want." Zhao Fu sighed. It seemed that there was no way to enter the treasury. However, Zhao Fu thought that perhaps the water world was not in the treasury. It was possible that the treasury was there. Zhao Fu immediately changed his mind and asked, "Do you know about the water world being stolen?" Shuiyu smiled as she said, "If you become my man, I'll tell you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Am I not now?" Shuiyu was satisfied with this answer and smiled as she said, I can tell you, but you have to tell me your purpose. I don't believe that you're really just a servant." End of chapter 3263. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.